There's overwhelming evidence for Catholic miracles. We have photographs and videos of stigmatists who supernaturally reduplicate Christ's passion wounds, and we also have multiple trained observers who witness wounds spontaneously open in their presence. We have medical documentation, pictures, x-rays, and sworn depositions for healing miracles. We have multiple blinded laboratory analyses for Eucharistic miracles. We have hundreds of thousands of witnesses of apparitions of the Blessed Virgin Mary. In this video, I will be extensively combing through this evidence and much more besides. If you're new here, my name is Joe Schmid. I'm a philosophy PhD candidate at Princeton University, and I just converted to Catholicism. This is the second video in my three-part video series making a comprehensive case for Catholicism. The first video came out yesterday and comprises my philosophical case for theism, and the third video comes out tomorrow where I examine alternative explanations of the miraculous data covered in this video, and where I'll extensively criticize Protestantism and other sects, and I'll also exhaustively respond to the best objections to Catholicism from hell, moral objections, biblical objections, theological objections, magisterial objections, and so many more objections besides. So stay tuned for that video tomorrow. All right, hey y'all, Joe on the bike here, together with St. Maximilian Kolbe. St. Maximilian Kolbe, pray for us, together with Gunners. Come on, you Gunners. Okay, I just want to emphasize, I want to hammer it home, that in the next video, not this video, the next video, I will be systematically addressing the demonic explanation, selection effect, accommodationism, etc. So, that's in the next video, so hold your horses. Calma, 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 right? So just keep that in mind in this video. In the next video, I'll be addressing those alternative explanations, not this video. This video is just combing through the evidence and some of the at least prima facie vindicatory implications. The next video, I'll examine alternative explanations. But without further ado, let's get into the evidence for miracles. Okay, so, inaugurated by miracles. So before getting into the particular miracles that support Catholicism, I'll briefly touch on the philosophy of miracles and address David Hume's critique thereof. And I once more have to shout out the resource document, by the way, because that will contain extensive links to further resources on all the miracles that I'll be covering. But let's get into the philosophy of miracles. So miracles are basically events produced by God within the natural world that are naturalistically inexplicable. In other words, they are divine deeds that exceed the powers that created things have by their natures. And here we need to distinguish vindicatory from non-vindicatory miracles. Vindicatory miracles are miracles that evince a divine intent to authenticate or confirm a divine legate or divine revelation. In other words, vindicatory miracles involve God putting his public, miraculous stamp of approval on some doctrine, or some putative divine message, or someone who is claiming to speak on behalf of God. That's what a divine legate is, or at least a purported divine legate. Someone who purports to speak on behalf of God, God the Creator. Non-vindicatory miracles are ones that don't evince a divine intent to authenticate a divine message or messenger. They instead might have a whole host of other intents, maybe to compassionate someone in need, to save someone from death, to manifest his glory, to just heal someone, etc. Ethan Muse has some helpful clarifications about these notions.
I wouldn't call those miracles in my sense. In my sense, it's going to be something that exceeds the power of nature, or that is basically just outside of the ordinary course of human experience, that is a sign that is performed by God, a divine deed that's performed by God, a sign performed by God that exceeds the powers of nature, that's naturalistically inexplicable in some way. So start there as a baseline understanding of what we're talking about when we're talking about miracles. Now, God can do those for a bunch of different reasons. And sometimes the reason won't even be clear why he did some but didn't do others. And so sometimes it can just be that there's a pious person who maybe has lots of mistaken religious beliefs, but God, as an act of compassion, or maybe even because he foresees a bunch of downstream consequences that are going to be good, grants them a healing, or sends them a sign that points them in a direction that's going to send them down the right path. And so it's very private and it's very personal, and the intent behind it is either hard to discern or is just so generic that you couldn't really get much, specific doctrinal content out of it. Then there's another type of miracle that God performs, and which are recorded extensively in the Old Testament and the New Testament of the Bible, which are vindicatory miracles. So basically miracles that God performs as public, extraordinary signs with the intention of promulgating a revelation. So basically God's speech that he's given, he's entrusted to what we would call a divine legate, so someone who claims to speak on behalf of God. God performs an extraordinary sign to put his signature on the claims that are being made by the divine legate about what God said. And so when it's public revelation, this is the most extreme because it's when someone is demanding faith. So that means they're binding the conscience to accept the revelations as being from God. And they're saying it's going to be sinful if you reject it, given that God is accrediting this person to you as a divine legate. So on Pentecost, when St. Peter begins preaching to the Jews, he begins with an accusation against the Jews, where he says, Jesus of Nazareth, a man attested to you by God by miracles, signs, and wonders, which he performed amongst you in your midst, as you yourselves know, you have given over to lawless men and crucified. And so he begins with that accusation, and he says, he had the signs, it was your obligation to know, to recognize that God was vindicating this man's claims, and that nonetheless you rejected it, and so therefore that's imputable to you as sin. And so, and our Lord even explicitly says this, if I hadn't done among them the works that no one else did, they would be without sin. But now that I have, they have the greater sin. So he's explicitly saying that basically, if he hadn't performed all of these extraordinary signs that made it so clear that he was who he said he was, they would be without sin for not believing. But now that the signs are there, faith is required. They have to give faith to his claims, or it's contempt for known truth, blasphemy of the Spirit. And so that's the most extraordinary. There's also private revelations where God performs a public sign to confirm people in the deposit of faith that he's already entrusted to the church within the Catholic paradigm, right? So these in themselves, no one's required to accept them, except insofar as we're just required to accept credible human testimony, right? So for instance, if a doctor comes to me and says, hey, your wife really needs this medical treatment, you really need to encourage her to get this medical treatment. If I refuse that, I could be committing a sin by being unreasonable or obstinate in accepting the facts that I have an obligation to accept. But it's not a sin against faith. There's not divine faith that's being compelled. So we only owe the same credence that we would give to human testimony to these, but God still performs them with a vindicatory intent. Right. He performs them to point people to the deposit of faith. So it's a way of lending credibility to the things where he does demand faith by performing revelations that confirm that and point to that and refer people back towards it. And so vindicatory is really about the intent that God has to reveal truths and then to elicit assent to those revealed truths from the people that he performs the miracles, in the context of, or as the audience. Well, what about these claims that people make where they say, well, everybody has miracle claims. So even if your miracles check out, who cares? Mm-hmm. And so this was something that I really wanted to hammer home to people when I started writing about it. And I think the first time I ever appreciated it was when I saw a priest go on Pints with Aquinas and make this point, where he had a science background, but he was presenting the miraculous case for Catholicism on Pints with Aquinas, and I had heard him make this point, and I really appreciated that point, which is basically just, no, there's really this distinction between just the fact that miracles have taken place in a religious context, and then the doctrinal content that the miracle is intended to vindicate, right?
Sure.
To where a miracle being performed with the intent to confirm a revelation and to promulgate a revelation is categorically different from a miracle that's being performed, in answer to a prayer as a reward for faith or to confirm someone in faith, right?
I think that's common sense.
Right, it's common sense.
Yeah.
And it starts to get to the veracity of God when you start denying that vindicatory miracles could actually point you to the true religion. Because basically it would be God bearing witness to a lie, because miracles are the way that he can sign his signature to a revelation objectively rather than subjectively, right? So if there were to be any objective signs by which you could determine whether God had spoken to the world, it would need to be that there were rules for when certain miracles or things with the false appearance of being miracles could be performed in furtherance of a revelation to promulgate it. And especially another thing that I came to appreciate later when I started studying this field of fundamental theology is that there was a real difference, too, between cases where a person was just working a miracle and they had religious beliefs that were incidental to the miracle that they worked. So even a person is a miracle worker, and when a person is demanding faith, so they're actually trying to say, here's a divine law that I'm promulgating, and I'm trying to bind your conscience to accept it, to where you're committing a sin if you reject what I'm saying. And I realized that there was a totally different thing where it would be scandalous for God to support rather than to oppose somebody who was going out and trying to bind consciences to accept a revelation. And I realized that really matters, even for private revelations for Catholicism, because even if the prophetess in Fatima doesn't claim to be able to bind the conscience, the miracle is confirming the Catholic Church, which is a divine legate, which does claim to bind the conscience. So it is actually, even the private revelations can have the same sort of force because they're occurring in the context of the Catholic Church's claims to speak on behalf of God and confirming us in that and pointing us to it. And so once I started to appreciate that distinction, I started to realize, okay, well, this really is an empirical question. What has God performed vindicatory miracles to support? Well, so when we're talking about proving a religion, so proving that there's some special revelation that has taken place, and there's some kind of cultic system that's been instituted by God or law that's been promulgated by God, we need a way of telling when God has spoken to humanity, and especially when he's done so in a public way. So in a way where it's through an investigation of motives of credibility that we're going to determine whether the revelation, a purported revelation, is authentic or inauthentic. That when that occurs, there needs to be some kind of way for God to sign his signature to a revelation. And properly, when it comes to objective signs, so subjective might be like an immediate revelation to an individual where knowledge is infused into them or they're given the beatific vision or whatever, for basically some kind of direct personal encounter with God that's ineffable, and they can't really communicate it or demonstrate it to others. But when it comes to objective revelation, so revelation that's being promulgated and where the way that people are going to inquire into it is through looking for objective signs rather than just appealing to like personal experience or like praying and asking for confirmation, then it's mainly going to be an issue of divine deeds. So basically certain kinds of created effects that are proper to God. So they exceed the powers of nature, where God is performing them with the intent to confirm a purported message. And so you can do that with respect to like a divine legate, so someone who purports to speak on behalf of God and who claims the authority to bind consciences to accept a revelation, so basically demanding faith. He can do so by confirming the authority of that individual, either by working miracles through them or by just working miracles that they predict in advance or announce in connection with their purported revelations, or whether just the content of the sign that's performed just clearly evinces an intent to vindicate that individual. And so basically, if we want objective revelation to be possible at all, we basically need for something like miracles to be able to be credentials that can be used to authenticate either a purported divine messenger or at the very least a message from God. And so then this requires something called spiritual discernment to be possible. So basically, it to be possible to recognize when a miracle is a true miracle. So when it has to be a divine deed that was performed in confirmation of some revelation. And so if you have a worldview, like Catholics do and like Jews do, where there are evil spirits that can do things that are preternatural, so they basically are outside the ordinary course of human experience, and to us could have the false appearance of being a divine deed by agents that intend to deceive us or to mislead us. God, if he wants to preserve the possibility of objective revelation, needs to impose limits on those deceptions that make it possible to distinguish when a true miracle has taken place from when a false miracle has taken place. And so therefore, basically just starting out, if we establish the premise that objective revelation is possible and that God wants to make it possible and that he can confirm it by means other than just immediate revelation to individuals, so we basically don't want to avoid fideism. We want there to be able to be like a rational, communicable basis for a reasonable faith. Then we all need to basically admit of the possibility of divine deeds as a way of God signing his signature.
Now, I won't only be covering vindicatory miracles in what follows, but many of them are, and where appropriate, I'll flag the doctrinal content being vindicated. But first, some of you might be wondering, well, didn't Hume just decisively refute the argument for miracles a long while back? No, he did not. So Hume, of course, argues that, there's scholarly debate about what exactly he means, what his argument is, etc. But Hume basically argues that a miracle by definition is a violation of the laws of nature. And our evidence for those laws rests on a firm and uniform experience. Since testimony is often mistaken or exaggerated or deceptive, we should believe a miracle report only if the falsity of the testimony would be even more miraculous than the event it reports. But that'll never happen, according to Hume, since the evidence for the laws of nature is just so overwhelming. It's basically, our universal experience attests to the laws of nature and their inviolability, and miracles not happening. So the proof against a miracle is as firm as ever, basically. But this is a bad objection to miracles. First of all, Hume, what uniform experience? What uniform experience to inviolable laws of nature, right? What are you talking about? Since when can we help ourselves from the get-go to the idea that, oh yes, we all definitely uniformly experience the laws of nature always operating, never being exceeded or suspended under any circumstances? What? No, that just assumes from the get-go that, the billions of reported experiences of miracles throughout history and today are mistaken. But that's the thing the very thing you're trying to establish, Mr. Hume. As my best friend Noah McKay put it.
So I'll start by presenting some statistics about miracle reports worldwide. Then I'll summarize the evidence for a particularly compelling alleged miracle. And finally, I'll explain how miracles are supposed to support theism. Now, in 2006, Pew Research conducted a survey of Christians in 10 countries, including the United States, and found that in those 10 countries alone, which contained only about 1/3 of the global population, approximately 200 million Christians believe that they had witnessed miraculous healings. And a 2004 survey by the Louis Finkelstein Institute at the Jewish Theological Seminary found that 55% of American medical doctors believed that they had witnessed miraculous healings. And note, these aren't just people who believe in miracles, these are people who claim to have seen miracles with their own eyes. Now, why do I bring this up? Well, often non-theists say that miracle claims fit so poorly with our ordinary experience that we should start out with a very strong presumption against any alleged miracle. But I think this is unreasonable. If hundreds of millions of people worldwide claim to have witnessed a phenomenon, and if most of the experts best positioned to verify that phenomenon also claim to have witnessed it, it's just not true that the relevant phenomenon fits poorly with our experience. And I think it would be unreasonable to be confident from the outset that all of those lay people and experts were mistaken.
Second, Hume's argument leads to absurdities. Specifically, if the argument worked, then it would also imply that awesome miraculous evidence should never convince us of a miracle. But that's absurd. Surely there is some amount of evidence that would be able to convince you that something supernatural occurred. You and all of your friends, right, are watching this. You see this person, you're interacting with them, you feel their leg. They don't have a leg. It's the person who had their leg amputated. And you feel the stump. You have videos of the stump beforehand. You have the doctor's notes saying that they amputated it, about a decade ago, signed, notarized. You go and talk to the doctors. Yeah, I know this person. This is my patient. I amputated their leg. Dozens of people examine it. Okay, then we take this person to a church. We're all praying around. We literally see a leg magic kind of just instantaneously regrow on that. All of us say this, we produce signed, documented reports from doctors afterwards. It was recorded. We look at the recording on our phones. We get experts to, we can cook up the case where it's clearly it would be rational to think that a miracle occurred in that case, even though it seems like we would be able to run a similar argument. It's hold on a second. Our universal experience is that miracles don't happen. And, you're proposing here a violation of the laws of nature, which just runs contrary to everyone's experience. It's come on, So I'm here imagining a case, right, where we have basically awesome miraculous evidence, awesome evidence for a miracle. And if Hume's argument worked, we should not conclude that a miracle occurred in that case. But since that's absurd, Hume's argument fails. Third, I've already argued that theism is super likely on purely philosophical grounds. And given theism, it would not be super surprising that God might want to publicly reveal himself in some way to establish a relationship with us and make known his existence and desires for our lives. But then it simply follows that it wouldn't be super surprising if miracles occur sometimes, in which case their prior is not negligible in the way that Hume's argument requires. The evidence for miracles can then overcome their not super low prior probability, provided that putative naturalistic explanations involving insane conspiracies and group hallucinations and fabricated medical and laboratory evidence and whatnot do have super low priors. Oh, and here's a hugely important point. Even if you disagree with my case for theism, Hume's argument still fails. In light of the higher order evidence from reasonable and intelligent people believing in God, and the fact that you often make mistakes about philosophical matters, and in light of the at least like non-silly reasons to think theism's intrinsic probability is not super low and has at least some non-silly evidence in its favor, everyone should grant that theism's probability before examining the miraculous evidence is at least not negligible. And that's ultimately all I need to show that miracles aren't negligibly likely before examining the evidence, since it's also not negligibly likely conditional on theism that God might reveal himself in some way to his creatures. And you multiply those probabilities together and you're going to get a non-negligible prior for miracles. Fourth, and relatedly, the fact that nature generally tends to operate uniformly according to laws of nature is, contra Hume, not good reason to think that there are no miracles, since the hypothesis that miracles occur actually predicts that, right? In order for a miracle to occur and serve as a divine sign, it needs to be clear that it's not naturally explainable, so that we can recognize its supernatural origin. But this means that in order for a miracle to occur, we would positively expect that it runs entirely contrary to the normal operation of nature when left to itself. And, I say relatedly here because, we also do need some reason to think that the breaks in the uniformity that miracles require aren't hopelessly unlikely on our background knowledge before taking into account the miracle evidence. But that's precisely what I showed in my previous response, right? So first, theism is not hopelessly unlikely on our background knowledge before looking at the miraculous evidence. And second, conditional on theism and our background knowledge, it's not hopelessly unlikely that God might perform miracles to establish a relationship with us or a system of worship or moral code or whatever. Dr. Tim McGrew nicely explains this fourth point in the following.
Here's a quotation about Hume's argument regarding miracles. Quote, Hume's argument is largely derivative, almost wholly without merit where it is original, and worst of all, reveals the impoverishment of his treatment of inductive reasoning. Wow, which apologist said that? None. This is the judgment of John Ehrman, who is an agnostic philosopher of science recently retired from the University of Pittsburgh. What is an agnostic philosopher of science doing writing about Hume's critique of miracles? Why would he care? And why would he say things like this about it? Hang with us tonight, and you'll get a taste of that. I'd like to make 3 key points about reported miracles. To me, these seem obvious, but obviously to some people they are not. So here are the 3 points that I would like to make. First, the existence of a stable order of nature, a way things normally happen, does not count as evidence against the existence of miracles, at least if they are supposed to function as signs in a religious context. That's my first claim. I will have to argue for that claim. I can't get away simply with asserting it. I need to provide you with reasons for believing it. Here is my second claim, which, if possible, seems to me even more transparent. It ought to be possible to change one's mind about miracles. But again, this is not as obvious to some people as it seems to me. My third claim, and this will be controversial as well, though I don't really see why it should be, is that the proper way to arrive at a reasonable belief is to examine the evidence in detail. We don't always have the luxury to do that. Life is short. Sometimes the beliefs aren't important. But when they are important and we do have the time and the ability to do it, that's what we should do. The more so if incredibly important things hang on the issue. So let's go to point 1. I claim the existence of a stable order of nature does not count as evidence against the existence of miracles, at least if they're supposed to function as signs in a religious context. That claim is flatly contradicted by Hume. Here's Hume on the order of nature. A miracle is a violation of the laws of nature, and as a firm and unalterable experience has established these laws, the proof against a miracle from the very nature of the fact is as entire as any argument from experience can possibly be imagined. Now let's put on our translation software here and try to see what does this mean in non-philosopher speak. You've got an argument that can't be beat. Somebody else brings other arguments against it. What's going to happen? The argument that can't be beat is going to win. It's just the way it is. So what Hume is saying is there is an argument from the very nature of the fact when you call something a miracle that is as entire as any experiential argument you could possibly have. Well, then I guess we're done, right? But Hume's contemporaries weren't so impressed by what he had to say. Here is William Adams, for a short while Samuel Johnson's Latin tutor, writing in response to Hume's essay. See if you can see past the antiquity of the language to the point beneath. An experienced uniformity in the course of nature hath been always thought necessary to the belief and use of miracles. These are indeed relative ideas. There must be an ordinary, regular course of nature before there can be anything extraordinary. A river must flow before its stream can be interrupted. What is Adams telling us? He's saying, look, you can't have an interruption of the course of nature unless there's a course of nature to be interrupted. If somewhere around the globe, scattered about, there are some people who can turn water into wine, say 1 person out of every 10,000, what would we say of the report that Jesus of Nazareth had turned water into wine? Oh, bet you he was one of them, right? That would be obvious. Why would we say, I think God was reaching into space and time and doing something there, if this were just something that a few people can do, if it were a natural phenomenon? And thinking of it that way, thinking of the course of nature and its interruption, leads us, I think, to a better definition of a miracle. And I'm taking this definition not from my fellow Christian apologists, but from the atheist philosopher J.L. Mackie. I'll paraphrase here, but this is Mackie's approach. Laws of nature tell us how nature behaves when it is left to itself, but they do not tell us whether or how often it is left to itself. A miracle is not a violation of the laws of nature, as if it could take place only if the laws were false. It's a violation of what we call the causal closure of the physical world, the idea that all events are the inevitable result of prior physical events, so that everything that happens is happening the way it is because of prior physical events. You can do a non-deterministic little wiggle on that if you like your quantum theory. But the basic idea is nothing outside of natural causes causes anything to happen in nature. A miracle would be a violation of the causal closure of nature. Now, there's a general principle of evidence, and here I tread delicately because this is the place where we get the closest to that mathy stuff. Here's the principle in non-equation form. If on the supposition that M, which I've cleverly chosen to stand for a miracle, were true, it would be inevitable also that O be true. Then O cannot be evidence against M. So whatever it is that you're observing, O, if a miracle kind of requires it, then it's not evidence against a miracle. Now, here's the thing. In religious contexts, miracles are supposed to function as signs. What does Nicodemus say when he comes to Jesus by night in John 3? Rabbi, we know you are a teacher sent from God. Why? How do we know? No one can do these signs that you do unless God is with him. They show you God's endorsement. So, in a religious context, this is what miracles are supposed to be. How do we know something's a miracle? Because it's not the kind of thing that happens when nature is left to itself. Miracles that function as signs would be impossible unless they took place against the backdrop of a stable natural order. That's what lets us see them as signs. Remember, if water into wine is something a few people can do, like mastering a good card trick, then when you hear Jesus turn water into wine, that's how you classify it. Natural event, nothing to see here. These aren't the droids you're looking for. Move along. Therefore, the existence of a stable order of nature cannot be used as an argument against miracles in religious contexts. So I'm a philosopher. We like to do stuff like that. We like to lay out our premises and then put the word therefore in and then number another line and call that the conclusion. And some of you aren't wired that way. So I'm going to try to do this in a different way. I'm going to try to do this graphically. Here's a sign. This is a sign that has a message on it that I very much want you to get. The trouble is, I have used the same color for the font that I've used for the background. And that kind of makes it hard to see this as a sign. But I really, really want you to get the message. And you're saying, I'm not feeling it. The burning in my bosom isn't doing it for me. Okay, so what if we make it a more helpful sign? How about this? Now you're tracking with me. Now you're saying, oh, there's a background and then there's a message up against it. That's what a miracle is like. Miracles stand out from the background of the way nature goes. The virgin birth. Some people on the internet seem to think they can really persuade Christians out of the virgin birth if they say, P.S. modern science. Right. Just how ignorant was a first century Jew? Didn't know where babies come from? What is Joseph minded to do when he discovers Mary's pregnant? Divorce her privately, because he's a good man. He doesn't want to cause more scandal than he has to. He knows where babies come from. The resurrection of Jesus. Huh. Yeah, well, dead people stay dead. Yeah, that's the point. Right? That's why this is a miracle. It doesn't happen in the course of nature when nature is left to itself. Ergo, if it happened, nature wasn't left to itself. That's kind of the whole deal. And we're not going to be talked out of it by being told there's something a little odd about it. Yeah, we know.
Finally, just look at the evidence, my friend. Stop being closed-minded. Open yourself up to the possibility that you might be wrong. And maybe, just maybe, God exists and wants to reveal something publicly. I contend that when you actually consult the evidence, it is clearly less probable that a conspiracy of conspiracies has happened to make it look exactly as if God exists and is revealing religious truth. Just look at the evidence and see that it's more likely that a miracle occurred than that there are oodles of conspiracies involving millions of people and fabricated laboratory analyses and fabricated medical documentation and fabricated photos and videos and so on. Here's one final thing. Hume actually got something right in his discussion of miracles. I know that's a miracle in and of itself. No. Specifically, he briefly discusses and summarily dismisses without evidence some highly well-evidenced Catholic miracles. Here's a passage from his famous essay of miracles. The learning, genius, and probity of the gentlemen and the austerity of the nuns of Port Royal have been much celebrated all over Europe. Yet they all give evidence for a miracle wrought on the niece of the famous Pascal, whose sanctity of life as well as extraordinary capacity is well known. The famous Racine gives an account of this miracle in his famous History of Port Royal, and fortifies it with all the proofs, which a multitude of nuns, priests, physicians, and men of the world, all of them of undoubted credit, could bestow upon it. Several men of letters, particularly the Bishop of Tournai, thought this miracle so certain as to employ it in the refutation of atheists and freethinkers. Queen Regent of France, who was extremely prejudiced against the Port Royal, sent her own physician to examine the miracle, who returned an absolute convert. In short, the supernatural cure was so uncontestable that it saved for a time that famous monastery from the ruin with which it was threatened by the Jesuits. Had it been a cheat, it had certainly been detected by such sagacious and powerful antagonists, and must have hastened the ruin of the contrivers. Our divines, that is, our Protestant divines in Britain, who can build up a formidable case from such despicable materials he's talking about, like the resurrection, the miracles that they appeal to. What a prodigious fabric could they have reared from these and many other circumstances which I have not mentioned? How often would the great names of Pascal, Racine, Arnaud, Nicole have resounded in our ears? But if they be wise, they had better adopt the miracle as being more worth 1,000 times than all the rest of their collection. So Hume is basically saying, look at the flimsy historical miracles from which our British Protestant apologists construct elaborate arguments for the miracles of Christianity. If they had evidence as impressive as Catholic miracles for one of their favored miracles, imagine how loudly they would trumpet Pascal and Racine and Arnaud and Nicole, the physicians, the hostile investigators, and so on. If they were consistent, he says, they ought simply to accept this Catholic miracle too, because its evidential case is worth vastly more than the evidence for other miracles that they do accept and deploy in their case for Christianity, like the resurrection. So Hume is like literally poking fun of Protestants because they reject Catholic miracles that are manifestly better evidence than the resurrection. And you'll soon see that he is most certainly correct. Now, obviously, the Catholic miracles aren't as, theologically significant or important as the resurrection. That's like the most theologically significant event of all time. Don't get me wrong. But here we're only talking about evidential strength. So we're about to dig into the miraculous case. Buckle up, buckos. So here's an overview. I'm going to go through 7 different broad categories of miraculous phenomena. First, saintly miracles. So miracles in the lives of saints, mystical charisms, things like that. Secondly, medically documented healing miracles. Third, Marian apparitions. Fourth, Eucharistic miracles. Fifth, demonic phenomena. Sixth, the resurrection. And seventh, miraculous artifacts. And note that in part 6 of the video, we're currently in part 5, remember? Remember, my dear brethren, we're in part 5 on miracles. In part 6 of the video, I will extensively examine alternative explanations of the miracles that appeal to demons, divine accommodation, lesser spirits running amok and performing all these miracles. For now, I just want to share the evidence and the, at least like prima facie, on the face, like clear vindicatory implications thereof, okay? So first up, saintly miracles. And we're starting with, drumroll please, Padre Pio. So Padre Pio was a 20th century Italian Catholic saint and mystic. Here I'll be quoting directly and extensively from Ethan Muse's article on Padre Pio, with only minor commentary rarely sprinkled in on my end. I'll also switch to reading through his article halfway through. The evidence here concerns St. Pio's supernatural charisms, or gifts. Specifically, we'll focus on 5. First, the stigmata, or the supernatural reduplication of Christ's passion wounds in both of his hands, in both of his feet, and his side. Second, supernatural blood loss, or losing more blood than is naturally possible. Third, the odor of sanctity, or an intense, beautiful fragrance associated with him and his relics. Fourth, supernatural hyperthermia, or extremely high fevers that are naturalistically inexplicable. And fifth, his healing miracles. I'll then look at Padre Pio's heroic virtue, and finally, the Catholic vindicatory implications of the aforementioned. So first up, we got the stigmata. Of course, we have videos of him doing mass where you can like see the, the blood on his hands. We have pictures of him. This is a picture way earlier on in his life. We got pictures of this guy. We got videos. He's a 20th century saint. His stigmata were extensively documented. The evidentiary record includes canonical investigations, medical examinations, photographs, and video footage. So first, the onset. In private correspondence and sworn testimony, St. Pio reported that on the morning of September 20th, 1918, while praying after Mass in the friary choir, he entered into an ecstatic state in which he perceived Christ in the posture of a man being crucified. Christ lamented the ingratitude of men, especially those with religious vocations. St. Pio asked what he could do, to which Christ replied, "I unite you to my passion." When St. Pio returned to his senses, he discovered that bloody lesions had spontaneously formed on his hands, feet, and side. The evolution, or the change over time, of the stigmata. And we're about to go through some like the documentary evidence for these points. These are just like the broad points at the beginning that Ethan highlights. From their onset in 1918 until their resolution in 1968, so that's 5 decades, St. Pio's lesions neither healed nor progressed in a manner consistent with natural physiology. The shapes and positions of the lesions on the hands and feet were consistent over time, circular, regular, and symmetrical on both sides of each appendage, but their depths were not. Sometimes they presented as full-thickness perforations throughout the entire hand. Sometimes they presented as extremely superficial. The lesion on the side was even more labile, varying in shape, position, and depth. Exudation. St. Pio's lesions continuously discharged blood through eschars. Chronic bleeding persisted for half a century. Throughout the early years, the lesions were almost always bleeding, so much so that several diapers were soaked in blood each day. In subsequent decades, the flow gradually diminished, but it never ceased altogether. Despite substantial loss of blood, St. Pio did not exhibit signs of anemia, hypotension, or pathological fatigue. Hematological tests confirmed that his blood and circulation remained completely normal. Scent. St. Pio's lesions and the blood that poured out of them were not malodorous. To the contrary, they sporadically emitted a very pleasant and intense scent. Testimonies about the perfume before and after death are innumerable. Alone, they would be enough to fill a large volume. The scent was sensed at times, in waves, inside the cell and outside, when he walks by, in his spot in the choir, even from a distance. Bandages, clothes, and hair retained the scent for long periods of time, months on end, even years on end, after being removed from contact with St. Pio. And then finally, the resolution of the wounds. In the final years of St. Pio's life, his lesions gradually disappeared. By September 22nd, 1968, the date of his last Mass, only the lesion on his left palm remained. On September 23rd, 1968, St. Pio passed away. Within minutes of his death, his hands, feet, and chest were examined and photographed. The skin, in those points referred to, was the same as that of any other part of the body, soft, elastic, and mobile. The appearance, color, and consistency did not reveal anything in particular, nor do they reveal the presence of signs of previous incisions, lacerations, wounds, sores, or inflammatory reactions. We got photos of this. We'll go through it later. Okay, so let's turn to the lesions themselves. In September 1918, on September 20th and September 21st, parishioners and friars begin to notice that there are lesions on St. Pio's hands, that he's having difficulty walking, and that his face is redder than usual. A few days later, Father Paolino informs the convent that Padre Pio had received the wounds of the Lord, that is, the stigmata of Jesus in his heart, in his hands, and in his feet. In October 1918, in private correspondence with Father Benedetto, provincial minister of the Capuchins, St. Pio provides a first-hand account of his stigmatization. What shall I tell you regarding what you asked me about how my crucifixion occurred? My God, what confusion and humiliation I experienced in having to manifest what you have worked in this wretched creature of yours. It was the morning of the 20th of the past month, after the celebration of Holy Mass, when I was overtaken by rest like a gentle sleep. All the internal and external senses, as well as the very faculties of the soul, found themselves in an indescribable stillness. In all of this, there was total silence around me and within me. Immediately, there followed a great peace and an abandonment to complete privation of everything, and a resting in that very ruin. All this happened in an instant. And while all this was taking place, I saw before me a mysterious person, similar to the one seen on the evening of the 5th of August, differing only in this, that his hands, his feet, and his side were dripping with blood. His sight terrified me. What I felt at that moment within myself I would not know how to express. I felt I was dying, and I would have died had the Lord not intervened to sustain my heart, which I felt was leaping out of my chest. The vision of the person withdraws, and I noticed that my hands, feet, and side were pierced and dripping with blood. Imagine the tearing that I experienced then, and that I continue to experience almost every day. The wound on the heart pours forth blood continually, especially from Thursday evening until Saturday. My Father, I am dying of pain because of the tearing and because of the subsequent confusion that I experience in the depths of my soul. I fear that I will die from loss of blood if the Lord does not listen to the groans of my poor heart, and, withdrawing this operation from me, put an end to it. Your most affectionate son, Friar Pio. In February 1918, Father Benedetto examines St. Pio's lesions. In private correspondence with another priest, he reports that Padre Pio doesn't have spots or marks, but real sores perforating his hands and his feet. I observe the one he has on his side, a real tear that continually drips blood, and when he celebrates Mass, the gift is visible to the public, since he has to keep his bare hands up. Father Benedetto clarified after that if I were questioned by higher authorities on this particular point, I would have to respond and confirm under oath, such is the sincerity of the impression I received, that by fixing one's gaze on the wounds of the palmar region of his hands, it would have been easy to discern in their details a written text or an object previously placed on the opposite side of them. In May 1919, Dr. Angelo Merla, atheist mayor of San Giovanni Rotondo, examines the lesions. He concludes that these lesions could hardly be classified as tuberculosis, but due to the lack of complete examination, he was unable to determine their precise nature. Dr. Luigi Romanelli, chief surgeon at the Civil Hospital of Barletta, also examines the lesions and describes them as follows. In the palmar regions of both hands, and more precisely at the level of the third metacarpal, simple inspection reveals a reddish, viscous pigmentation of the skin over a surface approximately the size of a bronze 5-cent coin on the right hand and a 2-cent coin on the left. The contours are slightly frayed and the shape is almost circular. Upon closer examination, one notes that in this area, instead of normal skin, there is an epithelium, or rather a shiny membrane, somewhat raised at the center, forming a very small button-like elevation, from which radiate many fine striations that are darker and tending almost toward black. The entire area is raised above the surrounding tissues, which are intact and normal. On palpation, delicately performed, no bony or muscular resistance is perceived beneath. Instead, one notes that this membrane is distinctly elastic, and there is no actual opening nor any discharge of fluid. In the dorsal regions of both hands, at points almost corresponding to those just described, the skin presents identical features. Applying the thumb to the palm of the hand and the index finger to the dorsum, thus covering in this manner the two described zones and exerting pressure, which proves extremely painful for Friar Pio, one has the exact perception of a void existing between the two fingers, separated only by membranes and by thin, soft tissue, which, under pressure, gives the sensation of sand, while no resistance is perceived either from the bones or from the soft tissues normally present in these regions. All active and passive movements of the hands are performed without difficulty and are perfectly physiological. From this it follows that these pigmented zones are nothing other than membranes covering an opening, which originates on one side and terminates on the other, such that there is a discontinuity of tissues through the thickness of the hand. On the dorsum of both feet, there is furthermore noted a circular area about the size of a 5-cent coin, likewise covered by a membrane of vivid red color and shiny appearance, with well-defined and precise contours surrounded by normal tissues. On palpation, this membrane is likewise elastic and gives the impression of an underlying void. In the plantar regions, identical areas are observed with the same characteristics. By compressing simultaneously both the dorsal and plantar regions, he's talking about the feet right now, it becomes evident that an empty space exists and that the foot is perforated, the openings being covered by the described membrane. As in the hands, so in the feet, all movements of the joints and toes are normal and provoke no disturbance whatsoever. In the left hemithorax, and more precisely between the mammillary line and the anterior axillary line, approximately the level of the 6th intercostal space, there is observed a linear lacerated wound, oriented along the direction of the ribs, about 7 centimeters in length, with clean and slightly puckered margins involving the soft tissues. On inspection, the wound lies directly from below upward and penetrates somewhat from outside inward, with arterial bleeding. As in all thoracic wounds, probing cannot be performed, and therefore it is difficult to judge how far it penetrates and what direction it assumes within the cavity. The characteristics of the wound are those of a cutting injury. All of these lesions date, as his superiors report, from September 1918. In my judgment, these wounds cannot be classified among ordinary wounds, whether of infectious or traumatic origin. In the former, the principal characteristic is suppuration, which, while on the one hand impedes healing, on the other is always the effect of the action of some localized microorganism, something which is absolutely lacking in the lesions described above, as even a layperson in matters of health can observe. As for the latter, especially those of the hands and the feet, feet, it is logically absurd that a trauma of whatever nature and by whatever means produced could injure deep tissues without first injuring the superficial ones, weak and poorly resistant as they are, such as those observed in the hands and feet. Nor could one, excluding the thoracic wound, invoke and explain the lesions of the feet and hands by appealing to a healing already achieved with residual ecchymosis, because it is known that in healing by second intention, the skin and epithelium are always the last to reproduce themselves, after processes of granulation and new tissue formation, while in the hands and feet the lesions show no tendency towards such tegumentary formation. In the thoracic wound as well, although without any suitable medication, as I had the opportunity to observe twice at different hours, so like he's observing this multiple times, there is not the slightest trace of suppuration. Instead, there issues red physiological blood. Cases of self-injury due to a morbid state of the nervous system have indeed been recorded, into which one might attempt to classify the lesions described. But before rendering such a judgment, it must be considered that even such lesions must follow the course of all others. That is, either produce complications of some kind or heal. And that whatever the nervous state may be, it is not possible to injure underlying tissues without first injuring the superficial ones, just as it is not possible by any effort whatsoever to maintain a lesion, however slight, always in the same state, nor do these wounds have a course of healing different from that of others. Against all these considerations stands the certain fact that Padre Pio's lesions from September until today preserve the same appearance and remain in the same condition, and what is even more astonishing, they produce no disturbance and no difficulty in the function of the limbs, as ordinary wounds invariably do. It must therefore be excluded that the etiology of Padre Pio's lesions is of natural origin. Rather, the producing agent must be sought without fear or error in the supernatural, and the phenomenon constitutes in itself something not explainable by human science alone. Dr. Luigi Romanella of Barletta. Note, the lesions were observed on different days and at different hours without any modification being detected. So, he's going in there, he's seeing this different days, different hours, he's doing this multiple times, he's palpating his hands and he's palpating his feet. He's looking extensively at his side. He's noting like a palpable void in between the hands and the feet. Again, he's like going through this on multiple occasions. Is this something you could be easily mistaken about? No. Okay, so like let's start compiling on the conspiracy. Like it's going to be absurd by the end. July 1919, Dr. Amico Bignami, atheist professor of medical pathology at the Royal University of Rome, also examined and described lesions. He's convinced that in the absence of chemical irritants, St. Pio's lesions will heal. At his request, a committee of friars is ordered to ensure that the lesions are kept sealed and untreated for a period of 8 days. He departs from the convent before this experiment is carried out, so his final report omits the results. Here are the results. This is a sworn testimony from the friars who carried out his experiment. We, the undersigned, attest under oath that, having received from the Most Reverend Father Pietro of Ichitella the order to bandage the wounds of Padre Pio of Pietrelcina, Capuchin priest, we have ascertained the following. First, the condition of the wounds during the 8 days remained the same, except on the final day, on which they took on a vivid red color. Second, every day, as can be verified from the cloths that we preserve, all the wounds produced blood. On the final day, it was more abundant, so much so that we were compelled, while he was celebrating Mass, to send a cloth in order to dry the blood that was flowing over the backs of his hands. It is to be noted that, in performing these bandagings, we did not use any medicinal substance, and that, although having complete trust in Padre Pio, we nevertheless removed, so as to avoid any suspicion, even the small bottle of iodine tincture that he kept in his room. October 1919, Dr. Giorgio Festa, a well-known surgeon in private practice in Rome, examines the lesions and describes them as follows. On the palms and on the dorsum of the feet, and in the anterior region of the left thorax, he presents lesions that deserve to be studied in particular. On the palm of the left hand, approximately corresponding to the midpoint of the third metacarpal, there is a lesion of circular shape with a diameter of slightly more than 2 centimeters. This lesion, like all the others observed on him, has a reddish-brown coloration and is covered by a blackish eschar, the surface of which is furrowed by striations arranged in an almost radiating pattern, and which most probably results from the drying of the blood that has flowed from it. The depth of the lesion described does not seem very great. Nevertheless, it certainly reaches and also involves the thickness of the subcutaneous tissues, since when invited to close his fist, he is unable to clench it completely, and only with great difficulty can he reach with the tips of his fingers the corresponding thenar and hypothenar eminences. As I've said, this lesion is circular in shape with contours whose line of demarcation is extremely sharp, so that the immediately surrounding skin shows neither edema, so the surrounding skin is not swollen, nor redness, so the surrounding skin is not red, nor infiltration, nor any other trace of inflammatory reaction. The underlying metacarpal presents anatomically no discontinuity. It appears intact and regular throughout its length. Perhaps a radiographic examination could bring to light alterations that cannot be detected with ordinary means of observation. In the dorsal region of the same left hand, a little closer to the metacarpophalangeal joint of the third finger, and therefore not in exact correspondence with the palmar lesion, there is another lesion, analogous to the first in shape and characteristics, but with a more superficial eschar and more restricted contours. With the same characteristics, one could describe the lesions present on the dorsum and on the palm of the right hand. While I examine them, small drops of blood ooze from their margins. In order also to observe the lesions on his feet, I myself help him to remove his stockings, which I note are soaked with blood-tinged serosity. On the dorsum of both feet, and precisely corresponding to the midpoint of the second metatarsal, I likewise observe a circular lesion, reddish-brown in color, covered by a thin blackish eschar, which exactly reproduces the characteristics of those described on the hands. Perhaps these are somewhat smaller and more superficial. Here too, the underlying metatarsal appears intact throughout its extent. Here too, the skin surrounding the lesions shows no trace of infiltration, nor of edema, nor of inflammatory reaction. Here too, there is a slight but continuous oozing of blood-tinged serosity. On the soles of the feet, feet at points that correspond almost exactly to those on the dorsum. 2 further lesions are observed in each plantar region, sharply defined in their contours and perfectly identical to the preceding ones. Direct pressure applied to all these lesions, both on the hands and on the feet, even when exerted gently, proves to be extremely painful. And painful as well, though to a proportionally lesser degree, is also the sensation that contact with the fingers awakens in the healthy tissues surrounding them. Even more intense, although he strives to conceal them, are the sufferings caused by the lesions on his feet when walking, hence the difficulty he has in remaining on his feet for long periods, and hence his slow and sometimes uncertain gait. In the anterior region of the left side of the chest, approximately 2 transverse finger breadths below the mammary papilla, there is a final and more interesting lesion in the form of an inverted cross. The longitudinal arm of this measures approximately 7 centimeters in length. It begins at the anterior axillary line at the level of the 5th intercostal space and descends obliquely to near the cartilaginous margin of the ribs, furrowing the skin at a point which, as I've already noted, lies about 2 transverse finger breadths below the mammary papilla. The transverse arm of the cross is about 4 centimeters long. It intersects not at a right angle, but somewhat obliquely and at roughly 5 centimeters from the point of origin of the longitudinal arm, and it appears broader and more rounded at its inferior extremity. Like, these are trained observers, guys. Like, you can see how, utterly careful they are in giving their testimonies. This cross-shaped figure is extremely superficial. It involves only the epidermis and perhaps the outermost layer of the dermis, the 2 arms of which it is composed are ribbon-like. Its coloration, like that of the other lesions which Padre Pio presents on his hands and his feet, is a reddish-brown. A thin and brief film covers its central portion. And here, too, the surrounding tissues offer no traces of redness, infiltration, or of edema. However, their painful hypersensitivity is more intense and more widespread than in the normal tissues bordering the other lesions. As regards their origin, it emerges from the data collected that they would have all appeared together about 13 months ago, and precisely toward the end of September 1918. Today, after so long a period of time, they preserve the same vividness of characteristics that they presented in the first moments of their appearance, and which throughout the 13 months they never cease to display. These lesions, except for the formation of the slight eschar that covers them, and which from time to time detaches, falls off, and then reproduces itself, have never in 13 months shown even the slightest tendency to cicatrize, or to basically, to scar. They are certainly not the result of a local disease, nor the expression of constitutional infirmities. The reddish-brown coloration that they have today is the same as that of the first days in which they appeared. The painful sensitivity that they had at that time has in no way diminished, and the oozing of blood-tinged serosity observed by me, which recurs at fairly frequent intervals, has in no way altered the rhythm with which it manifests itself. What pathological product can for so long remain so tenaciously stationary, both in the characteristics that distinguish it and in the manifestations it produces? If I had to express my thought regarding the manner in which these lesions were produced, I would have to exclude that they were determined by a cutting instrument or by the application of potentially irritating chemical substances. They are not the consequence of a cutting wound, because they present none of the characteristics of such lesions, nor are they due to the application of chemical substances, because the action of these never remains strictly confined, as in our case would have occurred, to the injured area, but extends beyond its boundaries, gradually fading into the surrounding normal tissues, with a reaction whose exponent is always given by a more or less notable degree of redness, edema, and infiltration. And of course, as Dr. Fessa says, that's not what he observed. In fact, he observed exactly the opposite on all of the wounds. And in any case, once the action of the injuring cause has ceased, whether it be of chemical nature or not, it is natural that the effects should also cease. It is natural, in other words, that from that moment the vital reaction of nature, even if not aided by the means that the art advises, so should provide on its own account and with its own energies, as we always observe in all lesions, for the progressive repair of the damage that has occurred. How then is it that the lesions observed in Padre Pio preserve so tenaciously the characteristics and the vividness of the first moment in which they manifested themselves? Apart from the consideration that iodine, applied every 2 or 3 days, as Padre Pio did, would rather have served to facilitate the scarring of his lesions, apart also from the reflection that even making use of a non-recent iodine tincture, and perhaps containing traces of hydriodic acid, if this had been capable of acting as an irritating element for the lesions themselves, it could not therefore have spared the surrounding normal tissues its effusive action, provoking there a more or less intense inflammatory reaction, which in reality is lacking, and has always been lacking, from Padre Pio. Apart from all this, there stands the fact that Padre Pio, for more than 3 months, by order of his superiors, no longer applies anything at all to his lesions, and nevertheless, these always preserve the same identical characteristics. To express with some exactness the impression I received, I should say that they appear rather than as wounds or as, resulting from chemical irritants. The impression is rather the result of prolonged contact with a glowing metallic body. Except that even here, the lesion produced by an incandescent metallic body presents in its contours immediately after its application a zone of inflammatory reaction that gradually fades into the surrounding normal tissues. Even here, once the action that produces it has ceased, the natural process of repair begins and progresses always up to the complete scarring of the lesion that was its effect. Whereas those observed on Padre Pio, as we have already repeatedly noted, have contours that are extremely sharp, no sign of reaction is offered by the tissues that surround them, and they present no tendency to scar, even after so long a time from their appearance, notwithstanding their small extent and limited depth. In conclusion, therefore, the lesions that Padre Pio presents and the hemorrhage that manifests from them have an origin which our knowledge is far from being able to explain. Dr. Giorgio Festa. In June 1921, Bishop Raphael Rossi examines St. Pio. In a confidential report, he confirms that the stigmata are there. It's impossible to deny it. However, he reports that they are not anatomical lesions. He remarks that there is absolutely no breaking or opening up of the tissues on this particular occasion in June 1921. He also remarks that on the interior extremities, the stigmata were about to disappear, and that in his side, the sign is represented by a triangular spot, the color of red wine, not any more than by a sort of upside-down cross, such as the one seen by Dr. Bignami and Dr. Festa. In a sworn deposition, he questions St. Pio about the appearance of his lesions. Could your paternity explain to me why there is a difference between the signs he has on his hands and those on his feet, which seem cicatrized? Answer: they don't always keep the same appearance. At times they're more noticeable, at times less so. Sometimes they look like they're about to disappear, but they don't, and then come back, flourishing again. And this happens to all the signs, including the one on the side. In October 1925, Dr. Festa and Dr. Merla examined the lesions during a hernia repair surgery. Dr. Festa reports that I took the opportunity, without his awareness, to re-examine the wounds which I had first studied 5 years earlier and which I now again observe to possess the very same characteristics I described in my earlier report. He also reports that I must add only this: the thin eschar beneath which, as the previous examination, I had found the wound on the left side of the chest covered, had now fallen away. As a result, the lesion appeared fresh and vividly red, cross-shaped, and bordered by short but clearly visible luminous radiations emanating from its margins. 1925 to 1933, in a monograph published in 1933, Dr. Festa reports that from 1925 to the present, I have had occasion to return at least 10 or 12 times to the hermitage on Gargano, having always seen his hands pierced and bleeding during the most solemn moments of the celebration of the Holy Mass, having repeatedly discovered in his cell numerous diapers soaked and still damp with the blood that flowed from the wound on his side, having personally observed very closely, despite the half gloves with which he tries to hide it, the blood that drips between the fingers and the wounds on his hands. I am still in a position to affirm that the wounds of the crucifixion are preserved even today, some 20 with the same inexplicable characteristics noted upon my first examination. Now moving forward to 1954-1955. Dr. Luigi Pancaro, an internist, examined St. Pio for after effects of tracheobronchitis. St. Pio reports a marked reduction in bloody exudate from all his lesions. Dr. Pancaro confirms hemostasis and the absence of inflammatory processes with respect to the stigmata of the left hand. So Dr. Pancaro is noting that, yes, he still has the stigmata, and there's an absence of inflammatory processes. This is 2 decades later. After what? He's like continually stabbing himself or continually applying carbolic acid? This is 2 decades later. He's been doing that this whole time, and they're not like the most disgusting, festering wounds you could possibly see, and there's no inflammation. In 1958, when St. Pio takes off his sweater to have it repaired, Father Pellegrino observes that the lesion on the side is 6 or 7 centimeters long, 2 or 3 centimeters wide, and very deep. In 1967, while assisting St. Pio after a fall, Father Eusebio observes that the lesion on the left side is cross-shaped with a vertical arm that is 6 to 7 centimeters long, slightly oblique, with its lower part shifted toward the left side, and a transverse arm that is much shorter. He also observes that it is rather deep, and that its margins are well defined and without crusts. Between 1965 and 1968, St. Pio asks Father Marcellino to help him change his socks. As he removes the sock, he observes that the upper sides of the feet do not show any sign of a wound. In February 1968, St. Pio collapses while cleaning his lesions. Father Alessio responds to his call for help. This gives him, quote, the opportunity to see the lesions and verify their reality. After removing the small, bloody incrustations that had detached from the top of St. Pio's hands, he observed that the wounds at the center of the upper parts of the hands were about 1 centimeter deep. Within the lesions, he observes partially clotted blood, which he carefully and delicately removes. However, he does not endeavor to remove all the coagulated blood from the lesions because he notices that every movement causes spasm and pain. In September 1968, Father Carmelo Di Donato, superior of the convent of San Giovanni Rotondo from 1964 to 1969, documents the resolution of the lesions. During the 5 years that I remained with Padre Pio, can I say that I saw his stigmata? I answer without hesitation, yes. I must, however, specify that it was not at all easy to see them, even for me as a superior and for the confreres who lived with him. This was because he always wore stockings on his feet and half gloves on his hands, and his gloves made in such a way as to cover the palms, the back, and the half of the fingers. He removed these gloves only during the celebration of the Holy Mass. To ask to see them deliberately would have been an undelicate and highly unpleasant gesture, both because I had no motive or authorization to do so, and because then the phenomenon of stigmatization was, an established fact, discussed, examined, and admitted by everyone, at least as regards the existence of the wounds, always leaving, of course, to the Church the definitive judgment concerning their nature and origin. It was commonly reasoned that over the course of 50 years, a wound, especially one neither treated nor medicated, either heals or becomes gangrenous. The stigmata, therefore, were in my time already a fact beyond dispute, and for this reason, even the superior had no reason to go and verify what belonged to common knowledge. About a month before Padre Pio's death, which occurred on September 23, 1968, I heard circulating among the people the first rumors claiming that Padre Pio's wounds were beginning to disappear, insofar as the hands during the celebration of Mass no longer appeared as wounded and covered with crust as before. I did not give much importance to this, nor did I concern myself with verifying personally whether it was true. I did, however, notice that when I touched or kissed Padre Pio's hand, I no longer felt the crust of blood on either the back or the palm beneath the gloves. On the night of 23rd September 1968, immediately after Padre Pio's death, aware that it was necessary to leave an official and authoritative testimony, I deliberately wished, together with other witnesses, to observe the stigmata at closer range. I had to ascertain that the hands no longer appeared as I had seen them previously. Rather, the wounds of the hands, the feet, and the side were completely closed over, without leaving any sign or trace of a scar. One may observe the photographs that were taken the same night and which are attached as documentation to this testimony. Present with me were Father Raphael of St. And he gives like the bunch of different people who had been summoned to take the photographs for documentation. This new fact truly presents mysterious aspects, both because of the disappearance of the stigmata and because of the absence of any trace of scarring. Nevertheless, it is beyond doubt that Padre Pio did in fact have the stigmata, as everyone was able to see and as thousands of photographs can demonstrate. On the night of 23rd September 1968, in the course of performing the customary pious rites according to the deceased, a small white film detached itself from Padre Pio's left hand, the final residue of all the blood shed and of the muscular tissues that for 50 years had been consumed and destroyed. A similar white film, but much larger, had fallen from the hands in the sacristy on the morning of the previous day, 23rd September 1968, at the moment when Padre Pio removed the half-gloves prior to the celebration of the Holy Mass. Both were preserved in the archives of San Giovanni Rotondo. It is necessary here to clarify that it is not accurate to say or think that Padre Pio no longer had the stigmata for 2 or 3 months prior to his death. Rather, 2 or 3 months before dying, the wounds slowly began to close and to reduce the outflow of blood, until they appeared at death completely healed over and without any scar. Proof of this is the fact that precisely at the final moment, the last small crust detached from the left hand. In a photograph of Padre Pio's final Mass taken on the morning of 22nd of September 1968, and attached to this deposition, one can see on the left hand the red of the crust in place of the wound, while the back of the right hand is completely white. Padre Pio therefore continued to wear gloves up to the moment of his death, not in order to deceive, but, as always, to cover the wounds. In any case, during Holy Mass, he always removed the gloves and showed his hands uncovered. The Mass was a time when he could most easily be observed by everyone, so much so that various spiritual sons, precisely during Mass, were able to verify the phenomenon and even take photographs. With regard to the absence of any scar, where the wounds had been, medical science will have to pronounce itself on this fact, which is physiologically inexplicable, since every deep wound always leaves the mark of a scar. So already, we got like a photograph of his final Mass on the morning of 22nd of September, 1968. The back of his right hand is completely white. We have photographs on the day of his death, which we'll get to momentarily. We have like a sworn deposition from like 5 or 6 witnesses that, yes, I saw him there at his death. No scars, no signs of any wounds ever. Oh, and again, this guy had been like carving wounds into his hands and his feet and his side for 5 decades. It's physiologically inexplicable. Examining these and many other pieces of evidence leaves no room for naturalistic explanation. First, localization. The spatial distribution of St. Pio's lesions corresponded to the 5 holy wounds of Christ. Moreover, the lesions on the hands and feet were perfectly symmetrical, conforming to bilateral symmetry with respect to the left and right extremities, as well as to antero-posterior symmetry with respect to the front and back of each extremity. All of the many doctors that examined the lesions, including Dr. Bignami, agreed that symmetrical localization could not be explained by natural pathology. No unconscious involuntary mechanism has a spatial resolution to account for it. About the depth, Father Benedetto described the lesions on the extremities as full-thickness perforations. He told Dr. Festa that it would have been easy to discern in their details a written text or an object through them. Dr. Romanelli later couldn't see through the lesions because they were covered by thin membranes during his visit, but palpation gave him the exact perception of a void with respect to the lesions on both sides of each extremity. By the time Dr. Bignami visited, which was, again, later, the lesions appeared superficial. During Dr. Festa's joint examination with Dr. Romanelli, however, the absence of S-scars allowed them to confirm that the lesions on both sides of both feet were true and proper continuous lesions extending in depth and produced as though by a pointed instrument. Chronicity. Father Carmelo noted that it was commonly reasoned over the course of 50 years that a wound, especially one neither treated nor medicated, either heals or deteriorates. The stigmata, therefore, were in my time already a fact beyond dispute. This echoed the opinion of all the doctors that had examined the lesions decades earlier. Inflammation. Dr. Romanelli, Dr. Bignami, and Dr. Festa all agreed that the immediately surrounding skin shows neither edema, nor redness, nor infiltration, nor any other sign of inflammatory reaction. Dr. Festa confirmed these observations with a good magnifying lens. Decades later, both Dr. Pancaro and Dr. Sala noted that there was no sign of localized inflammation around the lesions on the hands. Inflammation, though, is an obligatory immune response to tissue injury that persists until integrity is restored. Physiologically inexplicable. Healing. In the final months of St. Pio's life, the lesions on the hands began to close, culminating in their complete disappearance at death. Multiple witnesses, including Dr. Giuseppe Salo, as well as photographs, confirmed that they healed without any trace of scarring. That is physiologically incompatible with the depth of the lesions. Once a lesion extends beneath the epidermis, into the dermis and subcutaneous tissue, scarring is unavoidable. Deep tissue injuries heal by fibrosis, not true regeneration. Moreover, if the lesions were natural or artificial, it would be a remarkable coincidence that their terminal resolution after 5 decades of persistence was synchronized exactly with St. Pio's death. Father Pellegrino reported that while Padre Pio was celebrating his final Mass, 2 scales fell from his hands. While Dr. Sala and I were preparing his lifeless body, the last scale fell from his left hand. Father Carmelo reported that precisely at the final moment, the last small crust detached from the left hand. Here are the pictures in the sworn deposition of, feet, bottom of his feet, palms, back of his hand, etc. Okay, so that's the stigmata. Now on to blood loss. All of the lesions continuously exuded blood for 50 years. That is confirmed by the testimony of hordes of witnesses concerning direct observations of the flow of bloody exudate, the soaking of bandages and garments. So again, that's confirmed by the testimony of hordes of witnesses with direct observation of the flow of bloody exudate, the soaking of bandages and garments, and the renewal of eschars throughout that entire period. While it is not possible to estimate the typical rate of blood loss with precision, the equivalent of 100 milliliters a day of whole blood is a conservative lower bound. St. Pio never developed anemia, though. Hematological tests confirm that St. Pio had completely normal blood components. Maintaining a significant iron deficit for decades without developing iron deficiency anemia is not physiologically possible. Dr. Festa pointed out that if the lesions he presents on his person have not healed in such a long time, they should give rise not to continuous and abundant hemorrhages like those still observed in him, but at most as secretions of a pathological nature. By what privilege of nature is there no trace of such secretions on his wounds, while instead a pure, fresh, shining, perfumed blood continues to ooze from them as in the first moment they appeared? Evidently, no hypothesis would be possible to arrive at a natural interpretation of the events. As Ethan notes with respect to the conservative estimate of 100 milliliters a day, the dimensions of the lesions, the frequency of the exudation, the qualitative descriptions of abundant effusions and saturation of fabrics are not consistent with trivial seepage. Moreover, peak losses would have been significantly greater. During the final decade of his life, when intensity was at its lowest, Father Pellegrino witnessed half a liter of semi-clotted blood pour into a jar all at once. With respect to nutrition, whole blood contains approximately 0.5 milligrams per milliliter of iron. That implies that St. Pio would have lost about 50 milligrams of iron for every 100 milliliters of blood loss. If a person consumes an iron-rich diet, they can absorb up to 6 milligrams per day without supplements. St. Pio's diet consisted of a bit of vegetables. He ate so little that Bishop Rossi posed the question, how can it be explained so much work with so little nourishment? St. Pio's diet wouldn't have even allowed him to absorb the 1 milligram per day required to maintain iron balance without the loss of any blood. Health. St. Pio never developed anemia. Hematological tests confirm that. Maintaining a significant iron deficit for decades without developing iron deficiency anemia is not physiologically possible. The body stores about 1 gram of iron that it can use to buffer deficits. Once that reserve is depleted, iron deficiency anemia is guaranteed unless iron balance is restored. In fact, it is not even physiologically possible to survive a deficit that exceeds 5 milligrams per day for more than a few months. You might suggest that he was just surreptitiously procuring and consuming iron supplements, but no, multiple lines of reasoning preclude that. First, it would not have been feasible for St. Pio to sustain iron absorption in excess of 50 milligrams per day through oral routes. The human gut caps reliable daily uptake from oral iron at significantly less than that. Even if he somehow managed to absorb 50 milligrams per day for decades, that would only compensate for typical losses. So the iron deficits suffered during peak losses would have accumulated. Moreover, ingesting the doses of elemental iron that would have been required would have led to severe gastrointestinal problems that were not observed. Moreover, St. Pio would not have been able to maintain iron balance through oral supplementation without constant laboratory monitoring, since he wouldn't have been able to accurately estimate the amount of iron that he was losing nor the amount he was absorbing. If replacement doses were too small, iron stores would have gradually depleted and he would have gotten anemia. If replacement doses were too large, excess iron would have accumulated and iron overload would have developed, eventually culminating in multiple organ failure. Third, even if St. Pio maintained iron balance, losing more than 100 milliliters of blood every day for decades should have led to complications besides iron deficiency anemia, including circulatory, hematopoietic, and metabolic stress. Those would have manifested as severe and persistent fatigue, shortness of breath, hyperventilation, rapid and irregular heartbeat, a compromised immune system, and other symptoms that would have been obvious. They also wouldn't have been missed by the doctors that carefully studied all of his organ systems. We've gone over the stigmata, the blood loss, now let's go to the odor of sanctity. Any adequate theory of St. Pio's stigmata has to explain the pleasant fragrance that emanated from the lesions and the blood that exuded from them. First, odor. Chronic lesions in blood inevitably develop a foul odor. St. Pio's lesions and blood never became malodorous, even when no fragrance was present. However, innumerable testimonies confirm that a fine, delicate scent frequently emanated from the lesions and especially the blood that exuded from them. The scent was likened to a mixture of violets, roses, and lilies. Dr. Romanelli consulted several scientists, inquiring as to whether blood could, under any circumstances, have a sweet odor. They told him this was impossible. The strength, the fragrance that emanated from St. Pio's lesions and blood demonstrated an exceptionally strong power of penetration of smells in places. Many witnesses reported that entire rooms were inundated with strong perfume. It was sometimes perceived at a great distance from Padre Pio. Friar Modestino reported that it was so intense that I was about to faint. Father Clemente reported that it was so intense that I was almost overcome. Father Romello reported that it was so intense that it was impossible to be in his room. Intermittency, the fragrance was sometimes sensed, sometimes not, and came as if in waves. This was not only true of his person, but also of his blood, bandages, garments, and other items that came into contact with him. It was sometimes perceived when St. Pio was mentioned but not present. For example, Dr. Amanzio Duodo reported that he was talking with friends, one of whom was describing a visit to San Giovanni, when suddenly and unexpectedly an intense perfume of violets enveloped us all. It lasted about half an hour. Dr. Eduardo Bianco was also present and corroborated Duodo's account of the event. Persistence, items that came into contact with St. Pio retained his characteristic scent for extremely long periods of time. Father Lodovico reported that St. Pio's handkerchief was for 20 days in my suitcase. After such a long time, it still had the scent in all its intensity. In the small drawer of the nightstand in my cell, there was a bandage from St. Pio's side. This small drawer has been in my cell for a year now, and every time I open it, I notice Padre Pio's scent. Bishop Rossi reported that the bandages with the blood that flowed out of Padre Pio's wounds, his zucchetto, his gloves, his hair that was cut 2 years ago, keep his scent. Selectivity. The fragrance was often perceived simultaneously by everyone in close proximity, but sometimes it was perceived by some but not others. For example, Bishop Rossi related that it happened to Father Lorenzo, the superior, while the others with him didn't sense it. It was to be noted that Father Lorenzo was a very serious priest, and at the beginning skeptical about what was said of Padre Pio. Father Lodovico testified, in his room it is constant. Meanwhile, Father Pietro testified, I didn't smell it in his room, but in the vegetable garden, yes. St. Pio said that he never smelled the fragrance. You might think that suggestion accommodates this, but no, suggestion can't accommodate the uniform experience of massive numbers of independent witnesses that perceive the fragrance repeatedly and in diverse circumstances. Bernard Ruffin wrote, without exception, those I interviewed who spent any time at all with Padre Pio experienced the aroma at some time or other. Bishop Rossi wrote, this very intense and present fragrance, similar to the scent of violet, is attested by everyone. Most eminent fathers, let me attest to it too. Father Alberto de Apollo wrote, the reality is that hundreds of thousands of individuals, even unbelievers, have testified and continue to testify that they suddenly and inexplicably perceive the perfume of Padre Pio. Nor can it accommodate the testimony of witnesses that were ignorant or skeptical of the phenomena when they first experienced it. When Dr. Romanelli examined St. Pio for the first time, he smelled the fragrance but assumed that it was perfume. In fact, he remarked that he thought that it was unsuitable for a friar to use perfume. In a letter to Father Pietro, he pointed out that this was not a suggestion on my part, first because no one had ever spoken to me about such a phenomenon, and then because if I had been influenced by suggestion, I would have noticed that odor constantly. Dr. Festa was entirely devoid of sense of smell. He wrote, during my first visit, I removed a blood-soaked cloth from his side, which I took with me for microscopic examination. Dr. Festa was devoid of a sense of smell. However, a distinguished officer and other people who were in my car on the way back from San Giovanni, although unaware that I was carrying the cloth in a case, despite the intense wind caused by the movement of the vehicle, clearly detected its fragrance and assured me that it corresponded precisely to the perfume emanating from Padre Pio. Once in Rome in the following days and for a long period of time, the same diaper, kept in a piece of furniture in my study, perfumed the room so well that many of the people who came to consult me spontaneously asked where it came from. Bishop Rossi was skeptical until he smelled the fragrance. So, he gives his testimony here. Father Agostino was also skeptical until he smelled the fragrance. Robert Hawke, a Lutheran seminarian, never met St. Pio and perceived the fragrance for the first time after St. Pio's death. Even after St. Pio's death, the aroma has continued to manifest itself. Robert H. Hopke of North Plainfield, New Jersey, is a Lutheran seminarian who has never met Padre Pio. Hopke was in Philadelphia in mid-September 1978, visiting his friend, Vincent Mandato, prior to leaving for a year's study in Florence. Mandato was devoted to Padre Pio. On Sunday morning, the two young men went to Mass at a Catholic church near the University of Pennsylvania campus. In a letter to me dated June 30th, 1980, Hopke recounts, at Mass, just before the homily, I remembered smelling very distinctly the odor of roses. I didn't think much of it, and it seemed to go away only to come back again, just as sweet and just as strong during the Creed. At that time, I recall looking around to see who the woman was nearby who had doused herself with so much scent, but there was no woman near us. I tried to locate a flower arrangement in the church that could be giving off such a perfume, but again, there was no arrangement nearby, and no roses in the church at all. I thought perhaps it could be, the scented candles, but the strength of odor was such that the faraway candles would have had to fill the church with their scent, and surely I would have smelled such a powerful fragrance immediately upon entering the church and not halfway through the Mass. The odor seemed to fade again and came back for the third and final time during the consecration of the host. It faded again. I thought the experience a little odd, but promptly put it out of my mind. That is, until my friend Vince asked me after Mass, did you smell something strange in church today? I said that I had, and he told me to ask his father when I returned home what the fragrance could have been. Intrigued by the whole affair, I hurried over to Mandato's house as soon as I arrived home. The senior Mandate had been very close to Padre Pio in his native Italy when he was young. Hopke said nothing more than, today, while Vince and I were in the church this morning, we both smelled something very strange in the air. He finished the description for me. It was very sweet and very strong, like the scent of roses, a garden of roses in decline, and it came and went a number of times, 3 or 4 times. Why, yes, I answered, surprised at the accuracy. And it came right before the homily, during the Creed, and during the consecration of the host. Mrs. Mandato jumped off her chair and kissed me. The spirit of Padre Pio was with you and Vincent today in the church. Hopke concludes, not having known Padre Pio personally, as have the Mandatos, and having, I like to think, a very rational, logical mind, I neither totally believe nor disbelieve the stories of Padre Pio. The sheer volume of them tends to make me believe that something indeed miraculous took place in the presence of this obviously wholly devout Capuchin. However, the far-fetched character of many of these tales reactivates the skeptic within me. Nevertheless, I cannot deny what I smelled that day in church, and I cannot deny that before I even spoke of what I had smelled, Mr. Mandato had described it perfectly. So suggestion just doesn't explain the overwhelming testimonial evidence, and specifically the character and kinds of testimony and the people from whom we're talking about. Nor is it remotely possible that the fragrance was artificial perfume. St. Pio had neither the means nor the opportunity to procure and conceal massive amounts of floral perfume to simulate the odor of sanctity. He's acquiring hundreds of liters of unique, high-quality, exceptionally long-lasting perfume that lasts for sometimes years on end, and fills rooms. And how did he mask the malodor of his lesions and blood when no pleasant fragrance was detected in their vicinity? Second, artificial perfume would have been perceived continuously, not intermittently. However, the fragrance often began and ceased while St. Pio was being observed by large crowds. Bishop Rossi pointed out that if he really, for whatever reason, used the fragrance on himself, the scent should be sensed more or less at all times. Third, the blood that exuded from St. Pio's lesions was scented. On many occasions, the fragrance was perceived immediately when freshly soaked cloths, bandages, or garments were removed. In such circumstances, St. Pio would not have had any time to covertly apply perfume to the blood. And even if he somehow had applied perfume to the bloody exudate and blood-soaked objects, the fragrance would not have behaved as witnesses described. Perfume, applied to fresh blood, would have deteriorated very quickly, yet the fragrance persisted for durations that would be extraordinary for perfume applied to any medium. Artificial perfume can't accommodate selectivity, nor can it accommodate perception of the fragrance in association with St. Pio while he was hundreds of miles away or even dead. And Ethan just mentions a bunch more testimonies to that effect. Turning now to the fevers, St. Pio suffered from bouts of extreme hyperthermia that he attributed to a moral rather than physical illness. On one occasion, his body temperature reached 52 degrees Celsius, or 125.6 degrees Fahrenheit, the highest value ever recorded. On another occasion, his body temperature reached 50 degrees Celsius, 122 degrees Fahrenheit, the second highest value ever recorded. On several occasions, his body temperature reached 48 degrees Celsius, or 118.4 degrees Fahrenheit, the third highest value ever recorded. On many occasions, his body temperature reached 47 degrees, 46 degrees, and 45 degrees. During these fevers, St. Pio could get up, move about, and do everything. They always subsided without aggressive medical interventions. Independent, convergent testimony from priests and doctors confirmed repeated measurements of St. Pio's extraordinary and unprecedented body temperatures. In a memoir, Father Paulino of Casa Calanda reported that while he was the guardian of St. Pio's convent, he measured an axillary temperature of 52 degrees. On January 17, 1917, Padre Pio took to bed sick. My first thought before calling the doctor was to take his temperature. But what was my surprise when, upon taking the thermometer out, the mercury, which had reached 42.5 degrees, the highest point of the common thermometer, had built up pressure, not yet being able to rise, and had broken the container in which it contained. I still keep this special thermometer, which I've never wanted to give to anyone, and this is the most authentic proof of what I say. The mercury is still at the top of the column, just as it was returned to me by the padre after he had measured the degree of the fever. Meanwhile, curious to know what degree the father's fever was, I took a bath thermometer that I had in my room, and after freeing it from the wooden case, I went to the sick man's bed to measure his temperature again. My amazement increased tremendously when I saw the column. The mercury had reached 52 degrees. 52! I immediately looked at the sick man with great concern. Both that broken thermometer and the bath thermometer that Father Paulino referenced are currently stored in the Padre Pio archives in San Giovanni Rotondo. In an interview with a Belgian newspaper, Dr. Angelo Merla, remember, an atheist, and Dr. Giova reported that they measured axillary temperatures of 50 degrees and 48 degrees. On October 27th of the same year, 1923, the readers of the Belgian newspaper Le Soir discovered the existence of a friar who has very high fevers, 48 degrees and 50 degrees, which lasted for 4 or 5 days, and that made the thermometers jump before the eyes of the astonished doctors. The author of this long article, Italian correspondent Nino Salvaneschi, did not write based on hearsay, but only after having gone personally to San Giovanni Rotondo, and he certifies Doctors Merla and Giova, whom I have questioned in detail, were the first to visit Padre Pio. Both possessed bath thermometers that stopped at 48 degrees and 50 degrees Celsius. In an interview with an Italian newspaper correspondent, Frappuccino confirmed that he measured an axillary temperature of 48 degrees. In a sworn deposition, Father Lorenzo of San Marco reported that while he was the guardian of St. Padre Pio's convent, he measured axillary temperatures of 48 degrees and 45 degrees. Before I came, there was much talk about him, that he ran fevers of over 118 degrees, that he had received the stigmata, that he could read people's hearts. To tell the truth, I didn't put much trust in these tales, so much that being a military chaplain and having obtained a leave to go back to my hometown, I refused to come. It was also said, as I have already stated, that he had such high fevers, but even as a superior, I was skeptical. Once when Padre Pio had a fever, I wanted to use the thermometer. Padre Pio advised me not to, for it would break. I yielded, but a second time I absolutely wanted to try, and the thermometer went up to 109.6 degrees Fahrenheit. That is, up to the last mark, but it didn't break. A third time, a thermometer that would read up to 113 was used, and the mercury went up to 113, but it did not break. There were Dr. D. Frank, Antonio Gina, and Dr. Angelo Merla, the house doctor, a socialist. Another time, I myself wanted to measure the temperature with a thermometer brought by Dr. Festa of Rome, one that would read up to 302 degrees Fahrenheit, and it went up to 118.4 degrees. He too came to believe what was said, despite being skeptical. Father Ignacio of Chelsea corroborated Father Lorenzo's testimony. A 48-degree fever was observed, and he was not knocked down. He gets up, moves about, could do everything. St. Pio confirmed these fevers in sworn depositions. Dr. Festa, in his monograph, verified with complete certainty that there had been numerous measurements of axillary temperatures as high as 48.5 degrees Celsius. Called into military service during the war and assigned as part of the medical staff to ward in the main Trinity Hospital in Naples, it was quickly understood that it would be more useful to study him carefully than to use his labor in caring for the sick, in order to restore him as much as possible to a normal physiological condition. An attempt was therefore made to begin a clinical study on him by methodically measuring his temperatures, but this had to be abandoned quickly, because whenever a thermometer was applied to him, the mercury column would rise with such rapidity and force in the glass tube that it immediately burst. After repeating the attempt several times with the same result, the matter was dropped and arrangements were made for his permanent discharge. After being received following his military discharge into the convent of Foggia, and as the superiors thought he continued to appear always unwell, attempts were also made there to measure his temperature, with identical results to those observed in the hospital in Naples. Examined then by a physician of that city using a bath thermometer, it registered within a few moments at a temperature of 48 degrees. I later learned that the phenomenon had been repeated many times in the convent of San Giovanni Rotondo. In a memoir, Father Alberto d'Appolito reported that while he was working with St. Pio at a boarding school, he routinely measured axillary temperatures at 47 degrees and 46 degrees. In a sworn deposition, Father Ezequiel Cordon reported that when he attempted to measure St. Pio's axillary temperature, the thermometer broke due to excessive heat. In 1967, Dr. Giuseppe Avenia donated the broken thermometer to the convent. It's currently stored in the Padre Pio archives in San Giovanni Rotondo. There is no chance that fevers such high are naturalistically explicable. The Guinness World Record for highest body temperature is credited to a heat stroke victim that survived a 46.5 degrees Celsius fever. EMTs found Willie Jones in a deep coma. When Jones arrived at the hospital, he was wrapped in wet sheeting, which was kept cool by continually replacing bags of ice. It took approximately 2 hours of therapy for his temperature to return to a safe level. In subsequent weeks, he received aggressive care for multiple organ system failure, generalized seizures, and profound ataxia. Contrast this with the case of St. Pio. He did not have the benefit of intensive cooling. He retained consciousness, and he was ambulatory. He was never treated for sequelae, so like attendant complications. Etiology. Jones's temperature reached an extreme value because he spent all day cooking over a hot stove in a poorly ventilated apartment during a heat wave. St. Pio's body temperature reached extreme values in normal environments. It is not possible to reach temperatures in excess of 47 degrees Celsius through endogenous heat production under ordinary conditions. When temperatures reach 45 degrees, the organelles that generate heat deteriorate while heat loss continues to accelerate. Further, approaching the ceiling would presuppose a metabolic storm so intense that it would trigger cardiopulmonary collapse within minutes. Duration. Jones's temperature was measured after 25 minutes of intensive cooling. St. Pio remained near his maximum temperature for days. Lucidity. Jones went into a coma. St. Pio wasn't even delirious. Consciousness is one of the most thermolabile processes. It's like super sensitive to temperature in the entire body, since it depends on the precise synchronization of electrochemical signals and continuous supply of large amounts of energy. Even at a body temperature as low as 40.5 degrees Celsius, disturbances are inevitable. When temperatures rise above 42 degrees, the electrical activity of the brain collapses. When temperatures rise above 44 degrees, the electrical activity of the brain disappears entirely. Lucid consciousness at body temperatures in excess of 45 degrees Celsius is beyond the envelope of natural physiology. And again, St. Padre Pio had no sequelae associated with it, but Jones had, like, all of those. Was it a hoax? No, it was not.
If St. Pio's extraordinary fevers were fraudulent, then unless there were a series of baffling conspiracies that implicated many and various clergymen and physicians over a span of decades, he would have to repeatedly and reliably manipulate axillary temperature readings while under close supervision in diverse circumstances. Okay, instrument tampering. St. Pio did not have the opportunity to tamper with the instruments that were used to take his temperature. On many occasions, several thermometers were used in series, precisely because early thermometers had reached their maximum scale or cracked and were supplied ad hoc by physicians or superiors. Moreover, tampering is not a plausible explanation for the observed behavior of the instruments. No feasible modification to a sealed thermometer would have caused the mercury inside to remain quiescent until axillary contact and then expand beyond the limits implied by the temperature of the bulb. Artificial heating. Nor is it plausible that the extraordinary core temperatures were simulated by artificially heating the axilla. To keep the skin bulb interface near 48 degrees C for an extended period without continuous heating, St. Pio would have had to heat a substantial depth of tissue so that it functioned as a thermal reservoir. But heating deeply to that level would have caused severe burns that would have been conspicuous, excruciating, and long-lasting. The only alternative, concealing a heat source near the skin bulb interface during measurements, is likewise untenable. Any heat source powerful enough to sustain 48 degrees C readings would have been impossible to hide and would have caused notable disturbances.
Oh my gosh. This is insane. I mean, fraud, I think, is the only option here. And it's just, it seems ludicrous at this point to go with the fraud. You know, just all this is just a massive fraud.
He decided to sprinkle that on top of the stigmata.
Right.
And to do it like 20 times.
Yes. Let's go on to healing miracles associated with Padre Pio. Now, as Ethan points out, like, it's important to remember the broader context when assessing the plausibility of skeptical explanations. Multiplying 1 in a million coincidences is not a sustainable approach to dealing with this body of evidence. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind going through all the miraculous evidence. First up is Giovanni Savino. Giovanni Savino's right eye was regenerated through the intercession of Saint Padre Pio. Condition: on February 15th, 1949, Giovanni Savino, a construction worker, was involved in a workplace accident at the convent. He placed a charge of dynamite that failed to go off for several minutes, so he went over to examine it. It detonated. Father Raffaelli, Dr. Sanguinetti, and Father Meyer were at his side within minutes. All three noted that Savino's face was horribly disfigured and that his right eye was gone entirely. He was rushed to a nearby hospital. The doctors confirmed that his, quote, right eye had been completely annihilated and the left one was so damaged that there was little likelihood of his ever seeing out of it again, unquote. The cure. On February 25th, so that's 10 days later, Savino's face was unbandaged for the first time since he was admitted to the hospital. Doctors were shocked to discover, quote, his shattered face was completely healed and covered with new skin, unquote. They were even more shocked to discover that Savino had a right eye as well as a left eye. For the rest of his life, Savino was blind in his left eye, the one that had been damaged but not lost in the explosion. He maintained good vision, however, in the right eye, which had apparently materialized after its predecessor had been emulsified. All of the doctors, acquainted with the facts of the case, agreed that it was inexplicable. Context. On the morning of February 12th, St. Pio predicted that Savino was going to be the victim of a near-fatal accident by exclaiming, "Courage, I'll pray to the Lord that it does not cause your death." On February 18th, while Savino was recovering in the hospital, he mentally spoke to St. Pio and then smelled his characteristic scent. He told a surgeon that St. Pio had just paid him a visit. On February 25th, he felt someone slap him on the right side of his face and then smelled St. Pio's characteristic scent. Later that day, when an atheist ophthalmologist realized Savino's eye had regenerated, he immediately converted. Is this a myth? Father Joseph Pius Martin was not credulous about miracles attributed to St. Pio. For instance, after looking into the restoration of the sight of someone, one of the most famous miracles attributed to St. Pio, he arrived at the conclusion that the case was naturalistically explicable. When Father Joseph Pius was asked which miracle attributed to Padre Pio was most striking, he researched the question extensively in 1981 and determined that it was Savino's. Savino had passed away by the time that Father Joseph Pius set out to research the question. But his account of the event had been taken down by Father John Chug in 1974. Additionally, his widow, various members of his family, and a number of people who examined him after the accident were still alive. After conducting numerous interviews and reviewing contemporaneous documents, he confirmed that Savino's right eye had been totally macerated, and that every doctor connected with the case was positive that there was no way, according to even the most liberal interpretation of the laws of nature, that an eye so completely destroyed could regenerate itself. Father Dominic Meyer, who was himself an eyewitness to the maceration of Savino's eye, wrote a circular letter that described the miracle within a month of Savino's hospitalization. Father Raffaelli is reported to have said that the right eye is gone entirely, the socket is simply empty, in the aftermath of the explosion. Dr. Sanguinetti is reported to have told Savino's wife, "Your husband's eyes are both destroyed." And then he goes through the miracle for the canonization of St. Pio, which was the healing of Matteo Pio Colella. It was the healing of multiple organ failure. I think it was actually, 9 organs. His immediate and rapid improvement happened after his mom asked Padre Pio's intercession. Matteo himself had an out-of-body experience. During the experience, he saw an old man with a white beard and a long brown dress who gave him his right hand and said, "Matteo, don't worry, you'll be better soon." And when Maria Lucia showed him an image of St. Pio, he exclaimed, "It's him, Mom, it was Padre Pio." Ethan goes through why it's extremely unlikely that the recovery was natural. Survivors of multiple organ failure syndrome with involvement of as few as 3 organs always have a very, very, very slow recovery. Yet within days of Matteo's coma being suspended, he was alert and conscious. He had no motor deficits. He urinated spontaneously without a bladder catheter, and even started making fun of hospital staff and challenging them to play video games. So not only did Matteo completely recover from a condition that was far more severe than the most severe that any other patient has ever recovered from, he did so almost instantaneously, whereas patients with far less severe conditions require months of convalescence to achieve far less dramatic improvements. So again, you can multiply unprecedented coincidence by unprecedented coincidence by unprecedented coincidence, but the more you do that, the more probabilistic hits you're going to take. Turning now to St. Pio's heroic virtue, St. Pio demonstrated truly heroic virtue throughout his life. He entered the Capuchin order as a teenager. He remained a Capuchin friar until his death. He strictly adhered to Capuchin ascetic practices. He incessantly prayed. He spent 10 to 15 hours listening to confessions every day for decades. He was reticent to discuss his spiritual charisms and went to great lengths to conceal his stigmata whenever he could. Bishop Rossi wrote that he lives in the utmost simplicity and indifference as if nothing had ever occurred around his person. Despite the fact that St. Pio endured incredibly enormous suffering, he bore it without complaining. When St. Pio was unjustly persecuted by the Holy Office, he quietly submitted to disciplinary means that completely isolated him from the world and destroyed his reputation. Dr. Francesco Riccardi defamed and ridiculed St. Pio for years, but St. Pio never uttered a word of blame against the cruel man. When Dr. Riccardi came down with a serious illness and asked for St. Pio traveled to him, embraced him, and then heard his confession. Nor is it remotely possible that St. Pio was a fraud or insane. If the prodigious phenomena attributed to St. Pio were fraudulent, then he was a pathological liar that habitually planned, executed, and covered up bizarre and overwhelmingly elaborate conspiracies that often required extreme self-harm. But given the level of scrutiny to which St. Pio was subjected, his penchant for mendacity, for lying, would have been exposed if it existed. Nor was St. Pio honest but deluded. After careful study, Dr. Festa determined that St. Pio exemplified the most complete balance and a truly perfect harmony between the functions of his nervous system and the faculties of his mind. Both hypotheses are also, of course, flatly incompatible with the overwhelming videographic, photographic, and testimonial evidence, including from abundant hostile sources. Okay, so let's turn to the vindicatory implications. So, first of all, he is supernaturally reduplicating Christ's passion wounds. So he has this multimodal experience of vision of Christ, saying, "I unite you to my passion." And then he literally becomes a living icon of the passion of Christ. So, it's almost properly basic at that point that Christianity is true. St. Pio begged our Lord to take the stigmata away or to make them invisible, yet they were miraculously conserved until his death. If anything, God was going out of his way to draw attention to their supernatural character. And his stigmata were directly responsible for many conversions and reversions to Catholicism. He's also a victim soul. St. Pio interpreted his extraordinary afflictions as a participation in the passion of our Lord. On many occasions, he offered himself as a victim for poor sinners and souls in purgatory. He wrote that Jesus, Mary, and my guardian angel keep encouraging me and repeating to me that the victim to be such needs to shed all of its blood. He characterized his fevers as a moral illness that occurred while he contemplated our Lord. When Giovanni Savino thanked him for the regeneration of his eye, he replied, "If only you knew what this cost me." And of course, like, uniting you with my passion in the context of giving suffering is like offering suffering up as a kind of participation in Christ's redemptive suffering. That's the theology that's being vindicated here. The Mass is also vindicated. St. Pio's supernatural charisms reached their apex during the holy sacrifice of the Mass. That is when his lesions bled the most, the odor of sanctity was perceived most intensely and by the most individuals, and he suffered as far as it is possible for human body. He reported that I suffer the scourging from the beginning to the end of Mass, more intensely after the consecration. Communion is the culminating point of my suffering. Also, many of St. Pio's charisms and private revelations implicitly presupposed, explicitly affirmed, or publicly vindicated Catholic doctrines and devotions. The papacy, in his diary, St. Pio wrote, "I received various inner insights about several people." So these are like putative divine revelations that he thinks that he's getting from God, these putative insights about others. "I saw his vicar on earth, Pope Pius XI, filled with bitterness because of the wickedness of men. Many times I was asked to pray and to encourage others to pray for him and for the repentance of these wicked souls." Confession is manifestly vindicated here. St. Pio spent most of his time in the confessional. It has been estimated that he listened to at least 5 million confessions. St. Pio claimed that God told him what to say in the confessional. Many penitents reported that he confronted them about unconfessed sins or gave them advice that turned out to be prophetic. When a penitent confessed that he had considered confession a good institution but did not all believe in the divinity of the sacrament, St. Pio replied, "These are all heresies, and all your communions have been sacrilegious. You must make a general confession." That penitent reported that St. Pio knew about sins that, humanly speaking, it was impossible for the Father to know. And of course, this testimony from the individual passes the criterion of embarrassment, that he's just been doing all these sacrilegious communions, and he's like having to admit that he was like, and he's like having to admit that he didn't even believe in the divinity of the sacraments. And there are a bunch of other testimonies to this as well.
There's stuff we didn't talk about at all, which is proximate to those charisms that certain Catholic doctrines are true. So like, purgatory is real, the Mass is efficacious, that and gets people out of purgatory through offering Catholic Mass. There's a distinction between mortal and venial sin on your conscience, and it can be absolved through sacramental confession. Like, we can just, we can keep multiplying examples endlessly. Like, he's having apparitions of the Virgin Mary and Jesus to him personally, and so
yeah. So how does the mortal venial stuff come into it? Like, where is that in connection with his story? I mean, I know he was a huge confessor and whatnot.
It's in the reading of hearts.
Oh, okay.
So if he can tell people what their unconfessed sins are, their unconfessed mortal sins that are on their conscience, and he can tell those people what their unconfessed mortal sins are, and then tell that they're being remitted through sacramental confession, whether they've confessed or not, that's very indicative that the Catholic, basically sacramentology and soteriology is true.
Across his lifetime, the estimate is 5 million confessions. 5 million. Now, sit with that number for a second, and now let me tell you what was happening inside of that confessional, because this is the charism with the most witnesses of anything in his life. He knew people's sins before they spoke. The sculptor Francesco Messina visited in 1949. Pio asked if he wanted to confess. Messina said he wasn't prepared. Padre Pio, quote, "Don't say anything to me, just answer." And then, in Messina's own words, he began listing Messina's sins with incredible precision, as though he could read his soul. The actor Carlo Campanini came in 1950. Padre Pio's opening line began in 1936. Campanini protested. He had just been to the confessional days earlier. Pio repeated it again. "I told you to begin in 1936. And Campanini remembered the thing he had done 14 years earlier and had been too ashamed to confess. He said that confession changed his life, and he never missed daily Mass again. A priest riding the bus to San Giovanni Rotondo thought to himself, never said out loud, "The spiritual life at times seems like trying to climb glass." After his confession, Padre Pio smiled at him. "So, the spiritual life seems like climbing glass, eh?" His private thought, word for word. A woman was too terrified to speak in the confessional at all. Padre Pio said gently, "Do you want me to talk for you?" And he recited her entire prepared confession word for word, and then told her, "I will be your spiritual father." And then there's my favorite. A woman finished her confession and said, "Father, I have another sin, but I can't remember it." Padre Pio said casually, "That's okay, just a few figs." The figs, not this big dramatic sin, the figs she'd swiped and forgotten about. Now look, cold reading obviously exists, but cold reading produces generalities. Okay, vague hits, fishing questions, calibrated probes. But these were specific sins, specific dates, deliberately withheld secrets in private thoughts that never left a person's head, reported by thousands and thousands of independent witnesses over 5 decades with no coordination. And notice where God stationed this gift. Okay, not on a stage, not in a pulpit, in the confessional, the sacrament where Catholics believe Christ himself absolves sins through the priest, running at an industrial scale for 50 years. If God wanted to underwrite the sacrament of confession, I genuinely don't know what he could have done differently. In the fragrance, from Genesis 8 onward, Scripture describes acceptable sacrifice as giving off a pleasing aroma to God. And Paul applies this language directly to the cross in Ephesians 5:2. Christ gave himself up for us as a fragrant offering and sacrifice to God. So, the one man in the modern era marked with the wounds of that sacrifice physically gave off the aroma of sacrifice, and witnesses consistently reported the fragrance peaking during the Mass. If that's a coincidence, it is the most theologically loaded coincidence imaginable. Number 2, the peaking. Okay, his charisms didn't crescendo randomly. They crescendoed at the consecration. He testified that the suffering intensified after the consecration and that communion was its culminating point. His wounds bled most during Mass. The fragrance was strongest at the altar. The gifts were calibrated basically to the Catholic liturgy, peaking at the exact moment Catholics believe the bread and wine become the body and blood of Christ. If Catholic Eucharistic theology is false, then God spent 50 years intensifying a supernatural display at precisely the moment that theology is most wrong. It just makes no sense.
Of course, saintly intercession is manifestly being vindicated here. The miracles associated with St. Pio after his death presuppose and vindicated intercessory prayer to and religious veneration of the saints. Many of the miracles associated with St. Pio presuppose and vindicated the veneration of icons and relics. During his life, St. Pio claimed to, again, be a divine legate. So when he was purporting to give revelations on behalf of God, he claimed to have supernatural knowledge about whether some people were in heaven. For example, when a religious sister asked St. Pio about the recently deceased Pope Pius XII, he replied, "I've seen him in paradise." Purgatory is also vindicated here. When Bishop Alberto Costa asked Padre Pio if he had ever seen a soul in purgatory, St. Pio replied, "I've seen so many that they don't scare me anymore." On one occasion, he told a couple of friars that I was talking to some souls on their way from purgatory to paradise. They came to thank me that I remembered them today in the Mass. That presupposed not only that purgatory exists, but also that the Mass is a propitiatory sacrifice. St. Pio claimed to have visited purgatory. So there are all these supernatural gifts, there are all these revelations that God seems to be feeding him, interactions that God is giving him with souls in purgatory, and this is amply attested. St. Pio also claimed that I've been down to hell with those miserable, and God made me experience the sufferings of the damned. So once again, God is going out of his way to just flood this guy with manifest supernatural graces and miracles and whatnot, and also giving him all these private revelations about purgatory and hell and the propitiatory sacrificial nature of the Mass, and how you can unite your sufferings as a kind of participatory redemption. St. Pio also reported that during a period when he was required to celebrate Mass by himself, he was never alone. Our Lady always kept me company during Mass. He claimed that Our Lady comes to me whenever I need her. He marveled that there are people so foolish that they think that they can go through life without the help of the Madonna. What could I ever do without her? He referred to Our Lady as Immaculate Mother. He prayed the Rosary dozens of times every day and called it his weapon. He claimed that the Madonna never refuses me anything that I ask through the prayer of the Rosary. Muse also argues that he received a miraculous cure through the intercession of Our Lady of Fatima, and St. Pio was also devoted to Our Lady of Lourdes. We're going to cover both of those later on. He had an icon of Our Lady of Lourdes on the wall of his cell. When Father Alessio asked St. Pio if he would ever like to make a pilgrimage to Lourdes, St. Pio replied, "I don't have to go to Lourdes. I go there every night. I see Our Lady of Lourdes every night." So again, he's getting all of these claimed private revelations, and God's going out of his way to put miraculous stamps of approval on this guy as a revelator. So in summary, we've got seemingly divine vindication of participatory redemptive suffering and vicarious satisfaction for sin, one of the central disagreements between the Reformers and the Catholic Church, private revelations that seem to support the papacy, the distinction between mortal and venial sin, and the sacramental power of confession to remit sins that's seen in the charism or supernatural gift, the reading of hearts that are amply testified to, and the ample testimonies just pass with flying colors the criterion of embarrassment because people are talking about their secret sins. We have saintly intercession being vindicated from the miracles wrought through his post-mortem intercession, the existence of purgatory and the power of the Mass to release souls from purgatory being vindicated, the existence of hell being vindicated, the efficacy and appropriateness of Marian devotion and intercession, as well as the Rosary. We've got at least some support for the reality of Our Lady of Fatima and Lourdes, which we'll get to later. Already things are starting to get interesting. I mean, they'll get more interesting later on. But one final thing that I want to note before going to our next miracle worker is that if you want to posit the most insane string of bizarre coincidences to explain away all this evidence, right? all the facts about the stigmata, all the manifold doctors, including atheists who examined him, the supernatural blood loss, the odor of sanctity, the hyperthermias. I mean, like, it's something that's like so hard to be honestly mistaken about. Like, again, like, you're literally just reading a thermometer, bro. You're reading a thermometer. And it happens dozens of times with a bunch of different fathers and priests and in the military and all this stuff. Come on. And, like, it's just visibly obvious whether or not, like, a mercury thermometer shatters right in front of your eyes. And of course we have these things with, like, the testimony people. It's like, yeah, that was my thermometer. It's like, bro. But again, if you want to posit the most insane string of bizarre coincidences or conspiracies to explain away all this evidence, promise me that you're out of Catholic miracle-related coincidences when we consider the next, like, I don't know, dozens of miracles. As Ethan Muse says regarding Fatima.
Well, so the first thing I want skeptics to be forced to remember before we even get into specifics is, remember, you're going to be positing a triple coincidence. So multiply the improbability of whatever you say to explain the 6 apparitions to the children by the improbability of whatever thing you say to explain the miracle of the sun, by the improbability that the children during the apparitions would predict with specificity whatever event you're saying to explain the miracle of the sun. So there's a triple coincidence where we have whatever these bizarre psychological hypothesis that we're going to advance to explain the 6 apparitions with the prediction, with the actual whatever we say to accommodate the minimal data regarding the miracle of the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And once we start realizing that, like, basically you can't, when you start doing 2 completely independent extraordinary coincidences that are also linked by a prediction, it's going to start being really untenable and uncomfortable. Right. And at the very least, if you call it a coincidence, promise me that you're out of coincidences. So then when you go to my second post on my blog, remember that you're out.
You're done. You played the coincidence card. So you don't get to play it again.
No more crazy coincidences. You're out.
Yeah, good.
But, okay.
Oh, but the coincidences get worse, my friend. They will get worse. You just wait. Let's go on to Myrna Nazzour. Noah McKay, my best friend and fellow philosopher. So again, we're still in this first section. We just finished Padre Pio and all of his manifold mystical charisms with, like, extremely good evidence in favor of them. Now let's go on to Myrna Nazzour. We're still in saintly miracles. Noah McKay, my best friend and fellow philosophy PhD student at Princeton, is working on a post for our Substack, Veritatis Splendor, defending the miracles of Our Lady of Soufania and the contemporary mystic and stigmatist Myrna Nazzour, a Melkite Catholic woman who is still alive today. He gave me permission to summarize his research before we eventually post his systematic treatment on Substack. Here's an outline of what we're going to cover. First, we're going to cover the sources for the various mystical charisms and whatnot that we're going to be talking about. Secondly, we're going to be talking about the onset of the mystical charisms. Thirdly, we'll be talking about the oil exudation, which is one of the central phenomena. Fourthly, we'll be talking about the stigmata. Fifth, her ecstasies. Sixth, we'll be talking about healings. Seventh, we'll go through character and fruits. Then we'll go through hostile and indifferent witnesses who converted as a result of the various mystical phenomena. We'll go through the vindicatory implications in section 9, and then we'll conclude in section 10. Okay, so these are the sources for all the subsequent information in this subsection. Each is written by an eyewitness to miraculous phenomena connected with Our Lady of Soufania, and nearly all the information presented in each source either is or is based on direct eyewitness testimony. So we got Father Elias Zalawi. This Soufania, Chronicle of the Apparitions and Manifestations of Jesus and Mary in Damascus from 1892 to 1990, is a dated journal kept by the Melkite Greek Catholic vicar of Our Lady of Damascus from the second day onward. He provides minute-by-minute breakdowns of nearly every apparition miracle, noting which eyewitnesses were present for each and whether independent documentary evidence exists for each. 3 factors bolster Father Zalawi's credibility. First, he never gained financially from his documentation of the phenomena and dissuaded others from monetizing them. Second, he didn't originally intend to publish his account of Our Lady of Soufania. He was persuaded by others to do so. And third, as soon as his book was published in Arabic, it circulated free of charge in precisely the places where most of the dozens of eyewitnesses he had named still lived. The foreword to the book was written by Syrian Orthodox Patriarch Zawa Iras I, an eyewitness who featured prominently in Zalawi's account. This is an alternative, anglicization of Zalawi. The Patriarch said, "It is a joy to present your book Soufania to your French readers. I myself read it in Arabic, both in manuscript form and in print. I took note of the truths, the facts, and the extraordinary healings it contains. I appreciated its objectivity and serenity, as well as the convincing way it presents these events, which are by no means new in Christianity. Moreover, I was granted the privilege of seeing with my own eyes in my office the blessed oil exuding from an image of Our Lady of Soufania, and likewise from Myrna's hands. It is also evident from the book, if you actually read it, that Father Zalawi is an extremely cautious, careful, and meticulous observer. That's the first source that we rely on. The second one is also from Father Elias Zalawi. This is Soufania over 26 years, from 1982 to 2007. This is a 3-volume, 2,000-page chronicle that extends Father Zalawi's 1990 work cited above. The chronicle is only available in Arabic. I'm working here from an English translation produced by DeepL Pro, with the best AI translation on the market, which can be accessed via the link above. Page numbers provided from the machine translation do not match those in the original Arabic document. Another source, Christian Ravaz, The Apparitions in Damascus. This is a French journalist's on-site investigation, July 1987, providing independent interviews plus access to the files of Zalawi and Malouli and to Myrna Nazzour's notes. Another resource, René Laurentine, The Apparitions of the Blessed Virgin Mary Today, 1990 to 1991. This is a Mariologist of international standing, present for the 5th anniversary of the phenomena in November 1987, recording what he saw, including one ecstasy. It includes interviews with Myrna Nazzour and her husband Nicolas Nazzour. Dr. Philippe Laurent, this is another source that we have, from 1991. Laurent is a neurologist of the Salpêtrière. He was present for Holy Week in 1990 and writes as a clinician. The book also prints the reports of the 2 psychologists who traveled with him. Dr. Antoine Mansour wrote memoir, Our Lady of Soufania, which contains his signed testimony of 26th of December 1990. He's a board-certified surgeon and UCLA clinical faculty member. In this, he recounts his own examinations of Myrna. He also reproduces a dozen or so signed statements from eyewitnesses. Pages 55 to 56 include several photographs of Myrna's stigmata and ecstasies. Robert Fox, Light from the East. This is the most extensive treatment of Our Lady of Soufania available in English. Father Fox was an American priest, author, and journalist who interviewed eyewitnesses in Damascus. He also witnessed the miraculous exudation of oil in September 2001. Another source is a film documentary produced by Dr. Antoine Mansour and his wife Claire. The film contains first-hand testimony from several witnesses, including medical doctors and state investigators. And another source is Soufania.com, a massive, regularly updated archive containing documents, photographs, and video and audio recordings related to Our Lady of Soufania. Okay, so those are the various sources. Okay, so let's go to the onset. On November 22nd, 1982, Myrna Nazzour, a Melkite Catholic, age 18 and married 7 months to Nicolas Nazzour, was praying at the bedside of her sick sister-in-law when oil appeared on her hands. 3 days later, the same happened while she prayed over her mother. And 2 days after that, on November 27th, oil began to spontaneously seep from a cheap paper reproduction of Our Lady of Kazan mounted in a plastic frame. Nicholas, who is Orthodox, again, Nicholas is the wife of Myrna Nazzour. He's Orthodox. She's Melkite Catholic, so that's an Eastern Catholic rite. It's kind of just like a different liturgical expression of Catholicism that she belongs to. You know, she still, thankfully, submits to the Pope, TM. So Nicholas, who's Orthodox, telephoned the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate on November 27th to notify them of the phenomena. Bishop Boulos Pandeli arrived within hours with 2 priests, and Orthodox clergy were at the house daily from then on. A day later, on November 28th, an adversarial state investigation was conducted by Officer Akram Aboud. He made an official report and took photographs, and then returned in the afternoon with 4 colleagues and a physician, Dr. Saliba Abdel Ahad. Myrna was told to wash her hands with soap in front of them and dry them on paper handkerchiefs they supplied. They surrounded her and told her to pray. Oil once more spontaneously appeared on her hands in their presence and on the paper icon in its plastic frame. Abdel Ahad turned her hands over, rubbed both palms, and confirmed that her forearms were dry. The agents examined the walls for hidden tubing and took the image out of its frame, tearing the top right corner. Oil resumed exuding from the image as soon as it was replaced. Abdel Ahad personally confirmed to Zalawi after the fact that he had seen oil flow from the icon and in quantity from Myrna's hands. His signed written testimony is preserved. The investigation was also confirmed by General Mustafa Tlass, Minister of Defense, who had personally submitted Abdel Ahad's report. Fariz Mana, one of the intelligence officers present for the investigation, confirmed on video that he had dismantled the icon and found no evidence of tampering. He also confirmed this in handwritten testimony provided to Father Zalawi. Laura notes that oil covers Myrna's palm, the back of her hand, and fingers, while her forearm, often bare, carries no trace of oil, ruling out a source concealed in a sleeve. And, being watched by witnesses, rubbing against an external source would have been easily detectable. And again, this is all just the onset. Later on, I'm going to go through why this stuff is naturalistically inexplicable. On the evening of November 28th, Zalawi arrived at Myrna's house to hear that the oil had stopped flowing from the icon. After Myrna knelt before the image and prayed, Zalawi witnessed oil come from her palms and fingers as though a sponge were being squeezed underneath, apparently bubbling. At the same time, drops formed on the glass of the icon and ran down. The flow was heavy enough to fall on the carpet. A month later, on December 31st, so again, all this is just like the onset of the phenomena in late November 1982. A month later, on December 31st, the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate recognized the apparitions associated with the icon. Myrna was receiving various apparitions of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Greek Orthodox Patriarchate also affirmed that the Nazzours were devout and that God was present in their home, and offered that the icon be transferred to the local Orthodox Church so that it could be venerated by the faithful. As I said, the onset of the phenomena also involved a series of 5 Marian apparitions to Myrna, which only she experienced. Many witnesses were present during these apparitions. Myrna provided detailed descriptions of Mary as wearing a white dress, a cape with a blue belt, a veil falling from the right shoulder to her feet, and radiant, as if covered in diamonds and pearls, together with details about Mary's face, her exact words, her emotions and movements, and so on. The apparitions to Myrna were also multimodal, involving sight, sound, and touch. touch, and we'll see later that there are lots of external corroborations of their veridicality. Myrna reports that Mary is gifting her with the oil as a supernatural charism. On the fifth initial apparition, which is 24th of March 1983 at 9:30 p.m., again surrounded by a crowd of witnesses in her home, oil ran from her hands heavily enough to fall to the ground in a stream, which began, as immediately reported by Myrna, when the cross of the rosary that the Virgin was holding touched Myrna's hands. In fact, during this episode, a young man named Nabil put his hands under it and washed his face and head in the oil. Immediately after the apparitions, Myrna delivered the various messages that the Virgin entrusted to her. For the next 7 years, from October 1983 to November 1990, both the Virgin and Christ appeared to her 33 more times during ecstasies. We'll talk more about those ecstasies later. So first up is like the sort of central phenomenon, the oil. The sheer volume of first-hand eyewitness testimony to the miraculous exudation of oil from both Myrna's body and Myrna's Madonna and Child icon of Our Lady of Kazan is so great that it would take me ages to comb through it all. Here's a small representative sample. First, composition. The oil was collected on many occasions and subjected to scientific testing. Surgeon Michael Obeid carried a sample to a laboratory at Moers, West Germany on September 7, 1984, which found the oil to be pure olive oil. Another laboratory analysis issued from the Syrian government's Scientific Research Center, which reports to the Ministry of Defense. Zalawi applied in writing to General Mustafa Tlas on 26 of June 1985, delivered the request personally, handed the sample to the center's director, and had the result on 19th February 1986. Philippe Laurent, a neurologist from a prestigious university hospital in France, personally delivered samples to a laboratory in Paris for analysis in April 1990. Fox counts 6 analyses in Europe and Syria, all concordant that it's pure olive oil. Laurentine notes that the analysts did not know the origin of the sample. The German report is archived with an English translation, as is the French chromatographic analysis requested by Laurent. So that's a bit about the composition. Turning now to quantity. The quantity of oil exuded exceeds any plausible naturalistic explanation. On the first day of the phenomena, the plate beneath the icon, placed to catch the oil, filled to the 150 milliliter brim. According to signed testimony from Brigadier General George Badawi, on the night of April 18, 1987, the image exuded 250 grams of oil from inside a sealed niche. That equates to roughly 273 milligrams of oil, which is conservatively 8 times the volume of the icon, which is 6 by 8 centimeters, together with its assembled frame. Laurent corroborates this, recording the weight at 220 grams in April. On September 28, 1987, Riyad Nejmi's signed testimony documents continuous flow from Myrna's hands for 40 minutes straight, and Fox reports quantities sufficient to anoint as many as 5,000 visitors during a visit to Australia in 1993. Very Reverend Father Paul W. Romley's signed testimony states that enough oil flowed from Myrna's hands during her visit to St. Nicholas Orthodox Cathedral on Palm Sunday 1988 to anoint 1,000 people. This was captured on video. Myrna is standing outside and wearing short sleeves. Father Maluli measured the quantity of oil that exuded from the Sufania icon between April and September 1987 at 1.22 kilograms. Dr. George Iskandar, the obstetrician who delivered Myrna's son by cesarean at Northbridge Hospital on 26 of July 1988, writes over his own signature on 27th of March 1991 that while he was examining her at a post-operative visit, both her hands began to drip oil so copiously that his employees mopped it with cotton balls. Oil would spontaneously begin exuding not only from her palms and the backs of her hands, but also from her fingers, face, neck, chest, forehead, eyes, and once her feet. The sheer amount of testimony to this among perceptually well-situated, careful observers in a vast and diverse array of circumstances with no remotely plausible hidden reservoir is overwhelming. Odor of sanctity. On 3 days in November 1984, she vomited fragrant oil multiple times, resembling the Myron of the Byzantine Rite, despite taking no food during those 3 days except Holy Communion. When she received communion, the whole room was filled with an intense sweet scent. Fox also reports that the oil that exuded from Myrna's hands had the odor of roses. A TV reporter from Los Angeles who witnessed the oil also noted the floral scent on video. Many eyewitness testimonies compiled by Father Zalawi note that the scent of roses or incense emanates from reproductions of the icon when they ooze oil. And recall that according to laboratory analyses, the oil that comes from Myrna's hands and the Sufania icon contain no perfume. There are multiple laboratory analyses that confirm that it's pure olive oil. Spontaneous formation. On January 17, 1983, Zalawi arrived unannounced, knelt before a second paper icon, which had no glass over it, and watched oil seep from the paper itself. On November 4, 1984, the Apostolic Nuncio, Archbishop Nicholas Rotuno, met Myrna at the house of the Little Sisters of Foucault? I don't know. Sister Pia took a picture of the Virgin from her own missal and handed it over to Myrna. Oil spontaneously came from the card and from Myrna's hands. The nuncio took the dripping card and called it a sign from heaven. Myrna's icon was also kept in a marble and glass container built by Myrna's father, sealed, with a single key held by Father Maluli, a priest who had spent 40 years attacking claims of supernatural prodigies. Oil continued accumulating inexplicably inside the sealed container. Father Pierre Boz, sent from Radio Notre Dame in Paris, stood beside Myrna in July 1984, repeating silently that he did not want a miracle when oil began to flow from the mouth of the Virgin on a dry holy card that Myrna was holding, a card produced from a bystander's pocket. Away from Myrna, a signed and sealed joint testimony from Father Jacob Abu Sada, Greek Catholic priest of Bethlehem, and Father Ibrahim Kouri, Greek Orthodox priest of Beit Sahur, with both parish seals and 2 lay signatures attesting that an image brought back from Soufania oozed for a full month in a private house, and that hundreds of clergy and faithful came from Bethlehem, Beit Sahur, Beit Jala, Jerusalem, Ramallah, and Nazareth. Signed testimonies issuing from around the United States attest that other reproductions of Myrna's icon spontaneously exude oil in front of many witnesses. Thousands of miles away from Myrna. Fox notes that up to 1,000 reproductions of the icon have reportedly exuded oil in Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq, Palestine, Venezuela, Switzerland, the United States, Canada, France, Holland, Germany, Belgium, Australia, Haiti, and other Arabic countries. Formation inside sealed containers. Oil has often exuded from the Soufania icon, or from objects associated with Our Lady of Soufania, from inside sealed containers before multiple witnesses. From April 1983 onward, the icon was locked in a hermetically sealed niche, to which only Father Maluli held the key. Myrna's memoir reports that on October 23, 1983, outside the Nazzour home and in front of 5 named witnesses, Father Maluli put dry cotton in a box, sealed the box with tape, and prayed to the Virgin for just 3 dots of oil so that he could distribute some to the visitors. When he opened the box, the cotton was soaked with oil. On May 27, 1987, Eli Kayungi visited Soufania and took home a reproduction of the miraculous icon and a small piece of cotton, dry and wrapped in nylon. Over a month later, on July 5th, while discussing the Soufania phenomenon with Mr. Camille Karakak and his wife, Juliette, in their house in Aleppo, he removed the piece of cotton from its nylon wrapping and found it soaked in oil enough to coat the hands of all 3 witnesses. Elia gave his written testimony to Zalawi. The oil also has naturalistically inexplicable behavior. Ravaz reports that drops of Soufania oil on one silk sample were compared with commercial oil on another silk sample. After 8 days, the commercial sample was stained. The other was clean and dry. Moreover, a paper print soaked repeatedly for years, right? This is the icon that she has of Our Lady of Kazan. This is a paper print, and it has oil on top of it for years on end. We got like photographs about it, we got signed testimonies, etc. A paper print soaked repeatedly for years should cockle, discolor, and go translucent. But Fox, describing the icon in 2001, 19 years on, records an ordinary paper print of the Virgin and Child. The Bethlehem image oozed for a month, the Aleppo images for months, and the second Soufania reproduction has oozed from unglazed paper since January 1983. Laurent, watching drops form on the image and fall into the urn on Easter Sunday 1990, records that the image is not damaged afterwards, as though the oil dried very fast. On November 25th, 1983, hospital director Dr. Joseph Nasrallah applied oil to one of the images of the Virgin, which became wrinkled and wrapped, unlike when oil exudes from the image. Next up is stigmata. Myrna also repeatedly supernaturally reduplicates Christ's passion wounds, on her forehead from the crown of thorns, her side from the lance, her hands, and her feet. The wounds first appeared on November 25th, 1983. Since then, they have come only in years when the Orthodox and Catholic Easters fall on the same day, 1984, 1987, 1990, 2001, 2004. There is both photographic and videographic evidence of the wounds, and multiple direct eyewitnesses testify that they opened spontaneously before their eyes without anyone touching them. This is a picture of a side wound here. This is a picture of the crown of thorns wound here. I could have added like tons of more pictures, etc. But okay, firstly, spontaneous opening and inexplicable healing. On the 25th of November, 1983, so this is the 1983 stigmatization, Laurent reports that 5 wounds opened simultaneously in the afternoon and closed of themselves around 11 p.m. without leaving a scab. Ravaz and Zalawi both note that Father Maluli called in 8 physicians who saw them and in some cases palpated them. Among the named are Jamil Marji, Joseph Nasrallah, Eli Barsa, John Siaj, Joseph Masamiri, Georges Munayr, and Eli Farah. Masamiri took blood, which typed to Myrna's own, A positive. The Greek Orthodox Archbishop saw them too. Zalawi also corroborates Laurent's report of rapid healing by 11 p.m. Despite wounds opening simultaneously in the afternoon, they closed of themselves around 11 p.m., with multiple people, groups of people, present there. Leading up to this first stigmatization, evidentially salient events occurred, whose probative force I'll discuss later. Ravaz logs that on October 18th, so this is about a month earlier, 1983, Myrna felt a sensation in the palms as if they were being pierced by a sharp-pointed object. She entered ecstasy from 6:20 p.m. to 6:50 p.m. About 2 weeks later, on October 31st, at 2:45 p.m., oil appeared on her hands and she felt pain in her hands, feet, side, and forehead. Then small swellings of the flesh, like calluses, began to appear in the middle of the palms. At 7:04 p.m., the oil returned with the same sensation now in the feet. On November 4th, a slightly bleeding wound, 1.5 centimeters long, appeared under her left breast. On November 25th, at 4:15 p.m., the side wound bled again. Around 5 p.m., blood came from the palms and the feet, at the places where the pain had been on October 28th. Confirming these like little rosy kind of growths on the skin that kind of pre-announce the stigmata, which are like these excrudescences or, like calluses or kind of outgrowths with a kind of rosy color. Confirming these rosy excrudescences or growths or callus-like objects, Dr. George Mouillonneur produced a signed testimony that he observed bleeding from raised reddish growths on Myrna's hands and feet at 5 p.m. on November 25th. Here's his signed written testimony from 4 days later. I'm not gonna read through it, but you can pause the screen and read it if you want. Here's also a transcript from an interview with him. You can also pause the screen and read this. So there's the first half, there's the second half. So the opening of the wounds is sometimes pre-announced by a throbbing, rosy callus, not a wound, in the middle of her palms or on the backs of the feet, backed by a signed eyewitness report from a trained observer. Moreover, the calluses are visible in video footage from November 6, 1983. On Holy Thursday in 1984, so now this is the next year, 1984, Holy Thursday, the wounds opened around 3:30 p.m. The side wound was deep and measured 10 centimeters. A physician present advised Nicholas to take his wife to the hospital and have it sutured. The answer was that the one who opened the wounds would close them. The Syriac Catholic Archbishop Joseph Munayer saw them too. At 2:25 p.m. on April 16, 1987, so this is a stigmatization 3 years later, Zeitoun found Myrna praying with Maluli. At the moment of onset of the stigmata, the only people in the room were the 2 priests. She knelt in the corner, cried out, and pressed her hands to her temples. Zeitoun moved to help her up and saw blood spurt from her forehead, reflected in the mirror in front of them, then from her palms as her arms dropped, then, as they laid her on the bed, from her feet. Maluli timed at 2:45 p.m. So this, for the same episode in 1987, Jean-Claude and Geneviève Antkali, both medical biologists practicing at Espalion in France, had arrived from Paris the day before. That's April 15th, 1987. Zeitoun requested from them a formal report of their observations, which they sent him on April 17th, the day after the stigmatization. Zeitoun reproduces it in his book, dated and signed. They confirm. On April 16th, there are wounds at the center of the forehead, in each palm, on each foot, and under the left breast, a long oozing lesion with clean edges. Her pulse was between 120 and 130. The lightest touch was apparently painful. The wounds on the forehead and feet, in their signed joint report, they report that the wounds on the forehead and the feet reopened spontaneously in their presence with nobody touching them. The phase of suffering was followed by relaxation, during which basic reflexes had disappeared. The wounds that they cleaned, so they're having these extensive multimodal interactions with her. The wounds that they cleaned were shallow cuts with clean edges. The forehead wound was deeper and swollen. And so here's, this is from this day, April 16th, that we have a picture of the side wound here. On April 17th, the day afterwards, they reported that the forehead was swollen but painless. The hands and feet were healing normally, so just like normal, what you would expect from like a normal wound. But the 12-centimeter wound under the left breast was completely healed. And they underlined, I think they either underlined or italicized completely in their report. General George Badawi, himself an eyewitness, also noted that the forehead wounds reopened spontaneously without anyone touching them. Quote, I observed everything that happened until the event ended around 5:30 p.m. Around 4:30 p.m., just as Myrna raised her hand to her forehead, pressing her thumb and index finger together in a motion that seemed to be pulling out thorns, 2 drops of blood appeared at the top of the upward sloping line of the wound on her forehead. They were shaped like small circles that began to grow larger, and then dark red blood flowed from the right side. What I saw looked exactly like the mark left by a prick from a pin or a thorn. A shiver then ran through my entire body to the point that I had the greatest difficulty singing that day's hymn. When Father Zeitoun asked me to sing it just before Myrna entered into ecstasy, I felt as though I were suffocating. I could find no explanation for the appearance of the 2 drops 2 hours after the stigmata appeared, and I am certain that no hand touched the spot where the 2 drops appeared while I was there. On this occasion, 2 surgeons also examined the hands and feet and confirmed wounds through the cutaneous and subcutaneous planes. Father Nicholas Balbaki, a surgeon and Greek Orthodox priest, saw and touched them. Because an ecstasy followed the opening, the wounds could be handled without pain. So her wounds are literally opening, and then she goes into this state of relaxation during which her basic reflexes disappear, and she's kind of in an ecstasy at that point. She's getting like a vision or like a multimodal experience of the multiversion of the Virgin Mary. Okay, so that's 1987. Turn now to 1990. This is the stigmatization of 1990. On April 12th, 1990, Easter again fell on a common date. And, because they recognized the pattern, this stuff is happening on when Easter is falling on a common date. The room was full of foreigners who had come for that reason. Pilgrims from France, Belgium, Germany, Canada, Egypt, Jordan, and Lebanon. Among them, Dr. Laurent and 2 psychologists. Filming began before the onset of the stigmatization. Dr. Mansour had been pointing a video camera at Myrna since 9 a.m. on Tony Hanna's advice. So the wounds were filmed from the first second to the last, including the stretching of the skin, followed by its tearing on the hands and then the feet. Laurent filmed as well. The forehead wounds opened around 11:15 a.m. as 5 fine vertical lesions producing 3 main runs of blood. The hands and feet opened a little before 2 p.m. Side wound opened shortly after, 12 centimeters long in the form of a shallow scratch. 2 physicians examined her and wrote up their observations. Dr. Laurent, who, again, is an accomplished neurologist from one of the most prestigious university hospitals in Europe, recorded the following for the stigmatization of 1990. Arriving in Myrna's room at 1:15 p.m. on Holy Thursday, 1990, with the forehead wounds already open and the hands and feet not yet, he examined the backs of her feet and found on each a small rosy excrescence, pinker than the surrounding pale skin, which appeared to increase slightly in volume during the seconds he watched. He recorded this afterwards. What is notable about her is that before the wounds opened, a swelling of the skin could be observed, causing it to turn a deeper shade of pink. Having witnessed the entire episode on Holy Thursday afternoon, I had the opportunity to photograph and film her feet, on which the swelling was clearly visible. The wounds opened spontaneously without any external object or suspicious action on the part of Myrna or anyone in the audience, as if the skin were opening from the inside and exploding. The authenticity of the stigmata phenomenon therefore seems well established in her case. Like in 1983, the rosy calluses that preceded the wounds in 1990 were captured on video. In Easter 2004, a Scandinavian medical team came to Damascus to study the stigmata. The cardiothoracic surgeon Nut Vernebo of Ullevål University Hospital, Oslo, the psychiatrist Oyvind Ekeberg, the dermatologist Cato Mork, and from Sweden, Goran Salarud and Eric Hogblad. Those are the people who composed this Scandinavian medical team who came to Damascus to study the stigmata in Easter 2004. Their hypothesis was that a disorder of cutaneous microcirculation, erythromelalgia, might produce lesions of this kind. Myrna was examined before, during, and after stigmatization by clinical observation, genotyping of blood from the wounds against her venous blood, microscopic and digital photography, laser Doppler perfusion scanning, spectroscopy, and impedance measurement against control. Their findings indicate a 3.4 centimeter lesion in the left loin on Holy Thursday, blood flow measurements lacking the characteristics of erythromelalgic reaction and resembling the control, no local hypoxia, saturation normal. Their conclusion was that the lesion was not due to erythromelalgia. Self-infliction is utterly untenable, as is mental illness. The wounds were preceded by rosy calluses in 1983 and 1990 that could not have been produced by a blade. The wounds repeatedly, spontaneously opened in front of multiple eyewitnesses who report the wounds opening of their own accord with no one touching them in 1987 and 1990. These eyewitnesses were in totally perceptually conducive circumstances and close proximity to her, and there were trained observers present who were watching for self-mutilation. The wounds repeatedly healed extremely rapidly and anomalously. That happened in 1983 1987. There was no financial motive for the stigmata or oil exudations, as we'll see, and at least 2 psychologists who examined Myrna before, during, and after the stigmatization and ecstasy of 1990 confirmed that she was psychologically normal. Here's an excerpt from the assessment of Bibiane de la Roque, a psychologist from the University of Paris. Quote, "The large number of hours spent with Myrna, the constant and exceptional closeness I was able to experience with her under circumstances as varied as possible, sometimes involving the most mundane daily occurrences, sometimes involving phenomena that cannot be rationally explained throughout Holy Week, allow me to highlight some of the most striking character traits of Myrna's personality, or at least of her behavior. What struck me most, first and foremost, was the fact that she remains, regardless of the situation, completely natural, simple in her demeanor, her gestures, her gait, and her expressions. Her facial expressions vary greatly depending on the moment. By turns serious, cheerful, contemplative, suffering with dignity and restraint, tender, always closely attuned to what she's experiencing in the present moment. One gets a strong sense of authenticity. At no time, whether ordinary or extraordinary, have I noticed any attempt to create a dramatic effect, to act, or to put on a show. It is clear that she displays no signs of hysteria. In line with this naturalness, she remains eminently calm and does not have what is called a nervous temperament. I have never caught her making a gesture of impatience, irritability, annoyance, or agitation, either in daily life or during her sufferings on Holy Thursday and Holy Saturday. She remains in control of herself, even during periods of intense suffering when the stigmata open and when the oozing oil causes her eyes pain and blinds her." End quote. Laurent, a neurologist, agreed with this assessment, writing in a letter to the Greek Orthodox Patriarch, "For me, there is no doubt. Myrna is simple and natural. She is not hysterical, and the phenomena I was able to observe and film are scientifically inexplicable." Unquote. Dr. Pierre Assalian, assistant professor of psychiatry at McGill University, examined Myrna during her visit to Canada in 1997 and wrote the following report. Pierre interviewed Myrna Nazzour. The purpose of the interview was to evaluate the psychiatric status of her. Generally, Myrna appeared calm, related well to the interviewer. She was not in any apparent distress and showed no abnormality in her psychomotor activity. Her mood was cheerful and congruent to her thoughts. Her mental stream showed no evidence of loosening of association, and the content showed no hallucination, delusion, or any psychotic material. Her judgment and insight were good. In brief, I found no evidence for psychosis nor psychotic thought process. I can say without any hesitation that Myrna does not show any psychopathology. She is mentally sound. And dude, like, the degree of insanity required for self-infliction would clearly manifest in other aspects of her life. Consider, for example, the insanity needed to stab herself 5 times in the forehead in order to inflict the 5 distinct subcutaneous wounds attested to by surgeons during the 1990 stigmatization. Yet by all accounts, she's psychologically healthy and normal. And, there are a billion other reasons why, self-infliction and mental illness are just untenable explanations. I mean, again, these stigmatizations follow a predictable, repeatable schedule coinciding with unified Easter dates. Again, the wounds repeatedly, spontaneously open in front of multiple witnesses. They're healing extremely rapidly and anonymously. Self-infliction explains none of this. Okay, so that's the stigmata. Let's go to the ecstasies. Laurent counts 33 ecstasies to 26th of November 1990, 8 of them outside Damascus, lasting between 5 and 75 minutes. The nature of Myrna's ecstasies precludes fraud, performance, and mental illness. Pattern. There's abundant exudation of oil from face and hands, sometimes neck and eyes, for several minutes beforehand. The exudation of oil is progressive, visible on film, with droplets running down her face. And then it's followed by immobility. For a representative example, you can see this timestamp here. The clinical picture. It's recorded by different physicians across the years. Tachycardia of 100 to 130 with low blood pressures in Mansour's examination, as if somebody were under a heavy shock. Rigidity, abolished tendon reflexes, and an indifferent plantar reflex. No blink to threat, and corneal insensitivity. Respiration is slow and abdominal rather than thoracic. There's no swallowing. Fingers spring back when a physician tries to open them. There's no response to camera floodlights on open eyes. Her ecstasies are painless and then have a late onset pain. On November 26, 1987, Margie bent over the bed and moved her eyeballs energetically while she was in ecstasy with no response. So he's literally like moving her eyeballs, touching, like again, moving her eyeballs energetically while she's in ecstasy with no response on her end. Her left forearm was pinched hard enough to bruise it with no response. On coming out of the ecstasy, Myrna immediately rubbed the left arm with her right hand. Sensation had returned and the arm hurt. She did not know what had been done to her and reacted only once the state ended. 2 years earlier, on November 26, 1985, Myrna entered ecstasy before a crowded room. Among those present was a man in his 40s whose battery of tests marked him out as a physician, whom Ravaz names Abilama. Among other liberties, he inserted a knife blade under the nail of her right index finger. Nicholas, Myrna's husband, moved to stop the dude, and Zalawi urged that he be allowed to continue. Blood then flowed. She showed no reaction. When the trance ended, she felt pain in the finger, and the nail was found partially detached. Her pupils don't track ambient light. Mansour opened her eyes during an ecstasy in a large room lit by one weak ceiling bulb, with no video lights on, and found the pupils narrowed rather than dilated in like this kind of darkly lit room. You know, your eyeballs are like your pupils are supposed to dilate, right? When it's kind of dark. Coming out of her ecstasy, she was drowsy. She told them that she could hear him but not see him, only light. He re-examined and the pupils were still narrow. So this is sort of coming out of the deep ecstasy. She then gives the message that the Virgin gave her during the ecstasy, and then once she had given the message, she said that the light was gone and her pupils returned to normal. Laurent records the inverse anomaly on Holy Saturday, 1990. Pupils were very dilated, although the video floodlights should have contracted them. Messages. Myrna's ordinary speech gropes and hesitates, in contrast to the clarity of the messages that she delivers at the end of her ecstasies, which Laurentine judges beyond her capacities. Laurent notes that the messages do not spare her, citing the Christ message of 26th of November, 1985, requiring her to apply herself to prayer and to despise herself, and concludes that they are not a projection of her wishes. Psychological examination. Again, 2 psychologists issued reports after 6 days of continuous observation of Myrna. Accustomed to conducting many interviews and competent to detect hysterics, they noticed no tendency to abnormal behavior. So it's like, these ecstasies are like following a repeated, predictable schedule on certain like religiously significant dates. And they're the sorts of things that are totally not under her control. What's going on? One of the most dramatic ecstasies occurred on November 26, 1984. Weeks prior, November 10th, Myrna reported to her friend, Hannah Janane, that she had heard the Virgin's voice, saying, "I shall take your eyes," which she and those around her interpreted as a prophecy that she would be struck blind. This came to the attention of Father Zalawi, who asked Myrna about it directly on November 24th. She confided to him that she was worried about the impact her blindness would have on her family. She went into ecstasy on November 26th, and when she emerged, she could no longer see. This is confirmed by video footage, which shows that her visual threat reflex was totally abolished following the ecstasy. An ophthalmologist, Dr. Elie Farah, examined Myrna on November 27th and certified that her blindness was not due to ocular damage. Her vision returned after 3 days. Then, since the oil had begun to appear, Myrna had been praying to the Virgin, "I give you my eyes for those who cannot see, my heart for those with weak hearts, and my legs for those who cannot walk." During her 3 days of blindness, Myrna fasted from all food except the Eucharist. Multiple eyewitnesses testified that when she received communion, the whole room filled with a strong, sweet scent. On one occasion, after receiving communion, she vomited a large quantity of fragrant oil. Her eyes tracked religious objects, such as rosaries and crucifixes, but nothing else during those 3 days of blindness. Okay, let's go on to the healings. Several medically documented healings are associated with Our Lady of Soufania. You can see this document, which contains excerpts from Zalawi 2008. But he still has a lot more digging to do. He's sort of still in the midst of like his systematic research. Okay, paralysis. On January 26, 1983, Alice Benleon, a woman from Aleppo, was instantaneously healed of 12-year-long paralysis of the arm while praying before the miraculous icon of Our Lady of Soufania in the Church of the Holy Cross in Damascus, a few hundred yards from Myrna's home. Her arm, which was bent and discolored, straightened and regained full range of motion immediately. She went to her physician of 20 years, Dr. Pierre Salam, that very day for examination. In a signed report, Dr. Salam declared the following. In 1970, she came to see me one day complaining of pain in her left shoulder that had been present for 2 days accompanied by loss of function. Movement of the shoulder and elbow was limited, and the hand was in a swan neck position, indicating damage to the radial nerve. Hot baths, massages, and ad hoc exercises had no effect. A year later, she traveled to Beirut. There, she consulted a specialist who advised her to continue the massages and prescribed only sedatives. Subsequently, she consulted several colleagues in Aleppo, including Dr. Taudel, blah, blah, blah. X-rays taken in 1973 already showed periarticular calcifications of the scapulohumeral joint, like a bony kind of outgrowth in the articular region of her, where the scapula and the humerus are joined. She underwent joint injections, but they were ineffective. In the summer of 1982, she consulted a specialist from Germany. He gave her no hope. By then, the disability had become so severe that the abduction of the arm did not exceed 35 to 45 degrees. The flexion and extension of the forearm relative to the arm varied between 90 degrees and 120 degrees. Her hand was always in a drooping swan neck position with significant muscle atrophy of the extensors and intermetacarpal muscles. She could not lift more than 1 kilo, as her finger phalanges were always extended relative to one another. And the second and third phalanges could not flex toward the palm due to the constantly flexed position of her painful wrist. In early February 1983, I happened to stop by her husband's house to get my car fixed. He said to me, "She'll be at your place in a little while. She went to visit the Virgin in Damascus, and she's completely healed." Sure enough, an hour later, Mrs. Benlian was at my office. "Look, doctor, she healed me in a matter of seconds. While I was praying to her, I felt little taps on my head. Even though there was no one behind me, I put my hand on my head and realized she was there. Then I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I opened it, and it opened completely, along with my fingers, and my hand moved. Look!" I examined her. The shoulder moves much better than before. Abduction reaches 90 degrees for the humerus relative to the scapula, and the forearm opens normally to 180 degrees relative to the arm. The fingers open and close normally. Grip strength is normal, despite persistent muscle atrophy of the extensor muscles. The swan neck has disappeared, and the wrist extends normally. To date, she's doing very well and has resumed her normal life at home. I personally have no scientific explanation to offer. In witness thereof, I issue this certificate. At Father Zalawi's request, Dr. Salam took x-rays of Mrs. Benlian's arm and found that the underlying calcification was still present, yet she had full range of motion and no pain. This rules out misdiagnosis and spontaneous remission. Benlian can be seen on video moving her hand and arm pretty normally next to Dr. Salam. The arm is neither deformed nor discolored. The video was recorded on April 30th, 1985. X-rays taken between 1983 and 1990 all showed that the underlying pathology was still present, yet she clearly had full range of motion and could move her arm and hand painlessly. It's worth emphasizing that this is a case of the instantaneous total resolution of 12-year-long paralysis, which was beyond recovery, according to multiple doctors, at the moment of prayer, confirmed by an examination performed the very same day and in the context of religious experience. Character and fruits. The evidence strongly indicates that Myrna is a humble, obedient, loving, faithful, patient, honest, and virtuous individual, and the priests connected with her case exhibit no signs of ulterior motive. Humility. She refuses to anoint clergy, handing them the oil to anoint themselves. When a crowd tried to applaud her, the priest stopped it. Laurentine, who questioned her closely, lists her traits: a sense of personal and social responsibility, a sense of humor, a sense of the real without any obsessional dwelling on the extraordinary events, obedience to the church, and no hysterical or neurotic behavior. She does not seek to put herself forward. Laurentine, in the preface to Lauren's book, gives a representative assessment. Myrna, whom I know well, is above suspicion. She is selfless. Recent events have worsened the financial situation of her household, which her husband had been leading toward great prosperity. She is an exceptionally transparent and sincere woman. This young woman, a good wife and loving mother, accepts whatever befalls her, including her suffering, with an unpretentious sincerity that leaves no room for doubt. Laurent goes so far as to say, today the sincerity, honesty, and humility of this young mother are beyond any doubt for anyone capable of making a fair and reasonable assessment. No financial motive. The Nazzour family was not poor. Nicholas was qualified in Germany as an upmarket hairstylist. He came home, built a business that left him comfortable, and reinvested in a high-class restaurant in Latakia. He gave it up because of what happened to his wife and sold the restaurant at a loss. Asked whether he was happier, he said that they had lost financially, but that in his heart, he was happier. They had lost the earth and gained heaven. The Nazzour family also lost the house as a home. Prayer has been held in the courtyard daily since 1982. The courtyard was roofed to take the crowds, and the balcony reinforced when it began to give way under them. Myrna and Nicholas regularly gave sick and invalid individuals their bed, while they slept on the living room sofa. Their privacy was gone, their work was hampered, and their rest was repeatedly interrupted. From the first weeks, a notice stood at the entrance. Laurentine saw it, handwritten in red under the image, saying that the household accepts no gifts and no money. And this refusal is strictly enforced. Ravaz reports the Damascus customs officer who opened Zalawi's outgoing letters in July 1987 and found small bags of oiled cotton together with cash and checks, which was money being returned to French correspondents who had tried to pay. These are the extents to which they're going not to take money. Zalawi held to the rule abroad in Canada on May 22, 1989. He refused a sealed envelope, took it only when told it was the bequest of a woman who had died days earlier and did not open it, then handed the $1,000 Canadian inside to his host on reaching the house, and days later spent the sum on an air ticket so that a Canadian television producer who could not afford the fare could come to Damascus. The Arabic edition of his memoirs was printed at a layman's expense for free distribution. They gave away hundreds of thousands of images, booklets, and books for free, each carrying a printed notice designed to head off commercial exploitation. They literally printed out a notice. Don't do this. Dr. Mansour's own book and video carry the line that they are distributed free of charge to clergy. So there's no financial motive. Obedience. Zalawi reported to his bishop within hours on the first evening and took the mandate he was given. Observe and be very careful. When the Orthodox Patriarch decided the icon should go to the Church of the Holy Cross, Nicholas, who had hoped it would be venerated in churches of several communions, kept his disappointment to himself and agreed at once on being told that obedience to one's ecclesiastical superior is owed to the Lord. In February 1983, a senior churchman ordered Zalawi to stop going to Sufania. He obeyed and stayed away 10 months on the ground that the Lord can always do without anyone. Before publishing, he asked Bishop Edelby whether an imprimatur was needed. The messages of 1982 to 1987 were submitted for review and carry a Neil Obstat given in 1987 by the superior of the Lazarists in Damascus. Reticence and diligence. On December 11, 1982, Zalawi learned that Nicholas had given an interview to a Lebanese publisher. He told Nicholas the press would exploit the thing and do it harm. and the two agreed to refuse all interviews with anyone for years. When copies of the November 1985 message began circulating with errors, Zalawi twice demanded every copy be collected. Zalawi also advised Myrna and Nicholas not to travel abroad to publicize the phenomenon unless sponsored by a bishop, which advice they followed. Virtue. Those who talk to Myrna think she's basically a saint. She's extremely devout. She prays in abundance. She suffers patiently, etc. Fruits. The proximate fruits of the phenomenon is the renewal of prayer among Christians in Damascus and the rejuvenation of lukewarm nominal faith on the part of lots of people, including Myrna's husband, as well as various conversions. The area is heavily Syriac Orthodox, and the messages feature a call for institutional unity in the church. One of the primary eyewitnesses was a Syriac Orthodox patriarch who unilaterally initiated ecumenical dialogue with John Paul II in 1984, partly as a response to the miracles. Those talks were productive and resulted in approval for intercommunion in grave circumstances. There are also hostile and indifferent witness conversions. Conversions after witnessing multiple miraculous phenomena include Dr. Margie from a settled scientific dismissal and from atheism, Maluli from a 40-year campaign against supernatural prodigies, Hafuri from public opposition to advocacy in print, Mansour from a nominal faith to weeping on his knees a month after reading the dossier, Yunus from Marxism to the first prayer of his adult life made as a Muslim. They also include an Arabic teacher whom Nicholas remembered as the man who first taught him what communism was, and they include the young Maged Goryeb, whose transformation issued in the free printing of hundreds of thousands of images and books. Okay, so, dear listener, I hope you agree with me that this is better evidence than the resurrection. I hope you agree with me about that, right? Okay, so then let's get to the vindicatory implications. Let's see if we can, drive the knife in and make you uncomfortable. Let's see if that happens. Because, when I learned things like this, as a non-Catholic, I was very uncomfortable. The cognitive dissonance mounted and mounted and mounted. And that's what I'm trying to do in this part of the video. So let's get to the vindicatory implications. And the cognitive dissonance should not just apply to naturalists and atheists and skeptics. It should apply to Orthodox and Protestants and non-Catholics, as we'll see. Okay, so God seems really excited about putting his miraculous stamp of approval on Our Lady of Soufonia's apparitions to Myrna Nazzour, gracing Myrna with a holy character and overwhelming and extremely well-evidenced miraculous signs. When we examine the content of the revelations given to Myrna from Christ and the Virgin, they are utterly suffused with Christian and Catholic distinctives, which, note well, were taken down immediately during the end of her ecstasies. First, Nicene Christianity. Obviously, of course, supernaturally reduplicating the passion wounds of Christ strongly probabilifies Christianity. But it gets even better. At the fifth apparition on March 24th, 1983, Myrna recited the Nicene Creed with the Virgin on the Virgin's initiative. The apparition therefore professes the faith of Nicaea Constantinople and professes it as a member of the believing church rather than as its object. The Virgin also asked to be signed with a cross on her own forehead. The Rosary. At the same apparition, the Virgin was holding a rosary, and Myrna said, under questioning, that the oil began when the rosary's cross touched her hands. 4 months later, the apparition was once again carrying a rosary and transmitted oil to Myrna through it. The rosary is distinctively Catholic in origin and substance and involves saintly intercession like pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Pray for us, O Holy Mother of God. It involves High Mariology. Hail Mary, Mother of God. Hail Holy Queen, Mother of Mercy, our life, our sweetness, and our hope. And meditations on mysteries like the Assumption and Coronation of Mary. So if you don't believe in those, you're in trouble. The deity of Christ. Christ said to Myrna, I am the beginning and the end. I am truth, freedom, and peace. On May 31st, 1984. On the vigil of Mary's nativity, September 7th, 1985, out of a light so strong she could not see afterwards, Christ said, I am the creator. I created her so that she could create me. Followed by the triple title, Daughter of the Father, Mother of God, Spouse of the Spirit. One sentence from Christ here gives us the pre-existence and creative agency of the one born of Mary, the reality of his human generation from her, and the Theotokos. Right, that she's the mother of God. If you don't accept that Mary is the mother of God, you're in trouble. Participatory redemptive suffering. Christ also told Myrna on November 26, 1985, that I was crucified out of love for all of you. I want you to take up your cross and carry it for my sake. He who participates in my suffering, I shall make him participate in my glory. There is no salvation for the soul except through the cross. Christ's vocabulary in the apparitions is that of satisfaction and of merit applied to others. As he says in November 26, 1985 to her, I shall give you from my wounds enough to redeem the debts of sinners. Then, on November 26, 1986, Christ told her, I want to renew my passion, and I want you to accomplish your mission. And he also said, for each word of prayer, I shall spill a drop of my blood on one of those sinners. 1 year later, on November 26, 1987, Christ tells Myrna that by uniting her heart with Christ's, she will save suffering souls. Okay, so this manifestly vindicates Catholic theology of offering up your sufferings to God as sacrificial reparations for sin that are numerically distinct from, but united to, and wholly deriving their efficacy and merits from Christ's passion. And I can already hear the Protestants saying, oh, but there was only one sacrifice for sin, like read Hebrews, right? Haven't you read Hebrews? But maybe, just maybe, Christ is going out of his way to refute your heretical, novel, private interpretation of Hebrews, contradicting the perennial understanding of the church, through manifest miraculous signs. Maybe, just maybe, like the Pharisees, you're asserting your own private interpretation of Revelation over and against the obvious work of God. It vindicates purgatory and prayer for the dead. Maronite priest Reverend Dr. George L. Kali reports that the Virgin's message of March 24th, 1983 ends, "Pray for the inhabitants of purgatory and earth." Myrna's spontaneous cry under the stigmata in 1987 was, "Oh Jesus, have mercy on the dead." The message of March 24th, which explicitly recommended praying for the inhabitants of purgatory, came when Dr. Jamil Marji, a recent convert from atheism, was standing in Myrna's living room asking Father Maluli why Catholics pray for the dead. Riyad Nejmi's signed testimony describes praying for an aunt whose death had every appearance of suicide, asking the Virgin for a sign as to whether she deserved heaven, and then finding oil flowing from both wrapped images and in the small hours from Myrna's hands for 40 minutes, offered for the repose of that soul. Okay, so we got purgatory, prayer for the dead, like participatory vicarious satisfaction for sin, the deity of Christ, the rosary, the Theotokos, Nicene Christianity.
Another message from Mary to Myrna supports the perpetual virginity of Mary. Mary says, "My heart has been consumed on my only son, and it won't be consumed on all my children," like referring to us. And so the fact that Christ is her only son at least supports the perpetual virginity, because the main argument against perpetual virginity, namely the alleged fact, it's not actually a fact, this is fake, but the alleged fact that Scripture describes Jesus as having brothers.
The atonement before a crowd, including Muslims, and delivered in a Muslim-majority capital, Christ told Myrna that he who announces him is saved, and he who does not announce him, his faith is vain. Then he said, "Your sins are forgiven because you look towards me." 26th of November, 1986. Christ told her in Maud in July 1987, "Father, through the merits of your beloved son's wounds, save us." Christianity is true, my guys. Christianity is true. So is Catholicism, but Christianity is true. And you Orthodox, listen up. Well, you should have listened up with the purgatory thing. But there's also a Petrine importance in the call to unity. During the ecstasy of November 26th, 1989, the Virgin Mary said, "My children, Jesus told Peter, 'You are the rock, and upon it I shall build my church.' As for me, I tell you now, you are the hearts in which Jesus will build his unicity. I want you to devote your prayers to peace from now until the commemoration of the resurrection feast." Okay. So Mary is here identifying Peter as the rock of Matthew 16 and associates Matthew 16 with the call to unity. This is very surprising under Eastern or Oriental Orthodoxy, but utterly expected under Catholicism. And it's also exceedingly surprising, given Eastern or Oriental Orthodoxy, that in a country where the overwhelming majority of Christians were Eastern Orthodox, those called by name to receive and steward the call to church unity were exclusively Catholic. It's also notable that at the time the messages were delivered, the Syriac Orthodox Church was nearest among all the Eastern and Oriental Orthodox churches to full communion with Rome. In the 1970s and 1980s, the Syriac Orthodox Church unilaterally entered into ecumenical dialogue with the Latin Church against the wishes of the other Eastern churches. Ultimately, ecumenical dialogue between Roman Catholics and Syriac Orthodox slowed because non-Syriac Orthodox hierarchs objected. It's almost as though the Orthodox are the ones that are objecting to what the Virgin is asking for. By contrast, it is utterly unsurprising, given Catholicism, that God would entrust the call to church unity to Eastern Catholics in a country whose national church was closest among all the Eastern churches to full communion with Rome. And then to, cite Matthew 16 and Peter being the rock on which the church was built in that context. Come on, guys. You gotta submit to Rome, my friends. You gotta submit to Rome. Eucharistic theology. During the ecstasy of November 26, 2001, Christ said, "The acts of adoration, meditation, thanksgiving, and spiritual guidance rejoice me. These, however, can only be perfected when you are united at the altar. I am giving you my body and my blood as a token of my faithfulness and my love. Accept from me this sacrament with trust and faith, for it will comfort you, grant you strength and wisdom, and promote the growth of grace in you." This not only confirms that the Eucharist is the body and blood of Christ, but also that the Eucharist perfects Christian unity and worship. Okay, so summary of Myrna Nazzour. Dude! Insane quantities of oil are appearing spontaneously from Myrna Nazzour's hands, fingers, neck, face, chest, forehead, and eyes, including during an adversarial Syrian state investigation, and sometimes for extended periods in front of groups of witnesses, sometimes enough to anoint 5,000 people in succession. Oil is spontaneously and repeatedly exuding from a cheap paper icon that was disassembled without any trace of a hidden reservoir, and which continues exuding inside a sealed container, and whose reproductions spontaneously exude oil hundreds or thousands of miles away from Myrna, with the oil behaving radically unlike ordinary oil. I mean, the naturalists basically forced to posit an exceedingly baroque conspiracy involving intelligence officers, physicians, medical biologists, neurologists, priests, bishops, atheists, Muslims, Marxists, laboratory personnel, strangers producing their own holy cards, sealed containers, distant households, and gallons upon gallons upon gallons of olive oil. On multiple occasions, wounds on her forehead, hands, feet, and side are seen to open spontaneously in front of groups of witnesses with nobody touching her, where the witnesses to her stigmatizations include trained observers like medical biologists and physicians and neurologists, some of whom literally palpate her wounds. Meanwhile, her ecstasies involve tachycardia, altered blood pressure, rigidity, abolished reflexes, corneal insensitivity, anomalous pupillary responses, and complete indifference to painful stimulation, including hard pinching, manipulation of the eyeballs, and even a knife blade inserted beneath a fingernail, followed by the immediate return of pain and normalcy once ecstasies end. Oh, and then this family is just like consistently refusing money, incurring financial losses, letting the sick and invalid sleep on their beds. They're surrendering their privacy. They're freely distributing materials. The people involved in this are like sending back money to people who try to give them money. They're all just like super obedient to their ecclesiastical superiors. They're praying all the time. And on and on and on. I know. You still want to play the bizarre string of coincidences card or the massive conspiracy card. But trust me, my friend, your cognitive dissonance will only start piling and piling as I go through the other evidence. And remember, we're only 2 subsections in. We're still in the saintly miracles part of the video, my guys. Okay, let's go to Adam Blai's stigmatist. Here's Adam Blai. Adam Blai has a master's degree in adult clinical psychology from Penn State and has worked in forensic psychological services. He also has a licentiate in canon law and completed substantial PhD work in psychology before leaving his PhD and dedicating his life to deliverance ministry. In his book, The Catholic Guide to Miracles, he details his own direct eyewitness observations of a contemporary stigmatist, or what he calls a stigmatic. I don't know which of those is correct. In what follows, I'll quote directly from his book. I also privately interviewed Adam about this case. He confirmed that he personally witnessed almost every Thursday and Friday over the course of about a year everything he describes in the following excerpts and much more regarding the stigmatist. For example, he testifies to seeing massive welts and scourge wounds spontaneously appear, not self-inflicted and out of thin air. He also attests to witnessing the stigmatist spontaneously start sweating blood on Thursday evenings before she reenacts Christ's passion and death. He testifies to the odor of sanctity and much more, as you'll see. The reason he saw this every week for a whole year is that, as you'll soon gather, the experience is pretty difficult for the stigmatist, so she needs someone to kind of be there for her through the suffering. It's also worth noting that Adam is extremely reserved, quiet, serious, and utterly unostentatious. The account in the book also evinces a significant degree of caution and care. Having interviewed him myself and having seen a ton of his YouTube videos, as well as having read his books and being very good friends with someone who has hung out with him in person, he is clearly disinterested in fame, fortune, publicity, and shock value, and he has every indication of honesty. And it's exceptionally difficult to be honestly mistaken about what he testifies to. So here are some selected excerpts from his book. In the course of my work, I've had the occasion to investigate some claims of miracles. One of these was a potential case of a stigmata that I was able to observe over many weeks. And he intentionally tries to give not many identifying details about the case. It is very important to understand that these observations and experiences are not revealed truth to which you must assent. Any claimed mystical experience is private revelation at best and human misunderstanding or deception at worst. Private revelation means that a person receives some information directly from God and not through the teaching function of the church. No one is required by faith to believe private revelation, even from the saints. Some of the information from this case is presented as an example of what seems to be a contemporary stigmatic, who has been observed by a number of priests and lay people who witnessed the various phenomena themselves and found them compelling. I do not claim that this is a genuine case of stigmata, only that these are the facts known so far. From here on, though, for the sake of simplicity, I will refer to this as a case of stigmata and the person as the stigmatic. To be clear, the stigmatic does not want to be known in any way. The last thing she wants is anyone knowing who she is. The stigmatic's first experience was unexpected and shocking to her. Nothing like this had ever happened before. She was at a cathedral and a priest observed the initial manifestation, which was a hole clear through the palm of her left hand. She did not injure herself. There was no workplace accident, and the wound never got infected. She was not aware of stigmatic cases and did not understand what was happening. The wound in her hand closed and healed in a few days, which is incredibly fast. The next Thursday, her left hand began to hurt, and the skin in the centers of her palms and the back of her hand became bumpy and white. She felt a compulsion to pace after sunset on Thursday, not to eat anything, and to keep pacing until dawn. Then she experienced a number of bodily pains until noon on Friday, followed by the intense pain in her hands and her feet. She had difficulty breathing for about 2 or 3 hours, and then it stopped. She went to medical doctors, trying to find out what was wrong with her, and several specialists tried to diagnose and treat her condition. The folder of medical tests and reports became over an inch thick. No medical treatment seemed to affect the experience. No change in medication or therapy for potential mental illness changed the thing. Eventually, she started to give up seeking answers, wore a glove, and lived with it. Over the years, she's had an interior sense of what was happening, but also a powerful urge to keep that interior reality secret. She felt self-conscious about it and felt that God did not want her to share what was happening with anyone. At the same time, she, her family, and her doctors were trying to make sense of it all. As the years progressed, the physical pain and wounds would change. Sometimes it was just one hand that would form a wound and bleed. Other times it would be mostly her feet. Sometimes her head would be very painful and small wounds would appear all around it like a crown. More recently, her right shoulder sometimes hurts deeply and a large bruise forms over it, and a painful 2-inch line appears in her side. When she recently had a body scan to check for cancerous tumors, the doctor commented that she must have been impaled in the side when she was younger because of the scar tissue from a side wound in her body. She has never had an injury to her side. What's interesting is that, like, the changing morphology here kind of resembles the changing morphology of some of the other stigmatists that we've noted, but it's like a kind of undesigned coincidence between the cases. But anyway, let's continue. The stigmatic's experiences aren't the same each week, but they're basically consistent. There is some variation in what is emphasized, but the story is always the same. The experience starts on Thursday afternoon with a feeling of apprehension. As sunset gets closer, she experiences an urge to get to a safe and secluded place to walk back and forth. She starts to become aware of Jesus and what he is doing, that he's being marched along forcefully by a number of men. Okay, so she kind of has these mystical experiences along with the various externally visible phenomena that Adam Blai attests to. Then she experiences the stinging cuts of wet palms being lashed against his skin by onlookers, perhaps the same people who had just welcomed him into the temple by placing similar palms before him. As this happens, what look like 3 or 4 inch paper cuts appear on the stigmatic's arms and legs. These cause her to gasp in pain. Then a wagon that is carrying large clay jars crosses their path. The wagon stops and the driver whips Jesus across the legs with the horsewhip. This causes a scream of pain from the stigmatic and throws her to the ground. Large 6 to 8 inch welts rise across both legs. These welts are so severe that 7 days later, when the story starts again, they are still visible. Walking resumes shortly thereafter. The stigmatic must pace while Jesus walks in the narrative that they are experiencing. This becomes labored as the feet are increasingly swollen and in pain from the chains and the rough road. Soon they arrive at the cell under Caiaphas' house. So this is still Thursday evening. The stigmatic feels compelled to pace exactly 10 paces, turn, and pace 10 paces back. In the narrative, Jesus is barefoot and still dragging heavy chains. He is not allowed to drink any water all night, and the stigmatic becomes very thirsty, no matter how much water she drinks. By guards, if he stops, he is whipped with a leather strap or poked with a long, thin spear of wood. Usually, once during the night, for entertainment, the guard whips the strap around his neck and chokes him to the point of passing out. The stigmatic experiences this literally and is choked until she collapses. As time goes on, he, as well as the stigmatic, gets more and more thirsty. There's a bucket in the cell that inmates use to relieve themselves, but there's no water. He finds a few precious drops of water seeping through the wall or the floor. As this forced march goes on, the stigmatic will usually vomit once or twice from the experience of Christ's dehydration and pain. She gets more and more detached, as she puts it, feeling as if she is more there than here. She knows she is pacing in the normal room, but she also, to some extent, sees the stone walls and floor. She describes this as feeling somewhat like an out-of-body experience. Some weeks, the stigmatic is thrown forcefully to the floor once or twice during the night. This is always toward a soft piece of furniture, so there's no danger of being hurt. When observed, her body seems to be genuinely, roughly, randomly thrown. There is no obvious force that she is applying to toss herself across the room, nor does it seem controlled by her in any way. During one of the moments, when he is allowed to rest on the floor, Jesus prays out loud to the Father to forgive the men who are tormenting him. The stigmatic hears Jesus praying for them in Aramaic, but has an internal understanding of what the words mean. The stigmatic knows only English. There are weeks where the stigmatic speaks in what sounds like Aramaic at this point in the narrative, but when questioned later, she doesn't recall doing so. By morning, the shift of guards has changed, and Jesus is brought out of the cell. Jesus is then walked to the building where Pontius Pilate lives and works, and is brought into an area of the building where Jews normally are not allowed. Pilate, finally ready, is annoyed at being bothered with this, and the Jews irritate him. He just wants to get it over with, and he sends Jesus off to be crucified. The stigmatic next experiences the first of the even more excruciating pain and wounds, the scourging. She feels compelled to go to a banister or another part of the house where she can hold on to something. She abruptly screams and recoils from blows. After about 10 minutes, she's driven to her knees with her hands still holding on. Her body shakes and quivers as she experiences the torture Jesus endured. This experience goes on for some time, with deep sobbing in pain between screams. Finally, they release his hands, and she is thrown to the floor. Some weeks, very ugly bruises and cuts appear across her back as the blows are delivered. The scourging covered everywhere on his body. His face and his lips are broken open. He could taste the metal from the implements. Usually from this point forward, the stigmatic's left eye is held closed, as it was injured in the scourging. She cannot see out of it until the Passion story ends. She describes that it feels swollen shut, and that too much blood has run into it. A Marine veteran friend of the stigmatic witnessed these scourging wounds appear once, and said they were worse than those of torture victims in war. After the scourging, the scent of flowers emanating from wounds usually becomes very pronounced. It seems to be strongest around the head, but clearly also comes from the hands and feet. This scent fills the house. When a priest friend came to say Mass one Friday, he noted that the whole house smelled like a florist shop. Interestingly, the stigmatic cannot smell this aroma at all. She was surprised when other people commented on it and was initially very embarrassed. Same thing happened with Padre Pio, by the way. Cool and uncoincident, like he couldn't smell his odor of sanctity, but others could. There was then another short period of waiting. During this, the stigmatic says the Romans are searching for the largest crossbeam to make him drag while they laugh. The stigmatic experiences that the Romans left the vertical poles in place and made the condemned drag to the cross only the crossbeam that matched his arm span. The stigmatic then starts pacing again, this time using as much space as possible, not just 10 paces at a time. This walking goes on for about 40 minutes with 2 collapses. She sees Simon of Cyrene help Jesus by carrying the crossbeam for a time. The stigmatic says that Simon was very scared that the Romans would accidentally crucify him, as they were already drinking. The stigmatic has not yet experienced Veronica during these episodes, but she hopes to someday. As this painful walking goes on, the stigmatic says many times, "We're almost there." One week she also said, "We're almost there. I'm ready." Once they arrive at Golgotha, the stigmatic sits for about 15 minutes. She says that she can hear other men being nailed and their screams. At this point, the stigmatic lies on the floor. Her right hand is pulled out to the side, and she lets out a long, heartbreaking scream of pain. Her body contorts with it, but her right hand seems fixed in space. As she gasps, her left hand goes out, and there is another guttural scream of pain. Now she experiences the guards as showing Jesus the spike they will use on his feet. She says it is the biggest nail she has ever seen, and that she cannot believe that it can be driven through feet. Then the worst scream of pain comes, as one foot is held on top of the other. After the nailing, the stigmatic's hands become very cold to the touch, and her fingers turn pale white. So he's describing this like exceedingly complex multimodal experience that he's having that a bunch of other people have seen. There are tons of these like external manifestations that mental illness doesn't make 6 or 8 inch lash wounds spontaneously appear in your body, or make them like smell like roses and then have like the beautiful fragrant scent fill the entire room, or to be thrown about without being propelled by anything, or to like suddenly be fluent in Aramaic. Then when things already seem so unbelievably cruel, they get worse. The stigmatic is croaking and gasping for air. She starts to move her legs as if she is pushing up in order to breathe. She mutters, "I can't breathe, I can't breathe." After about 15 minutes of this, she tries to lift her head and look at the people Jesus sees. She explains that the crown of thorns is placed such that it forces her head down. If she lifts her head, it forces the thorns deeper into the soft skin at the back of her neck. Jesus struggles to breathe for some time, doing little more. After a while, he forces his head up again and looks. He sees Thaddeus and Barnabas toward the back of the crowd looking at him. The stigmatic says that Barnabas has a sword, and they look as if they want to take action, but they cannot. There are too many guards. Jesus feels so alone on the cross. He feels the loss of his friends, seeing how many have abandoned him. This is the worst part of his pain. Abandonment. Abandonment is the worst part of his pain. There are a number of difficult details about the suffering of Jesus at this point. The stigmatic describes how the rough wood of the cross puts large splinters into his back when he pushes up with his legs to breathe. She describes the biting insects that sting his flesh, which is torn so severely in places that the insects enter one wound and exit through another. As more blood is lost, Jesus experiences seizures as his brain is starved for oxygen. The stigmatic seizes, and later describes that it felt as if her hands would be torn from the nails by the writhing. After this, Christ's vision starts to go dark. The stigmatic says that his feet and legs are numb now, but this is a relief because he can no longer feel the large spike through his feet. But also he cannot push up with his legs anymore. He starts to breathe by contracting his stomach muscles, but it does not work well. The stigmatic gasps that she cannot get enough air. If Jesus passes out, the guards viciously poke a sharp stick between specific lower ribs to cause maximum pain, but not threaten life. They want him awake and experiencing as much pain as possible. She feels Christ's loneliness even more toward the end. In the last moments, she feels his body panic as he cannot breathe, and she feels his fear. She then stops breathing for a minute or so. Internally, she feels him die, and suddenly he just isn't there anymore. She has a feeling during this that she is so with him, and so little in the real world that she will be taken with him when he dies, that she will die also. Then she wakes up completely herself, back to normal. This is the basic experience the stigmatic has endured every week for the last 15 years, plus some additional holy days. Outside of these 2 days a week, she has lived a normal life of raising children, taking care of parents, and just living life. There is an interesting coda that occurred after 1 week's Passion experience. The stigmatic has no training in ancient languages, or any language at all besides English. During the Passion, I heard her say some words that sounded like Aramaic, something like Abun de Shemaya. I did not know what they meant, but I wondered if it might be the Our Father. After everything was over, I played a recording of the prayer for the stigmatic. She was immediately able to sing the prayer along with the recording, but then she frowned and stopped. She said there was something off about it, something wrong. I looked more closely and discovered that I had played a recording of the prayer in Syrian Aramaic, which is slightly different from Jewish Aramaic. I found a Jewish Aramaic recording, and she was able to sing along with all the words. I then looked up the prayer written out in Jewish Aramaic and showed it to the stigmatic. The first words were Abun Dwashmaya Neskadash Shmach. I struggled to say them and failed, but when she looked at them, she immediately pronounced them fluently. I checked her pronunciation against the recording again, and it was correct. The stigmatic had heard Jesus say this prayer in the Passion vision so many times that it had become part of her. So, this doesn't need much commentary. I mean, the only remotely plausible naturalistic explanation here is that Adam Blai is just a liar, right? He's just lying. There's no plausible way that you're honestly mistaken about seeing all these phenomena and extensively documenting them every single Thursday and Friday in totally perceptually conducive circumstances for about a year, and they're reading other people who see exactly the same sort of thing. We're talking repeated, multimodal experiences, often involving different people, of manifestly naturally impossible phenomena, like 8-inch lash wounds spontaneously appearing on the skin of a stigmatist where it is visibly obvious to those present that they're not self-inflicted and instead arise out of thin air, or spontaneously sweating blood on Thursday evening, which Blai reported to me in an interview, all in combination with the spontaneous emission of a beautiful fragrance from her wounds that fills her house with a floral scent, fills the house, which just happens to coincide with the most insane string of vivid multimodal mystical experiences that occur on a repeated, predictable schedule and follow the same pattern which is totally scientifically unprecedented, by the way, and which happen to grant her linguistic abilities of speaking Jewish Aramaic, even though she knows only English, and which are accompanied by physiological changes not under her control, like extremities becoming cold and white, seizuring, being thrown around, repeated bouts of vomiting, choking and gasping for air, and then immediately afterwards being completely normal, and able to perform all the normal functions of her state in life as a parent? If the content of Blai's report is true, naturalism and non-Christianity are completely cooked, right? And I also think, like, Protestantism is going to have a pretty hard time explaining this in particular as well, because she's like a victim soul, right? But anyway, we'll get to that. And that's like super tied up with like the Catholic theology of like participatory redemptive suffering and like vicarious satisfaction and whatnot. So like, okay, what are you guys to do? You've got to deny the content, right? Because if the content is true, your view is false, right? So you've got to deny the content. But the content is like extremely difficult to be wrong about, right? Like these are repeated interactions in totally perceptually conducive circumstances in highly intimate settings observed by a variety of people spanning between 12 and 24 hours on each occasion. This is not like, oh yeah, I glimpsed a cloud and it kind of looked like, it kind of looked, like Jesus in toast or something. Like, no, that's not what we're talking about. And this is happening every single Thursday and Friday, as well as some holy days of obligation for 15 years for the stigmatist and about a whole year for Blai's observations? No. The honest mistake hypothesis does not look particularly credible. So the naturalist can here just basically like divine from the armchair that somebody they never met is a blatant liar. And this despite the fact that he's a trained observer, a master's degree in clinical psychology, plus work in forensic psychological services would ordinarily involve systematic training and interviewing, behavioral observation, psychopathology, assessing reports, distinguishing potentially significant psychological features from ordinary ones. He enjoys every appearance of credibility, with his formal training and ample media appearances backing it up. He presented to me and my good friend, who's hung out with him in person, as highly reputable, careful, honest, humble. He writes in an extremely cautious and unostentatious way, even noting in his chapter that it's dangerous to rely on private revelation alone because it can lead to cults of personality. That's a little bit that I left out, but he noted that. Like, I could go on, but like, I hope you're getting to like feel even a fraction of the cognitive dissonance that I experienced when I interviewed him about this case. And there are also striking convergences between the stigmatists that I want to mention here, right? Like wounds that change in their morphology over time, the odor of sanctity filling entire spaces, complex and repeated multimodal experiences of Christ and Mary, sometimes following predictable schedules, and so on.
But Adam Blai, in his book, A Catholic Guide to Miracles, describes a case of a contemporary stigmatist that he had the privilege of being with and consoling over the course of a year every single Thursday and Friday. And this person would basically just like supernaturally relive, kind of imaginatively, but also physically, Christ's passion. But also a lot of similar things that were true of Padre Pio were like described in Adam Blai's stigmata case, like the odor of sanctity. Like people would just be in the house and the house would just smell like a floral shop. Adam Blai attested to just seeing in totally perceptually conducive circumstances like 6-inch lash wounds just spontaneously appear almost out of thin air on the stigmatic when she was undergoing these supernatural reduplications of Christ's passion. I almost can't possibly believe that Adam Blai is honestly mistaken about what he describes. Is he honestly mistaken about, over the course of a year, every single Thursday and Friday, consoling and being with this person who is like sweating blood, who has this odor of sanctity, who is like spontaneously forming lash wounds all over the person, who's like speaking Aramaic and like is all these things? Like, this is not something that you're honestly mistaken about it. Like, I just can't get there. But then I would have to just attribute to him, like Adam Blai, I have no independent evidence for this, but he's just a blatant liar. Or maybe like he's somehow just like confabulating on cosmic proportions. Like, it's really hard to get myself into that headspace, especially when there are crazy undesigned coincidences between Padre Pio's case and this case, and we have like tons of independent evidence for the Padre Pio case.
Also, these certainly aren't the only cases of well-evidenced stigmatists throughout church history, or even in the 20th century alone. I could have gone on, but I think these suffice. I also could have covered much more evidence concerning, Padre Pio and Myrna Nazzour. I hope I've given you a sense of the evidence. Now, again, like, the point is to be like mutually corroborative and to make a cumulative case here. It's not like I think that, this one testimony from Adam Blai like disproves naturalism or something. No, like, if I came to this antecedently as like a super hardcore convinced naturalist and I only had Adam Blai's single testimony, then, like, okay, I could see myself saying, okay, yeah, like I'll just modus tones you, bro. Like, okay, unfortunately you are a liar, and I can just somehow divine that from the armchair from my like implausible arguments for naturalism. Even though like one of the premises of a lot of like one of the best arguments for naturalism is that like, oh, it's similar to theism and it explains the data equally well, but then like doesn't seem like you're explaining this data equally well, my friend. Like the very thing that you're trying to explain away in this case, and that's kind of causing some cognitive dissonance, is like one of the things you don't explain equally well. It's like the very arguments that you're using to support your naturalism seem like to kind of support that modus tollens seem kind of like illicit in this context. But anyway, so again, like I'm not saying that, oh, this one case is like so overwhelmingly strong, because again, it's one testimony, and I grant, like, yeah, people can make things up, and there can be crazy, insane testimonial reports to things that just are made up. So listen, I grant that, right? That's why I went through, firstly, Padre Pio and Myrna Nazzour first, because they're basically going to have like the most insane conspiracy ever. And of course, in those cases, you got like photographic and videographic evidence and whatnot, and like doctors and whatnot. But like, again, mutually corroborative. And like, I don't know, at the very least, I wanted to include this because I felt, at least, like, I felt the cognitive dissonance having to interview Adam Blai. And like, oh man, like, I'm just staring this guy in the face and he seems so honest, and like he's got it seems like he's a credible individual, and like I'm just having to say that he's just such a blatant liar. Even though like he thinks lying is a sin. He's a super devout Catholic. But anyway, as for vindicatory implications of Adam Blai's stigmatist, we once again here have like manifest vindication of literally participating in Christ's redemptive suffering and offering up one's suffering to God as a sacrifice. Adam Blai has participated in between 1,500 and 2,000 exorcisms, and to quote him, there's even been a crossover to the work I do in exorcism related to this case. The demons and Satan have railed during exorcisms that this stigmatic must be stopped, that she will create too many priestly vocations in the world through offering her suffering. As with other stigmatists, God is here vindicating Catholic theology of sacrifices offered to God that are numerically distinct from Christ's passion, but wholly derive their efficacy from Christ's passion to be meritorious causes of grace. Okay, onwards we march to Saint Joseph of Cupertino. So Yale historian Dr. Carlos Iyer, in his excellent book, They Flew, A History of the Impossible, combs through the extensive eyewitness testimonies for Saint Joseph of Cupertino's ecstatic flights and levitations, as well as those of Saint Teresa of Avila. Here I'll focus only on Saint Joseph of Cupertino, who lived from 1603 to 1663. He was an Italian Franciscan friar and priest, known for his extreme simplicity, asceticism, and mystical flights and levitations. His mystical flights and levitations were witnessed repeatedly by clergy, laypeople, nobles, church authorities, non-Catholic witnesses who converted afterwards, etc. So I'll walk you through the case for St. Joseph of Cupertino's flights and levitations during drawing from chapters 3 and 4 of Carlos Iyer's They Flew. You can, if you want, you can like pick up his book and see which exact sources that he draws from when I make the various claims and what follows. But the various claims in what follows, I'm drawing on just like what he says, right? And I should note that in his capacity as a professional historian, Iyer does not positively claim that the historical evidence shows that St. Joseph flew, okay? I should mention that. But once you examine the evidence, you'll see that naturalists should be pretty uncomfortable, especially having already posited a bizarre string of coincidences or conspiracies for the other three stigmatists. Also, by the way, much of what follows draws either directly from or paraphrases Iyer's book, though I've also added my own commentary at some points as well. So any mistakes are attributable to me, and anything good should be attributed to Iyer. A brief word at the outset. I think the testimonial evidence here is like overwhelming, or at least very, very strong, but St. Joseph is not like a central plank in my miraculous case. I include it because it reinforces all the other data as yet another insane conspiracy or string of massive coincidences that the naturalists would have to posit to explain away all the evidence. I do, however, think that, cases where there's photographic or videographic evidence, medical documentation, and blinded laboratory analyses are evidentially stronger. So cases that we've already seen, and cases that we'll get into in the next subsection. So again, this is not like the strongest consideration that I'm going to wield. The point is to build a cumulative case and to make you very uncomfortable. It's the evidential force of all the cases together which is overwhelming, as you'll see at the end. Even if you want to desperately explain away any particular case as an insane conspiracy, the conspiracy of conspiracies that naturalists and non-Catholics are required to posit is just unbelievable. So the testimonial evidence for St. Joseph's flights and levitations is insane in terms of the quantity and relative proximity of the testimony, its diversity, the existence of named, socially prominent, and sometimes antecedently unsympathetic or non-Catholic witnesses, the public and uncontrolled nature of the circumstances of many of the incidents, the extraordinary physical specificity of the reports, the scrutiny Joseph underwent from hostile or cautious ecclesiastical authorities, Joseph's own aversion to his notoriety, and the remarkable consistency of reports extending across roughly 35 years. And we're not talking only about legends recorded centuries afterwards. That's not what we're talking about. We have voluminous documentation from the beatification and canonization processi that were conducted mostly between 1664 and 1995, when many people who had known Joseph personally were still alive. Processi, by the way, those are formal ecclesiastical judicial investigations where sworn testimony under oath is taken concerning the reputation of a putative saint and any alleged miracles associated with them. The first episcopal inquiries began in March 1664, only about 6 months after Joseph's death in September 1663. An apostolic inquiry authorized from Rome followed 4 years later in April 1668, so the core evidential tradition was subjected to formal collection while a substantial eyewitness generation remained alive. Additionally, the earliest major biography was written by Robert Nudo, a Franciscan who knew Joseph personally and served as his confessor at Assisi. Nudo published the biography only 15 years after Joseph's death. So let's begin with the sheer scale of the testimony. Joseph's aerial feats were not reported to have occurred only a few times or under obscure conditions. Witnesses at Cupertino alone, both lay and clerical, gave the beatification inquiry reports of more than 70 separate levitations, not counting Joseph's nearly daily hovering ecstatic elevations during Mass, which could continue for as long as 2 hours. Pretty hard to be honestly mistaken about elevations on a daily basis, let alone elevations into the air for 2 hours. The reports of eyewitnesses are often narrated with the perfunctory seriousness that one might expect from a police report. The scale becomes even more striking at Assisi. The Assisi beatification inquiry alone contains 800 folios devoted to Joseph's trances, ecstasies, raptures, and levitations. We have the contemporaneous diary of Abbot Arcangelo Rosmi, who reported Joseph's frequent mystical ecstasies too. So notice, we have institutional records, hundreds of pages of folios, including sworn eyewitness testimony, a contemporaneous diary, and an early biography written by a man who had personally known and extensively interacted with St. Joseph. The reports also stretch across an extraordinary time span. St. Joseph's first public levitation happened on October 4th, 1630, during a procession at Cupertino. Before a cloud of clergy and townspeople, he rose up off the ground and remained suspended above them. Thereafter, the flights reportedly continued until the last weeks of his life in 1663. Essentially the same phenomena were reported indoors, outdoors, by people of radically different social positions, under different lighting and circumstances, across approximately 35 years. In light of the overwhelming testimonial evidence from direct eyewitnesses formally collected soon after his death, together with contemporary diary material, misperception is not a credible explanation in the slightest. Let's now consider the diversity of reports. The witnesses to St. Joseph's flights and levitations issue from basically every social boundary: shepherd and pope, milkmaid and nun, peasant and prince, coachman and duke, page and ambassador. Among those who saw St. Joseph were numerous cardinals and high-ranking nobles. Secular visitors included Polish princes and nobles, members of Austrian and Italian ruling families, and royal Prince John Casimir of Poland. High clergy and nobility testified that they had beheld his levitations firsthand. The testimonies are also detailed, sometimes taking note of the precise behavior of Joseph's clothes during the levitations. Cardinal Lorenzo di Loria Brancati was struck not merely that Joseph rose into the air, but that despite Joseph's sudden and eccentric movements, his clothing remained perfectly arranged. Brancati concluded in explicitly first-person language that he judged it to be humanly impossible. Other reports describe his body entering rigid positions while his garments did not flap, fall, or become disordered in the manner one might expect from rapid bodily movement. Ayer notes that numerous testimonies in the beatification processi mention this feature. Duke Johann Friedrich of Braunschweig-Lunenburg, a Lutheran ruler descended from the Saxon princes who had championed Martin Luther, was another eyewitness. He arrived at Assisi in 1649 accompanied by 2 noble companions. Joseph was not informed that they had entered the chapel. At Mass, Joseph suddenly cried out and flew roughly 5 paces backward while remaining in a kneeling posture, then returned through the air to the altar. The Duke returned for Mass the next day. Joseph again levitated, this time remaining above the altar for approximately 15 minutes. One of Johann Friedrich's Lutheran companions was deeply disturbed and exclaimed that, at home, his mind had been peaceful, but now he was afflicted by scruples of conscience, and was said to have converted to Catholicism 2 years later. Johann Friedrich himself also converted to Catholicism after seeing Joseph's flight, although Ayer notes that there's some evidence that he was leaning toward Catholicism before witnessing the temporally extended levitation. Apparently those pushed him over the edge. At Osimo, where Joseph spent his final 6 years under severe restrictions, Father Eugenio Maccatelli was one of the friars permitted to access him. Maccatelli later declared, "With my own eyes, I have seen his ecstasies thousands of times in Joseph's cell." The eyewitness accounts are also strikingly convergent. Different witnesses, separated by geography, social position, and time, report a recurring cluster of characteristics: sudden shrieking, rigid ecstatic posture, upward or horizontal movement, backward flight, suspension for prolonged periods, insensitivity to physical stimuli, resumption of uninterrupted activity, and unusual details about his clothing. There was also physical interaction with St. Joseph on the part of eyewitnesses, making hallucinations and misperceptions especially unlikely. And exactly how unlikely is going to be a function of the exact date of when this was recorded, how long after the fact, how many testimonies there are, etc. You're just going to have to see Carlos Ayer's book for that. At Cupertino, while he was suspended at the altar, people moved around him to obtain different viewing angles. Some touched, prodded, pushed, or jabbed him, moved his arms, poked his open eyes, pricked him with needles, and brought candle flames to his skin. Numerous eyewitness reports agree that Joseph remained entirely unresponsive. The flight reports themselves likewise contain concrete spatial information. Joseph is said to have flown roughly 40 feet. through the nave to a tabernacle on Christmas Eve, hovered 15 palms over the ground near a pulpit, reached the top of an olive tree and remained kneeling on a slender branch, moved forward and backward through the air, reached ceilings, passed over people's heads, and in some accounts carried another person into the air. These are not ambiguous descriptions of like swaying or jumping or standing on tiptoe or briefly losing balance. So sorry, the acrobat hypothesis. That's like one of the main skeptical going hypotheses that he's just a particularly talented acrobat. That does complete injustice to the testimonial reports. Notably, Joseph faced serious ecclesiastical suspicion, scrutiny, and restriction during his lifetime. After 1636, Monsignor Giuseppe Palamola, an apostolic vicar, denounced St. Joseph, accused him of abusing the credulity of the people, and portrayed him as acting like another messiah. In late 1638, Joseph was handed to the Holy Office at Naples and interrogated 3 times, but was acquitted. The inquisitors' question was not whether the levitations occurred. That wasn't a dispute. They were concerned with whether their origin was divine or demonic, and whether Joseph was deliberately cultivating publicity. The Inquisition kept a close eye on him while his superiors tried to hide him from the public. For the last 3 decades of his life, and especially the last 10 years of it, Joseph lived much like a prisoner, isolated, unable to join in the ritual life of his monasteries or even to eat with his brethren. So no, this is not like a church promulgated conspiracy to try to get publicity and try to get converts. They're suppressing him. They're actively suppressing him. The locations of the flights and levitations were also diverse. Some were outdoors, where wires, hidden platforms, and comparable stage apparatus would basically be impossible to conceal given the primitive technologies at the time. As Iyer explains, several factors make it difficult to dismiss testimonies about his levitations as lies, sheer nonsense, or mass hysteria. First, the levitations are so extreme as to make the likelihood of trickery seem remote, unlikely, or technologically impossible. The use of wires, ropes, stilts, trampolines, or other contraptions used by illusionists is out of the question for most of his aerial raptures, given their setting and the technology available at that time. Second, the number and status of his witnesses make the account seem more credible, paradoxically, even as his levitations become more extreme. Third, those who witness Joseph's flights are not only other monks and nuns or literate rustics, but representatives of the highest echelons of society. The technological hoax hypothesis also struggles to explain Joseph's character and the circumstances of his notoriety. Joseph's notoriety repeatedly made his life worse. During his 1638 interrogation, he told inquisitors that he wanted to celebrate Mass privately and repeatedly asked his superiors to permit him to do so. He also claimed that the physical manifestations caused him shame and embarrassment, that he had prayed for them to cease, and that he had asked his brethren to pray for the same thing. After an ecstasy, he would minimize what happened as mere drowsiness, infirmities, or stupor. He insisted that he had no voluntary control over the shouting, hovering, or flying. And again, his mystical flights and levitations brought scorn, trials, and confinement to a small monastery cell like a prisoner forced to live a solitary existence. The Holy Office kept St. Joseph under surveillance. He was repeatedly transferred to secluded friaries. Visitors were restricted, and eventually, he couldn't freely correspond or interact, as I've said, even with his fellow religious. At Pietra Rubia, it's me, Mario. His custodians were forbidden, under pain of excommunication, to permit him contact with the outside world. At Osimo, he was once again isolated and ordered to celebrate Mass privately. And this also just clearly counts against the hoax, as I've said, the hoax perpetrated by ecclesiastical authorities hypothesis. If they're manufacturing a flying saint as a publicity device, their persistent attempts to hide the supposed miracle worker from the public would be utterly counterproductive, right? So St. Joseph passed inquisitorial examinations. His raptures were accepted as genuine rather than feigned or demonic, and yet the hierarchy continued to suppress him, continued to isolate him even after that.
More interesting, this was not a one-time occurrence. Over the next few years, Joseph would continue to defy gravity, often in front of large crowds, leaving witnesses both devout and skeptical with no easy answers. Could all of these witnesses been mistaken? As the years passed, Joseph of Cupertino's levitations became more than just isolated events. They became a regular part of his life. Joseph's levitations occurred in a variety of settings, consistently astonishing witnesses. During an outdoor procession, he was seen rising to a large cross, remaining there in ecstasy, a moment documented in both Pastrovici's and Bernini's biographies. At a Christmas service, Joseph famously flew from the middle of the church to the high altar, as extensively detailed in Pastrovici's writings. Another account recorded in the official processi describes Joseph letting out a loud cry before soaring into the air and landing atop a statue, witnessed by friars and townspeople. During Mass, he was observed hovering above the ground for several minutes, with astonished clergy and nobility later providing testimonies in the beatification records. One of the most memorable examples allegedly occurred before a Protestant duke, Johann Friedrich, who was the mentor and teacher of the well-known 17th century philosopher Gottfried Leibniz. Friedrich would be left in awe after seeing Joseph flying backwards during Mass. The miracle would soon lead the duke to abandon his childhood religion and embrace Roman Catholicism. So are there any accounts of someone around that time who was skeptical of St. Joseph's levitations, but then became convinced after looking into it?
Well, yeah, that Saxon prince who came and converted saw him. He had people in his retinue who were totally skeptical. One of them in particular, he said, "Well, I had no problems till I came to this damn country. Why did I have to see this?" He ended up converting to Catholicism too.
During a religious celebration, he was seen flying above the heads of Spanish military leaders, as documented by Bernini and Provenzala. Pilgrims, peasants, and nobility alike flocked to the churches where Joseph was known to serve. The sight of him levitating during the blessing of the Eucharist or soaring above the altar during a religious procession became almost commonplace, yet it never failed to inspire awe or provoke questions. Testimonies from all walks of life, including clergy, noblemen, and even military leaders, are preserved in documents such as the biographies by Bernini and Pastrovici, which recount these events in detail. As this narrative continues, you might be thinking that there's no way that any of these stories are true. They've just got to be made up. But here's the thing. These events weren't just witnessed by a few devout followers desperate for some miracle. The testimonies come from hundreds of people over the span of decades from all walks of life. Could any of the levitations of St. Joseph be attributed to these sort of, fakeries or magic?
I guess some of his levitations could, the ones that are very slight and hardly off the ground. It's the extreme ones that cannot be explained away because they just don't have the technology. Present-day illusionists, David Blaine, Copperfield, Chris Angel, they have the same wires that Broadway plays use to have people fly on stage. So I remember in the 1960s they televised a Broadway musical, Peter Pan, and people were flying all over the stage. I was only like 10 years old, and I thought, how do they do this? So if they had the equipment, nice, very, very nice, but very safe, thin cables, which they did not have, and pulleys of all sorts that would have to be visible, especially outdoor levitations, and Joseph had many. Outdoor levitations, much harder to fake. And for instance, one of the fraudsters who was actually condemned by the church was a nun who confessed that her levitations were all of them were purely staged, but going several feet off the ground, outdoors, or, as in the case of Joseph, moving forwards, basically flying, and backwards. Very hard to fake. It's another reason I chose to study him, because he's off the register in so many ways. And part of being off the register is these extreme levitations of his. I think any historian of science would have a hard time coming up with what kind of equipment would have been necessary for this, and would it be available in the 1600s.
So let's consider the facts here. The accounts of Joseph's levitations aren't limited to one place or time. They come from peasants, yes, but also from friars, from noblemen, from military leaders, and even members of the clergy. In fact, Joseph's beatification process included testimonies from priests, shepherds, and high-ranking officials like the Admiral of Castile, all of whom described witnessing his levitations firsthand. We're talking about educated individuals who are well-respected in their communities, and it wasn't just inside the church walls. Joseph's levitations were seen outdoors, in front of crowds, making it nearly impossible to dismiss them as simple tricks of light or elaborate hoaxes using advanced mechanical wiring, which didn't even exist at the time. So could they all have been mistaken? Could so many different people from so many different backgrounds really have been fooled, or maybe even convinced to lie? It's definitely a question worth taking seriously. The turning point came during an audience with Pope Urban VIII. Joseph, humble and devout as always, approached the Pope to pay his respects. As he knelt to kiss the Pope's feet, something extraordinary happened. Overcome by a surge of emotion, whether it was divine ecstasy, spiritual fervor, or something else entirely, Joseph suddenly began to rise. Now, this event is one of the most well-documented moments in Joseph's life, recorded in multiple sources, including Bernini's biography and the Processi, where eyewitnesses recounted the Pope's astonishment. In front of the Pope, the cardinals, and the gathered court, he levitated several feet into the air. The room fell absolutely silent. The Pope himself was left speechless. Here was a man who had been brought to Rome under suspicion of deceit and now floating into the air before the vicar of Christ. Eyewitnesses in the papal court later testified that Joseph remained suspended for what seemed like an eternity, an event that left a lasting impression on all who were present, as detailed in the processi.
Maybe the best naturalistic explanation that I've come across is that, he was a particularly talented acrobat. Religious fervor exaggerated his acrobatics into fanciful stories of levitation and flight. Now, of course, that seems to just make a mincemeat of very early testimony. It seems to ignore the non-Catholic witnesses who saw his flights firsthand and converted afterwards. And it just seems to rely on an astonishing string of exaggerations spanning hundreds of folios containing sworn depositions. And dude, honestly, that it seems to be conspiratorial, right? Since the exaggerations in question are not plausibly one and all unconscious, right? It's hard to honestly, unconsciously spin an acrobatic jump into a levitation for hours on end, right? So, basically, the naturalist is reduced to positing a large conspiracy, seemingly, where hordes of people consciously lied or exaggerated extremely mundane occurrences into, fanciful, strikingly convergent tales, despite many of them believing that, lying under their oath would probably get them sent to hell, and, despite at least one of them being annoyed at having witnessed St. Joseph's flight as a Protestant, right? So again, I do want to emphasize, I was aware of a lot of this evidence, even when I was an agnostic, and it wasn't enough, to get me at that point. But again, it's just one of those things that it was kind of another pebble in my shoe, just something that was yeah, I know. It's an evidential hit, by itself, I don't expect this case alone to convince you guys, or to basically take you from a settled naturalism or settled skepticism into a theism or some kind of supernaturalism, right? But yeah, I'm just saying this is not the foremost miracle that I would run, but we have a lot extensive early eyewitness testimony to things that are very hard to be honestly mistaken about from people from all different echelons of society, and it seems to independently converge in pretty striking ways. So I do think it's evidentially forceful, and that's why I bring it up. It's just another thing to add to the list, and we're it's basically another one of these Baroque conspiracies, seemingly, that the naturalist is going to have to just take on board until you get to the end of their hypothesis is just going to be this disgustingly grotesque albatross of a theory. As for vindicatory implications, I don't know. I don't really think the vindicatory implications of St. Joseph's mystical charisms alone are particularly strong. The dude just seemed to be just levitating. Actually, come to think of it, some of the stories did concern I think he would see a statue of the Blessed Mother, and then he would enter into an ecstatic flight and then, go up. And if, because that's divinely caused, maybe that is a sort of divine vindication of Marian devotion. If Marian devotion is bad, why is God going out of its way to cause this? So, maybe there's something there for Marian devotion. And it does, I think, contribute to a broader distribution of mystical charisms that seems to privilege Catholicism and apostolic Christianity more generally over Protestantism. That's not to say that there are no Protestant mystics. That's not what I'm saying. But it does seem to me that the comparison between sects here isn't particularly close, at least from my vantage point. All right, so let's move past the realm of mystics and supernatural charisms. That was just section 1. Let's move past the realm of mystics and supernatural charisms and into the realm of medically documented healing miracles. And here I'll be restricting myself to ones which seem to pass the Lambertini criteria. Basically the following from Caleb Jackson. The ailment is medically documented. It's organic, right? So it's not a psychogenic illness. It's progressive, so it's progressively getting worse. Or, it stays constantly bad. maybe that should be added. And it's serious. Not just a light thing like the flu or whatever. And the cure is religiously correlated, so it happens in a religious context, in the context of prayer or the invocation of a saint or a shrine or something like that. It's unprecedented. So it's there don't seem to be any natural precedents for the kind of healing that you see. It's permanent, so the thing, it's not a spontaneous remission that then comes back later. It's instantaneous or near instantaneous. So it's not oh yeah, someone just gradually got better over the course of months. No, we're talking boom, better, or near enough to boom. It's a complete recovery. It's a complete or near complete recovery. So it's not the leg was broken and then the tiniest shard at the bottom was connected. No, it doesn't seem to be a miracle. And it's spontaneous. So it arises without any, medical intervention explaining the healing. So let's first start with Protestant healings. There are many medically documented healing miracles that occur to Protestants or in Protestant services. And, you can see Caleb Jackson's forthcoming book and chapter here for a defense. And here I'll just focus on 2, Barbara Schneider and Greg Spencer. So first, Barbara Schneider. For those curious, the medical documentation is in the resource document, but let's read from Caleb's chapter. Between the onset of her symptoms in the 1960s to her sudden cure in 1981, Barbara Kaminsky Schneider had endured a progressively debilitating affliction for well over a decade. In 1965, the girl first began to notice problems at the age of 15 when she had difficulty gripping objects properly and would frequently bump into structures while walking. This grew more profound as time went on and eventually required the girl to wear an arm brace. Diagnosis was sought. A local neurologist initially conducted several tests, was initially unable to find proper pathology. Multiple sclerosis was eventually considered, though her doctors felt that it was unlikely that the girl could have been inflicted with the condition at such an early age. However, a diagnosis of progressive MS was determined to be accurate by a series of spinal taps in 1970. Within the decade following the diagnosis, her MS would on occasion go into remission as symptoms mitigated in intensity. It was during this period of mitigation that Barbara took on a job as a handicapped secretary while attending university. Eventually, inevitably relapses would occur. They'd cause her health to progressively grow more dire. With each relapse, her symptoms would become worse than before. These eventually became so severe that Barbara became unable to complete her schoolwork and had to drop out of college. As the 1970s came around, her respiratory system began to deteriorate, and Barbara was constantly hospitalized due to asthma and pneumonia. She would undergo respiratory and cardiac arrest on 3 different occasions, which would leave her discombobulated. One of her lungs then collapsed in 1972 and was coupled with complete paralysis of the left diaphragm and 50% paralysis of the right diaphragm, all of which restricted her breathing. Barbara would be admitted to the Mayo Clinic in 1978 as a last resort, but treatments weren't able to bring about any improvement. Her MS would then cause her to become incontinent and require permanent catheterization. As the disease progressed, her vision would all but vanish, and she became legally blind. In her medical records, we read that the condition had caused almost complete blindness with large scotomata. By 1978, Barbara had lost most of the sensation in her legs and became wheelchair dependent. The following year, she would further lose the ability to even be transported in a wheelchair and remained completely bedbound, unable to care for herself without a household nurse. She only left the house for hospital visitations via ambulance. Records from her hospitalization note severe tremoring of the hands that made personal care almost impossible and caused complete inability to work for the previous 2 years. Another physician wrote that her hands were so permanently flexed that her fingers nearly touched her wrists, with her body described as twisted like a pretzel, causing her to be stuck in a fetal position on her bed. Her gastrointestinal health fared no better. As the 1980s kicked off, her condition was hopeless. Her green eyes were useless, a patch-covered one, the legs spindly and dangling, the arms and hands had turned in on themselves, and frequently the twisted body was connected to machines. And tumors unrelated to MS grew on her hands and feet. The disease continued to progress. Her ability to breathe autonomously vanished in 1980, and she was put on a ventilator. She could, at this point, no longer swallow and required a feeding tube in her stomach. To combat this, the woman had to receive a tracheostomy in 1980, where she was given a hole in her neck to help her breathe via tubes. On May 14, 1981, it was recorded that Barbara underwent a laparotomy for treatment for her abdominal cavity, which showed no improvement. Given the severity of symptoms and the incapacitation of the patient during the time, her MS could be identified as peaking to an EDSS score of 9.5. The doctors and her family agreed not to attempt to further hospitalize her or resuscitate her, as it would only delay the inevitable. So she's basically on her deathbed. A communal prayer chain was forged by family and friends in a last-ditch effort for the 31-year-old terminal patient. While lying in her bed on June 7, 1981, Barbara heard a male voice behind her, which she believed belonged to God, directing her to get up and walk. The woman then took a literal leap of faith by quickly jumping out of bed and pulling out the breathing tube, giving her oxygen. Within only a few moments, Barbara and her family report that the woman's sight was now normal, her neurological function completely restored, and her breathing uninhibited. Her mother fell to her knees and felt her daughter's legs. Her calf muscles, which had been atrophied in years of not being used, had seemingly regenerated. Her father then picked her up and danced with her right there in the living room, with Barbara jumping up and down at least 10 times as the family tried to calm the excited girl down. Like, come on, this is after not using the legs for years? You probably need such extensive physical therapy for that. But anyway, let's go on. Later that day, the former paraplegic appeared before many witnesses at her local congregation at Wheaton Wesleyan Church as she walked among the pews unaided. Barbara's primary physician was shocked to see his patient stroll into his office the following day on June 8th, where he testified that he stopped all of her palliative medication because she was totally cured, emphasizing that no one had ever seen anything like this before. An x-ray taken during the same visit found no abnormalities in a previously collapsed lung. Her catheter was also removed at this time. A medical report signed 2 months later by a separate doctor confirmed the patient is a 31-year-old white female who has had recently a complete healing of severe multiple sclerosis, which she had for the previous 16 years. The complete recovery occurred 2 weeks after an ileostomy exploratory laparotomy, at which time she was completely incapacitated with complete paralysis of the right diaphragm, 50% paralysis of the left diaphragm, tracheostomy tube in place of the constant tracheostomy care, intermittent almost complete blindness with large scotomata, complete gastrointestinal paralysis with prolapsing rectum corrected by surgery, but complete malfunction of the intestinal tract, necessitating the ileostomy, severe tremor of both arms and hands, making personal care almost impossible, and complete inability to walk for the previous 2 years. The patient now has none of the findings of multiple sclerosis, is walking normally, has the tracheostomy tube out, and no pulmonary problems. She is anxious for her ileostomy and tracheostomy to be closed. For the patient's past medical history and systematic review, please see the previous extensive charts. At the present time, the patient has no findings of multiple sclerosis and walks normally, speaks normally, and is very happy, as is her family, over the obvious answer to prayer and the good hand of God on her life. Barbara Schneider's miracle would later go on to be discussed in both local and large-scale media outlets, television programs, and publications, including a May 1983 edition of the Chicago Tribune. From the Tribune's editorial, we are given direct quotations from 3 different physicians who express astoundment at Barbara's sudden cure. Dr. Harold Adolph. This was completely unexpected. There's nothing I can explain on the basis of medicine. It was a miracle. Dr. Thomas Marshall. I have never witnessed anything like this before or since, and consider it a rare privilege to observe the hand of God performing a true miracle. Barbara has gone on to live a normal life in every way. Dr. Donald Edwards. There is no medical test to explain what has happened. There is no neurological trace of her problem. The proof is time. The proof is time is key. Barbara would go on to live for 40 more years without any relapses of multiple sclerosis, dying of natural causes at age 71. In terms of scientific explanation, there's little to be salvaged. It is conceivable that Barbara's collapsed lung could have spontaneously gained back its form over time, but this is dwarfed by the sudden resolution of all major neurological symptoms in unison. Appeals to psychological illness are implausible here for myriad reasons, which Caleb kind of goes into, as are any appeals to palliative medications used. One of her physicians on camera in 1983 corroborates the instantaneous healing as well as the return of previously atrophied muscle.
Barbara's recovery was amazing in that not only was she apparently healed of the disease, but the atrophy, the wasting, the contractures all were completely removed, and she was able to walk and move all of her extremities and her whole body as if there had never been any disease. This overnight recovery that she shows is something that is completely unexplainable by medical science. It cannot be accomplished by medicine and was not accomplished by medicine.
Schneider herself reports instantaneous muscular regeneration in an interview with the Chicago Tribune from 1980. Now, I just don't hear voices, but the voice was real at that moment, she said. I looked at my friends and said, I don't know what you're going to think, but God just told me to get up and walk. Kaminsky told them to get her family, but before they returned, she hopped out of bed. I jumped out of bed and stood on one foot right away. I pulled off my oxygen, could see fine, could move fine, jumped on one foot and then the other. I met my mother in the hall, and she grabbed my gown and looked at my legs. She said, "You've got calves again."
June 7th, 1981, I'll never forget it. It was a day like any other day for me. That was one spent confined to bed, unable to breathe on my own, hooked up to machines, a tracheostomy tube in my neck, my arms curled up, my legs curled up. I lay there trapped inside my own body is really how it felt. I had 2 friends over. They came over all the time. They were from my church. My church family never forgot me. So while they were there, I still remember exactly what they were reading when all of a sudden I heard a booming, authoritative, loud voice over my shoulder over here say, "My child, get up and walk."
And there was nobody else in the room?
And there was no one else in the room, and the door was over here. There were windows over this way. And instantly, I knew it was God. But instantly, I also knew that my friends didn't hear that, which is kind of interesting, too.
Yeah.
And I needed to share with them what I heard. Well, I had this tracheostomy tube in my neck. That's how I breathed. And I had hands that did not work. So my friends said whenever I looked agitated, they knew I wanted to talk. So they'd come and plug the hole in my neck. And I said, "I don't know what you're going to think about this, but God just told me to get up and walk." My friends got really quiet. I know, but he really did tell me to get up and walk. Run, get my family. I want them to be here. And my friends all of a sudden jumped up, and while they jumped, so did I. I was so excited, I couldn't wait for anyone. And I literally jumped out of the bed. This is where you'd almost have to have known me to see how totally impossible that was. So this time, I remember reaching up and pulling my oxygen off my neck. I remember that. And then I jumped toward the voice. My friends are over here, but I jumped towards the voice. And as I jumped up, the first thing I remember isn't what I would think I would remember, but I jumped out of the bed and I looked and I saw my feet. They were flat on the ground, just like everyone else's, which sounds normal, but not for me. I had foot drops so badly I couldn't even wear slippers on my feet. They were so curled. So when I jumped up to have feet flat, I was amazed and stood staring at my feet. And when I did that, I jumped like this, and then I saw my hands. And they were open, and they never opened. And so now they were open, and I stood staring at them, and then it dawned on me I could see me. That's what I would have thought I would have noticed first, was my vision, but I didn't.
It was back, you could see.
It was back, I was perfectly fine. And I stood staring again for a little while, just feeling what it felt like to look at and see me. And then I turned, and that's when we were like women. We all started jumping up and down, screaming and thanking the Lord. I remember I didn't understand anything, except for once I was real sick, I was well again. And it has to be God. That's all I knew.
Barbara was instantly and thoroughly healed. Her eyesight was immediately restored. Her lungs were immediately back to normal. Her mother came running into the room and fell to her knees and began to feel her calves. She said, "Your muscles are back." Her muscle tone had returned instantly to her legs so she could walk after 7 years. Her father came in and hugged her and then began waltzing with her around the room. Well, this was a Sunday that this happened, and there was a church service that night at her church, which was Wheaton Wesleyan Church in suburban Chicago. They were holding a service, and so at the point in the service, a pastor gets up and says, "Now, does anybody have any announcements they want to mention?" And with that, Barbara began to stroll down the aisle in front of everybody who had only known her for all these years as being curled up in a wheelchair or sick in bed. She comes strolling down the aisle and the place erupts and people begin singing, "Amazing Grace, I once was blind and now I see." The next morning, she went to one of her doctors, Dr. Thomas Marshall, an internist for 30 years. And when he saw her walking toward him down the corridor, he said later, "My first reaction was, oh, she died and this is a ghost." That's the only way he could account for it. His response was this, quote, "This is medically impossible." Friends, God instantly and completely and astoundingly healed Barbara in one miraculous moment. There's no natural explanation for this. This was not some sort of spontaneous remission, which happens over a period of time, and the illness often comes back. This was instantaneous, her eyesight returning, her lungs reinflating, her entire body immediately healed. And how would you explain that voice telling her to get up and walk? This would be like a voice telling you, "Get up and fly." And you'd say, "Well, I can't do that." That's how wild it was for her. Say, "Get up and walk," after all these years. And yet she heard that. How do you explain that? Well, the illness has never come back today. This happened more than 30 years ago.
Next up is Greg Spencer. Suffering from poor eyesight at age 12 due to the swelling of the retina, Greg's vision improved after around 10 months during adolescence and remained stable for several decades. However, vision problems had returned by the time Greg became middle-aged. In August 1998, the 40-year-old man noticed that his vision became blurred to the point where he was forced to discontinue driving. His normal eyesight had tested 20/40 in fall 1998, but rapidly worsened by March 1999 when his corrected visual acuity measured 20/70 in his left eye and 2200 in the right. 1 month later, his visual acuity had dropped dramatically to 2400 uncorrected acuity in his right eye and 2200 in the left, certifying Greg as legally blind. An official diagnosis of juvenile macular degeneration was given on May 21st, 1999, after tests found a dense scotoma in each eye. All things considered, Greg appears to have a macular degenerative process in each eye that has finally resulted in legal blindness status for his better-seeing left eye. I discussed the high likelihood that this is a genetic form of macular degeneration. I spent considerable time discussing with Greg the findings, his current legal blindness status, the lack of any known treatment or surgical benefits, and the various support services available through the Oregon Commission for the Blind. We also gave him literature for the Foundation for Fighting Blindness and had our social worker meet with him for a discussion of support groups and how to proceed with his life. This diagnosis was confirmed the following month by a separate ophthalmologist who had recommended the Oregon Commission for the Blind that Greg be given a pair of grade A polarized sunglasses to combat photosensitivity. The patient's doctors noted in the records that no treatments were available at the time for those suffering from JMD, emphasizing to the patient that he would need to receive official training for his new life of legal blindness. Greg Spencer took this advice by registering with the Oregon Commission of the Blind, where he was taught how to read Braille, given a guide dog, and received disability payments through the Social Security Administration. Blindness persisted until spring 2002, and Greg Spencer underwent an inexplicable reversal of his condition immediately during a men's retreat at a local church. He had initially entered the retreat on April 19th, with fellow attendees noting that he needed multiple pairs of glasses to make out the print of the Bible he read. During a worship service that weekend, Greg got emotional and petitioned to God, not to restore his eyesight, but to heal his mind and save him from his past sins. Then the miracle occurred. When he opened his eyes, Greg could now see the exit sign in the back of the church building. Witnesses at the time commented that Greg ran out of the building and emphatically pointed out that he could now see objects outside. Following the retreat's end on April 21st, Greg's repaired sight was officially confirmed by his doctor 2 weeks later. An ophthalmology report from early May reads as follows. The patient was seen on the 3rd of May 2002 with a remarkable return of his visual acuity. His vision is measured without correction at 20/30 in each eye. which was his original acuity level before his loss of vision. Examination showed mild macular pigment scatter, but no macular edema or deposits at this time. Hopefully his visual return from the 2200 level in each eye will be permanent. Despite the recovery being considered a blessing, Greg Spencer's healing caused him to fall into legal trouble. Given the permanent nature of Greg's disability status, the man's healing naturally raised suspicion by the Social Security Administration, which informed Greg that he was being investigated for disability fraud. However, no evidence of fraud was found after a year of inquiry from the SSA into his medical and legal documentation. In a letter sent that summer, the administration then informed the recipient that he no longer qualified for disability due to the return of his acuity. They're like, okay, you're like, yeah, you're right. You got the medical documentation. I guess you have eyesight back. I guess the blind now see. The Lambertini criteria appear to be satisfied in Greg's case. Post-healing observations seem to indicate an objective change to the makeup of the eye itself. Examination shows mild macular pigment scatter, but no macular edema or deposits. In virtually all instances, JMD is not a condition that can repair itself or go into spontaneous remission. This point was likewise noted by a surgeon who reviewed Greg's records as a third party and came to the same conclusion. I believe that Greg may have decreased vision, but I very much doubt that he was 2400 and 2200 and then got better on its own. Retinal damage of that sort does not improve. If the RPE, retinal pigment epithelium, is damaged, the photoreceptors die and they do not come back in clinical situations. Retinal pigmentation epithelial modeling, once present, never goes away. With all the attention given to macular disease, doctors have not discovered the silver bullet. Macular degeneration is irreversible and incurable. At best, therapy is palliative.
There's also cases of the blind seeing. We have Greg Spencer, who began to suffer vision problems in his late 30s in August of 98. He was diagnosed with juvenile macular degeneration. His eyesight rapidly worsened over a few months, with Greg becoming legally blind with uncorrected acuity in less than 2400 in his right eye and 2200 in his left. By May of 99, he registered for the Oregon Commission of the Blind in 99. He began receiving disability payments. We have a letter here from his doctor, Dr. Richard Welleber, diagnosing Greg with JMD. This is all medically documented. We also have the letter from the Oregon Commission of the Blind on June 23rd of 99, saying that Greg has been evaluated, and yes, we're going to, receive him and help him be prepared to live his life as a blind man. Now, Greg was before he was a truck driver, so obviously he had to quit his job and receive disability. But before that, he was a police officer, and he had been exposed to a lot of things that just really tormented his mind. And he attended a Christian men's retreat between August of 19th through the 21st, 2002, where he had to wear thick glasses and still couldn't read the print of his Bible. He didn't even pray for physical healing. He prayed for the healing of his mind. He just wanted to be free from all the past trauma he experienced as a former cop. Ophthalmology records record 2 weeks later in early May, they noted near perfect and instantaneous improvement. So after the prayer, Greg had closed his eyes. He opened his eyes. He said that he could see a sign that said exit. He started looking around and just seeing everything. His wife was driving him home and he was reading license plates and billboards because he was just so excited. And so the Social Security Administration had to investigate Greg for fraud. But they concluded that he wasn't lying, that he really was blind and now he could see. And so you get an idea by the visual there of what his uncorrected acuity was, pre-healing versus after. This is a pretty amazing miracle that's just not explicable through naturalism whatsoever. We have a letter from his doctor, John Burpee, in May 3rd of 2002, and sending it to the Social Security Administration, and the Social Security Administration concluded their investigation and said there's evidence of juvenile macular degeneration. This is not fraud. And guess what? Greg went back to work. And so to deny this miracle, you would need wrong diagnosis, wrong testing, wrong disability status, mistaken witnesses, unexplained timing, receiving this miracle during prayer, mistaken post-healing exams, mistaken Social Security review, and over 2 decades of sustained accidental recovery, because Greg is still fine to this day, or some kind of wide-scale conspiracy for a guy to get some disability checks, only for him later to go back to his job doing what? Driving trucks, living the dream. And so, again, I think this is best explained as a miracle. And so,
now, as for the vindicatory implications of Protestant healings, if they're invoked in the name of Christ, I think that's going to be decently good evidence for Christianity. But no Protestant distinctive doctrines are being vindicated here, though. At least I haven't come across a case where someone's like, I call forth this sign in witness to, sola fide, and, get up and walk. And then the person gets up and walk. So I don't think Protestant distinctive doctrines are being vindicated here. But, God compassionates people in a variety of different sects. And, Protestants are separated brethren. As much as I'm going to be very down on you guys later on in the video, you are my brothers and sisters in Christ, right? So I need to try to remember that, because I've already recorded some other things where I'm very vigorous, and I've been very vigorous, but I need to keep that in mind, because I can sometimes be Especially post-conversion, I could be a little bit rabid. So forgive me for my rabidness. I am a sinner, and I need God's grace. I need to work on my charity. So, okay, let's go on to saintly intercession. Okay, so before covering specific canonization and beatification healing miracles, let's get a sense of the process by which the Church discerns these miracles.
The whole process of approving miracles within the Catholic Church looks much more scientific than many people, Christian or non-Christian, realize. And for this, I would turn to the work of Dr. Jacqueline Duffin. Now, there's a couple things you should know about Dr. Duffin. Number one, maybe most important in some ways, she's an atheist. So she's not coming at this as some believer trying to vindicate the idea of miracles. Number two, she's well qualified as both a hematologist, like a blood doctor, but also as a medical historian, someone who's done a tremendous amount of academic work on the history of where different advances in science come from. And number three, she, unbeknownst to herself, played an important role in the confirmation of a miracle. So, long story short, in the mid-'80s, in her capacity as a hematologist, she was given bone marrow aspirates, and she was given them blind, meaning she doesn't know why she's been given them, and she's just asked to examine them. And she looks at the microscope and realizes there was severe acute leukemia that had a remission, and then a relapse, and then a remission again. And she assumes, naturally, that the person must be dead and that this is involving some kind of lawsuit, only to discover, to her surprise, that the person was alive and attributed their recovery to the intercession of Canada's first native-born saint. But you know what? I'm going to actually let Dr. Duffin give the story in her own words.
Well, it began in my role as a blood doctor, a hematologist, when I was very young, and I was asked to read a set of bone marrows blind, and it turned out to be a case of very aggressive leukemia. And the patient clearly went into remission for a short period, then relapsed, and then went into remission again. So I imagined that it was for a lawsuit and that the patient must be dead because the type of leukemia she had was so aggressive. And I could tell from the slides that it was about 8 years earlier. And it turned out that she wasn't dead and that this was the case that was used to be the final miracle in the cause for canonization of Canada's first saint.
So scientifically, she sees this person should be dead, and then discovers to her surprise the woman isn't dead and attributes her recovery to the intercession of now Saint Marie Marguerite de Youville. Now this leads Dr. Duffin on a really fascinating journey. She's invited to come to the canonization of the saint, and so she ends up in the Vatican. She gets to meet Pope John Paul II, and it leads to this brilliant kind of idea that she has to use this as a launching point to do the kind of research that she does. Now, here's what you need to know. As I mentioned, she's not just a hematologist. She was also at this time the Hanna Chair of the History of Medicine at Queen's University, a position that she held until 2017. She was also the president of the Canadian Society for the History of Medicine and the American Association for the History of Medicine, which means this is a woman who, in addition to being a medical doctor, has done a lot of academic work in the history of where medical advances come from. So she has this kind of light bulb moment. When she's inducted in the Canadian Medical Hall of Fame in 2019, she's described as a medical historian, a hematologist, an inspirational researcher, a teacher, and an advocate. And they laud her for the fact that she understands the role history plays in making sense of science. Like, how did we come to know the things that we know? And that she talks about this in her book, History of Medicine, a scandalously short introduction. So what is her brilliant insight? That she can access now the Vatican Secret Archive. She's well poised as someone who has not only met the Pope, has not only been to the Vatican, but has played this role in the canonization of a saint, despite not herself being a Christian at all. And she thinks, why don't I do a little research about where all of this stuff comes from? That is, she realizes that her own documents are in the Vatican Secret Archives because of the role that she played. Like her paperwork in terms of the hematology report that she does, looking at these slides, she realizes it's there. And then she starts to realize, like, oh, there's so many other aspects from earlier cases that would be here for centuries. Wouldn't it be great as a historian and a doctor to get your hands on this to see what does it look like? Why do, how do we come to this idea that different things are miracles as opposed to other things? And so she ends up making 3 research trips to the Vatican. She's given permission to go into the Vatican Secret Archives, and there's someone who works with her to bring her different files all the way up to 1922. But she makes 3 research trips to the Vatican between 2001 and 2003. And she wants to know the following questions. Number one, what proportion of the miracles worked through the intercessions of new saints were healings of physical illness? Because that's the kind of thing that she has the most background in. When we're talking about miracles, what do we mean by a miracle? Is this an actual physical cure, or is this something else? Number two, what diseases were cured? Number three, how many miracles, like mine, she says, meaning the one she looked at, entailed cutting-edge science and the testimony of skeptical, even atheist scientists like her? Finally, what was the experience of other doctors whose medical work led them to a liturgical encounter, as she calls it, and how did these things change through time? Now, the results of this, she ends up getting information on more than 600 miracles, pertaining to 333 different canonizations or beatifications. We'll explain that difference in a second. And so she gets, for every person canonized a saint from the early 17th century up to when she's writing this, she has at least one miracle that was attributed to their intercession, and many beatifications as well. So she has a very thorough record. This is not a small sample size that she's working with. And she finds that in almost all the miracles, greater than 95%, we're looking at healings from physical illnesses. So this is the kind of thing, that she's qualified to look at. And these are miracles from 36 different countries, 5 different continents, a bunch of different languages. Usually there's a Latin translation. She's able to follow pretty well, especially when they're talking about the medical aspect, because again, in addition to being a historian, she's a doctor. What does she find? Number one, she finds that the church is actually slow to accept purported miracles. This is not just a case of credulous and unsophisticated people believing just any report of a miracle that comes their way in order to swell the congregations. Quite the opposite. She finds, for instance, this is actually a slow and deliberate sort of process. And each stage of the process can take many years. Now, this is helpful just to understand kind of where we are in the whole story. You have what's called a cause of canonization. If somebody dies and seems to have led a holy, exemplary life, and people are, really looking up to them as a model Catholic and wanting to imitate them, asking for their prayers and intercession, eventually you can open what's called the cause of their canonization. These days, you have to wait at least 5 years to open the cause. It used to be, until 1917, you had to wait 50 years. So the next step, if you open the cause of canonization, the person's named a servant of God, and then a scholarly biography is prepared. They look at all the paperwork. They really try to delve into, did this person lead a heroic life? They're looking for what's called heroic virtue. And if the church determines yes, they move on to the next stage. They're called a venerable. This is when the miracles come in. You've done the natural process by, this person has a popular acclaim. They're revered as holy. We've looked closely at their life, and they certainly seem to be holy. But now we have to really turn this over to God. And in order to be beatified, in order to go from being a venerable to a blessed, there has to be at least one miracle that's confirmed. After you become a blessed, another miracle is needed in order for you to be declared a saint. Now, even this is simplifying the process a little bit, and it's a different story if we're talking about martyrs, because they have kind of a different track to sainthood since they die for the faith. We're going to leave martyrs aside and just look at the non-martyr saints. What she realizes is that along the way, it isn't that the church is just trying to find miracles anywhere and is happy to confirm anything as a miracle. There's actually people who have the job of being what was then called devil's advocate. And this is a position that Cardinal Ratzinger actually occupied. And their role as devil's advocate is to argue, maybe they're not a saint. Here are all the reasons we might doubt that. It is something like peer review. They're testing the robustness of the claim that, Joe Smith is a saint. They're looking for imperfections in the exemplary life. They're contesting the claims of the postulants, the people putting forward the cause for canonization. They're unmasking either deception or wishful thinking on the part of the person who claimed to have experienced a miracle. And they're identifying errors in medical judgment. Now, this is going to be really important, meaning you may claim there was a miracle, but if the church looks into it and says, you know what, maybe not, maybe the doctor just made a mistake, they're going to toss it. They're not going to consider that as an authentic miracle for the cause of canonization. So the role this plays is much less credulous and unsophisticated than people like Dawkins assume. It actually is much more rigorous of a process. That's the first thing she realized. But to be in a position to qualify, best practice must have been given. Doctors and their up-to-date medicine are essential. to the clerics. Like when the church is looking at this, they want to know, was this person treated at a natural level the way they're supposed to have been treated? That is a tricky and sometimes awkward question because it means the doctor is sort of on trial. So she gives the example of, for instance, in 1908, a Corsican doctor, a doctor from Corsica, who basically it comes out he didn't do everything that he should have. And as a result, with the benefit of hindsight, his 3 expert colleagues refused to believe that the nun's ailment, though grave, had been tuberculosis. He didn't do all of the steps he should have done to confirm that it was tuberculosis in the first place. And therefore, we don't know if she miraculously recovered from tuberculosis or if she was just misdiagnosed by the doctor. As a result, more evidence was needed. They refused to accept this as a miracle. All that is to say, there are probably a lot of miracles that the church is saying no to, not because we're just being cynical, but because we just can't say for sure if they were miraculous. They don't meet the kind of standards and the conditions we're looking for to determine if there was authentically a miracle here or not. And so if you haven't done the work you should do as a doctor in terms of the diagnosis and the treatment, we don't have the paperwork, we don't have the evidence to conclusively say this appears to be a miracle or not. As she says, when a miracle was laden with medical controversy, it rarely became the final miracle in a process. Disagreement among the doctors was sufficient to weaken the cause and lent credence to the rigorous doubts cast by the devil's advocate. Except on rare occasions, more evidence would be needed in order for the canonization to proceed. So even if, you got 2 groups of doctors, and one group is just irrationally opposed to the fact that this could be a miracle, and they're saying, no, the other group of doctors has misdiagnosed it, or they treated it wrong, or the person was just delusional, they're imagining it, they're hysterical. The mere fact that there's controversy over whether or not the person really was sick, really did recover, etc., means that's enough to put an asterisk next to the alleged miracle, and we'll just put it on the shelf and not use that. We don't want to just take any old miracle claim that comes along. Even if an actual miracle occurred, we need something more than that, which is a pretty remarkable standard.
She also notes that the medical miracles rely on cutting-edge medicine, that a number of miracles followed unsuccessful surgeries and failed interventions, that the church relies upon medical experts regardless of religion. And next, let's hear from Monsignor Robert Sarno, who worked for the Congregation for the Causes of Saints for almost 40 years investigating miraculous occurrences for the canonization process. Here are some clips from him.
In 4 decades of investigating miracles, and we're talking, for the average listener who has no idea, I did not know anything about this as far as it pertains to the Vatican's research on this, but you don't come to these miracles lightly. When you are exploring these miracles for this process, you rely on doctors' reports. I mean, this is a thorough process, right? You don't say this haphazardly. There is evidence for this stuff.
And it's not just a doctor's report, it's doctor's reports, medical and hospital records, exams that have been performed, medical exams of all different types. In other words, everything for and against the case has to be collected as evidence in a trial, in a process, and then sent to Rome for study and decision. So it's a very thorough process. If those elements cannot be obtained, the case can't be presented. In other words, those are requirements for a case to be bona fide, to be verifiable. In other words, they have to be verified in fact. Well, the process starts at the local level. In other words, when a cause is started for the beatification and canonization of someone, there is if you will, a lawyer or an advocate for the cause, for the petitioner of the cause, called the postulator. And the postulator is the one who has the responsibility to keep his or her ears open to see, or to hear rather, if there are any miracles that could stand a canonical trial. And so people are encouraged to send in the information. I had this miracle from Father Damien or through Father Damien's intercession. And then it's the responsibility of the advocate or the lawyer of the cause to look into this case and see if it has some substance. In other words, number one, if it has substance, but number two, if that substance can be proven in a trial. It's not simply a question of there's substance, because there are many miracles that cannot be proven through a canonical trial, because a canonical trial has very many requirements for it to go through. So basically what happens is the process on the miracle starts in the diocese where the miracle took place. because the presumption of law is where the miracle took place is where your evidence is going to be. And so once again, upon the request of the postulator or the lawyer for the case, the bishop starts the process on the miracle. But again, he can only start the process on the miracle if he's got fulfilled a requirement. In other words, it's called fumus boni juris. In other words, fumus means the smoke, and boni juris means good law, the smoke of good law. If you want in gross terms, it means where there's smoke, there's fire. And so the bishop has to verify that there's some possibility of success before he starts this process. And the way he does that, as you mentioned, is on the local level, he gets doctors to study the material. Now, it's very important to realize that a miracle has two elements. There's a scientific element and a theological element. The scientific element is that there is no human explanation for what happened. And so therefore, you never ask the doctor, is it a miracle? You ask the doctor, what is the diagnosis? What is the prognosis? What was the therapy used? And doctor, can you explain the patient's condition from the therapy that was used? Once the doctor says, I can explain it, the case is gone. Once he says, I can't explain it, then you go to the next step to verify the theological element, which is where the miracle is. In other words, can you prove that at the moment this scientifically inexplicable fact took place, someone requested the prayer or the intercession of the candidate for canonization? So, for example, in the case of Mother Teresa, in the miracle for her canonization, there was a fellow who had about 12 to 15 lesions in his brain, and they were blocking the exit of the fluid that circulates around the brain and keeps the brain moist and functioning. And so this person was taken in an emergency way up to the operating room, but the doctor, the neurosurgeon, couldn't operate on him to drain this liquid because he couldn't be put under anesthesia because he had a defective trachea. And the anesthesiologist said, look, I'm not going to risk doing this because I could kill him right here and now with this defective trachea. We have to get a specialist and get him in here. So when the neurosurgeon went out to make a phone call to find the expert in esophageal realities or questions, we were able to verify that at that very moment on the other side of town in Santos, Brazil, his wife was crying in the parish church, and she was approached by the pastor who asked what was going on. And when she told him that her husband was being operated at that very moment, the pastor said, well, let us pray for the intercession of Mother Teresa. And when the neurosurgeon walked back into the operating room, the patient, who was basically in a coma just at the moment, or just practically at the moment of death, was awake and sitting up on the table and saying, what am I doing here? So what we had to do was coordinate the scientifically inexplicable fact that the water in his brain suddenly disappeared by itself with the fact that at that very moment, his wife and the priest were praying for the intercession of Mother Teresa. And there is where the miracle lies, proving cause and effect between asking for Mother Teresa's intercession and the person being cured.
And there's records of this, like this is documented medically, like
it has to be. And it has to be.
And it's not
otherwise
just
otherwise it's never used.
Right.
In other words, see, the whole idea is to prove this in the external forum. In other words, it has to be measurable, it has to be scientific, it has to be factual. It can't be conjecture, it can't be what we call a moral miracle. It has to be an actual physical miracle, which is verifiable and measurable, both scientifically and juridically.
And it's not just one or two doctors, right? Is there a term? Is it the consultivo, or what's the? There's a term for all the doctors I read that.
Yeah, it's called the medical board, the consulta medica in Italian, or what is best translated in English as the medical board. But that's on the Roman level, because what happens is on the local level, all the evidence for and against the case is gathered during the trial. And then the bishop sends all of the evidence to Rome, and then it's studied. Now, when it gets to Rome, the first thing is studied by the medical board, a group of 7 men and women who examine the case to see if there is indeed, or if there is not, a scientific explanation for what happened. Obviously, if they say there's no scientific explanation, then it goes to the theological consultors, who are the ones to determine whether there is the theological element, in other words, the cause and effect between requesting the intercession and the change in the person's condition. And then finally, it goes to the cardinals and the bishops, who study the entire case and make recommendations to the Holy Father, who then makes the final decision as to whether the case is a bona fide miracle or not. There are many causes at the congregation in which there's no miracle for beatification or no miracle for canonization. And the cause is blocked, stopped, because there's no, the requirements for beatification or the requirements for canonization have not been met. Just recently, there's been a book that has come out. I forget the name of the author, but they did a piece of it in the New York Times, I believe, this past week. And they spoke about the fact that this American cause of Emil Capon, who was a priest, chaplain during the Korean War, and how his cause isn't going forward because there is, you need recommendations and you need money. And this is all nonsense. A person who is a sports writer, who writes a book, is kind of like me writing a book on techniques of neurosurgical operations. It has nothing to do with the reality of the situation. Causes don't go ahead simply because the requirements are not met. And in most cases, the reason why a cause doesn't go through is because the miracle has not occurred.
See, and I think that's so interesting for people who listen and go, man, this sounds like a bunch of just, hooey. I cannot believe, I have trouble believing in miracles. I personally was just fascinated by how rigorous this process was. And even reading, in fact, correct me if I'm wrong, as you often do, Father, but is the term devil's advocate originates from this process, correct?
Yes, it does.
I got one right. All right.
Okay, but the whole idea is now with the new legislation, the mentality has to be, everyone is a devil's advocate because no one has a right to be canonized.
Right.
And so when we talk about the process in the local church, it is not the process of collecting evidence so that the person can be canonized. It's the process of gaining evidence for and against the canonization so that the authorities in Rome can make an informed decision as to whether the person should be beatified and canonized. So in other words, starting from the bishop, all the priests and lay people involved in the process in the local church, all of the bishops and cardinals and priests and lay people involved in the process in Rome are all devil's advocates.
Wow. Okay, I have so many questions, so I want to do as much of a lightning round as I can on this. All right, first question that just comes to mind here. You mentioned the criteria for miracles. It's physical. It's attributable to the saint. We're not talking emotional healing here. I can't submit a cause if people say I was a jerk and now I'm really nice. But
well, there are a lot of people, for example, who have argued or have asked the congregation, well, why can't you accept a miracle through the intercession of someone for a drug addict or an alcoholic, for example, who's reformed or whatever? These are referred to as moral miracles. And since they're not measurable, they're not confirmable,
right?
The congregation has never accepted these moral or does not accept the moral of miracles, not denying the fact that they could be miracles.
Absolutely. No. Yeah.
Okay.
No, absolutely.
We're not denying the fact that they could be miracles, but we're just saying that the congregation says that for canonization and beatification, a physical, measurable reality is required.
By the way, if you want to read more about the process, you can read from pages 9 to 14 of Caleb Jackson's book that I've linked in the resource document, Science, Saints, and the Supernatural. I'm only going to go through 2 canonization healing miracles, but because I don't know, I like these. They have a special place in my heart, and they affected me on my conversion. So The first one is of Matthew. I mean, there are truckloads more. Anyway, check out the resources in the resource document. But this one's from Matthew Pellissieri. He is the person who was healed. The information here I'm taking from Caleb Jackson's forthcoming book and Saverio Gaeta's 2004 book, Miracoli quando la scienza le si arrede, or whatever, pages 47 to 56. This is the Vatican-approved healing miracle that led to the beatification of St. Miriam Teresia Caramel. So Matthew Pellissieri was born on July 9th, 1956 in Kerala, India, with severe bilateral congenital clubfoot. That basically, means that his foot is kind of like off to the side of his ankle. So instead of us, our foot is kind of normal like this. It kind of comes off to the side. So kind of, it's like almost looks like a club. His family could not afford surgery, so he received no surgical intervention for his condition. We have photographs of him in his childhood showing his club feet, and the ecclesiastical investigation collected multiple eyewitness testimonies from doctors, teachers, family members, etc., uniformly attesting that he had club feet and walked on the outer tops of his twisted feet with thick calluses, deformity of both soles turning inward, and significant functional impairment. But then in 1970, his father began a 40-day vow and novena seeking the intercession of St. Miriam. On the 33rd night, Matthew reported a vivid vision of two nuns, one matching the image of St. Miriam, who touched his right leg and told him to stand. When he awoke, he rose to his feet and found his right foot straightened, instantaneously straightened. 1 year later, after his family repeated the vow and novena seeking the intercession of St. Miriam, his mother experienced a similar apparition on the 39th night and found that Matthew's left leg had likewise been straightened while he slept. Neighbors and teachers observed the immediate change, and Matthew walked normally thereafter. Here, for example, is the testimony of Matthew's school teacher, P.D. Itiachan, who saw him less than 24 hours after his second healing on August 28th. I have known him since he was 4 or 5 years old, and at the time of his miraculous healing, I had always seen him walk with his deformity. Then, with my own eyes, I saw him walking with his right foot and heel pressing correctly on the ground. After a year, a similar change happened to the left leg. Some local nuns would photograph Matthew in his new-founded gait on Christmas Day 1972, which was succeeded by a physical examination from Dr. P.C. Sunny Pasatyatil on the same day. The medical evidence includes an orthopedic examination in 1972 and examinations in 1992 by orthopedic specialists appointed by the diocesan tribunal. We have a photo of him standing on straightened feet in 1972, an x-ray of his straightened feet from 1973, and a signed report from the doctor present at his birth that he was born with congenital clubfoot. The diocesan tribunal confirmed that 1. The earlier deformity was unmistakable in childhood photographs. 2. The current appearance and function of his feet resembled those of treated clubfoot. And 3. Upon examination of Matthew, there were no surgical scars and no history of manipulation, casting, splinting, or any intervention. All of the eyewitness testimonies collected corroborate the instantaneous nature of the healing, and the medical board of the Congregation for the Causes of Saints unanimously concluded after their investigation in the 1990s that the healing was instantaneous, permanent, and scientifically inexplicable. I mean, after it would require the instantaneous rewiring and restructuring of the nerves and tendons and ligaments and muscles and bones in someone's foot. So, the decree on the miracle was promulgated on June 28, 1999, and the beatification of Miriam Teresia Caramel took place on April 9, 2000, in the presence of Pope John Paul II. Matthew himself attended the saint's later canonization, as reported by the Indian Times. Here are photographs of Matthew Pellissieri. This is the one on the left in his childhood. You can see his club feet. Here Matthew is post-healing. This is a photograph from December 1972. You can see his feet lay flat on the ground. Here's his feet in 1992 with roughly 90% correction, resembling feet straightened with medical intervention. We have x-rays of his corrected feet, 1973. Here's the signed certificate from Matthew's pediatrician certifying that he was born with congenital bilateral clubfoot.
Oh, and not just certifying that, but if you read the report, he also certifies the cure.
Very cool and fun case, if you ask me. Okay, so let's go on to St. Catherine Drexel's canonization miracle involving the regeneration of ossicles, which utterly astonished the doctors and surgeon involved.
Tonight, our second story takes us to Philadelphia, to a family that prayed for just such a miracle and got one.
You ready to go for a bike ride? Want to see the ducks down the river, Becca? Good.
35-year-old Robert Gutterman lives with his family in Philadelphia.
Pretty flowers there on the tree.
He believes he owes his life to a miracle. 20 years ago, he was rushed to St. Christopher's Hospital in severe pain. What began as a simple earache had turned into a brush with death.
This young man had what we call an acute mastoid infection. When the doctor examined his ear on the operating room table, he found that part of the bone that separates the ear to the brain had already been destroyed, exposing the covering of the brain, which is called the dura mater. Now, if the infection had progressed just a little bit more, the boy would have ended up with either a meningitis or a brain abscess and death.
After the operation, the doctors told Robert's mother they believed they had saved her son's life, but his hearing would be permanently damaged. Mrs. Gutterman, a devout Catholic, prayed for his recovery. Ear surgeon Dr. Miles Tertz had been forced to abandon the operation and was expecting further problems.
There was so much disease, I made the judgment, the decision, that the best I could do would be to clean it out as much as possible and stay away from all those things that could give him serious, significant, or conceivably life-threatening complications from the procedure.
But there was a remarkable development on the very evening of the operation.
Who's calling me? Somebody's calling my name.
No, Bobby. It's just a noise outside.
I heard somebody calling me.
It's not you, Bobby. It's just somebody else in the corridor. Now go back to sleep. Go back to sleep now.
Mrs. Gutterman was convinced that against all the odds, her son's hearing was perfect.
Nurse?
Well, I remember the next morning when the doctor came in, my mother had told him that I can hear. And I remember him looking and saying, no, we already told you that there's too much damage there and that he'd never be able to hear out of that ear.
But Mrs. Gutterman's certainty that a miracle had happened to her son persuaded Dr. Tertz to carry out an immediate test. The results showed a return to normal hearing.
I have no explanation. If you ask me, what did I do to get that outcome? I will tell you, I didn't do anything to get that outcome.
Thank you, Doctor.
So extraordinary was Robert Gutterman's recovery that the Archdiocese of Philadelphia set up a series of special tribunal hearings to examine the case in detail.
The Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen. We ask you for the strength and wisdom we need to carry out our task today. We pray this through Jesus Christ.
Acting on rules set down by Rome for the investigation of miracle claims, the tribunal set about interviewing key witnesses.
Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth to all the questions placed before you?
I do, Father.
What is your name?
Beatrice Marie Gutterman.
And what is your relationship with Robert?
I am his mother.
Dr. Tertz set out the clinical picture to the tribunal.
Well, the mastodectomy showed an ear which was filled with granulation and a middle ear which was also filled with granulation. And none of the ossicles could be identified because of the disease.
The ossicles are small bones in the middle ear, crucial for hearing. They seemed to have grown back.
The doctor was absolutely amazed. When he examined him, he said, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He is actually reconstructing anatomy. I asked what that meant. And he said that the flesh was fusing together to repair the hole in the drum. He asked what we did that his other patients don't do. Both Robert and I said, we pray.
Having exhausted all the medical possibilities, the tribunal required evidence that prayer had been instrumental in the cure. Mrs. Gutterman told the tribunal how she had turned to the Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament Order near her home.
Sister, may I please speak with you?
She knew us because her son had been an altar boy here. And so she came to us to ask the Lord to help him bear the pain. That was the first thing. Then she asked if he could only be well.
The nuns prayed to the founder of their order, Mother Catherine Drexel, who died in 1955. She was an heiress who gave away a fortune to the poor. The sisters believed strongly in her power to bring about healings.
I can't explain the hearing. The only way I can explain it is that the hearing was lost and now it's there. Whatever he was doing in that middle ear, I would love to take a look at that middle ear now.
Is his hearing?
The tribunal agreed that Robert should be asked to submit to another examination of his ear, which would show once and for all if the damage really had repaired itself.
Yeah. People out in the sun and all, huh? Here's the doctor.
It was now 13 years since the original operation. The new test on Robert's ear was conducted with the latest technology. The examination was carried out by one of America's foremost ear specialists, Professor Louis Lowry. Against all expectations, there were no signs of the earlier damage.
This is the eardrum here. This is the malleus here, which is the first ossicle or bone. And we could, when we examined Robert Gutherman, we could see this tympanic membrane or the eardrum, which appeared normal. We could also see the malleus. And so just from physical exam externally, it looked quite normal. What's the explanation from no ossicles in 74 to normal ossicles in 87? I keep repeating, I don't make the judgment what's a miracle and what's not, but it's certainly not explainable by my medical career.
We, as non-clergy, do not have the right to deal in miracles, but to the best of our knowledge, we felt it was something that we could not explain.
The Archdiocese of Philadelphia had shown there was a miracle case to answer. Now it was the turn of Rome to provide the final say. The Vatican's archives contain the records of miracle investigations going back to the 16th century. The evidence in the Gutterman case was painstakingly re-examined by Rome's own medical and theological experts. The process is rigorous, and many cases fail at this final stage.
Quite an amount of study by highly qualified experts is necessary. That is the most important requirement, because we do believe in miracles, but we are not eager to presume a miracle. It has to be proved and proved up to the hill. If there's any lingering doubt, we will just cast it out.
The next stage was for Robert's case to be heard by the cardinals of the Congregation for the Causes of Saints in the Vatican's Apostolic Palace. We were allowed a brief glimpse of their secret deliberations. It was this committee that passed Robert's case unanimously in 1987.
After all the preparations, it goes to the Holy Father, and he signs the decree. He is ultimately in all these matters the final judge. When he puts his signature on it, the thing is official, and only then it's official.
Robert's cure was declared miraculous by the Pope. The decree put Catherine Drexel on the road to sainthood. She was beatified in a ceremony in Rome in 1988, attended by the Gutterman family.
Well, the guys at work were kind of shocked when I ended up on the 6 o'clock news. They looked at you and they sort of said, well, gee, Bob, you're the regular guy. You know, you go out and you have a couple beers with the boys, and how could this be? And it gets very kind of difficult because God doesn't just show up to the holy people or to, the worst of people.
There are lots of other cool ones that Caleb Jackson covers regarding saintly intercession, including ones from like St. Charbel. So definitely, check out the resource in the resource document. I'm not going to go through the cool one that I was going to go through because I'm going much longer than I anticipated. Okay, vindicatory implications. Well, saintly intercession is just like manifestly vindicated here, right? God is going out of his way to systematically answer prayers, asking the saints for intercession. If you're a Protestant who disbelieves in saintly intercession or thinks it's inappropriate or even idolatrous, God has refuted you. All right, let's go to Calanda, Havana, Cuba, Tegucigalpa, Honduras, San Salvador, El Salvador, Managua, Nicaragua, San Jose, Costa Rica, Panama. Okay, sorry, y'all. We are going into the wee hours of the night, and I get a little bit tipsy when that happens. So here I'm drawing on Caleb Jackson's paper here, linked in the resource document, as well as Caleb's chapter. So yeah. So as with St. Joseph of Cupertino, I'm not claiming to decisively prove a miracle here, but the testimonial evidence is once again like seemingly overwhelming, and the naturalist is reduced to positing yet another seemingly grand conspiracy to explain away the evidence. And this is why I keep emphasizing that naturalists don't just posit a single conspiracy to explain away the miraculous evidence. They need like the most insane conspiracy of conspiracies the world has ever witnessed, where the world is like basically screaming like Catholicism is true, but like no, you guys are just positing coincidence upon conspiracy upon conspiracy, like liar, 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 fabricating the medical report. Like, okay, so here's the gist. Miguel Juan Pellicer of Calanda, Spain, had his right leg amputated below the knee in 1637, lived publicly as an amputee for more than 2 years, and then suddenly possessed a living right leg again on March 29, 1640. Jackson writes that in the case of the miracle of Calanda, the historian has the luxury of reviewing documentation that was recorded, printed, and widely circulated in close proximity to when the miracle was said to have occurred. Our earliest available record derives from an affidavit signed on April 2nd, 1640, from Miguel Andrew, royal notary of Mazaleon, who would take down the testimony of several witnesses claiming to have witnessed the miracle only 3 days prior. Most extensive is the official trial record produced 2 months later in June 1640, where a collection of 24 eyewitnesses would be deposed during the Spanish Inquisition's role in investigating the miracle. So let's survey the evidence. First, medical evidence for the amputation. Pellicer suffered a severe injury in 1637 when a cartwheel crushed his right leg. He was admitted to the Valencia hospital on August 3rd and later traveled to the Hospital of Our Lady of Grace in Zaragoza, or like Zaragoza. By the time he arrived there, the leg was blackened and gangrenous and so required amputation. 5 hospital witnesses testified to the amputation. Dr. Juan de Estaña, the surgeon responsible for it, Dr. Diego Miraculous, the surgeon who assisted, Juan Lorenzo Garcia, the surgical assistant who handled and buried the severed leg, Father Pascual del Cacho, the hospital priest, and another nurse or attendant. Miraculous explicitly testified that Estaña decided amputation was necessary and that he was present at the cutting and assisted in the execution. He saw it cut off. He further testified that an attendant carried the amputated leg away for burial. Garcia gave still more direct testimony. The deponent saw the leg cut and helped to cauterize it. The deponent is the one who took the said leg after it had been cut off and carried it, together with another companion, and they took it to be buried in the cemetery of the said holy hospital, as indeed they buried it. Father Pascual del Cacho likewise recalls seeing Pellicer after surgery. He saw in a bed in the surgical ward a young man whose leg had been cut off. The deponent saw the said severed leg on the floor. So there is sworn testimony under oath from the 2 operating surgeons, the man who handled the severed limb, and a hospital priest who administered to Pellicer after the medical personnel knew Pellicer well. The obvious naturalistic explanation, of course, is that, well, someone else was amputated, but the doctors just later confused that person with Pellicer. But multiple lines of evidence conflict this, including ones we'll see later. Pellicer remained in the hospital for months after surgery, receiving prolonged post-operative care, making misidentification a remote possibility. As Jackson notes, Estaña Miraculous did not merely perform a single operation, but met Miguel multiple times over long periods of time. This is also attested to by other hospital staffers, like Pascual del Cacho, who claimed to have routinely cared for Miguel during his months-long period of convalescence at the hospital. During the trial, Estaña states that he continued to treat Miguel even following his status as an outpatient. Estaña remembered Pellicer particularly well because of an unusual habit. Pellicer repeatedly rubbed oil from the lamps of Our Lady of the Pillar onto his stump. Estaña warned him against doing so. Most importantly, Estaña expressly addressed the identity question. The deponent knows well that the young man from whom he cut the leg and the one who has now been shown to him has been and is one and the same person and not different. So Estaña had operated on Pellicer, treated him for months, encountered him afterward, remembered a distinctive feature of their doctor-patient relationship, and expressly identified Pellicer at the trial as one and the same man he'd amputated. Pellicer was also a public amputee for over 2 years. After leaving the hospital, Pellicer received a wooden leg and crutches and became a public beggar in Zaragoza. He was assigned a place to beg at the Cathedral of Our Lady of the Pillar, and also worked there lighting lamps. So he wasn't hidden from scrutiny. In fact, he was known to clergy, congregants, hospital workers, innkeepers, and passers-by. He also obtained an official begging license shortly after discharge from the hospital. This is especially important because regulation of begging existed precisely to distinguish genuine disability from fraudulent begging. Spain had implemented systems involving registration, investigation, and in some places medical examination of the claimed infirmity, since they had a problem of people faking injuries to make money. The fraud hypothesis would require Pellicer to conceal a healthy folded leg for years while working publicly as a cathedral lamplighter, returning to doctors for treatment, publicly exposing what witnesses took to be his stump, traveling considerable distances, and sometimes sleeping outdoors in the hospital courtyard, where accidental discovery would have been an obvious risk. Numerous witnesses saw and touched the stump. Pellicer left Zaragoza for Calanda shortly before the miracle. Witnesses in Calanda to his amputated stump include relatives and longtime neighbors who could not plausibly have mistaken his identity and could not plausibly be mistaken about feeling and touching an amputated stump. As Jackson writes on April 1st, 1640, only 3 days after the miracle, the parish priest at Mazaleon, Don Marco Seguer, traveled to Calanda with his notary Miguel Andreu to investigate the rumors of the miracle leg. A 2-page affidavit was produced the following day summarizing the sworn testimonies of 10 witnesses who claimed to have seen Miguel both before and after the miraculous healing. The canonical inquiry, 2 months later, records numerous witnesses with first-hand knowledge of the uncovered stump, including Estaña, Miraculous, Garcia, Del Cacho, Pellicer's parents, the family servant, Barachina and his wife, Corellano, Felez, and others. Justice Martin Coriano testified that he had seen Pellicer with the right leg amputated and had seen and touched the cut portion of it. Francisco Félix testified that immediately before Pellicer left Zaragoza for Calanda, he saw his leg uncovered and saw and touched the stump of it. On the very evening of March 29th, the night of the miracle, Miguel Barachina and his wife testified to seeing and touching the stump. The said Juan Miguel Pellicer removed a wooden leg he was wearing and had his leg cut off below the knee, and he and his wife touched the place where it had been cut. This happened shortly before Pellicer went to bed. So we have a large number of multimodal, sworn testifiers who saw Miguel in intimate settings, touched his cut stump, and gave their testimony shortly after the event. The miracle itself, so this is March 29th, 1640. Around 10 p.m., Pellicer went to bed, leaving his wooden leg and crutch behind. Roughly half an hour later, his mother entered and saw 2 feet protruding beneath the covering. She called Pellicer's father, and they woke their son. Pellicer reported that he had just dreamed that Our Lady of the Pillar was anointing his missing limb with oil. Neighbors, including those who had examined the stump hours earlier, were immediately summoned. The restored leg was initially bluish-black, cold, several centimeters shorter, inflamed, atrophied, and difficult to move. And also, think about what this implies if Miguel had simply been binding his leg up behind him the whole time. Pellicer would be subjecting himself to repeated torture for 2 full years just to be a beggar instead of returning to his nice family farm. And yet we're to believe that someone so psychologically unstable that they torture themselves for 2 years pulled off this seemingly insane conspiracy whereby he bribed a dozen or two people, including well-off high-ranking members of society, and coordinated their testimony so consistently that it fooled an Inquisition tribunal? I mean, come on! Over the following days, his leg recovered color and mobility, and Pellicer eventually regained full use of it. 2 local surgeons examined it, and one reportedly pierced the foot to establish that it consisted of genuine living tissue. The restored leg also bore distinctive marks corresponding to Pellicer's original limb, including a scar from a childhood injury in which he had previously broken the leg, and scars from sores and treatment associated with his period in the hospital. Witnesses identified several pre-existing scars and marks on the restored limb, so the limb was identified as possessing features belonging to the same leg that had existed before the amputation. As I've emphasized, the evidence is recorded almost immediately. On April 2nd, 1640, only days after the event, we have the affidavit. That early record states that witnesses had seen and touched the amputated limb and were prepared to swear to their testimony. A larger formal inquiry followed in Zaragoza, involved representatives connected with both major churches of the city, doctors and university professors, 3 notaries, 2 dozen deposed witnesses. Witnesses were brought before Pellicer, shown his restored leg, and questioned concerning his identity and exactly what they had previously observed. After an investigation lasting nearly 11 months, the Archbishop formally recognized the event as miraculous on April 27, 1641. But it's also reasonable to think that hospital records would have existed and been available during the contemporary investigation, but the relevant records have not survived. They therefore cannot now serve as independent direct evidence, but it would have been exceedingly strange not to have relied on them in the investigation. Fraud and misremembering seem pretty implausible. I mean, the main skeptical hypothesis is that Pellicer's original fracture healed naturally, and that he spent years pretending to be an amputee by folding the lower leg beneath his clothing. But this requires either a bizarre string of convergent coincidences or a massive conspiracy or a mixture of both. He fooled or bribed both the surgeons, or they bizarrely misidentified him, as well as the man who buried the severed limb, the hospital priest also, and the attending nurse. He somehow fooled or bribed like a dozen or 2 people into thinking they saw and even felt his cut stump. 10 of them within 3 days? That's pretty insane info security. He accomplished all of this despite being like a 2-year-long self-torture to the point of atrophying, shortening, and turning bluish-black his leg. All to achieve the noble status of a beggar when he could have just returned to his family farm. Is that huge concoction of cope possible? I mean, sure, it is possible, I'll grant you that. But, am I gonna bet my soul on it? I mean, probably not. Again, I was aware of this case, and it caused me some cognitive dissonance when I was not a theist. And this is another one of those cases where it's I wouldn't expect you to be convinced by it alone, but it is pretty strong. I mean, dear skeptic, you do just have to admit you take on boatloads of coincidences that aren't the natural interpretation of the data. You are just going against what all of the pieces of data just seem to converge on, right? Instead, you're trying to desperately cling to your prior theory and just posit the most, well, not the most crazy conspiracy. That was with Myrna and Padre Pio and all the other stuff that you're going to say. But again, it's just I use this case as a mutual reinforcement, right? It's just yet another bizarre string of coincidences or conspiracy that you're going to have to posit. How many of these are you going to do, bro? Especially before you start to feel the cognitive dissonance. And I also think that if you don't have skeptical priors, right? If you're not this hardened naturalist from the outset, and if you instead think, for instance, the resurrection happened, I mean, dude, you know what I'm gonna say. Okay, so the vindicatory implications of this, saintly intercession, of course, he's praying to Our Lady of the Pillar. So this was brought through repeated prayers to Our Lady of the Pillar, and it occurred in the context of a dream of Our Lady of the Pillar anointing him with oil. So we got saintly intercession, we got Marian devotion, we got Marian intercession being vindicated here, seemingly. And then turning to personal accounts. So these are ones where there's no medical documentation, granted, but I don't know, it's still corroborating evidence, and it's hard to see how these guys could be honestly mistaken. And I just think it's fun, just go around, ask people, touch grass. Ask people. You'll get a lot of direct eyewitness reports. to things that, if the contents of the reports are true, it's just like demonstrably a miracle, right? Just go out and touch grass. Like my best friend Noah McKay, like he knows someone who just witnessed instantaneously a fractured bone immediately after prayer heal. It's like, what? What's going on? Okay, so I mean, obviously that's like you're getting it now, like through third-hand testimony or something like that. But my point is just to like go out, ask people, talk to people. So here are some cases. Like John Topping is an adjunct instructor and pastor with a podcast called Ultimate Questions that primarily focuses on the resurrection. But in one episode, he brought on one of his past students, Eden Maltby, to share the following first-hand testimony to the instantaneous healing of severe eczema all over someone's arms and legs.
I was quite young. I was going to the camp. I wasn't even a leader. I don't know. I was like 15, maybe even younger. And a bunch of us just decided that God can do miracles, and we had heard about it. And so we said, we're just going to go around, and if we find people who need a miracle in their life, we're going to pray for them. And so we encountered this one girl who had eczema, and severe eczema, like all over her arms and her legs. And so we laid hands, we put our hands on her and started praying. And at the end of the prayer, said, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, be healed. And we lifted our hands off of her, and the eczema was gone. And it was almost spooky, right? Like when you see something like that, you were like, oh my gosh, like this works. This is real. Let's do it again. Like very, very excited.
So you could actually, so it was like visibly seen. You could actually see it.
Oh, absolutely. It was.
And after you pray, it's not there anymore.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So it's not really just like you having faith. Oh, a miracle happened. It's like, no, you saw it happen.
No, I physically saw it. And it wasn't even just me, right? It was like this group of people. And even I remember the girl, she was a little bit younger than me, but I knew her through camp. And she was even like astounded, like looking at her own body in tears. Like, how did this just happen to me? It was very, very cool.
Interestingly, a similar report is given in Evidentially Compelling Religious Experiences and the Moral Status of Naturalism, a paper by Dr. Travis Dumsey. He's a philosopher. John White is a psychiatrist and Christian author. He describes an apparently miraculous healing in which he and his spouse participated. This is from 1988. I remember praying with my wife for a 2-year-old child in Malaysia. Her body was almost completely covered with raw, weeping, eczematous areas. We began to pray and extended our hands to lay them on her. The instant our hands touched her, she fell into profound and relaxed slumber in her parents' arms. But there was more to follow. I shall never forget our sense of exhilaration and excitement as the weeping areas began to dry up, their borders shrinking visibly before our eyes like the shores of lakes in time of drought. A person who has never experienced the impact of such a sight has no idea of its effect on one's emotions. Being a medical doctor, White presumably is a competent judge of the apparently non-natural manner in which the healing took place, especially with regard to speed and timing. So it was like, my dude, go out, touch grass. Like, Finally, I'll keep some of the details of this one anonymous because I haven't asked permission to share names or locations and whatnot, but someone I personally interviewed, Colin D., was a prison chaplain when 2 inmates were allowed to box each other. In the boxing match, one of the prisoners completely broke his nose. It was visibly mangled and slanted around 45 degrees to the side. 5 minutes after the nose breaking, D heard a voice telling him to pray for the prisoner's nose. He ignored the voice, but he heard it a second and then a third time, so he asked the prisoner if he could pray for his healing. In front of several witnesses, D prayed for the prisoner's nose to heal, and over the course of around 5 seconds, visibly witnessed it move back into place and the swelling subside. When the emergency personnel arrived, because they'd called 911, it's like, this dude's got a broken nose, what are we going to do? They were told to leave because they weren't needed anymore. So again, like, I don't expect these to like immediately convince a skeptic, but like, dude, like for some of these, it's like very difficult to be honestly mistaken about, seems to be like demonstrably naturalistically inexplicable phenomena, oftentimes happening in like the context of some kind of religious experience. And like, some of you are now like being able to just like divine from the armchair that so many different people that you don't know are just like liars and fraudsters and all this stuff. But again, I give those as just corroborating or kind of circumstantial evidence that like, these things seem to happen, my friend. Come on. Like, get with the program, get with the picture. God loves you, and he wants you to believe in him. Okay, on to Marian apparitions. So the party is just getting started, my friend. We are only 2 subsections in, and let's get on to Marian apparitions. These are among my favorites, because I love our glorious Blessed Mother. First up with Fatima, and of course, I've got to let the man himself introduce the case.
So it was 1917. So the first apparition of Our Lady to these 3 shepherd children took place on May 13th of 1917. So that was 3 days ago. We had the Feast of Our Lady of Fatima commemorating that. Starting on May 13th, Our Lady comes and she sets a schedule with the seers, and they announce this schedule in advance. We're basically on the 13th month for 6 consecutive months starting on May 13th. So 5 subsequent months. They were going to meet same time, place, and location and basically converse with Our Lady. And then the lady was going to reveal to them what she wanted from them. So this progresses. And by the 3rd of these apparitions that took place in July, Our Lady revealed to them a secret, which was guarded very carefully until about 10 years later in 1927, when it was disclosed privately for the first time. And then also, she publicly, Lucia in front of the crowd, and the large crowd started gathering at all of these apparitions. In front of the crowd, she says, "Perform a miracle so that all may believe that you really appear." Okay, and then the lady said, "Okay, in 3 months, I'm going to perform a miracle so all will believe." So that would coincide with the 6th and the final apparition on October 13th. So then October 13th comes, and basically 100,000 people, between 30,000 and 100,000, so estimates vary. But I think actually the more credible estimates are towards the higher end of that range.
Wow.
But between 30,000 and 100,000 people arrive at the cova despite it being heavy rain all day. And so people are getting soaked. And then basically noon, rain abruptly stops, cloud parts. The children say that the lady has appeared to them again, then say, "Oh, look at the sun." So crowd turns around, and then based on the overwhelming consensus of witnesses, where we have lots and lots of witness testimony, and this includes highly educated people, it includes skeptics, it includes Freemasons, it includes Portugal's major newspapers, they describe a solar spectacle that lasted approximately 10 minutes, where the sun first, so they say sometimes in patches of cloudless sky, the midday sun appeared as a pale moon-like disk that was painless to gaze at. And that's basically like 100% consensus. So then people are looking at the sun for 10 minutes, where we all know it's going to cause, retinopathy, photophobia, like it's going to cause people to have gaze, like involuntary reflexes where they do gaze aversion. So it's just, but it's totally impossible, but nonetheless, the people are staring at it, and it's a pale moon-like disk. Then it does rotational motion. So it appears to be spinning extremely rapidly upon itself, and specifically emitting firework wheels. So almost like sparks. And so that's what's creating the apparent rotation of the solar disk. And it's casting colors that are reflecting off of the environment. And so you have people who say they wanted to avoid sun gazing effects, so their back is faced to the sun, and they say they see the colors reflecting off of the faces of the crowd. You have one guy named Dr. Jose Garrett, who he's sitting there, he's staring at this through his binoculars. Everything around him is turned purple. So he sets down his binoculars. He says, "Am I suffering a retinal defect?" Closes his eyes, no after images, turns around so his back's facing the sun, opens them, and everything is still purple. So purple is reflecting off of the landscape. We look at 3 points. The sun appears to descend from the sky as if it's going to crush the crowd. And the crowd thinks it's like the end of the world, like it's this like apocalyptic event. And so to approach and then to recede. Okay, people feel this sensation of warmth. And many of the people who said their clothes were soaking wet at the beginning of the event report that they're instantly dried, okay, by the end of the event. So they were saturated with water before, and they're instantly dried after. And this spectacle was witnessed not just by observers that were gathered at the cova, but in fact, it was witnessed by distant witnesses. So for instance, in a city called Alburatel, which is 15 kilometers away from the cova, we have 2 independent groups of people reporting like exactly the same phenomenology in the direction of Fatima rather than towards the solar azimuth. And we have that in a city 40 kilometers away in Leiria. We have it in São Pedro do Mol. We have it in Minge to the south. Everybody also converging towards seeing this in the direction of Fatima. And we can prove that there was something objective that had to have happened, not just something psychological that happened on this date, by many arguments. The distant witnesses should already be sufficient. The degree of convergence between as large and diverse a crowd should already be sufficient. But we actually have photographic proof. And so Father Dr. Delure has, who's a brilliant, brilliant man who published a peer-reviewed article in the journal Faith and Science. He went and he looked at photographs. Now, they couldn't take photographs of the sun due to the equipment that they had available at the time, but they took photographs of the crowd. What Father Dr. Delure realized was that there was information that was encoded in these photographs that could actually be used to corroborate the witness testimony. And so in 2 respects. So first was he realized that just using pretty standard photogrammetric techniques that have been used for over 100 years, he could look at these photographs and reconstruct based on the cast shadows in the photographs. He could infer what the vanishing point was, and then he could infer the primary directional light source in the photographs, what angular elevation was it at. And so the genius idea he has is just to check. And then he goes and he says, oh, it could be at a maximum of like 30 degrees angular elevation, probably at like 27 degrees. So 32 degrees, probably the maximum. 27 degrees is probably the most likely angular elevation. But we can go check, based on astronomical data, that the true sun could have been no lower than 42 degrees, right? Given this was happening at solar noon when the sun was at its zenith. So that means there was like a point emitter directional light source that was not the sun that had formed, that was casting all the shadows on that crowd. So it's just totally impossible. And it's lower in the sky, corresponding to the crowd saying that it appeared that it was coming down and descending on the horizon. Then we also can look at the same photographs and we see wet-dry contrast patterns on people's clothes that don't make sense as anything other than basically infrared emission from that directional light source. So this is what Father Dr. Delors calls like infrared shadows, which corroborates all this testimony about instantaneous drying and the sensation of warmth that people experienced. So we're already physically corroborating what was reported by, we have a representative sample from a crowd of 100,000 of like basically I've personally reviewed probably like 150 witness testimonies, right? What's also reported by distant witnesses. And the distant witnesses, it's even better, because like you take somebody like in Lieria, and it's this woman and two construction workers looking towards these mountains that are interposed between her location and the cova. And what she says she sees is at about noon, a flash of red light above the mountain. Now, that's not from her staring at the sun. It's also obviously not from her having talked to people and then having like suggestion or like having memory effects or anything like that. Because who's going to say, yeah, oh, that giant solar miracle that all the people described that involved like the changing colors and the sun descending from the sky? Yeah, I'm going to be suggested into thinking I saw a red flash, right? No. But notice, if there was a localized emitter of light at the cova that was shooting out multicolored light, based on how the scattering of light works, just like how when the sun's low on the horizon and its light has to go through a lot of air mass, it turns red. Mm-hmm. What we would expect in long distance scattering from this localized emitter is for there to be this red diffuse illumination that reaches places like Lieria when it comes over at this grazing angle on this mountain. So we're getting like undesigned coincidences between distant witness testimony that only make sense given the physical interpretation of the event. So basically, we can prove that date, time, location predicted 3 months in advance by the seers in the context of these credible apparitions, which there's no viable naturalistic explanation for them. And it literally happened. There was an unprecedented objective atmospheric event of some kind that occurred that was localized specifically to the cova. So it's an extraordinary miracle.
To elaborate, I will draw or quote extensively from 4 articles, but primarily first 2. Of course, Ethan uses 2 articles on Fatima. He's working on lots of others, by the way, so stay tuned. My post with Noah on Veritatis Splendor and St. Beluga's article, Our Lady of Fatima, Queen of the Heavens. So, and see also the resource documents for links to these and a bunch of other videos on Fatima and whatnot. So first up, we have the apparition phenomena themselves. The experiences follow a pre-announced schedule. Lucia dos Santos, Francisco Marto, and Jacinta Marto reported 6 apparitions between May and October 1917. After the first apparition on May 13th, Lucia said the figure instructed them to return to the Cova de Iria on the 13th of each month for 6 months. The sequence subsequently followed that schedule, except that the children were detained by a local official on August 13th. They reported a make-up apparition at Bolinos on August 19th. The children were interrogated both separately and together shortly after their experiences. Their testimonies are strikingly convergent. They described a woman of extraordinary beauty who was more brilliant than the sun, sometimes bright enough to blind them. When questioned separately, they agreed on numerous details. She arrived from and departed toward the east, stood over a holm oak, wore a white dress and a cloak with gold accents, held a white rosary, and adopted particular hand positions when speaking when silent. Their experiences had a variably multimodal character. Lucia reported seeing, hearing, and conversing with the figure. Jacinta saw and heard but did not speak to her. Francisco saw her but did not hear her. There was no tendency toward harmonization of these discrepancies. Francisco consistently admitted that he heard nothing. The children were honest and not suggestible. The children were interrogated separately and together by clergy, doctors, academics, lawyers, and hostile officials. Dr. Manuel Nunes Formigal concluded, from the children's responses, and even more from their attitude and way of proceeding in all the circumstances in which they found themselves, it emerges with a clarity that seems to exclude all doubt, their perfect and absolute sincerity, the naturalness and frankness with which they express themselves, the simplicity and candor they display, the indifference and disinterest they show as to whether or not they are believed, Jacinta's extreme shyness, the apparent contradictions easily explained into which they fall, and which absolutely exclude any combination between the children, are all indications that the children possess, to the highest degree, one of the indispensable requirements for a witness to be trustworthy: truthfulness. The children also continue their claims despite punishment, humiliation, threats of damnation, threats of being killed, arrest, etc. There's no chance that they're lying. They enacted perceptual corollaries of their experience. People are gathering around them as they're having these like collective multimodal experiences. And witnesses are like observing what they're doing and saying what they're doing. When questioned, Lucia said the figure's luminosity was difficult to endure. So a feature she reported privately, extraordinary brightness, was accompanied by observable behavior during the experiences themselves that were like enacting corollaries of what their perceptual experiences were like. Conversational cadence. Witnesses saw Lucia speak aloud in a question and answer cadence, pausing as though listening, and then responding. And some were close enough to hear her actual questions and petitions, and their recollections corresponded almost identically with Lucia's subsequent accounts. So Lucia is perfectly sane with normal memory. There was external physical corroboration for the apparition phenomena. At the beginning and end of the apparitions, witnesses repeatedly saw a mysterious, apparently sourceless cloud or column of smoke rising from the Holm oak. During the October apparition, Jose Garrett independently described seeing a thin, tenuous, bluish column of smoke rise above the children, disappear, and recur 3 times, though he could identify no source. On August 13th, while the children were being detained and could not attend the Kova, witnesses who were at the Kova, because people still showed up, reported 2 loud detonations at the Holm oak without an apparent source, causing the crowd to scatter in fear. Explanations. I mean, lying is off the table, so, are they undergoing group hallucinations? Are they just like imagining the phenomena but can't tell the difference between imagination and reality? Neither is a plausible fit for the data. Group hallucinations don't happen, and certainly not 6 times following a predictable schedule with like this super convergent content. Neither is a delusive imaginative trance a plausible explanation.
I think we can just like re-describe with different terminology what it is that we're positing, and then we'll see that it's actually like something where there's less precedent for this than there is for hallucination. Right, for the group hallucination hypothesis. So basically, you have people predictably within a limited context and not outside of it, collectively entering into delusive trances where they can't tell the difference between perception and imagination, and then having imaginative content that is very coherent, that develops progressively over time in a way that keeps building upon itself, that doesn't wind up running into just obvious incongruities and inconsistencies and things that are clearly the products of the imagination of a child, and then is reliably and repeatedly, basically infallibly transmitting those contents without anyone consciously recognizing that this is what's going on, but distributing it between multiple people. And then you're having them also behave in ways that have basically they're enacting perceptual corollaries of the imaginative experiences that they're having. And then also just qualitatively, when you look at the dialogue, it just doesn't look like imagined content. That's one thing that I would just encourage people to do, is just go look at the DCF transcripts and read through the interrogation transcripts, and then just ask yourself, based off of what I know about children and what children imagine, does this look like the sort of content that they would imagine that they would come up with? And there's just a certain level of subtlety and sophistication and simplicity to the interactions that just makes me very skeptical. And also the focus and priorities is so different from what I would expect from these kids and their cultural context. And it's a lot of that qualitative stuff that also enhances my confidence. But regardless, hallucination is a thing we know happens. And we have lots of people that have schizotypal personalities and blah, 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 blah. It's really bad fit for the data for reasons I explain in the post. But it's something for which it happens. These delusive trance things, I can't find any examples of them happening.
So yeah, as that indicates, Ethan Muse argues that there isn't scientific precedent for group delusive imaginative trances that are accompanied by enactments of perceptual corollaries that follow a repeated schedule and whose content is either strikingly convergent or almost immediately infallibly transmitted across the deluded members of the group, who somehow can't tell the difference between imagination and reality, despite being over the age when humans reliably discriminate between them, and despite evincing a clear lack of suggestibility. And neither I nor Muse nor the latest advanced paid version of my consulted LLM found credible precedents thereof. That sort of thing just seems completely unknown to contemporary science. So you seem to be positing an utterly scientifically unprecedented string of insane coincidences here. Of course, you could posit a once-in-a-millennium psychological phenomenon happening to 3 children on 6 different occasions following a predictable pattern to explain away this single facet of Fatima. And then you'll probably posit a once-in-a-millennium anomaly to explain away the sun miracle itself and then all the manifold facets thereof. And then after that, you'll posit the yet further insane coincidence between these once-in-a-millennium anomalies by way of a 3-month in advance prediction specific to exact date, time, and location. You can do all that if you want, but it doesn't seem credible. And even if it were credible, you're out of insane Catholic miracle-related coincidences, my friend. I mean, as I said, you were out a long time ago in any case, but... Advanced prediction. On July 14th, Father Manuel Marquez Ferreira recorded Lucia saying that she had asked the apparition to perform a miracle so that all may believe, to which the apparition replied, "In 3 months, I will make everyone believe." On September 27th, Formigao recorded Lucia saying, the apparition declared that on October 13th she will make all the people believe that she really appears. On October 11th, 2 days before the event, Formigao asked Lucia whether she feared what the crowd might do if nothing extraordinary occurred. She answered, I am not afraid at all. The advanced prediction is also why tons of people showed up at the cove. So let's go to the sun miracle. On October 13th, somewhere between 30,000 and 100,000 people were present at the cova, including believers and skeptics, journalists, lawyers, scientists, and others. Avelino de Almeida, a journalist for the anti-clerical newspaper O Secolo, described the rain abruptly stopping and the sky clearing. Then, the entire immense crowd turns toward the sun, which appears free of clouds. The star resembles a plate of dull silver, and one can gaze at its disk without the slightest effort. It does not burn, it does not blind. He then described the crowd staring into the blue sky while the object underwent extraordinary pulsating or dancing movement. Dr. Gonzalo Xavier de Almeida Garrett, professor of natural science at Coimbra, summarized the phenomenon as lasting 8 to 10 minutes. The object became moonlight and easy to view, rotated rapidly on 3 occasions, emitted light from its edges, similar to firework wheels, and bathed the environment in stunning hues of violet and orange coloration. Jose Garrett described a pearly disc rotating at a dizzying speed and then apparently rushing downward toward the earth, provoking an enormous cry of fear from the crowd. The crowd described a 3-fold descent of the quote-unquote sun. This quote-unquote sun, the localized emitter, the object, could be stared at painlessly, even in clear or cloudless sky. This is not naturalistically explicable. You cannot stare painlessly at the midday sun. This is all happening at midday, around noon. You cannot stare painlessly at the midday sun at its zenith against a clear blue, cloudless sky. Some distinguish the object from the sun. For example, Rayo de Luz described, quote, a luminous disk the size of a large host, as if it had detached itself from the sun, or rather placed itself before it, unquote. People deliberately did not stare at the object and still shared the same phenomenology. Carlos Silva said, I did not look at the sun to avoid optical illusions, and nevertheless saw different colors in the faces of the huge audience, and especially in the white felt hat of a lady. Manuel Gonçalves Jr. kept his eyes always fixed on the Holm oak, and without deliberately looking at the sun, nevertheless saw the people, trees, and surrounding scenes successively change color. When everything appeared purple, Jose Garrett turned away, closed his eyes, covered them with his hands, then reopened them, and still found the landscape bathed in purple. Later, the surroundings then shifted to yellow. Even Scott Alexander grants that the degree of convergence in the testimonies is about what we'd expect for an objective event. We have distant witness. There were 2 separate groups at Alburatel, about 10 miles away, who reported the event. One hilltop group of about 20 people described the object rotating and apparently plunging toward the earth 3 times, which exactly coincides with what people at the cova attested to. Another group in the village, including the schoolboy Ignacio Lorenzo and his teacher, reported the same pale, non-blinding rotating object, its apparent descent, and rainbow colors reflected over the environment. Albano Barros in Mind was tending sheep when he unexpectedly saw what he described as a sun falling in the direction of Fatima. This involves looking roughly opposite the actual sun's direction, from his perspective in Mind. Guillermina Lopez da Silva in Leiria, while looking toward the mountain rather than at the sun, suddenly saw a great red flash in the sky and called 2 workers who also saw it. This is precisely what we would expect them to see, given their position in relation to the cova, due to light scattering. Even more remote reports are given from Santo Amaro de Oeiras, about 120 kilometers south, and Praia de Granja, about 160 kilometers north, including reports of rotation and a rose-colored cloud. So, different observers reported phenomena in directions converging on the Fatima region rather than towards the astronomical sun, and there are extremely striking independent convergences between the testimonial reports. There's also thermodynamically impossible rapid drying that occurred. So from St. Beluga's article, witnesses described their clothes, which had been drenched in rain, suddenly became dry. As evidenced by multiple witness accounts, it began to rain in the early morning or mid-morning on October 13th, 1917, and then the rain gradually increased and became torrential. The wind became strong, and the rain soaked all but those in excellent shelter, mostly those in cars and carriages. This is supported by reports of heavy rain in various newspapers, as well as official meteorological data. Amid these rainy conditions, a remarkable thing happened to the spectators during the Miracle of the Sun. Let the witnesses speak for themselves. Carlos Silva, in the October 18th edition of O Mensajerio, what amazes me is that although moments before I was soaking wet, I noticed that I was now dry. Ignacio Antonio Marquez, in a letter to Diocesan Inquiry Board in 1922. The sun turns on itself, and all those who were wet appear dry, as I was. Dr. Jose Mayra Pereira, a medical student at the University of Coimbra at the time of the apparitions. Although my clothes were somewhat soaked through, I felt them suddenly almost completely dry. Sister Maria de Jesus Autunes Carrera, who was 10 years old when her mother took her to Cova de Iria that day, said, I was soaked to the bones. The clothing dried instantly, even the undergarments. Joaquin Vicente said, my clothes were wet, and then, without noticing it, they were dry. St. Beluga doesn't even include all the abundant testimonies to rapid drying. For example, Luis Lopez was soaked from his feet to his waist, but as the sun came down from the sky, he noticed, to his astonishment, that he was completely dry. These testimonies converge with testimonies describing a sensation of heat, and they also coincide exactly with certified photographs during and shortly after the Miracle of the Sun, which demonstrate the rapid drying. Here, from Ethan Muse's article, we have dry clothes and a photograph taken after the event. And here we have a figure on the right with a wet-dry contrast pattern. So wet up here, soaked, we've got dry down here. On the boy's trousers, regions shielded by his jacket remain soaked, while exposed regions are dry. So multiple photographs independently corroborate exactly what oodles of witnesses are saying. And the photograph on the right is especially striking, since it shows that it was raining enough to be soaked, and the wet-dry contrast pattern fits perfectly exactly what we'd expect if, his jacket was occluding this region here, which now he's unbuttoned. You can literally see it, and showing the soaked garments. Notably, the boundaries of these regions track the three-dimensional clothing geometry if you actually zoom in, not the plate or image borders. So there's no way there's a photographic defect. What, are you going to posit a photographic defect for this one as well? Just there happens to be a photographic defect that exactly matches the actual geometry of the image and what's actually depicted on the image when you actually look at the seams and everything. Oh, and I guess this photograph was just fabricated, huh? Oh, and yes, the photographic defects and the fabricated photos just happen to corroborate exactly what oodles of people at the Cova are saying. As Muse notes, the rapidity of drying is naturalistically inexplicable. If the crowd had been standing in the Mojave Desert on a sunny and hot day, it would have taken hours, not minutes, for saturated garments to fully dry. The ambient temperature and humidity at the Cova would have been profoundly unfavorable to non-negligible drying at the time of the event. The temperature on the Fatima Plateau at midday in mid-October ranges from 15 to 20 degrees Celsius. Even at the upper end, that is mild. Relative humidity after prolonged rain would have been very high. In such an environment, the driving force for evaporation would have been minuscule. Photogrammetric analysis. In a peer-reviewed publication, Father Dr. Delure, an expert in applied sciences, performed trigonometry on multiple clearly defined cast shadows and about a dozen photogrammetric cues and found that all converge non-solar elevation for the light source by a wide margin of at least 10 degrees, which distinguishes the localized emitter, that is the light source, from the sun. Of course, not being an expert, I do have some higher order uncertainty about the results of Delure's analysis. But Delure is an expert, especially in photogrammetric methods, and it would be very striking if a dozen photographic cues converged to the same vanishing point. Delure also externally validated the specific techniques that he used to estimate the solar elevation in D115, that's the famous image that he analyzed, by applying them to computer-generated and real-world photographs. The angular elevations that he derived were consistently within a few tenths of a degree of the true elevations of the light sources in those photographs. And as Delure notes, for over a century, photography and architecture books, as well as sketches and plans, have been full of precise calculations, less than 1 degree, of shadows based on photos of buildings and other subjects taken with standard professional cameras using the techniques I've used. The vanishing point is determined. Notably, if Delure is right, it's game over. A miracle conclusively happened. Notably, if Delure is right, if he's right, it's just game over, right? A miracle just conclusively happened. We just have this spontaneous localized emitter happening on the exact day, time, and location predicted in advance. There's no way. But also, the evidence independent of Delure, I think, is sufficient to show as much too. So I certainly don't think the case of the miracle rests on Delure's photogrammetric analysis. And as I said, I have a degree of higher order uncertainty about it because I am not an expert. But also, notice that even a significant degree of higher order uncertainty still gets us pretty far if there's a decent chance that he's right, because it's basically conclusive if he is. Here's a diagram from Delure's optical analysis of the light source. You can check his full paper. It's linked in, I think, Ethan's post as well as in the St. Beluga post. The best naturalistic explanation is sun gazing. That these guys were just all basically gazing at the sun. And, that just caused them to, you see some funny colors when you look at the sun, and that explains what happened. Nothing to see here, guys. But this explanation is untenable.
Here seems to be his dilemma. You can find reports of people seeing things that are similar, that have aspects that are similar to Fatima from sun gazing, right? You have that. That exists. The thing you don't have are groups of people where they're all seeing the same sequence with the same aspects, all consistently when looking, right? So you have a very high degree of convergence in a large group because the effects by their nature are kind of inconsistent, idiosyncratic, highly variable from person to person. And so that issue of degree of convergence that exists between the testimonies, where we're talking about the witnesses that are separated by 15 kilometers in Albertel and the witnesses at the Cova are saying we saw a threefold descent to the sun, right? So 3 vertical descent to the sun, which he basically finds in no sun-gazing testimonies ever. Light, multicolored light, reflecting off of the environment, right? Rapid rotational motion, right? We're seeing the zigzagging through the sky, the translational motion. We're seeing, and all these in roughly the same sequence from person to person. The firework wheels, Catherine wheels, that stuff. And so one thing that we're totally at a loss for is for these things to be group experiences that are highly coordinated and convergent between each other. The second thing it seems like we're at a loss for is not the occurrence of individual features, but the constellation of features to happen instantaneously when looking at the sun, and then for all of those features to coalesce within one individual experience. That also seems like it doesn't happen. I mean, I don't see examples of the vertical motion really happening ever. Another thing is the light reflecting off the environment.
Yeah, like the white hat or whatever.
Well, yeah, it's just people are seeing. So, for instance, we have the two crucial witnesses who said, I didn't look at the sun because I didn't want there to be an optical illusion. So I faced the opposite direction of the sun, and I saw like the red and yellow reflecting off of the people in the crowd, their faces, And so we have a guy that's specifically saying, I don't want there to be sun gazing effects. So I'm turning around and looking at the people, and then the light is reflecting off the people and changing color. I mean, another thing we don't see, obviously, are like distant witnesses reporting the same phenomenology at the same time.
Yeah, or rapid drawing, or...
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, all that stuff just starts to get conclusive. I mean, and that's, yeah, I'm not even going to go for like physical evidence.
The photogrammetric, yeah.
Yeah, right now I just want to focus on phenomenology of reports.
Okay, yeah.
And there are things that seem really, really hard for me to explain. So if the crowd is right, that the sun was standing out in the open sky, clear sky, that wasn't obstructed by clouds for any period of time, and then they were staring at it without discomfort, how do you explain that? How nobody's having discomfort glare staring at the sun, in midday sun, in the afternoon? How do you explain it? And then Scott says, okay, well, let's think that it was attenuated by clouds, and people mistook it for being in the clear sky, even though they're saying blue, right? Where I shouldn't have seen it. All these people are saying, like, this is anomalous, like, this is something that is lending us the impression that this is a miracle, etc. But okay, fine, let's concede it's covered by clouds. Then you'd never get sun gazing. If the thing is the same brightness as the moon, do you get sun gazing effects, optical effects in your eyes from staring at the moon? No. So if it's as bright as the moon, it doesn't cause sun gazing effects. So you can't have both at the same time. Yes, you can have, it's a pale disk as bright as the moon, obscured by clouds. So I'm not even sure you can get that at I'm not fighting them about that just because it's such a distraction, but I literally don't think you can get that when the sun is at its zenith. But regardless, okay, sure, sometimes people do see through fog a sun as a pale disk, right?
Yeah, but then you just don't have the sun gazing effect. So
yeah, they don't do that at the same time that they're sun gazing. Right?
Yeah, and this is, I remember you making this point where there is this conflict between his explanation of the various colors that people reported and whatnot on the one hand, and his sort of explanation of how easy it was to look at the sun. And that's just all in addition to him already just having to sort of wave away the various different testimonies that it was a clear sky. And I saw, and the clouds moved away. Some of them say it was opening as a curtain, and I could see the sun, and it was there were no clouds.
I just want to read it because I wasn't actually biased in my collection. It couldn't be confused with the sun seen through fog because it wasn't opaque, diffuse, or veiled. That's the most explicit statement you're going to get.
Wait, someone said that.
What did you say?
I said someone said that. I don't even remember that. That's funny.
Yeah, that's Jose Garrett's testimony. It couldn't be confused with the sun seen through fog, which, by the way, didn't exist at that time because it wasn't opaque, diffuse, or veiled. He also reported it was intermittent. The sun sometimes stood out in patches of clear sky. The clouds did not obscure the light, which did not hurt of the sun, but sometimes these flakes, which were white, seemed to take on sliding before the sun a diaphanous pink or blue hue. Mario Godino, I saw in a clear area of sky, parentheses, where one should not be able to stare at the sun, end parentheses, the very sun. I could then see the sun more easily than I can see the moon on a full moon night. Almeida writes, one can see the immense crowd turning towards the sun, which appears free from all clouds and at its zenith. The sun resembles a dull silver plate, and it is possible to look at it without the least effort. Vicente reported, it was raining. Suddenly the clouds opened, and the sun seemed as though through a window. Jose Corrado, the sun, now cloudless, did not project its rays onto the earth. Suddenly it lost all light or flames, and a pale silver plate appeared. It could remain fixed indefinitely without disturbing the eyes.
Now cloudless.
The sky was covered with clouds, but suddenly the clouds tore away, and the sun appeared, as if trembling. Jacinto Lopez, the hour approaches, and behold, as if by magic, the rain stops, the sun breaks through the dense black clouds and reveals itself with luminous rays, and soon loses its brightness and colors, able to be seen by the naked eye without hurting the eyes. Dominic Reyes, yes, I could look at the sun without pain in the eyes. There were colors all around the sun, and it was like the sun. But the clouds didn't go with the sun. They were blue in different colors. Raul de Luz, suddenly a luminous disk the size of a large host, which everyone could gaze upon as one gazes upon the moon, appeared, as if it had detached itself from the sun, or rather placed itself before it. A beautiful cloud, now fiery colored, now purple, now pink, now golden, appeared and disappeared successively. Jose Silva reported, we could look at the sun without difficulty. The sky became clear. Luis Vascanos reported, at first I only saw clouds drifting by, leaving the sun uncovered. Suddenly, I see the intensely pink rim surrounding the sun, which resembled a disc of dull silver, while giving me the impression it was moving from its original position. Jose Frazo reported, the sky was covered with clouds, but suddenly the clouds opened. Echinofuria. At 1 o'clock, the clouds gathered into a very thick and dark form, giving the appearance of an eclipse. Then the dark cloud broke, and through the break, we saw the sun. At 1 o'clock, Maria Quiros. At 1 o'clock, the sky, a silvery globe appeared to be crossed here and there by clouds. Maria Teresa, we could not see the sun. Then suddenly the clouds drew away. The sun appeared. We could look at it as if it were the moon. So anyways, we see a very consistent theme of witness testimony is abrupt break in the clouds, reveals the sun. Were there clouds there, weren't there? Well, anybody who's explicit about it says it couldn't be mistaken for the sun seen through clouds. Cloudless, clear patch of sky, shouldn't be able to see it.
Yeah, dude, I think there was even one that maybe you included this one, but I noticed it, and it described the clouds moving away as like a curtain or something like that. So that's another one. I don't even know if you mentioned that one, because I didn't hear the word curtain.
There's a paradox here, which is, how is it that you're going to get it to where you can have a whole crowd of people staring for 10 minutes at this light source, where you're going to attenuate the light enough that that's not going to cause discomfort in anybody? But at the same time, you're going to appeal as the physiological mechanism to explain the crowd phenomenology. You're going to appeal to optical effects that would only result if they had been staring at this like high contrast, very bright source.
So there are many problems with the sun gazing explanation. Here's a summary. The light source seen by the witnesses at Fatima was comfortable to stare at, which means it did not cause the retinal overstimulation necessary to produce sun gazing effects. Not only was the light source comfortable to stare at, but 15 witnesses who mentioned clouds noted that the object was seen against the backdrop of a clear sky, blued sky, free from all clouds, etc. The midday sun is not comfortable to stare at in the absence of cloud coverage. The colors cast by the light source on the surrounding landscape were noted by witnesses who had their backs turned to the quote-unquote sun in order to avoid optical illusions. The witnesses experienced convergent visual phenomenology, whereas sun-gazing effects would have been idiosyncratic. The witnesses all saw the miracle at the same time, whereas the onset of sun-gazing effects would have been staggered. Multiple witnesses, at least one, and I think Ethan might have actually gone through 2 or 3 if I recall correctly, but at least one witness and maybe multiple witnesses distinguished the light source from the sun. Photogrammetric evidence and testimony from distant witnesses showed that the light source seen by the Fatima witnesses was not the actual sun, but a localized emitter. Many of the distant witnesses saw precisely what we would expect them to see, given their distance and orientation relative to the cova. Especially probative here are cross-group undefined coincidences between testimony reports. For instance, witnesses in Albury-Rotel describe a 3-fold descent of the quote-unquote sun when looking towards the cova. And that in turn exactly corroborates testimonies to 3-fold descent from the people at the cova. There are lots of testimonies to extremely rapid drawing of clothes, which sun gazing couldn't explain. Multiple photographs exactly align with these, as do testimonies to a sense of heat radiating from the emitter. Sun gazing, of course, also doesn't explain the scientifically unprecedented apparition phenomena and the external physical cooperations that happen to coincide with them. Sun gazing doesn't explain the healing. It's a mess. Speaking of healings, and I think that I take these to just be like further corroborative evidence, like they're just like further coincidences that the naturalistic explanations just have to add one on top of another, whereas the miracle hypothesis has a unifying explanation of all the data. You guys are just going to add on top of that these coincidences. So from St. Beluga's article, Sister Maria Miguel Marcote, originally from Finisterre, Spain, had suffered from painful, severe arthritis in her left knee for about 10 years. Her knee was intensely swollen, and the left leg had atrophied to the extent that it was 7 centimeters shorter than the right leg. Her condition remained unchanged despite continuous limb extension, light therapy, and calcium salts. On January 12, 1940, the community prayed for her during a candlelight procession in the convent with the image of Our Lady of Fatima. The next day, after the procession, Maria experienced a sudden and sharp tug on her leg and found herself radically cured. She was able to resume all her duties as a lay sister, including kneeling and walking normally, activities she hadn't been able to do for a decade. Dr. Jose Rodriguez Gomez, who had been treating Maria, formally attested to her initial condition, treatments, and the drastic change observed on January 13th. On that date, I observed normal gait without any trace of limping, lower limbs of equal length, muscle mass is apparently normal. In the thigh, there is a decrease of 1 centimeter in circumference, and in the lower leg, the difference is 0.5 centimeter. Equal knee circumferences. Palpation of the region does not awaken the slightest pain. Perfect mobility of the kneecap, as well as all movements of the joint. Conclusion: the patient is clinically cured. We have cures of blindness. Ophthalmologist Dr. Alfredo da Fonseca reported in a letter to Dr. Luis Pacheco that Maria had optic nerve atrophy, which completely abolished vision. Dr. Gama Pinto also diagnosed Maria with optic nerve atrophy. Against all medical odds, Maria's vision was fully restored in both eyes after using water from Fatima for a few days. We have a 10-year-long paralysis, being healed and attested to by Dr. Fernando Van Zeller Pelsoa, who had been treating Santos during the 10 years of his paralysis. We have someone who was deaf for 49 years after applying a few drops of Fatima water in his ears during a novena to Our Lady of Fatima. He suddenly ceased to be deaf, continuing to hear perfectly thereafter. Testified to by Dr. Joaquim Alberto de Carvalho Oliveira, and so on. There are others that I'm not going to go through, but you get the point. So, like, we got the healing of the paralytic, the blind, the deaf, etc. All the sorts of miracles that Christ performed and which served to vindicate or authenticate him. Whereas those are maybe, I don't know, years or decades after the fact. Here we got basically, like, contemporaneous reports from doctors and testimonies from doctors themselves who are like, yeah, this is my patient for 10 years and things like that. Okay, so, in summary, we have voluminous, detailed, convergent, contemporaneous testimony enjoying every appearance of credibility that Our Lady supernaturally appeared to 3 children on 6 different occasions following an advanced schedule coinciding with objective, multiply attested physical anomalies, who in turn predicted months in advance the exact date, time, and location of a spectacular event that tens of thousands of people witnessed both at the cova and within dozens of kilometers of the cova, backed by highly convergent phenomenology, literal photographs independently corroborating abundant testimonies to thermodynamically and possibly rapid drying in a sense of heat, multiple clearly defined cast shadows, and about a dozen photogrammetric cues, all converge to support a non-solar elevation for the light source, painless staring at the light source against a clear blue cloudless sky at midday, with people avoiding optical effects by looking away from said source, with people distinguishing the source from the sun, with oodles of subsequent apparently miraculous medically attested healings, and on and on and on. The sheer force of this positive evidence is overwhelming. The 2 biggest objections to Fatima are the failed prophecy objection. Ethan Muse in this post here, I've linked it in the resource document, pretty swiftly refutes the objection. Noah McKay and I also refute it in our In Defense of the Miracle of the Sun. But long story short, on the day of the miracle, Lucia explicitly formulated the prophecy conditionally. After the July 13th and September 13th apparitions, Lucia understood the promise of the end of the war to be conditional on praying the rosary. Within a week of the miracle, Jacinta explicitly formulated the prophecy conditionally. In 1927, Mendez, who carried Lucia in his arms on October 13th, very plausibly characterized Lucia's prophecy conditionally, and in 1948, Mendez explicitly characterized Lucia's prophecy conditionally. On the day of the miracle, De Silva corroborated Jacinta's conditional formulation of the prophecy. Within a week of the miracle, Constancio reiterated the second part of Jacinta's rendition of the prophecy and corroborated the first part. 4 days after the miracle, Raposo corroborated both parts of Jacinta's prophecy. A week after the miracle, Lucia stated the prophecy unconditionally, but first explicitly admitted to forgetting its immediate context. 2, deferred to her early articulation of the prophecy, which was conditional. She later, 3, expressed uncertainty about whether the prophecy was conditional, and 4, admitted to having been distracted when the prophecy was spoken. Moreover, actually, if you look at the context, which is what Noah and I go through and we show in the post, she was clearly not actually pronouncing on whether the prophecy was conditional. She was pronouncing on whether or not Mary said today, whether or not she said the word today or the word soon. But that's totally compatible with her thinking that, the war ends today was within the consequent of a conditional. We go through this extensively in the Veritatis Splendor post. We go on to demonstrate that apparently contrary reports are easily accommodated. I also personally sat down with a Portuguese student in my grad program. He lived in Portugal basically, I think, his whole life, went to the University of Coimbra, I think. Has this thick accent. I show him the transcript from the day from Lucia, October 13th, and he reads it. He's like, oh yeah, clearly conditional. I consulted a bunch of others, and the significant majority of them said that yeah, conditional, and many of them, in fact, he said very clearly conditional. And this person in my department, he was like, yeah, like it's roughly like how my grandma might speak, but it's clearly conditional. But anyway, check out our post on Veritatis Splendor. So that's the first biggest objection. I don't think it succeeds. The second biggest objection is what we can call the horizontal strategy. So the strategy here is just to identify a bunch of other putative sun miracles that at least superficially rhyme with Fatima in some ways, and then to infer that because these other sun miracles, quote unquote, are not plausibly miraculous, Fatima is not plausibly miraculous either. Because whatever explains the former should carry over to the latter. But first, other alleged sun miracles tend to differ from the miracle of the sun in highly evidentially relevant ways. For example, they were not seen by distant witnesses, and/or the phenomenological reports are neither highly convergent nor saturated with striking undesigned coincidences, and/or they weren't seen by hostile witnesses who were present, and/or they didn't dry wet clothes at thermodynamically impossible rates, and/or they weren't predicted months in advance, and/or the seers associated with it don't live lives of heroic virtue, or are obvious fraudsters who are caught on camera faking insensitivity to external stimuli, and/or they weren't preceded by a long series of scientifically unprecedented group apparition phenomena correlated with externally observable physical stimuli, and/or they don't have subsequent medically attested plausible miracles, and/or they're peddled and superintended by an abbot who is corrupt, a fraudster, a serial adulterer, an expert propagandist, and Hitler acolyte who is responsible for fabricating miracle stories, and/or they happened when the sun was much lower on the horizon, and/or they happened after an intense bout of meditation that primed witnesses to see exactly what they report seeing, and so on ad nauseum. Second, the horizontal strategists tend to assume, without argument, that the other alleged sun miracles were natural. But the Fatima proponent need not concede this. Indeed, the horizontal strategists face a dilemma here, and I think this is a pretty big problem for them, thanks to Ethan Muse. Either the strategists can explain those other events naturalistically, or they can't. If they can't, then obviously those events are not going to help the naturalist explain Fatima, right? But if they can, then they should be able to show how the relevant natural mechanisms explain Fatima. Yet objections have failed in this task, thereby evincing a relevant difference between the cases. Namely, known natural mechanisms suffice to explain the events that superficially resemble Fatima, but do not suffice to explain Fatima. So I think the two best objections to Fatima fail. Okay, and what about the vindicatory implications of this miracle? Well, in terms of Catholic vindicatory implications of Fatima alone, it is staggering. Mary entrusted to the children 3 quote-unquote secrets, or really the 3 parts of one secret. One of them was a vision of hell, so this is manifestly vindicating the doctrine of hell. Another is the Immaculate Conception. Mary requested that the Holy Father Mary explicitly requested that the Holy Father consecrate Russia to her Immaculate Heart. Immaculate Heart, that's referring to her Immaculate Conception, which only Catholics dogmatize. One of the central features of her requests at Fatima was pray the rosary, pray the rosary, pray the rosary. She identified herself as Our Lady of the Rosary. And of course, the rosary meditates on mysteries like the Assumption and the coronation of Mary, so we got vindication of those doctrines as well. Marian intercession, of course, obviously. In the apparitions, Mary is also agreeing to convert named individuals to Catholicism, so it's showing that Catholicism is the appropriate object of conversion. And that wouldn't be the case if orthodoxy is true, because orthodoxy, at least in its quote-unquote orthodox versions, as I understand them, teach that there's no salvation outside the church. So Catholicism is not a illicit object of conversion. And you guys also don't dogmatize the Immaculate Conception. And if all that wasn't enough, the miracle also vindicates one of the central disagreements between Reformation Protestants and Catholics, namely vicarious participatory satisfaction for sin. So the children did penances for sinners, and the apparition was reported as approving those, moderating them, tempering them, but yes, indeed, authenticating them, legitimizing them, vindicating that theology of, vicarious participatory satisfaction for sin. Again, one of these central disagreements between Protestants and Catholics. And Mary is just coming in and saying, well, sorry guys, but the Catholics are right. Don't worry, I'll go through the demonic explanation later. It also vindicates the papacy, right? Because she asks for the Holy Father to consecrate Russia to her Immaculate Heart. Holy Father, that title refers to the holiness of his office. This is an ongoing episcopal office. And he's the father. He's the spiritual father, right? Spiritual father to the universal church. And she's vindicating his spiritual authority to perform a formal religious act on behalf of a principally Orthodox nation in a foreign land over 1,000 miles away, which seems to be evidence for universal jurisdiction. So Mary herself seems to be basically just screaming Catholicism is true through this miracle. Okay, onwards we march to Lourdes. And let's go do St. Beluga's fantastic article on Lourdes. So here St. Beluga just, gives an in-depth overview. The 70th, 71st, and 72nd recognized miracles in Lourdes, France, with detailed medical commentary. We got photographs of these people before and after their healings. Why do pilgrims go to Lourdes? Well, in 1858, in a grotto in the French countryside in Lourdes, the Blessed Virgin Mary reportedly appeared 18 times to Bernadette Soubirous, an uneducated 14-year-old girl promoting prayer, especially the rosary, peace, and spiritual conversion. The event shares many parallels with the 20th century Marian apparitions at Fatima, Portugal. At first, Bernadette did not know the identity of the woman and referred to her only as the Lady. The woman eventually identified herself in Bernadette's local dialect as the Immaculate Conception, a title for Mary associated with a Catholic dogma declared in 1854, just 4 years earlier. Like the Fatima children, Bernadette consistently recounted her experiences despite immense pressure and severe intimidation from religious and civil authorities who initially suspected she was either lying or delusional. Bernadette later lived a quiet life as a nun and was canonized as a saint by the Catholic Church in 1933. Just a few other things that I wanted to add to these apparitions. Crowds would actually gather around Bernadette during the apparitions, during which she would enter, enter these trance-like states and sometimes communicate with the Lady. Bernadette's own written account of the first apparition says, "I began to say the rosary while the Lady passed the beads of her rosary through her fingers without moving her lips." So the apparition was praying the rosary along with Bernadette. Bernadette described the Lady as beautiful and saw her, quote, dressed in white. She wore a white dress and equally white veils, a blue belt, and a yellow rose on each foot, unquote. During the apparition of April 7th, 1858, the physician Dr. Pierre Romain Dozu was present and reported observing the flame of Bernadette's lighted candle repeatedly coming into contact with her hand without burning it while she was in one of these trance-like states. And upon examining her hand afterwards, he found no burns. Later accounts state that this continued for roughly 15 minutes. On February 25th, 1858, during one of the apparitions, Bernadette reported that the Lady instructed her to drink from where she initially found only a little muddy water. This muddy water, however, soon transformed into spring that eventually yielded 25,000 gallons per day. Within days, people began to experience miraculous cures by touching this water. The first officially recognized Lourdes miracle involved Louis Buriet, a 54-year-old stonecutter from Lourdes who had been blind in his right eye for about 2 decades after a mine explosion. He experienced an abrupt and complete recovery of sight on March 1st, 1858, after washing the injured eye with water from the newly discovered spring at Lourdes. He immediately reported being able to read and recognize faces again. Dr. Pierre Romain Dozu, the municipal physician, examined him and judged the cure medically inexplicable. As part of the church's investigation into the healings of Buriet, Dr. Henry Verges, Faculty of Medicine, University of Montpellier, was appointed to independently scrutinize the cure. Dr. Verges began by examining the grotto water itself and found no special properties that could explain the reported healings. Later geochemical studies of the water have confirmed the absence of any abnormal substances or unusual concentrations of minerals. I should also say, as we're about to see, God has gone out of his way to repeatedly and manifestly vindicate Our Lady of Lourdes with the most unparalleled string of miraculous medically documented healings in the world. It would be bizarre and seemingly deceptive for God to immediately, uniquely privilege, through manifest miraculous signs, the site of a massive and evil demonic deception, and ditto if Bernadette is just a fraud or a schizophrenic. And that's why it is evidentially relevant that we go through some of the healing miracles. To this day, thousands claim to have received miraculous healings at Lourdes. In 1883, the Sanctuary of Our Lady of Lourdes created the Lourdes Medical Bureau to document and clinically assess the rapidly growing number of reported cures. Its physicians collect and verify prior diagnoses, review complete medical records, and examine the people who claim that they were healed to compare findings before and after the event. Since 1954, cases that appear exceptional are then submitted to the International Medical Committee of Lourdes, an expert panel of about 30 respective physicians, typically professors, department heads, and specialists in fields such as surgery, psychiatry, neurology, and oncology, to judge whether the healing is medically inexplicable. Members are selected based on medical expertise, and they serve without religious bias, focusing solely on the scientific assessment of cures. They use the Lambertini criteria to determine whether a cure is remarkable. It must involve a grave, well-documented disease with a severe prognosis, cure that is sudden, complete, lasting, with no adequate medical or natural cause. Dr. Alessandro De Francisis, the current president of the Lourdes Medical Bureau, says that what separates the more than 7,000 recorded claims of cures from the 72 that the church officials have recognized as miracles is a tremendous amount of medical documentation and a patient's willingness to put their life under a microscope, oftentimes for decades on end. A lot of people are just like, listen, dude, I'm happy that I was healed. I don't want to continue flying back to you guys for all these medical, reports and just you submit over basically my entire life of medical documentation. Like, no, I'm happy. God healed me and I'm going on with my day. Thank you very much. So I'll just go through two of the healing miracles on this page. Let's go through Bernadette Moreau, 1939 to the present. She's recognized as the 70th Lourdes miracle in 2018. After 4 decades of progressive and debilitating back pain, Sister Bernadette Moreau had accepted that this would be her condition until the end of her life. She was just as surprised as everyone else when she was cured at the age of 68 after a pilgrimage to Lourdes. When she was in her late 20s, she found her calling as a nurse working in a busy clinic alongside her St. Franciscan sisters. At first, she ignored the twinges of low back pain that started in 1966, but soon they were impossible to ignore. As her back pain grew worse, she had a total of 4 spinal operations over the following years that did nothing to alleviate her symptoms. By 1975, she developed irreversible inflammation of the lumbar and sacral nerve roots, also called Cauda equina syndrome, and her chronic back pain meant that she couldn't work as a nurse anymore. In 1987, Moreau's neurologist put her on disability after determining that she had more or less total impairment of the lumbar and sacral base. To control the sharp shooting pains in her lower back and legs, she had a neurostimulator implanted in her spinal cord and took morphine twice a day. She had to wear a permanent cervical lumbar corset to support her spine. By 1999, she needed to catheterize herself 6 times a day to urinate. Her left foot became paralyzed and twisted backward in 2005, and she had to wear a splint to keep the foot in the correct position. Walking became more and more painful as her range of motion diminished. It was in this condition that she saw Dr. Christophe Fumery, her primary care doctor in Brussels, France, in early 2008. During one of her monthly visits for a morphine prescription, he suggested that she go on the summer pilgrimage to Lourdes on the 150th anniversary of the apparitions. Despite several previous visits to Lourdes, she had never considered going as one of the sick until Dr. Fumery encouraged her to go. The 12 hours the train took to get to Lourdes were excruciating, but once she arrived, Moreau found the experience spiritually invigorating. Going into the baths on July 4th, 2008 felt like being baptized again, and she was struck by the peace and spirituality of the grottos. Afterward, when the bishop blessed her during benediction, she felt burnished by the infinite love of God and filled with new inner peace. Despite the joy in her heart, her body was racked with pain during the long train ride home. She stayed in bed, recovering for the next 3 days. Finally, emerging from her room to attend adoration at the chapel in her convent, during prayer, she experienced a new sensation. I felt a great relaxing in my body, like a warmth from my heart, suffusing everything. That warmth filled me. When Moreau returned to her room, she heard an inner voice tell her to take off her braces. She promptly took off her corset and leg splint. Even without those supports, she no longer had any pain, and her left foot pointed forward normally, no longer deformed. She turned off the neurostimulator in her spinal cord since she no longer needed it. She was able to urinate without a catheter for the first time in years. She had stopped taking morphine from that moment on, instantaneously stopped morphine. Moreau left her room and met another nun in the convent who was flabbergasted by her transformation. They wept and prayed together in awe and joy. When she went to Dr. Fumery's clinic several days after her healing, he told her that there was no trace of her condition left. He was also surprised that she was able to stop morphine immediately without any side effects. People like her on chronic high doses of morphine need to have their medication tapered slowly to avoid withdrawal symptoms. Dr. Fumery, recognizing that Moreau had been cured with no feasible medical explanation, started keeping a detailed record of the investigation he expected from the Lourdes Medical Bureau. He also recommended that she be evaluated by Dr. Zeitoun's University Pain Center, where she had been seen since 2000. After 42 years of progressive back pain, she was suddenly pain-free. Without any medical intervention, she experienced a sudden, complete, and lasting cure of a condition only expected to get worse over time. Once she told her local bishop what had happened, she was not surprised that the Lourdes Medical Bureau opened a file for her. In total, over 300 physicians examined her case over the course of 8 years. Okay, John Traynor. He was recognized as the 71st Lourdes miracle in 2024. John Traynor was a soldier in the British Royal Navy who was wounded several times during World War I. In October 1914, he was hit in the head by shrapnel that left him in a coma, regaining consciousness only after an operation 5 weeks later. Since he appeared to fully recover from his head injury, he rejoined his battalion in January 1915. Traynor was then shot by 3 bullets during a bayonet charge on May 8, 1915. 2 bullets went through his chest, while the third one lodged in his collarbone after severing his right brachial plexus, an important network of nerves responsible for controlling the muscles of his right arm. His right arm was completely paralyzed and remained that way despite 3 different operations to suture the nerves back together. Finally, on November 15th, the medical board advised him to amputate his right arm since it was a useless deadweight and not expected to improve. Traynor refused to have the surgery, and he was discharged from the Navy as permanently unfit. Yet another arm surgery a year later, in November 1916, was also unsuccessful. In the meantime, Traynor experienced his first seizure while recovering from his bullet injuries in 1915. These seizures grew progressively worse over the next few years. He had an operation in 1920 to remove shrapnel fragments from his head and create an open flap in his skull in the hopes of decreasing his seizures, but there was no improvement. Traynor was discharged from the hospital in 1920 as an invalid. His paralyzed right arm had become shriveled from disuse, and his right hand was frozen into a claw. He developed partial paraplegia, paralysis of the legs, and was unable to stand or walk, requiring someone to transfer him between his bed and wheelchair. He could not control his bladder or bowel movements. He suffered from chronic sores and ulcers because of his immobility. He experienced several seizures a day and continuous headaches. The Minister of Pensions awarded him a permanent allowance to maintain a caregiver on top of the 100% invalidity pension he had already been receiving. After suffering 8 years of disability, Traynor planned to enter hospice for the incurable on July 24, 1923. Instead, he heard about the first Liverpool pilgrimage to Lourdes and resolved to go, even if it meant his wife would need to pawn her jewelry to afford the trip on their limited income. 3 doctors examined him once he arrived in Lourdes and issued the following certificate. This is to certify that on 24th of July, 1923, we examined at Lourdes Mr. John Traynor of Liverpool. We found him to be suffering from epilepsy. We were able to observe several attacks during his trip to Lourdes. Radial, median, and ulnar paralysis of the right arm. The hand is clawed, the wrist drooping and with muscular atrophy. Corresponding atrophy of the muscles of the scapulohumeral and pectoral region. Surgical opening about 2.5 centimeters to the right of the skull in the parietal region. The pulsations of the brain are palpable. A metal plate protects the opening. Absence of voluntary movement of the lower limbs and loss of sensitivity. Incontinence of urine and feces. The following day, Traynor was immersed in the baths at Lourdes 9 times. He then attended the Eucharistic procession and felt a sense of well-being suffuse his entire body as the Blessed Sacrament passed by. It seemed to him that his whole body was coming back to life, and he could now move all 3 of the previously paralyzed limbs of his body. He was suddenly able to move his right arm, which burst through its bandages as he blessed himself for the first time in many years. All his sores, including the chronic ulcer on his right arm, had disappeared. The aforementioned doctors examined him later that day and discovered that he could now walk a few steps, although with pain and difficulty. The next morning, Traynor startled everyone in the ward by jumping out of bed and racing several hundred yards to the grotto so he could kneel and pray there in gratitude, still barefoot and dressed in his pajamas. He wanted to make some sort of sacrifice in return, and lacking any money, he resolved to give up cigarettes to show his thankfulness to the Lady of Lourdes. Based! When the 3 doctors examined him again the next day, on July 27th, they recorded the following. He can walk perfectly, that he has recovered the use and function of his right arm, that he has recovered feeling in his lower limbs, that the cranial orifice has considerably decreased in width, no pulsation is perceptible, the patient has removed his protective plate, no epileptic seizures. No reasonable medical explanation can be offered for the sudden and lasting improvement in Traynor's symptoms or the ability of his skull to grow noticeably in just 3 days. After his recovery, he became an active coal merchant, developing powerful muscles from loading heavy bags of coal onto his lorry. 3 years after his cure, Traynor, accompanied by 3 doctors who had witnessed the recovery in 1923, went to Lourdes Medical Bureau for a thorough medical assessment. The following report was published by Dr. Auguste Vallée, its president, October 2nd, 1926. Were it not for his right hand, which is still clawed but no longer atrophied and which can be used well enough, since he's a stretcher bearer and easily loads bags of coal onto his cart at home, you would not think that this man was badly wounded in the war and discharged for incurability. His right arm is completely free of atrophy. There's barely 1.5 centimeters less circumference in the middle of the forearm than on the left. The pectoral and shoulder muscles have fully recovered. All wrist movements are possible. The surgical opening in the skull has completely disappeared. All you can feel under your finger is a slight depression in the bone. Traynor had not had another epileptic seizure since 25th of July 1923. On that day, they stopped for good. So instantly, the pathological museum that was this man alone, since apart from his left arm, all the other parts of his body were affected, this pathological museum, I would say, was closed. But how extraordinary, how prodigious was the simultaneous work of repairing Mr. Traynor's damaged organs. In cases where nerve suturing is successful, nerves usually take months to regenerate. Since Traynor's right arm remained completely paralyzed 7 years after the last attempt to reconnect his nerves, the nerves likely degenerated completely, leading to muscle wasting. Therefore, the sudden ability to move his arm at Lourdes could not have been the result of his surgeries. The report emphasizes that the healing of his arm must include 3 distinct elements: regeneration, or better still, creation of nerve matter, elongation of the injured nerves, and their joining together, constituting by the simultaneity and immediacy of their appearance an admirable repair, which we never see in the usual practice of healing the wounded. Furthermore, all of his other neurological problems, the frequent seizures, paralysis of the lower legs, bowel and bladder incontinence disappeared as well. For 3 years, his recovery has been definitive. No seizures have returned. And he likes to say he has never consulted a doctor or taken any drugs. As for us, obliged to confine ourselves to our role as doctors, we recognize and proclaim, along with our confreres, that the process of this prodigious cure is absolutely outside and above the forces of nature. The above report was not referred to any diocesan bishop for review when it was first published. Trainer's arm paralysis technically did not meet all the Lambertini criteria because he was left with some clawing in his hand and a slight difference in arm circumference years later, but as Dr. Moriarty commented, it is clearly medically inexplicable that a man with a completely paralyzed arm, with gross muscle wasting, impaired sensation, and held on by catgut, such that several doctors advised amputation, could subsequently work as a coal merchant lifting bags and coal weighing 200 pounds. I mean, again, objecting on that basis is it's like, imagine the Calanda miracle actually happened as described. So suppose it happened as described, right, by the witnesses. So he actually had a cut stump and his leg spontaneously, instantaneously came back. But imagine that for the rest of his life, he had a little bit of a limp, for instance, right? Or that it was ever so slightly deformed. Well, clearly, that's still not naturalistically explicable, right? And there's non-silly reasons why God might not heal someone absolutely 100% back to perfect health. Maybe it serves as a constant reminder to the person that, listen, I am still totally dependent on God. Maybe it's meant to serve a kind of souvenir function to kind of show that, no, this guy actually he actually was sick. And you can see that precisely because at least some small remnant, even though he's functionally fine to do everything in the ordinary life that he was supposed to do given his state in life, it serves as a kind of remnant or a souvenir. Or maybe the hiddenness model partially explains this, right? So this is just one of those peripheral anomalies that skeptics will just latch onto and be like, I'm going to cling to that to try to justify my skepticism, even though other aspects of this are not plausibly naturalistically explicable. So yeah, I mean, again, maybe some of these stories are slightly ad hoc or slightly implausible, but not on the level of implausibility that the naturalist would have to posit in order to explain away what, the ulcer is going away, the nerves resuturing, all the stuff, paralysis instantaneously going away, the bone going strikingly fast within the course of 3 days, epileptic seizures instantaneously ceasing and permanently ceasing thereafter, and on and on and on and on. Here are 3 more Lourdes cases from Jackson's chapter on Lourdes, and these are even more insane by many miles than the ones that we just covered. So Joachim de Hant, this is the 9th officially recognized miracle of Lourdes. Joachim de Hant was a Belgian woman whose health declined in her late teens starting in 1866. For the next 12 years, she suffered from a growing and untreatable ulcer that had eaten away at the side of her leg. Prior to her journey to Lourdes in 1878, a local physician named Dr. Freudebeis evaluated her and produced a signed medical certificate on September 6, 1878, describing the wound. His certificate documented the extensive ulcer, while accompanying testimony and medical descriptions report exposed tissue, destruction of muscle and tendon, heavy suppuration, and a foul odor. The ulcer measured approximately 12.5 inches long, spanning from below the knee to the ankle, with a width of approximately 6 inches. The ulcer cut into her flesh so deeply, as said, so as to eat away at her muscles and tendons. Joachim then left for Lourdes 4 days later on September 10th, 1878, accompanied by friends. They arrived at the grotto on September 12th. At 9 a.m. the next day, Joachim submerged her leg in one of the Lourdes pools, and one of the Lourdes staffers named Leonie Dorval noticed the bandages retracting from Joachim's leg as the patient emerged from the pool. The bandages were then removed to reveal that the massive ulcer, persistent for over a decade prior, was now covered in new skin. Much of the muscle mass had likewise been restored and gave definition to the calves of the leg. The woman's leg had straightened significantly and allowed her to walk uninhibited. That's a quote from Jackson's book. Joachim broke the news to her companions later that evening, all of whom examined the leg and were overjoyed. On September 15th, 3 days later, the director of the Lourdes pilgrimage sent a telegram to the Countess de Lemingli declaring the miracle to her neighbors in Belgium. When Joachim returned home, her family and neighbors were ecstatic to see her cured. Dr. Freudebeis personally examined the leg less than a week after the pilgrimage and certified in a signed report on September 19th that she was healed. We have signed medical documentation 7 days before and 6 days after to a massive ulcer cutting into flesh being completely healed. This is naturalistically impossible. A first-hand account of the healing by Father Divos was then published 3 months later in December 1878 Annals of Lourdes. Divos was assigned to oversee Joachim as a pilgrim upon her arrival to Lourdes and verified both the initial state of the leg and its subsequent healing. The Lourdes Medical Bureau was not established until 5 years after Joachim's healing, so formal investigations into Joachim's case by the Bureau did not commence until 1898, 2 decades after the healing. Still, the investigators interviewed a dozen witnesses who uniformly attested to seeing Joachim's wound in the days leading up to her cure, along with her healed state afterwards, where her leg was covered with new skin and a thin red scar where the ulcer previously was. The witness list includes local politicians, Joachim's neighbors and primary physician, fellow pilgrims and staffers at Lourdes, the owners of the hotel where Joachim spent the night during the pilgrimage. The contemporaneous medical documentation was retrieved, and together with the unanimous testimony of a dozen witnesses and the first-hand account of Father Divos, published only 3 months after, the Bureau concluded that the enormous suppurating wound existed immediately before the cure, and it subsequently disappeared and was replaced by healthy skin. The formal ecclesiastical declaration of the miracle came in April 1908 from the Bishop of Namur. Again, this is a visibly obvious, gigantic ulcer that's very hard to be honestly mistaken about. And we have very early testimony from multiple witnesses, including her doctor, to the healing, and then unanimous testimony from a dozen witnesses 2 decades later. Marie Le Marchand. This is a photograph of Marie Le Marchand years after her healing. On the left here is an artistic depiction of a 19th century woman with lupus vulgaris. with ulcers all over the person's face, eating the person's face. Okay, so Marie Le Marchand, this is an artistic depiction on the left. I'm not saying that this is a photograph of her, but this is her after her healing of Marie Le Marchand. So let's talk about Marie Le Marchand. Marie Le Marchand became ill in her late teenage years. She suffered from advanced stage pulmonary tuberculosis that left her mostly bedbound for 3 months between June to August 1892. In late July 1892, her primary physician signed a form certifying her condition, noting that the patient suffered from pulmonary tuberculosis in both lungs, coughing blood, nightly fevers, sores on her legs, and large lupus ulcers on her face. Marie was transported to Lourdes by stretcher on August 20th, 1892, where multiple witnesses and physicians observed her severely ulcerated face. Around 4 p.m. the following afternoon, the woman was lowered into the Lourdes pools, and once she came out of the pools, she removed the bandages to discover that the wounds on both her face and legs were completely closed. The formerly open ulcerations were closed, covered in new pink skin. Her nose, which had lost much of its cartilage, was also regenerated. This was witnessed by Marie's mother, who had traveled with her, along with several nurses who were present. Among these onlookers was an attending physician, Dr. Dombres, who would later recount his own experiences seeing the girl instantly cured. Instead of the horrible sore I had so lately seen, the surface was red, it is true, but dry and covered with a new skin. He added that the comparable leg sore had also dried up in the pool. Marie's primary physician was equally astounded upon her return home, writing in her medical records in late August 1892, only around 10 days after her cure, that I am still deeply moved by having come into direct contact with this absolutely supernatural cure. That Marie Le Marchand had advanced tuberculosis, I had no doubt at all, and of this I find no trace whatever. And Marie is another officially recognized Lourdes healing. So her primary physician signed form certifying her condition in late July 1892. Only a month later, around 10 days after her cure, he's like, oh my gosh, this is absolutely supernatural. I had no doubt that she had advanced tuberculosis, and of this I find no trace whatsoever. Testimony from Dr. Dombres, multiple others, etc. Heck, Émile Zola, the famous rationalist novelist and critic of Lourdes, himself saw Le Marchand both before and immediately after the cure. He engaged in massive cope by attributing the cure to female hysteria, which we now know is fake. And yes, female hysteria would totally instantly regenerate new skin. Although, to his credit, I mean, that's a more plausible hypothesis than what contemporary naturalists have to say about Padre Pio and Fatima and Myrna Nazzour and Eucharistic miracles and Zeitoun and Calanda and canonization miracles and Joseph Cupertino and so on. Zola was naturalistically coping before it was cool. And this one's cool. Marie Borel, 1907, page 37 of Jackson's book goes through this one. And we have like her recently closed wounds photographed a few hours after her cure on August 22nd, 1907. So let's go to Jackson's book. One of the many examples of a blatant healing of a visibly obvious condition is the cure of Marie Borel at the Pools of Lourdes in 1907, whose recovery involved the rapid regeneration of bodily tissue, not unlike the healing of a damaged organ or a missing limb. Miss Borel initially felt intense bouts of abdominal pain that eventually required appendectomy in 1903 at the Montpellier Hospital in France. 23-year-old initially survived the operation with no major complications until a large fistula began to form a few months later on her abdomen over the spot where the surgical incision had scarred over. A second operation was then performed to close the abscess, but was unsuccessful, instead leading to an additional fistula opening up soon afterwards. Some months later, a third fistula opened spontaneously on the iliac crest, or pelvic bone, followed by 2 more openings in the lumbar region. Marie was by this point largely bedbound for a 30-month period and unable to move unaided due to a progressively worsening form of ankylosis. Though no formal diagnosis was given, it is suspected that the abscesses were primarily caused by a form of cecum or gastrointestinal tuberculosis. Now 25 years old, Marie was in a miserable state. The French maiden was immobilized due to diseased joints, incontinent, and catheterized for well over 2 years, and in constant pain from 6 abdominal fistulae, 2 of which, both in her back, constantly secreted pus and had to have their dressings changed daily. The 4 fistulae on her abdomen were so deep as to pierce her small intestine, excreting bouts of fecal matter all over her body. By April 1907, the woman lost the ability to have a normal bowel movement and now had nearly all excrement emptied through these fistulae, labeled by doctors to be a false anus. All attempts to treat this condition were now palliative, as Marie Borel was considered incurable. In August 1907, Marie was transported via stretcher to the Lourdes Shrine, where no immediate change occurred. Nurses continued to change her gauze between August 19th and 20th, which were soaked with pus and fecal matter from the fistula. The prognosis took a drastic change the following day at 11 a.m., when Marie passed a normal bowel movement for the first time in 5 months. Later the same afternoon, Marie was lowered into the grotto of Our Lady, where she suddenly regained enough strength to leave her stretcher and move on her own, something she had been unable to do since 1905. At this time, she also removed her catheter without complication and had regained full use of her bladder. Most surprising were the 4 fistula on her abdomen, which had suddenly closed and been covered with new skin and left her bandages bone dry for the first time in years. The cure would be completed the following day when the final 2 fistula on the back likewise closed over. The freshly closed wounds would be photographed only a few hours after the cure, with the impressions of her former fistula clearly visible to the naked eye. Medical examinations by Lourdes physicians Dr. Desplats and Dr. Sablé on August 22nd took place only hours after the initial healing and found Marie to have been completely and instantly cured. Her primary physician of many years remarked several weeks after that the patient had indeed been cured, but declined to provide an explanation. It is indisputable that she was cured at Lourdes, contrary to all expectation. My friend Dr. H, who comes from the Paris hospitals and is a pupil of Charcot, when consulted by me about the case, abstained from offering any medical interpretation. I can only do as he has done, since I belong to the same school which bows before the evidence of facts, even when the explanation of the facts is lacking. Follow-up consultations showed no signs of relapse in her condition. One of the practitioners present at the time of the miracle would publish his medical commentary discussing Marie Burrell's recovery in the Roman Catholic Journal. Okay, so there do seem to be some pretty highly well-evidenced medical healing miracles associated with Lourdes. What's going on here? Well, God seems to be putting his stamp of approval, as I said, on those initial apparitions. It would be utterly bizarre for God to go out of his way to do the most insane string of concentrated medically documented healing miracles over a demonic apparition. Or someone who's just a delusional schizophrenic person, right? So then, what are the vindicatory implications? Well, the Immaculate Conception. Mary literally said, I am the Immaculate Conception. The Immaculate Conception is a distinctively Catholic doctrine. Also, the doctrine was dogmatized just 4 years prior by the Pope, so the timing is some evidence of the Pope's authority to define dogmas. The Rosary, and in turn, the Assumption and Coronation. Mary was literally praying the Rosary along with Bernadette, which, recall, meditates on mysteries like the Assumption and Coronation of Mary. Marian devotion and intercession, obviously, the healings are literally wrought through the intercession of Our Lady of Lourdes. According to the official Lourdes account, during the 8th apparition on February 24th, 1858, the lady told Bernadette, penance, penance, penance. Pray to God for sinners. Kiss the ground as an act of penance for sinners. Okay, onwards we march to Zeitoun. This one has a special place in my heart because it was a massive source of cognitive dissonance when I was, very skeptical. There's an excellent book on the topic by Travis Dumsey, The Marian Apparitions at Zeitoun, an Evidential Inquiry. There's also a really good video here on Our Lady of Zeitoun by Jimmy Aiken. I will let Dr. Dumsday introduce the Marian Apparitions at Zeitoun.
The focus of that book, The Marian Apparitions at Zeitoun, is on the largest mass religious experiences in modern recorded history, which took place from April 1968 through May 1971 in a suburb of Cairo, Egypt, called Zeitoun. And so basically what happened there was beginning on April 2nd, the evening of April 2nd, 1968, people began seeing this glowing, floating female figure above St. Mary's Coptic Orthodox Church in Zeitoun. And the initial witnesses to this event were mostly Muslim. I mean, Egypt's a 90% majority Muslim country today, as it was back then. But nevertheless, these events became word of these events quickly became known in the neighborhood, and moreover, this glowing, floating female figure started reappearing on succeeding evenings. Not in any regular pattern, but regular enough that you started to get tens of thousands of people camping around the church every night. The Egyptian government had to tear down the public transit station across the street from the church to make more room for people who were crowding in to see these events. And so, and these events were widely covered by the Egyptian media at the time. Scholars from the American University in Cairo were writing about them as they were happening. Folks like Otto Meinardus and Cynthia Nelson were writing about these events as they were occurring. And so we have really good both scholarly and journalistic sources on these events as they were occurring. We have a wealth of direct eyewitness testimony from both from the time the events were occurring and also in succeeding decades as researchers have talked to eyewitnesses and recorded their testimony. And so we know that massive numbers of people saw these phenomena, which included not just the glowing, floating female figure that was generally identified as the Virgin Mary, or assumed to be the Virgin Mary by the witnesses, but also other anomalous lights, bizarre sort of clouds floating around the church that people were seeing, these glowing, floating figures that were thought to be sort of dove-shaped entities. And of course, a huge range of also claims of miraculous healings taking place while all this was going on, which were investigated by a medical commission set up by the Coptic Patriarchate at the time. Again, some of which were extremely well documented. So with all this, so basically these events started again spring 1968. They were occurring at greatest frequency during roughly the first year of the events. After that, they sort of gradually tapered off. And by the time of the final event in May 1971, the crowds assembled at the church had really petered out because the events were occurring much less frequently. But researchers who tried to figure out, overall how many people saw these events while they were occurring over the course of this 3-year period, I've seen different numerical estimates, some higher, some lower. I think Daniel Fanu in his 2019 book has a pretty reasonable estimate of about 1 million people who witnessed one or another sort of seemingly supernatural occurrence at this church over the course of these events. And so in the book, what I'm doing is just sort of reviewing the history of these events, both the events themselves, but also the sort of the historical context in which they were taking place. Looking at a wide assortment of sample eyewitness testimonies of what was going on, and then just running through the whole series, looking at the various scientific explanations that have been suggested for what might have been going on, and trying to argue that none of these scientific explanations, these are sort of naturalistic explanations, are particularly convincing. And so the upshot of the book, the overarching argument or thesis of the book, is that at the moment, this particular series of mass religious experiences in Egypt constitute pretty good evidence for the reality of the supernatural. Not definitive. It's always possible someone might come up with a much better scientific explanations for what was going on. But I think at the moment, the way the evidence stands, these occurrences are actually pretty evidentially compelling.
Awesome. So we've got, as I see it, 2 main planks of this case. First, establishing the relevant data or the evidence in question, right? The stuff to be explained. And then secondly, proposing and comparing various explanations, some of which are going to be naturalistic, some of which are going to be non-naturalistic. I know you mentioned various bits of data, but maybe let's camp out a little bit on some of the data. So we seem to have, I think it's in the number of thousands of eyewitness testimonial reports, right? Including ones that were collected afterwards, but also tons that were collected at the time. Wasn't there like a rolling newspaper which included like firsthand eyewitness accounts that were taken down by journalists?
Yeah. So there's a French scholar, Sandrine Kariakos, whose work I cite in the book, and she actually did the painstaking work of just combing through the Arab language media at the time, and just literally she counted up all the eyewitness testimonies that were printed in this particular newspaper that had a special focus on these events, and she counted more than 2,400 eyewitness testimonies that were published as these events were occurring.
And that's just in the Arabic newspaper, right?
Yeah.
Right. So then we've also got a number of different testimonies in French and in English by people from all different strands of society as well.
Yeah, and there was a little bit. I mean, by and large, the Western media didn't pay a whole lot of attention to these events as they were occurring, but there was some coverage. So the New York Times, for example, did a story on Zeitoun in April 1968, and reported that their reporter, the wording he used was that countless Egyptians had seen these seemingly supernatural events at the church at the time. Reuters, the wire service, did some reporting on this at the time as well. So there was some wider media attention, but by and large, it's still especially the Arabic language Egyptian press at the time that was focusing on it.
Another aspect of the data is like photographic stuff and potential paucity of that. We'll get to that in a second, but I just want to lay out the data for the audience. So again, you kind of did a brief tour through some of these phenomena, but I just want to camp on them. So we've got a number of different seemingly kind of anomalous phenomena being testified to very consistently across these testimonial reports, both immediately after the events, on the nights on which they occurred, the days afterwards, and the subsequent years where people did various different investigations, talking to witnesses and whatnot. Some of the things that were testified to include, as you said, these luminous dove-like objects, where people just describe them as being the shape of a dove or shape of a pigeon. Oftentimes, people would actually describe seeing them kind of like materialize, like they would see them spontaneously appear and then fly through the air without flapping their quote-unquote wings, right? Sometimes they would fly in formation, sometimes in the shape of a cross. And also, people testified to seeing these things just kind of spontaneously fizzle out, kind of spontaneously disappear. So that's the doves. There were also the various healings that you mentioned. There was the medical commission set up to investigate a number of the different healings. I'd like you to maybe walk us through those in a second, but I just want to lay this out for the audience. Thirdly, we have the kind of main apparition, the female figure that is amply testified to, including, we have ample testimonies to like intentional movements on the part of this figure, including walking, blessing, kneeling before the cross, holding different objects and whatnot. And then we have different like anomalous cloud phenomena that was pretty amply attested to, together with like a deep and beautiful scent of incense pervading the area that's very well attested to as well. Okay, so like hundreds of thousands of people repeatedly saw a luminous female figure and various other phenomena atop a Coptic Orthodox church in Zeitoun, Egypt from 1968 to 1971. Okay, so here are some basic facts. The figure was amply attested to being three-dimensional, taking on a distinctively female shape, performing intentional movements like blessing the crowd, kneeling before the cross, and bearing morally and religiously significant symbols like holding an olive branch, holding a baby interpreted as the Christ child. The apparition had variable beginnings, including materialization out of clouds, out of a ball of light, and out like from a thin slit of light. Sometimes the figure was present for minutes, other times the apparition lasted for hours on end. There were many instantaneous, organic, medically attested healings associated with the apparition, including healings from palpable tumors, blindness, muteness, hernias, paralysis, etc. Luminous dove-shaped figures were seen to spontaneously appear in the sky, fly without flapping their quote-unquote wings, sometimes in the formation of a cross, and then spontaneously disappear. A perimeter search found no evidence of projectors, and cutting off power to the church's neighborhood did not stay the apparition. In fact, the night they cut off the power in the neighborhood, the apparition reportedly lasted 2 hours and 15 minutes. Mysterious anomalous clouds were reported above the church, even when the rest of the sky was entirely cloudless. Bishop Gregorius reported the appearance of deep reddish clouds, which rose to a height of 30 to 60 feet and were visible above the church against a colorless sky. This was also accompanied by pleasant fragrance of incense. Sometimes the clouds only remained for 10 to 15 minutes, accompanied by beautiful fragrance, and then disappeared. Let's camp out on the major aspects of Zeitoun. So the apparition itself, the dove-like figures, the clouds of incense, the healings, the photos, attempted naturalistic explanations, and objections. And here I'm drawing often directly from a fantastic article by Caleb Jackson, which we will actually go to and read some of it because it's just a beautiful article. I mean, it's just very, very good. The first witness, Farouk Atwa, was interviewed for the April 27th, 1968 edition about the moment when he and others realized that the figure was no ordinary woman. I was inside the garage when I heard people shouting in the street. I ran to see what the matter was. I saw a lady in white standing on the north dome of the church. She was dressed like a nun and seemed about to throw herself down to the pavement below. I shouted to her to be careful. Then someone cried, "This is the Virgin Mary." Suddenly, luminous white doves appeared and flew above her. Doves, by the way, don't normally fly at night. Another garage worker by the name of Mohamed Afifi would hear Farouk shouting in excitement. Running over to the church, Mr. Afifi declares that he saw a lady moving over the dome with supernatural light. In an official affidavit submitted a few weeks following this episode, many other witnesses, all practicing Muslims, would sign off to the claim that they had seen Our Lady moving around the church on the night of April 2nd. A teenage witness, who would later grow up to become an Orthodox priest, recollected his own experience of the apparition the same night after seeing it from a different angle. Unlike Mr. Atwa, the following witness was in a nearby building with a side view of the figure. The image he saw outside his apartment window impacted him forever. It was Tuesday, April 2nd, in 1968 at 7 p.m., and the sun was almost hidden. On the other side of the street, there was a large garage for buses. Those who worked there were all Muslims. We had good relations with them. They banged on the door. I opened the window of my room and asked, "What's going on?" The man said to me, "Your sister. She's on top of the church and is going to kill herself." I responded, "My sister is in here asleep." Oh, I should say, this is a religious sister, by the way. It's like kind of like a nun of sorts, right? He's not actually talking about his sister. My sister is in here asleep. She's here inside, not on the roof of the church. Although barefoot, I jumped out of the window to see what was happening at the church. Then looking up, I saw that it was the Virgin. It is exactly like the statue that you see there. The same thing, exactly. You know that the dome of Zeitoun is sloping. She was standing on that slope. She did not fall. She was in front of the cross. Her clothing was like silk. I did not see the details of her face, nor of her hands or feet. It was a fabric of light that billowed in the air, but it was in the form of the Virgin that I had always known since my early childhood. Police began to shoo away the huddled masses, telling them that the light was nothing more than a reflection from the street lamps surrounding the roads below. These lights were then shut off, but the figure still remained. One of the engineers employed in the garage would later testify in a radio interview to having been one of those involved with slashing the power grid. I was in doubt of the transfiguration, as there were lights or street lights in front of the church, so I turned off these lights, and I was surprised when the light of the figure increased more and more, when the electricity was turned off many times, and every time the light increased to shine. Dr. Kerry Malik witnessed the apparition on May 4th, 1968. He recounts the events as one of the most impactful of his life. Before 8:30 p.m. that night, I managed to reach the iron fence of the church, which was closed at this hour, and held onto it. The roof of the church was dark, but I had some strange feeling that something was about to happen. At about 8:30 p.m., a light appeared inside the southwest dome. The light increased immensely, and suddenly, she stood on the roof outside the dome. The crowds cheered and shouted, calling on her in different ways. After a while, she began to go to the northern side, where I stood, and on her way, she knelt in front of the western cross and stood near the north end of the roof just above me, at a distance of about 13 yards away, so that's about 40 feet away. She looked young and beautiful, thin, tall, dressed in a whitish blue, long dress that covered her feet, and a veil of the same color on her head. She was luminous, but not very glittering, and looked very human. Her features were clear and unforgettable. She looked towards the area where I stood, and she smiled. I believe I saw her teeth as she smiled. I found myself trembling and my tears were running down uncontrollably. Before I went to the church that day, I prepared in my mind 5 or 6 requests to ask from her. One of them was to be cured of asthma, from which I had suffered for a long time. I threw the asthma medicine away that night and never took it again. I stood there watching the heavenly view for about an hour. There are thousands of direct, contemporaneous eyewitness testimonies in Arabic newspapers at the time. Here's one of the thousands. I saw her in full form at dawn last Tuesday from 2:45 a.m. until 5 a.m. 2 white doves appeared around her, and a cloud-like mist gathered and suddenly became illuminated. I saw the luminous cloud-like form filled with light, moving, nodding her head, and bestowing blessings, and all those present saw her. When she moved, she would become a line of light, then turn her face to the point that people were almost overcome. She appeared several times. On one occasion, she appeared for a long period, from 11:30 a.m. until 2 p.m., and ascended above the dome. I saw the complete form, surrounded by a halo that extended from above the head to around the entire body. Each time she appeared, she manifested different characteristics. When I saw her, the predominant color was light blue. Palmer's contemporaneous 1969 book on the Marian apparitions published a number of direct eyewitness accounts, including from high-ranking Coptic clerics. For Bishop Samuel, Bishop, besides witnessing the phenomena of the birds, which preceded the appearance of Our Lady, was favored twice in a single night to see the apparition. At 2:45 in the morning, the Blessed Virgin appeared in a complete luminous body as a radiant phosphorescent statue. After a short while, the apparition vanished. It reappeared at 4 o'clock and remained until 5 o'clock, dawn. The scene was overwhelming and magnificent. The apparition walked toward the west, sometimes moving its hands in blessing and sometimes bowing repeatedly. A halo of light surrounded its head. I saw some glittering beings around the apparition. They looked like stars, rather blue in color. Here's Bishop Gregorius. The most wonderful scene I experienced was the one under the northeast dome, above an icon of Our Lady. It occurred on the feast of the Flight of the Holy Family, June 1st. About 9 or 9:30 at night, a light appeared in the center of the opening beneath the small dome. The light took the shape of a sphere, moving up and down. Then very slowly, it moved out through the supporting archway and took the form of St. Mary. It lasted 2 or 3 minutes, and as usual, the people shouted to her. She usually acknowledges their greetings with both hands, or with one, if she is holding the olive branch or the Christ child. She looks somewhat happy and smiling, but somewhat sad, always kindly. She then returned to the dome, and the figure became again a round ball of light, and gradually faded into the darkness. After about 10 minutes, the cycle started again. I saw it several times between 10 p.m. and 3:30 a.m. at about 10-minute intervals. As she would disappear under one dome and darkness had come, she should appear under another of the domes, or over the entrance into the courtyard. It was St. Mary in complete form that I saw, head to foot, very bright, not bluish, yet not hurting the eyes. It actually seemed to soothe the eyes. No features were visible, no features could be distinguished, but the outline was that of a very beautiful figure. This scene I saw countless times. There's also the phenomenon of the incense. The smoke of incense, very bright, comes out of the large dome in unbelievable quantities. The cloud goes up to 10 or 20 meters or more. It is dark red. There is no other cloud in the sky but the one over the dome. It then takes the form of St. Mary as stars appear and disappear over the church. Palmer relates lots of other testimonies too. For example, here's Mr. Wady Tadros Shumbo. After several weeks, he and a group of 6 colleagues and acquaintances together had a dramatic experience. At about 9:50, we saw lightning over the church, much stronger than one we could make with a flashlight. I had a feeling something was about to happen. A thin line or edge of light appeared like the light you see when you open the doors to a lighted room. Within seconds, it formed itself into the shape of the Virgin. Miss Nellie Nabi Wazef had 2 sightings of the glowing birds, which she described not as flying away, but as disappearing while she was looking at them. Pearl Zaki, herself an eyewitness, also published a book interviewing direct eyewitnesses. For example, here's a testimony from medical doctor Zarif F. Malati, who was living in New York at the time of the interview with Zaki. At 9:15 p.m., white luminous doves started to appear in the sky suddenly by 1s, 2s, or 3s. They disappear suddenly on the top of Zeitoun Church. No sounds or wing movements were noticed. They move fast. Bright light that sweeps the upper third or half of the church wall facing the street. There was a strong smell of incense with columns of cloud. You cannot get this strong smell from thousands of sensors. The church was closed and nobody was inside. And then he goes on to describe the apparition itself. Ecumenical investigations. So word of the Virgin's visit quickly spread to the ranking clergy of the Coptic Orthodox Church. Father Constantine Musa, the head priest serving at St. Mary's Church, had not been present on the night of April 2nd when the Mother of God first appeared. However, the priest would collect testimony from several witnesses who were present that night, along with further testimony from witnesses claiming that she had reappeared on April 9th into the morning of the 10th. It was these later dates that Father Musa claimed to have finally seen Mary with his own eyes. His first-hand account made it into his official signed letter up to the Coptic Pope. On the same Wednesday, April 10th at night, I was again reinformed of a very new appearance, which the nuns of the Catholic school near us hurried to observe. I could see the apparition quite clear and evident. I saw the apparition of the Blessed Virgin at the time in the form of a bust, that is the upper half, in one of the openings of the dome at the northeast. It was a luminous body of a golden color. The head of the Orthodox Church decided to take matters into his own hands, with Coptic Pope Kyrillos VI sending his delegation to investigate further. On April 6th, Kyrillos' trusted advisor, Bishop Athanasius, would travel to St. Mary's Church in Zeitoun to see if there was any credibility to the sightings that had taken place 4 days earlier. On April the 6th, Kyrillos' trusted advisor, Bishop Athanasius, would travel to St. Mary's Church in Zeitoun to see if there was any credibility to the sightings that had taken place 4 days prior. Around 11 p.m., the excited crowds pointed Athanasius to a faint silhouette on the church's wall that many believed to resemble the Virgin Mary. The bishop could faintly make out the figure. He was underwhelmed and did not think the form to be anything out of the ordinary. However, by 3:45 that morning, April 7th, Bishop Athanasius would return to the building to see the Virgin in her full form. Something like fluorescent lamps began to illumine the sky. Suddenly, there she was, standing in full figure. The crowd was tremendous. It was too difficult to move among the people, but I tried and worked my way in front of the figure. There she was, 5 or 6 meters above the dome, high in the sky, full figure, like a phosphorus statue, but not so stiff as a statue. There was movement of the body and of the clothing. In an hour or so, I think I stood before the figure 8 or 9 times. I returned to the little house or office building south of the church. I stood inside for 1 hour, from 4 to 5 o'clock, looking at the figure. It never disappeared. Our Lady looked to the north. She waved her hand. She blessed the people, sometimes in the direction where she stood. Her garments swayed in the wind. She was very quiet, full of glory. It was something really supernatural, very, very heavenly. So again, he's staring at this for like an hour on end. I saw a large, strange pigeon. It came from behind us. I don't know where. Proceeded to the church and returned. Several bright spotlights moved quickly over us. It was something really above human experience that attracted and captivated us. I stood there and tried to distinguish the face and features. I can say there was something about the eyes and mouth I could see, but I could not make out the features. That continued until about 5 minutes before 5. The apparition then began to grow fainter, little by little. The light gave way to a cloud, bright at first, then less and less bright, until it disappeared. On May 4th, a different Coptic clergyman, Bishop Gregorius, was able to view the apparition while inside the church. He had first viewed the upper half of the figure from the streets around 4 a.m. Journeying inside the church, he would climb a ladder to view her more clearly from the central dome's windows, where he clearly made out the upper portions settled in the space in the building's cupola. Intrigued by the bishop's recountings, Pope Kyrillos VI authorized a larger commission to visit St. Mary's Church on April 23rd. Headed by Father Hana Abdelmasih and Father Kamel, many witnesses, particularly those who first saw the apparition on April 2nd to 3rd, were recorded with their sworn testimonies intact. Both priests claimed that they had themselves seen the Virgin during one of these nights in late April, so that, in their words, we would have the matter cleared up plainly and evidentially. The report describes this encounter as beginning with a luminous circle above the church, which eventually took the full form of the Virgin Mary. The entity then began to circle the domes of the church, kneeling before each cross mounted on top of said domes. She then turned to the excited crowd and extended her arms to bless them. On another occasion, both priests report seeing luminous doves flying around the top of St. Mary's Church. And again, doves don't fly at night. The Coptic Pope was soon persuaded that something supernatural had taken place. The Commission's report would officially be publicized through a press conference on May 4th with a positive verdict. The apparitions were inexplicable and were, by the judgment of the Church, supernatural manifestations of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Here's a press release from the Coptic Church. Since the evening of Tuesday, April 2nd, 1968, Our Lady, the Mother of Light, has appeared repeatedly at the Coptic Orthodox Church bearing her name on Tumanbay Street in the district of Zeitoun, Cairo. These apparitions have continued over many different nights and in various forms. At times she appears in full figure, and at other times in half-length form surrounded by a shimmering halo of radiant light. Sometimes she appeared through the openings of the church domes, and at other times outside them. She was seen moving and walking above the domes, bowing before the upper cross, which would then shine with a brilliant light. She would face the onlookers, blessing them with her hands and gentle movements of her holy head. At times she appeared as a luminous figure resembling the form of a bright cloud, or as pure light, often preceded by swiftly moving spiritual forms resembling doves. Thousands of citizens from different religions and denominations, as well as foreigners, members of the clergy, scholars, professionals, and people from all walks of life have affirmed with absolute certainty that they witnessed her. Their collective testimonies, agreeing on the form, position, and timing of the vision, constitute unanimous evidence that the apparition of Our Lady, the Mother of Light, in this area is extraordinary and self-evident, beyond the need for further confirmation and explanation. The papal residents collected information on all these events through individual clergy and investigative committees who personally examined and verified the apparitions. They documented their findings in detailed reports submitted to His Holiness Pope Cyril VI. In issuing the statement, the papal residence declares with complete faith, great joy, and humble thanksgiving before the Divine Majesty that Our Lady the Mother of Light has continued to appear in clear and consistent forms on many different nights for varying durations, some lasting more than 2 hours without interruption. There were state and media investigations. So, in the first nights of the apparition, local law enforcement had discouraged large crowds gathering around the tightly packed city square by dismissing the apparition as a reflection of the city's many streetlights. The widely reported narrative is that authorities then tried to disable these streetlights with the hopes of snuffing out the radiant figure. This was a complete failure. The being remained more luminous than ever. Pearl-Zaki summarizes the multiple failed attempts at shutting off the apparition's light. As the crowds became larger and some of the people became frantic over the possibility of it being a hoax, the government authorities realized that people must be protected against this. Some were beginning to tear out the electrical wires, saying that it was a trick. Many climbed trees to get to the top of the church to try to touch the apparition. Authorities investigated a 15-mile radius to see if any electronic devices, etc. were used. They turned every inch. But after making thorough investigations and with the help of the Blessed Virgin, who kept coming again and again, they became convinced of his authenticity and gave orders to prepare the church and the surrounding area to receive her properly. So then they tore down buildings, they tore down trees and whatnot, and basically started implementing crowd control measures. Cynthia Nelson, an anthropology professor visiting Zeitoun in April 1968, noted that the source of the light was a mystery, for the streetlights had been disconnected all around the church for several days. One researcher notes another instance years later on February 14, 1970, where the electricity went off. The church was black. Even in the darkness of the night, there came the Mother of God very bright for a quarter of an hour. Along with turning off the power grid, one essential point of inquiry would be to search for any suspicious objects placed on the roof itself. Zaki mentions that many people climbed trees to get to the top of the church to try to touch the apparition. Whether or not anyone was successful is less clear. What is known is that the Egyptian newspaper Al Ghomouria had conducted its own investigation in April 1968 by sending its reporters up to examine the church's canopy. According to the periodical, each of the 5 domes was checked for any signs of foul play. All domes were empty, save for 2 of the structures containing the church's bells. We also have footage from documentary crew filming the nighttime crowds while standing on the roof of St. Mary's Church. Further indication that, several parties managed to be on top of the church's roof where foul play could have been detected. We have a photograph taken from the roof of St. Mary's as each of the 5 domes was inspected for suspicious devices. Egypt's government would conduct its own assessment of the Marian apparition, spearheaded through the Department of Inquiries within the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism. The official report seems to confirm the earlier testimonies of the government's manipulation of the power grid, only to be thwarted by the apparition's persistence. The secular Egyptian government would leave no ambiguity in its conclusions. The official investigations have been carried out with the results that it has been considered an undeniable fact that the Blessed Virgin Mary has been appearing on Zeitoun Church in a clear and bright luminous body, seen by all present in front of the church, whether Christian or Muslim. Her appearance these days in Cairo is distinguished by complete clarity. She appears in a state of divine light before the gathered crowds, and her appearance is not limited to Christians or to one of their sects alone, but has encompassed all beliefs, sects, and religions alike. Her appearance was repeated several times from one night to another, and her appearance is accompanied by signs of miracles. And the crowds were insane. We got pictures of people in the crowds. Sometimes I think the estimates were up to 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands in the crowds themselves. The streets of Zeitoun would be packed so tightly full of people that movement was almost impossible. One witness recounted that we had to stand perfectly upright like statues, our arms hanging at our sides, barely able to breathe. Once we were inside the crowd, it was almost impossible to get out before people dispersed at sunrise. And then another interesting point to note is the extensive lengths of time many were able to observe her. Certainly some claim to have only glanced at her briefly before she disappeared in the darkness, but many remember watching her for tens of minutes, sometimes even hours. On some dates like May 4th to 5th, June 8th to 9th, 1968, the apparition was routinely seen from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m., appearing so regularly that locals had time to watch the figure, travel back home, bring their families back to the site, and then watch her together. And then this was my absolute favorite part of Caleb's post, the converging testimonies. The massive quantity of testimonies has much force on its own merits. But one may ask about the quality of the reports coming out of Zeitoun. Admittedly, there is a great deal of diversity in the accounts we possess. In most cases, this is because the phenomenon itself was varied from night to night and hour to hour. What might begin as a ball of light at 11 p.m. could transform into a full-body image of Our Lady around 1 a.m. the same night. Factor in the huge size of the crowds and the near, infinite vantage points of the witnesses, and, we're left with many testimonies containing variants. And yeah, there is this objection that some people pose from testimonial variants. But first, again, most of it is explainable by prosaic factors together with variable objective manifestations, right? People observed on different nights, different times of a given night, different situatedness in relation to the church, partial or full obstruction of view by onlookers or buildings or trees was there. People were at varying distances. Some were hundreds of feet away. Some were maybe even thousands of feet away. Some people were only 30 feet away or 60 feet away. They were all being especially later on with the apparition, a lot of them were packed super tightly in a massive crowd, right? And that can affect your viewing conditions and your state of mind. And speaking of state of mind, there are people who are in a state of excitability or anxiety or fear, etc. So there are lots of different totally ordinary prosaic factors that can explain testimonial divergence. And actually, as we're about to see, there's actually highly evidentially independent convergences and undesigned coincidences. And Caleb goes on to say that systematic studies of the testimonies by Dr. John Jackson and Dr. V.C. Musso actually paint a significantly consistent and cross-corroborating picture of the events. As Caleb says, most of these modifications dissipate once proper factors like time, date, and location are accounted for. Indeed, one is impressed with just how consistent some of these narratives are in their more specific details. In many cases, independent testimonies subtly recount very distinct features that seem to be more than mere happenstance. In epistemology, these sorts of undesigned coincidences lend credence to accepting testimonies of this kind as likely true. So there are these striking convergent details from independent witnesses as we're about to see on the same night and the same time. It'll be cool. And they get better and better. So let's look. Oh, and as Caleb says, below are just a few examples where 2 or more witnesses as Zeitoun present during the same time period recounted strikingly convergent details. Example number 1, a slit of light. In April 1968, a professor at the Cairo School of Art, Sophie Gerges, would claim to visit St. Mary's Church during the height of the apparition's popularity. Though her viewing angle was poor for most of the night, she eventually managed to see a vertical light appear above the corner of the church as a bar before gradually transforming it into the bodily figure of Mother Mary as it ascended into the air. Another witness, by the name of Lewis Camel, would likewise describe a very similar transformation sequence the same month. Given the general time frame and descriptions of each witness, it seems extremely probable that both of these women are independently recalling the same event. But also, like, even if they aren't, it's pretty striking that even on different nights, they would, like, testify to, like, a very strikingly convergent detail about the origin of the apparition. So here's a testimony of Gerges. Professor Gerges' experience occurred in that first month of April 1968. Around 3:30 a.m., she was able to see something above one of the corners of the building. It looked like a vertical bar of light. Gerges states that I thought it was a metallic bar set up on the roof and brightly glowing. That bar of light then seemed to detach itself from the roof area and float in the air. From the lower end of the bar of light, a figure gradually began to emerge from the bottom up until the full image of the Virgin Mary was visible. Her head was covered with a very thin bluish-colored veil. After a while, the apparition gradually began to become less clearly visible, and then it disappeared completely. Professor Gerges reported that her sighting lasted a total of 40 to 45 minutes. Testimony of Lewis Camel. In April of 1968, we heard about the apparitions of the Virgin Mary on top of the Coptic church in Zeitoun. When a close, trustworthy friend assured me of her appearance, I did not hesitate to go to see her with my own eyes. Suddenly, a thin, long stream of blue fluorescent light appeared between the central dome and the northeastern one. This thin, long stream of light became wider and wider, developing the shape of the beloved Virgin Mary, kneeling in front of the cross on top of the central dome. Another account by Wadey Shumbo describes a very similar feature, though at a different time of night on an unspecified date. According to Mr. Shumbo, he saw a thin line or edge of light appeared on the church, like the light you see when you open the door to a lighted room. Within seconds, it formed itself into the shape of the Virgin. If we pull from accounts taken from the same night, these correlations continue to occur. Consider the testimony from two independent witnesses on the night/morning of April 12th, 13th, who both claim that the apparition started as a halo of light before taking full form. I first saw the halo, then I saw the Virgin completely, and then Naguib Louise. From the chapel of the church, from the side of the little alley, we saw a light which was not normal, something like the sun, orange, and then a halo, like in an icon. It was then the image of the Virgin. So, independent testimonies are describing, like, very similar beginnings to the apparition, and then also, like either as a thin slit of light, or, on the same night, starting as a halo, and then taking the full shape of a Virgin. Okay, example number 2, cyclical transformations of the apparition. Another great example of seeming convergence comes from two independent testimonies from the night of June 1st, 1968, the same day the Coptic Church recognized the Feast of the Flight of the Holy Family. The Coptic Bishop Gregorius and Dr. Zarif Malte both attest that around 9:30 p.m. that night, a rounded light appeared on the church's northeastern dome and gradually moved across the roof before taking the form of the Virgin. Dr. Malte saw... Oh, and by the way, this is showing that they can distinguish perceptually between a ball of light or an amorphous blob, and then a full figure of the Virgin Mary. Dr. Malte saw her upper body in human form, but could not distinguish her other features. Whether this was due to his placement in the crowd is not specified. Bishop Gregorius described Mother Mary as looking slightly sad, but wearing a pained smile on her face. She greeted the crowds with hand gestures. Our Lady then transformed back into a radiant ball after a few minutes before disappearing. Both witnesses agree that this process would repeat several times in 10-minute cycles, until about 3:30 a.m., and both mentioned large incense clouds surrounding the church that emitted a pleasant odor. These accounts, taken down to the same night and hour, are remarkable in just how similar they are. So again, same night, independent testimonies. Let's go through these by a bishop and a doctor. Okay, time. The bishop says about 9 or 9:30 at night. The doctor says doves appeared at 9:15. Main apparition begins about 9:30. Location. Bishop says under the northeast dome, above an icon of Our Lady. Doctor says most of the apparitions show in the northeastern dome. Okay. Light appears. So Bishop says a light appeared in the center of the opening beneath the dome. Dr. Malate says light appeared from the deep part of the top of the dome inside. Okay, so we've got like exact time, exact location, the beginning, so the same sort of beginning, a light appears. The light transformation, Bishop says, light took the shape of a sphere, then took the form of St. Mary. The doctor says light started as a candle coming down like a rounded ball, and then shaped like St. Mary. Okay, so the exact same transformation is happening that they're describing on the same night and at the same time, same location where the dome is, and then the same light appears, and then it takes the shape of a ball, and then it takes the shape of Mary. Intervals. So the bishop says after about 10 minutes, the cycle started again. It occurred about 10-minute intervals between 10 p.m. and 3:30 a.m. Doctor says other appearances continued showing almost every 10 minutes in exactly the same manner. I saw her until I left at 12:30 a.m. Reports continued till 3:30. Bro. The apparition, Bishop says, it lasted 2 or 3 minutes, very bright, not hurting the eyes, no features were visible, but it appeared in complete form from head to foot. It then became again a round ball of light and gradually faded. Doctor says, it lasted about 1 minute. So again, like, lasted 2 or 3 minutes, about 1 minute, like, this is how long they're describing one of the apparitions are. And that's like pretty convergent. I mean, it's easy to get like 1 minute versus 2 minutes wrong. It was very bright, not well defined, but hazy. We couldn't differentiate features. So they're both saying that they couldn't differentiate features. Started as a half shape, then was seen moving forwards, backwards, sideways, and bending. When she disappeared, it suddenly leaving behind complete darkness. Incense. So the bishop says the smoke of incense, very bright, comes out of the large dome in unbelievable quantities. The cloud goes up to 10 or 20 meters or more. It is dark red. There is no other cloud in the sky but the one over the dome. Doctor says there was a strong smell of incense with columns of cloud. You cannot get this strong smell from thousands of sensors. He's like, look at all these like striking convergences between independent testimonies. Pretty cool, if you ask me. Okay, example number 3, Queen of Heaven. The following is a brief account by Isaac Gerges Naguib, who describes seeing a strange light on top of St. Mary's Church the night of April 27th, around 11 o'clock, Around 11 o'clock on Saturday night, April 27th, 1968, I saw a brilliant bluish light, like fluorescent, about 1.5 meters long and 40 centimeters wide, moving and circling around the dome and the cross for more than an hour before I left that sacred place. Mr. Naguib's account indicates that he watched the figure from 11 p.m. to sometime after midnight into the morning of April 28th. A second witness, an Austrian tourist named Frau Liane von Vienne, picks up the story independently by reporting her own sighting of the Virgin around 1 a.m. that same morning. Miss von Vienne describes seeing Our Lady engulfed in light in a manner reminiscent of Mr. Naguib's account, but then claims that the figure transformed into 2 other forms, a haloed woman followed by a heavenly queen wearing a crown. And later on, we're going to go through like a table which shows these. This is just like setting up the undesigned coincidences here. So like the table gets really cool. So here's Miss von Vienne. On Saturday the 28th, we planned to go out to Zeitoun and spend the night outside. At 1:30 in the morning, I saw a large light and heard people saying, El Nur, the light, the light. I saw her more closely. Now I see a radiant, beautiful, very bright female figure surrounded by radiant light. She has changed constantly. One speaks of Maria's transformations. Instead of the great light around her, she was suddenly like a large sun disk, larger than a saint's disk. The halo shone large, brilliantly bright, so bright that I couldn't see her face. Suddenly, instead of the large halo, a crown appeared on her head. The Mother of God was so beautiful, even though I couldn't see her face clearly. She was young. She seemed very young. Miss von Vienne does not indicate how long her experience lasted, but she does imply that on the morning of April 28th, the final form she witnessed of Mary was her adorned with a crown as the Queen of Heaven. Now we turn to our final witness, Mr. Zaki Shinuda, who had waited at the church all night, but was largely unable to find a good spot to closely see the apparition. Around 3:30 a.m. on April 28th, word spread throughout the crowds that Our Lady had moved to the southwestern dome. After rushing to the side of the building, Mr. Shinuda claims that he saw the Virgin Mary manifesting above the dome in the form of a queen standing upright with a crown upon her head, of her natural size, in perfect statue and great majesty. It's extremely interesting that these 3 testimonies line up to the very day and hour to form a cohesive testimony of what the form of the Virgin took on top of St. Mary's Church. And again, like it gets even better when we go to the the table. To create a more straightforward outline for what happened on the night/morning of April 27th and 28th, from 11 p.m. to 12 a.m., a mysterious light is seen on the church domes, per Mr. Naguib. At 1 a.m. through dawn in the morning, the mysterious light is seen and begins to resemble a young woman. She is given a halo and radiant clothing. She then transforms to resemble a queen with a crown and robes. Her head tilts to the side as she spreads out her hands to bless the crowd, per Miss von Vienne. We'll see that testimony in a second. Then, 3:30 a.m. to 5 a.m., the Virgin Mary is seen with a royal appearance, clearly wearing a crown, robes, and a veil. She inclines her decorated head and appears solemn. She concludes by blessing the crowds, per Mr. Shinuda. Both Miss von Vienne and Mr. Shinuda are quite descriptive in describing the Virgin's final manifestation. They seem to independently recall Our Lady with a crown on her head and glowing robes that blew in the wind, her consecrated head then tilted to the side as she looked down at the excited crowds. The Virgin would slowly raise her arms in the air and bless all those below her. So here, look at this table. This table was like, bro. Okay, so we got von Vienne on the left and Shinuda on the right. Date and time. It was Saturday the 27th. We planned to go out to Zeitoun and spend the night outside. It was 1:30 in the morning of the 28th when I saw a large light. I waited with the crowds for long hours from 5 o'clock on Saturday evening the 27th. I continued gazing at the Virgin Mary from 3:30 until 5 o'clock in the morning, the dawn of Sunday, April 28th, 1968. Location. The Mother of God was already on the church dome. She was there for a long time. Shinuda. The Virgin Mary had appeared above the southwestern dome. She remained like this for about an hour and a half. So, long time, hour and a half. They mesh with one another. Van Vienne, the apparition's light. I saw a radiant, beautiful, very bright female figure surrounded by radiant light, more beautiful than the moonlight, brighter than the moonlight, but not blinding. Mr. Shenouda, she shone like the blazing sun in the midst of darkness, could not be compared to the light of any star in the sky or any lamp on earth. Okay, so like a very radiant, bright light associated with the figure of the Virgin Mary. The apparition's clothes. So Van Vienne, a crown appeared on her head. The Mother of God had a veil that moved slightly in the wind. She has a cloak and a dress, all in white, bright white. Now Shenouda, I saw the Virgin Mary in the form of a queen with a crown upon her head, clothed in a veil of luminous fabric. They're both noting a crown, a veil, and then it's like this luminous, bright fabric. Independent testimonies, same night, same time, same descriptive content. Apparition's head. So Van Vienne, she had tilted her head to the right and had a humble, sad attitude. Go to Shenouda. Her head was raised beneath the crown of majesty, yet it inclined gently with compassion and tenderness. So one of them was like, yeah, she was tilting her head, and the other one was like, yeah, she inclined her head. Bro. The apparition's hands and arms, so Miss Van Vienne, the radiant queen, slowly extended her arms, greeting and blessing. She opened her fingers and rays came down on us. Shenouda, she then slowly extended her arms. So they're both saying she slowly both of them use those terms, slowly extending arms. She then slowly extended her arms a little from beneath her flowing robe in a gentle movement forward toward the people, greeting and blessing them. So they're both noting these blessings and greetings. Both of them say greeting and blessing, bro. Both of them say greeting. So not just blessing, but greeting and blessing. She remained like this for about an hour and a half, visible to the thousands of eyes stretched toward her. Okay, so exact same date between these testimonies, exact same location of these testimonies, on or above the church dome. Both of them describe the radiant light. Both of them describe the clothes, talking about the crown and also the veil and how it was like luminous and very bright. And then both of them describe tilting or inclining the head. Then both of them say slowly extending her arms, greeting and blessing the crowd. And Shenouda's like, yeah, this was visible to hundreds of thousands of eyes for an hour and a half. Example number 4, Mother Mary and the Christ Child. Like what is often seen in Orthodox Christian iconography, the Virgin of Zeitoun was often seen cradling an infant in a radiant swaddle. In at least one case, this particular detail is corroborated by 2 witnesses attending the church at the same time of night. On May 6, 1968, a woman by the name of Matilda Macea would claim to have seen the Holy Mother holding an infant beginning at 3:30 a.m. while accompanied by her sister. They went to Zeitoun on May 6, 1968. By good luck, they were able to work their way to the entrance of the church in the courtyard. There they joined in the hymn singing and praying until 3:30 in the morning. It was at that hour that Our Lady appeared in the branches of a tree on the south side of the churchyard, with the infant on her left arm. Both were bathed in bright light, and Mary was wearing a veil over her head. The apparition lasted for 2 hours on that occasion. The swaddling virgin would be corroborated by another witness, Gemiana Tuma Atala, who reported a very similar sight at the same time of night as Miss Macea. According to Miss Atala, the Virgin was first seen in radiant white robes at 3:30 a.m. in the morning on the church's central dome. She gestured in prayer to the excited crowd as a cloud of incense began to form. So another cloud of incense is beginning to form. Just coordinated with these apparitions, these large billowing clouds of incense are just forming. She continued to appear at various locales around the church in slightly different forms for some time. Slightly after 5 a.m., Mary was seen cradling an infant in her arms, who, over the course of several minutes, began to grow into a transfigured form of a man. Miss Atala interpreted the second entity as Jesus Christ. The objective vision ended a few minutes after sunrise. The fact that both witnesses mentioned the Virgin appearing to cradle the infant Jesus between 3:30 a.m. and 5:30 a.m. on the morning of May 6, 1968, cannot help but compel. So here's the comparison between their testimonies from May 6, 1968. Matilda Macea, May 6, 1968, 3:30 in the morning was when Our Lady appeared. The apparition lasted for 2 hours on that occasion, so going to approximately 5:30 a.m. Atala says, at exactly 3:30 a.m., Monday, May 6, 1968, I saw the Blessed Virgin Mary appear. At 5 a.m., we saw a great heavenly light. 2 minutes later, after 5 a.m., we saw the Virgin Mary again. The vision occurred within 4 minutes, and 12 minutes had passed since sunrise, ending approximately 5:15 a.m. Okay, so look, it's like these independent convergences to about the exact length, right? Macea is saying, yeah, it lasted for 2 hours starting at 3:30. And then Atala says, yes, at exactly 3:30, it started. And then it goes until approximately 5:15, so about 2 hours. Okay, interesting. The apparition's appearance. Macea says, bathed in bright light, Mary was wearing a veil over her head. Atala says, radiant white robes. I saw her later in the morning, clothed in colorful garments, wearing a radiant crown. And holding the Christ child, so here's Messiah, Our Lady appeared with the infant on her left arm. Both were bathed in bright light. Atala says the Lord Jesus Christ appeared in his entire body as an infant of about 6 months, clothed in the same color as her pure garments. I saw her place her hand beneath him and hold him in her arm. Example number 5, Virgin in full form. On the night of April 29th to the dawn of April 30th, 1968, several witnesses reportedly saw the Virgin of Zeitoun around the church's roof, moving along the structure and turning her body from left to right. She was seen blessing the crowds with visible gestures of her hands. Multiple onlookers noticed a luminous cloud from which Mother Mary manifested, which continued to hover above her body until the break of dawn. She apparently loitered around the structure for well over 2 hours. In the account from Bishop Athanasius, we learn that this final appearance of the morning lasted from 2:45 a.m. to 5 a.m. It is curious that other accounts from the same night line up perfectly with Athanasius' description. Our Lady was seen for more than 2 hours and disappeared at 5 in the morning. So here we have Dr. William Rizk testimony, Dr. Sobil Farid Shaki testimony, and then Bishop Athanasius' testimony. Okay, let's look at the convergences. Date, on the evening of Tuesday, April 29th. At dawn on Tuesday, April 30th. And then Bishop Athanasius' testimony, dawn last Tuesday, so April 29th to 30th. The apparition's description. She appeared in her full radiant body. It was the Virgin. I saw her. Dr. Rizk, she appeared in her full radiant body. Dr. Sobi, it was the Virgin. Bishop Athanasius, I saw her in full form. I saw the complete form surrounded by a halo that extended from above her head to around the entire body. The predominant color was light blue. The apparition's movement. Dr. Rizk, moving and turning right and left. Bishop Athanasius, she was moving, nodding her head. When she moved, she would become a line of light and then turn her face. The apparition blessing the crowds. Dr. Rizk, gesturing to the crowds and spreading her hands as if blessing them. Bishop Athanasius, she was bestowing blessings. Luminous cloud. Dr. Rizk gave no description. Dr. Sobi says, I noticed a cloud in the sky, dazzling white, uniform in shape, distinct from the natural clouds in both color and form. It remained directly above the Virgin during the entire period of her appearance, while the rest of the sky in that area stayed perfectly clear. Bishop Athanasius says, a cloud-like mist gathered and suddenly became illuminated. I saw the luminous cloud-like form filled with light. So they're both saying, like, there's this, like, luminous cloud, a very strange anomalous cloud on, like, above the Virgin Mary. No, take out above the Virgin Mary, because Bishop Athanasius doesn't say that. And they also agree on the timing. So Dr. Rizk says her apparitions at that time lasted more than 2 hours. Dr. Sobi says the Virgin disappeared at 5 o'clock in the morning. And then Bishop Athanasius says she appeared several times that night. On one occasion, she appeared for a long period from 11:30 p.m. until 2 a.m. I saw her at dawn from 2:45 a.m. until 5 a.m. So that's about 2.25 hours. Okay, so we got like more than 2 hours, one of them says. The other one says it lasted 2.25 hours. And then the other one says it disappeared at 5 o'clock in the morning, exactly when Bishop Athanasius says it disappeared. So they're like interlocking and making mutual sense of one another in these like very striking ways. Example number 6, Our Lady of the Palms. Shafiq Mikhail, a deacon of St. Mary's, told researchers of 2 separate sightings of the Virgin that he had on April 19th and May 2nd, 1968. Mr. Mikhail's general description of the apparition's appearance and location line up with a separate pilgrim, Kamel Atay Suleiman. Mr. Suleiman's sighting likely occurred in April or early May prior to when most of the nearby trees were torn down to make room for the growing crowds. His account seems to agree with our prior witness, as both saw the Virgin hovering between 2 large palm trees near the church. And the Mother of God was described as abnormally large in size. So here on the left we've got Shafiq, and here on the right we've got Kamel. So the location apparition. So the location of the apparition. In the courtyard at the west end of the church, the entrance are 2 tall trees. She appeared in the space between these trees. Kamel says it was filling it, as in, the apparition was filling the space between the 2 tall massive trees whose branches intertwined and parted at this gap. It's the exact same location. The apparition levitating. So Shafiq says she was in midair, high in the air. Kamel says she was among the branches of the trees, right? So like levitating up there in the air, between trees. Dude, what conspiracy are you going to tell to explain this away? Okay, so the apparition appearance. Let's go to Shafiq. The form of the Virgin, full of glory, as if all aflame. Kamel says a luminous vision of a lady, magnificent grandeur, majesty, splendor, beauty. So they're both saying, like, yeah, it's like glorious, beautiful, and it's like the form of the Virgin, or the vision, like a luminous lady. They're both describing it as distinctively female-shaped. Apparition height. Shafiq says the figure was twice natural size. Kamel says a tall, imposing lady. So again, they're just like mutually interlocking and corroborating one another in like pretty striking ways. In surveying the various artistic depictions from witnesses, one notices that the description by Mr. Mikhail and Sulaim resembles a later drawing by Badir Rizqala Kalusi. A witness himself, Mr. Kalusi, drew the apparition as large in size, towering over the church as it floated above the air. The drawing also positions the figure as floating in between 2 palm trees that surrounded the church's entrance. And here, you can see his drawing here. Here's the Virgin. Here's the palm tree number 1. Here's palm tree number 2. It's like, like very interesting, striking convergences between like totally independent testimonies. Example number 8. Okay, so let's go through the 8th example of a striking independent convergence or an undesigned coincidence. The Gubron family, who were locals privileged with living in proximity to the church building, claimed to have visited the site nearly every night and saw Our Lady well over 200 times. On 2 of these occasions, the Gubrons mentioned that Mother Mary was accompanied by her husband Joseph in full form, along with the Christ child swaddled in their embrace. All seemed to be riding or walking next to a donkey as they encircled the church's roof twice before vanishing. In the words of Mrs. Gubron, we saw them exactly as they were depicted in images of their stay in Egypt. The Gubrons' account is unfortunately too sparse to recover much more detail. Nevertheless, at least 2 other testimonies have been found in the immense literature on Zeitoun that seem to describe the same episode. One originates from a former Muslim man interviewed by Ray Stanford, who was so moved by the sight that he would later convert to Christianity. Another witness would submit her own testimony from 1968 to be published by the Coptic Church. By comparing both accounts, it is highly likely that each witness was recalling the general episode narrated by the Gubrons. All 3 members of the Holy Family encircled the church's roof while accompanied by what looked like a donkey. The Father of Christ was leading the group and walking closely in front of the donkey. Okay, dude, we got to read this. So here are the 3 independent testimonies set side by side. We got the Gubron family on the left. We got the anonymous male Muslim witness in the middle. And we've got the female Muslim witness on the right. First category, cloud of light above the church. Gubron family, no description. Male Muslim witness. He and his friends watched an apparition of the entire Holy Family that seemed to be floating in its own light in the air above the church. Female Muslim witness. The Mother of Light appeared again from a shining cloud descending from the sky onto the roof of the church. From it appeared the scene of the Holy Family. Identity of the figures. Gubron family says the entire Holy Family with Joseph holding a staff. Male Muslim figure. We were looking up there at Saint Mary, Jesus as a boy, and Saint Joseph. Female Muslim witness, the Mother of Light, carrying the Lord of Glory, Jesus, with Joseph. Gubron family, on the appearances of the figures. We saw them exactly as they are shown in pictures of their stay in Egypt. Muslim witness. The Holy Family was very distinct, very clear. The Holy Family seemed to be floating in its own light. They were so very beautiful, so lovely. Female witness. The sight was luminous and beautiful. Gubron family, presence of a donkey. Holy Family was riding on a donkey. I noticed to one side of St. Joseph a hazy, indistinct area vaguely glowing, well, a vaporous something. What is funny is that I amused myself by thinking that the thing following St. Joseph was a donkey. It seemed to follow the 3 of them around. Female witness, the Mother of Light was riding on the back of a donkey, with Joseph, the carpenter, leading the donkey. The Gubron family says the group reportedly circled the church twice before disappearing. The male Muslim witness says that Zeitoun figures moved serenely around the church roof. Female Muslim witness, the Holy Family walked along the roof of the church for a very, very long time. So this is like an extensive visual. So they're just like describing these things in pretty striking convergent detail. 3 independent witnesses are describing this in like pretty striking convergent detail. And again, these are just a few of the example. And again, like as Caleb Jackson says, these are just a few of the examples. We have a witness questionnaire. We have a witness questionnaire that Dr. John Jackson, a physicist, put together. He's pretty comprehensive data for his witness survey. In his own analysis, John Jackson expresses confidence that the major themes across all of his testimonies paint a clear picture. So this is kind of like pretty mutually corroborating and significant convergence that we see. All the witnesses to the Zeitoun event virtually agreed amongst themselves as to what they saw, and so I think it's possible to construct what I would call a standard account of what had occurred. The apparition was, firstly, self-luminous. Secondly, most of the people would say they could see some bodily features. Thirdly, virtually everybody said the apparition would move in a natural manner. And fourth, it looked very realistic. Some people would say the apparition was bigger than life in terms of its size. What's interesting about it is that you had so many people who come from so many different parts of the world really coming together to agree that this is what people generally saw. You know, like he's asking, did the apparition seem lifelike or artificial? 98.8% said lifelike. Did the others see the event? Yes. 97.7% said that. Did the local surroundings emit light? Only 2.6% said yes. 97.4% said no. But 75% said 3-dimensional. 97.4% said that it was opaque, so the apparition was opaque rather than transparent. And 82% said when they visited Zeitoun, the apparition moved. In his 2017 doctoral dissertation from the University of Essex, V.C. Musso would compile 22 published eyewitness testimonies from 1968, the first year of the phenomenon, and his main takeaways are largely consistent with Jackson's early analysis. Vast majority reference the apparitions as luminous, explicitly identify the being with some formal title of the Virgin Mary. Roughly half mentioned seeing the apparition associated with other religious imagery while surrounded by luminous birds, so 45% of his testimonies mentioned these luminous birds. We've testimonied to kneeling, walking, rising, blessing, smiling. The movement of Our Lady's clothing was not only reserved to her gait. Several accounts highlight that the apparition's robes would visibly sway, sometimes from the wind and other times due to her motion across the roof. Our testimonies to this are abundant. Here are just a bunch of these testimonies. Her garments swayed in the wind. The hem of her robe flutters as if in motion. As she moved, the veil could be seen, blowing a bit in the light wind. The Mother of God had a veil that moved slightly in the wind. The robe, or rather the whole image, seemed moved by the air, swaying gently as though stirred by a soft breeze. Her clothing moved in the breeze. A soft breeze seemed to be blowing as her veil was waving ever so gently. It's clear from the accounts that the Virgin was no stranger to using her hands to communicate with the excited believers surrounding the church. She was blessing the so here are like other testimonies. She was blessing the people by her hand and like this. So the person gestures with their hand. Her hands moved like that. Rafael Bernardo Wanyama, she raised her hands in front of her. It was a waving motion, palms up. From the tips of her fingers, light was flowing down to the ground where I was standing. Wadida Marcos Antonius. Her hands were like this, holds hands out with palms outward, and she indicated the posture familiar to us as Our Lady of Grace, hands extended, palms up as she stood above the smaller dome. We have eyewitness sketchings. Our Lady was also observed at times to genuflect when passing near any of the church's 5 mounted crosses. This was especially common with the cross on the church's large central dome, where the silhouette of Mary was mounted in reverence as her veiled head remained tilted down. As she bowed, she seemed almost to defy gravity at points, given the slope's smooth shape. So here are just like a bunch of testimonies to this. You know that the dome at Zeitoun is sloping. She was standing on that slope. She did not fall. She was in front of the cross. Became wider and wider, developing the shape of the beloved Virgin Mother, kneeling in front of the cross on top of the central dome. We could see the Blessed Virgin Mary moving on the domes, now bowing before the cross. She began to go to the church's northern side, and on her way, she knelt in front of the western cross. She was seen moving and walking above the domes, bowing before the upper cross on the central dome, which would then shine with brilliant light. A large dark cross was placed on her chest. She bowed her pure head over it and cradled it in her hands in a gesture of prayer for us. I saw the appearance of the Mother of Light in her natural size. On top of the large dome, she walked all the way to the cross, and she prostrated before the cross. Caleb goes through different testimonies to like nonverbal communications with like the head and nodding and bowing and things like that. There are abundant testimonies to three-dimensionality, which makes it apparent to most that Our Lady was not merely a flat projection from a spotlight, hence why she was most often described as statue-like. There she was, the phosphorus statue, but not so stiff as a statue. She was like a statue, hands folded in front, head veiled and bent. The Blessed Virgin appeared in a complete luminous body as a radiant phosphorescent statue. She was standing majestically in an upright and graceful posture, filling one of the arches of the western nave of the dome. She was of a small, harmonious size, like a statue of radiant pure light, extending completely from head to toe in all the arches of the dome. I could see in faint outline the erect, white, statue-like figure. I had a side view of her, as one sees a white statue in profile, with hands held in prayer. Samir has seen the Virgin. I've seen her too. She was like a statue. The first time I saw the Holy Virgin as a nun, a half-statue form. She was wearing a white robe. The second time I saw the full statue between the domes. In some cases, the apparition was actually first mistaken as a statue, placed on top of the dome until it began moving. This solidity was further evidenced by the fact that lights would occasionally be shined on Our Lady. Unlike a projection where the image becomes hazier when exposed to outside light, Mother Mary became more well-defined when put under the spotlight. Additional accounts imply that the entity was able to interact with physical objects when touching them. Boutros Ghayed first saw the apparition as an 11-year-old child in the early months of 1968, claiming that the Virgin began appearing on top of a large palm tree in front of the eastern side of the church building. This began at around 12:30 in the morning, continued intermittently until 6:30 a.m., with the Holy Mother appearing at the spot every few minutes. But it was observed that the branches of the palm trees would part when the apparition appeared on top of them, as if she was an object with weight that pressed down on the tree's offshoots. We noticed the palm branches, the two middle branches at the top, moving apart, and the Virgin Mary appeared with a luminous spectrum. Every 3 or 4 minutes, the two branches of the palm tree above would separate, and she, in her full height, would stand and look at the people. The consensus of the survey participants was that the light appeared to be lifelike rather than artificial. Even some were initially skeptical, reported becoming convinced after they had seen the apparition for themselves. Here are some testimonies to that. My husband was at my side. At first, he did not believe. He said, they are artificial lights. Then, when I saw it, I asked him, can anything make that with artificial lights? Then he said, no, it's not anything artificial. Another one, I said, but really, where is this apparition? Then all of a sudden, between 2 domes of the church, I saw it. Then I regained my composure. I got a good look. Because I remember what some said, that it was a projection, that it was a photo, that it was like this, that it was like that, but it was no such thing. At first, she appeared as a light without any definite form. We had doubted that the Virgin could appear above the tree, thinking it only a reflection or an optical illusion. Then we saw that it had taken the shape of a woman wearing a white veil and a white robe. The vision was perfectly clear. This time we truly saw a human figure sitting upon the palm tree. As the sky began to brighten with the approaching sunrise, the image grew clearer. Two men went together to Zeitoun, but did not really expect to see anything. They went only because they had heard others speaking of the marvel. 3 different times they were able to see St. Mary. It was no shadow or reflection, no artifact. It was the Virgin. She was glorious. She was not stationary. She moved, and the people shouted. In several cases, witnesses who were particularly close in proximity to the apparition were able to make out human-like features in the face and clothing. For example, Ishaq Aziz Hana would claim that April 16, 1968, he was close enough to Our Lady that the face and the hair were clearly defined. Bishop Gregorius notes that his 3rd time seeing her on May 14, 1968, was aided with a magnifying instrument that he had borrowed from a man standing behind him in the crowd. Through the magnifying instrument, the bishop observed her for roughly 15 minutes, holding what appeared to be the Christ child. Jackson's questionnaire found that among 48 respondents, roughly half of the respondents saw the apparition from a distance of 80 feet away or less. Of these, 6 reported they were within 20 feet of the apparition. This is significant, as human accuracy towards facial feature recognition is fairly precise until about the 20-yard mark, so 60 feet. For these witnesses, the features of Our Lady appeared extremely realistic. So here are some like detailed descriptions and the distance of witnesses. So Dr. Khairi Malek, he was 13 yards or 40 feet below the apparition. Duration, at least 2.5 hours on and off. Description, veil, she looked very human. Her features were clear and unforgettable. I believe that I saw her teeth as she smiled. Professor Sophie Gerges, approximately 50 to 70 feet away, at least 30 feet below the figure. Duration, about 40 to 45 minutes continuously. Description, full image of the Virgin Mary was visible. The Christ child could be seen as well, carried in the crook of her left arm. She was smiling and had a very youthful-looking face. Her head was covered with a very thin bluish-colored veil. As she moved, the veil could be seen blowing a bit in a light wind. Bishop Marcos, approximately 130 to 165 feet away. I saw her complete, very nice and very clear. I saw the complete face, complete body, and her hands waving to bless the people. Bishop Athanasius, roughly 60 feet away. Saw it for about 1 hour. There was something about the eyes and mouth I could see, but I could not make out the features in detail. Here are some witnesses in extremely close proximity to the church gathering in front of the fence. Even for those who were further back, many recall that they could distinguish the apparition's skin from its clothing due to the difference in pigmentation. It seemed to us that the fleshy parts of the body were transparent, appearing in the color of the hidden sky behind the images, so that they looked dark. The face appeared dark in the midst of the light radiating from the veil and the robe. Around her face is a halo of pale yellow, and below her neck and upper chest the color is somewhat darker. I could distinguish only a difference in color between the skin and the face and the hands and the veil. There was some color in the face and the hands. We have a painting of someone as they recalled seeing her, which, just like, again, just happens to correspond with like what all the other witnesses are saying. The apparitions were intersubjective. The apparition took on different forms at different points, sometimes a half figure, sometimes there was a halo of light. Most often, seemingly, was a luminescent silhouette. We also have at least putative photos of the phenomenon. Maybe I'll say a little bit more about the photos later. But this is among the most eminent of the Zeitoun photos. The photo below appears to capture the silhouette of the apparition perched alongside the sloped roof of St. Mary's Church. In accordance with some witness testimony from this period, one can make out the faint outlines of a body, head adorned with a halo, and a pointed edge on the apparition's left side, the hands, right? So like kind of, this is the body here, kind of tilting her head. Here's a halo, here are the hands. The genesis of this image comes from a 1969 pamphlet published by the Coptic Papal Commission, issued with the approval of Bishop Abba Gregorius. The photographer was an engineer from Heliopolis by the name of Fazi Manzour, who reportedly had snapped the image during one of the earliest instances on April 9th, 1968. So again, like named individual, exact date that the photograph was allegedly taken, and he's going to show up later in the healings section, so that'll be fun. We were fortunate enough to have some description from witnesses who were in attendance the same night this image was purportedly captured. On the night of April 9th at 10 p.m., all doubt vanished. I saw her in full form atop the main dome, leaning downward with eyes full of compassion, just as she appears in her familiar image holding the Christ child. So, like, okay, we have an eyewitness testimony the same night that this photo was purportedly taken, and it describes leaning downwards. You can literally see, like, leaning downward and full form. Mansour's photograph bears striking resemblance to other witness depictions, as well as drawings of what people saw. Only slightly less famous than Mansour's photo is the following set of alleged photos showing the apparition's silhouette form becoming more defined. The images were produced on an undefined date in 1968 by a named individual, Ali Ibrahim, director of the Cairo Museum. The first photo shows a vertical form of light that appears vaguely anthropomorphic, with the shape of a head and body. The arms are not clearly defined, and the legs are replaced with a ghostly tail. The second image was taken only a few moments later, as the apparition's human shape became more pronounced. The head becomes more defined as the halo takes form. The apparition's tail is less apparent. Her image becomes much brighter and begins to oversaturate the surrounding dome that she's placed in front of. And you can see a bird-like figure hovering above the halo as a stream of incense emanates around the upper body. Recalled in the previous section on converging testimonies, witnesses often observed the light beginning like with a vertical radiance before widening and gaining more anthropomorphic features. Witnesses described a light with a luminous halo that slowly became more distinct until the figure of Mary became evident, and Ibrahim's photographs may very well capture this metamorphosis. To Caleb Jackson's knowledge, the only sophisticated photo analysis conducted on a sample of the Zeitoun photos was Dr. John Jackson in 1996. Jackson, a physicist most well known for imaging work on the Shroud of Turin, detailed his methods in his contributing chapter to the anthology A Lady of Light Appears in Egypt. The book appears to be out of print and is next to impossible to find. Nevertheless, from what can be derived from interviews with Jackson and citations of his work, the analysis involved three of the most widely reproduced images of the Virgin. Those of Fazi Manzour. Right, so here's Fazi Manzour's famous photograph. Dr. John Jackson also analyzed Ali Ibrahim's famous photograph here, and Wagi Rizk. See below for discussions on each. Jackson suspected that Rizk's images of luminous doves may show some signs of tampering, but signed off on the authenticity of the former two images. In his own summary, we interviewed over 100 witnesses, and many, if not most of these witnesses, we do not believe even know each other, but yet they gave very similar accounts of what they saw. They look as though they were recording an actual event, blah, 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 and the photographic records correlate very nicely with what the eyewitnesses claimed that they had seen. The question is, are those real photographs? What you look for in a scientific evaluation of these photographs... Oh, and I should mention, Dr. John Jackson is an optic expert. What you look for in a scientific evaluation of these photographs is internal consistencies or inconsistencies. I spent quite a bit of time studying those, Mansour's and Ibrahim's photographs, and I can't see any inconsistencies. So if that's true, then that would mean that the apparition was able to generate physical light, that was able to go through a camera, go through the optics, record itself on the photographic emulsion of the film as a photochemical reaction, and hence we have something physical associated with the apparition. So like Dr. Dumsey, I think we should be, tentative and cautious about the photographs. But firstly, the photographs are given by named individuals, on at least one occasion with an exact date attached. These individuals are well positioned in society, like a director of the Cairo Museum. So he seems to have a lot to lose if it's found out to be fabricated. They just, and then the photographs just happen to corroborate basically everything that thousands of witnesses are testifying to. And they're looking exactly like drawings that other people are producing of what they were seeing. And moreover, a physicist and optic expert analyzed them and found no signs of doctoring or tampering. So, okay, there is at least some probative evidence that these are real photographs. Again, we can't be certain. We should have some higher order uncertainty about this, but there is evidence. There is some physical corroboration here. So regarding miraculous healings, there were various case studies published by the Papal Commission. I'll go through one case after playing a little clip from Travis Dumsday.
And so, yeah, that's definitely a case worth highlighting. Just to give the audience one or two other just quick examples, and I'm drawing these from. So this is from the medical commission set up by the Coptic Patriarchate. It was headed by Dr. Shafiq Abdelmalek, who was a professor of medicine at the University of Cairo and the personal physician to the Coptic Orthodox Pope Kyrillos VI. So here's an excerpt from the medical commission report. This is cited in Pearl Zaki's 2002 book. So I'll just read this out. It's a short paragraph. Quote, Inshira Amin Al-Nayal, wife of Mahmoud Shukri Ibrahim, director of the Roads and Bridges Department, both Muslims, living at 13 Abdel Rahman El Barkuri Street, Manial El Roda in Cairo, had been suffering from a serious paralysis of the left leg and could walk only by the help of a stick. She went to the church in her car on April the 29th, accompanied by her husband. Both prayed, but nothing happened that night. The following night, she went again, accompanied by her son, and again watched for the appearance of the Virgin, praying fervently. After some time, she saw a cloud on the dome at the northeast, which gradually took the form of the Virgin, and began to circulate around the dome. Inshira cried, "O Mother of Light, help me." Her son, Ahmed, was so affected by the apparition that he fell from his chair. At dawn, the lady got up, carried her chair, and walked steadily on her 2 feet without using her stick or leaning on her son. She went to her car rejoicing in the Lord. Dr. Abbas Azad, Dr. Ali Labib, and Dr. Muhammad Saeed, who had examined her earlier and found her paralysis irremediable, were amazed at her miraculous cure, unquote. Another example Zaki cites is actually the cure of a medical doctor, which is interesting. So here's another quote. Dr. William Neshed Zaki, ex-director of Masara Unit for Medical Treatment, whose clinic is at 41 Shubra Street in Cairo, had been suffering greatly for 13 years from a hernia, for which he had been forced to wear a medical belt. He says in his report that he despaired of a medical cure. On the night of May the 30th, he went to the church at Zeitoun. He says, "Just before dawn, I saw the Blessed Virgin. She was moving towards the cross. Then she stretched out her hand and blessed us. I prayed for a miraculous cure through her intercession. When I reached home, no pain of any sort was bothering me. The hernia had been completely cured," unquote. There's one more just sort of example I'd like to give. This is not from the official medical report produced by the Coptic Patriarchate. Instead, this is from an article by Dr. Cynthia Nelson. She was a professor of anthropology at the American University in Cairo who developed an interest in the apparitions as they were occurring. So she interviewed a number of eyewitnesses. She talked to a number of people. One of the people she talked to was a surgeon in Cairo. And here's what, I'll just read a short excerpt from Dr. Nelson's article from 1973. So here's what she says. One prominent Cairo surgeon expressed this existential dilemma in the following narrative. Okay, so now she's quoting from this Cairo surgeon that she interviewed. Quote, "A patient of mine upon whom I'd operated 2 years ago for cancer returned to my office 3 weeks ago for a checkup. Upon examination, I discovered that the man had another tumor. I actually felt at the tumor during the internal examination and removed a piece of tissue for biopsy. When the test showed it was malignant, I recommended an immediate operation, but the man refused, saying he did not have enough money, and left the office. 2 weeks later, he returned and asked for another examination. To my astonishment, I could not find the tumor, but only some white scar tissue. The man told me he had gone to Zeitoun and prayed to the Virgin for help. I do not believe in such miracles, but I cannot explain the disappearance of the tumor, and it's driving me mad. So that was this surgeon that Nelson had interviewed as the apparitions were occurring. So that just gives your audience some flavor of the kinds of miracle healing reports that emerged from these events.
Right, and the commission, like, they have various like medical documentation that they required, and they collected that. They collected eyewitness statements and various other things. I've actually looked into some of these. They're actually pretty interesting. I was like, oh my gosh, this is kind of cool. And like, this is part of the data that any systematic explanation of the phenomena surrounding Zeitoun would need to explain. So I think it's important to lay that on the table. One of Caleb's sections is on restoration of severed muscles and nerves. Of the Papal Commission's testified cures from its initial inquiry, the case of Wagi Rizgmata remains among the most compelling from a medical perspective. The Egyptian photographer had suffered from an extremely debilitating injury in June 1967 following a car accident. In his own grisly description, nothing was tying my forearm to my arm except for a torn flap of skin through which only 2 vessels were appearing intact. The rest of the vessels were cut and bleeding on the ground. He was immediately hospitalized and the arm was operated on. The following morning, June 28th, an x-ray indicated no substantial results from the surgical intervention, and so a second operation was then undergone the same day. The arm would then be immobilized in a plaster cast for 3 months. All attempts at medical repair were to no avail. By September, Wagi was released from the hospital, being told that there was nothing further that could be done to heal the limb. The accident had resulted in total avulsion of the upper arm, tearing most of the major tendons, biceps, and brachialis completely off the bone. His left arm and hand hung lifelessly and were functionally useless. Most of his upper limb movements were anchored by his shoulder joint. For all practical purposes, he had no finger dexterity, lacked the ability to bend his left elbow, and could not even raise his limp appendage to his face. A follow-up examination in February 1968 was so dismal that his physician, Dr. Hassan Sanara, noted the destruction of tissues and nerves, compound bone fractures, and widespread paralysis of the left limb. A second opinion was consulted by a specialist, the orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Abdel Hay El Sharkawi. Following another x-ray, the surgeon concurred with the prior assessments that the arm was irreparable and would almost certainly be permanently inert unless future surgical techniques were developed. The arm was so dysfunctional that amputation had been offered to improve his quality of life, to which Wagi declined. All of this would change on the night of April 13th when the photographer was bathed in the heavenly light radiating from the apparition as he attempted to capture it on film. I went to the Virgin Mary's Church at Zeitoun and took my camera with me. I forgot, while I was looking at the apparition of the Blessed Virgin, the fact that when I captured the first photo quickly, I used my left hand. Yes, my left hand. The hand 5 doctors, some of them among the most famous surgeons in Egypt, said was hopeless and will never move again. The Blessed Virgin has miraculously healed this hand. I started to move my left hand up and down to my side and to rotate and wave it in the air while extended. I was cured, completely cured once the Virgin appeared. And from this day, the camera never leaves me, and the camera and I never leave Zeitoun. Mr. Rizk's photo, taken at the time of the alleged cure, is discussed below. In April 1969, the Commission issued a positive finding and declared that Wagi Rizgmata had been instantly and inexplicably healed. Both the papal report findings and the medical report from the patient's primary physician are reproduced below. Here's the primary physician report. Mr. Wagi Rizgmata, 42 years of age, photographer. The patient had been involved in a motor car accident on 27th June 1967. His elbow joint was seriously damaged. There was complete avulsion of both the biceps and brachialis muscles from their insertions. He remained under treatment but was not cured. Treated by several doctors. As the crippled man attempted to photograph the apparitions, he was instantly cured. The range of movements of the arm was limited at the elbow joint with very slight flexion. All the arm movements were controlled from the shoulder joint. On examining Mr. Wagi Mata today, I found him to be in good health and able to move his elbow joint in full flexion and extension. I cannot find any medical explanation for the full range of movements of the injured arm. Signed, Dr. Zarif Bishara. A little bit more about the photographs. I mean, again, we should be tentative about them, but it's striking that we have photographs that align exactly with abundant eyewitness testimony, which were reported by named individuals, sometimes with a professional reputation and credibility to lose, that a professional physicist with expertise in optics carefully studied and noted no signs of tampering or doctoring. Now, some skeptics might object, like, oh, well, why was there such a paucity, though, of photographic and videographic evidence? Well, first, there's no chance that this was a private psychogenic phenomenon. I'll touch on that later, but it should be obvious by now. So the only viable naturalistic hypotheses also posit objective correlates for the events for hours on end. But then naturalistic hypotheses also make the paucity of images and videos very surprising, right? So there's not an advantage of naturalistic hypotheses over the miracle hypothesis. Second, I don't think the lack of additional photos would make for a particularly compelling objection to the miracle hypothesis, or a particularly convincing piece of evidence for a naturalistic hypothesis. Like, it would be nice if we had more evidence for the miracle hypothesis, even more photos, even more eyewitness testimony, even more tumors and paralysis being healed, but we're limited to the evidence that we do have, and what we do have is more than enough to license the miraculous conclusion. Third, we have seemingly honest reports from named individuals like Ali Ibrahim and Fatima Mansour that they took photos. We have a physicist who examined the photos from the event and found no evidence of doctoring of several, including those of Ibrahim and Mansour. He did discover signs of tampering for other photos from the other individuals. So it's not like Dr. John Jackson is this, gullible freak. He's an optic expert. The photos happen to corroborate what hordes of eyewitnesses said they saw, both concerning the female-shaped figure of the apparition and the surrounding phenomena, like anomalous clouds, dove-like, bright white beings, etc. That's reasonably strong, mutually reinforcing evidence for the veracity of the photos and the testimony. It's like mutually reinforcing. Fourth, Dr. Dumsday reports that there are testimonies to the effect that attempted photographs of the apparition came out blank. If those reports are true, that actually supports Zeitoun's authenticity. Every viable naturalistic explanation predicts that either nearly all or none of the photographs taken would capture the apparition. After all, cameras don't hallucinate, and any ordinary physical phenomenon visible to one camera should be visible to all cameras. Only an objective supernatural phenomenon would appear in some photographs, but fail to appear in others. Fifth, there are non-silly reasons God might have to bring it about that we don't have more photos or videos. If God's modus operandi regarding divine hiddenness and miracles is to provide enough evidence to support belief, but leave enough room for the psychological possibility of doubt, hordes of mutually reinforcing, non-doctored and testimony-matching photos or videos may very well exceed the limits of hiddenness, at least for lots of people operative in this non-silly divine policy. And this fits in with the, the hiddenness model of divine activity that I'll cover when discussing demonic phenomena below. As with many other miracle reports, there are oftentimes relatively peripheral aspects of the situation which should not carry the day, but which, when latched onto and blown out of proportion by skeptics, preserve the psychological possibility of doubt. Like, oh, why don't we have that on video? Even though we have thousands of mutually corroborating direct eyewitness accounts immediately after the events, plus medically documented apparently miraculous healings, plus a small number of photos exactly corroborating what the eyewitnesses say, plus, like a optical expert examined that at least two of those photos and said if I see no signs of doctoring or tampering, etc.
I wanted to add another point that my editor brought up to me, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, this deserves a mention. So there is a mundane factor that we have to keep in mind when we ask why is there at least a paucity of photographic evidence, right? Why aren't there hundreds or thousands of photographs of Zeitoun? And this is arguably at least part of the answer. I mean, I need to appeal to the other things that I mentioned in the video to fully answer it. But part of the answer is going to be the economic and technological context, right? I mean, Egypt was a poor country in 1968. Its nominal GDP per capita was only about $180 a year. Now, that's not the average salary, but at least my preliminary basic research suggests that surviving wage data indicates relatively low incomes, especially among agricultural and lower income workers. And photographic equipment could be extremely expensive relative to those incomes. Sure, snapshot cameras could be purchased in the West for under $20 at the time, but a good consumer 35mm camera could cost $150 to $250 at the time. And that, that's comparable to or even greater than Egypt's annual GDP per capita. And inexpensive cameras, by the way, in that period were pretty poorly suited to photographing a luminous moving object at night from a considerable distance, right? A cheap Kodak Instamatic, for example, had a fixed small aperture lens and limited shutter settings. And an ordinary flash would clearly do nothing to illuminate something on top of a church, right? Now again, this doesn't mean that no one at the time possessed cameras. That's not what I'm saying. Cairo did contain professional photographers and, upper class Egyptians and whatnot. And, there were tourists and whatnot. But, this is sort of reflected, at least to some extent, in the evidence that we do have. There are multiple photographs attributed to several different photographers, including, professional photographer Wagi Rizk Mata, the agricultural engineer Fazi Mansour, Ali Ibrahim, a German photographer, others. So, when we're asking the question of why there was such a paucity of photographic evidence concerning Zeitoun, because there isn't no photographic evidence, when, at the time there were just enormous crowds, the relative rarity and expense of cameras, together with the pretty significant technical difficulties of nighttime photography in the late 1960s, does provide at least a significant part of the answer, right? So we shouldn't lose that.
Okay, so I've laid out the data. Let's turn to potential skeptical explanations of Zeitoun. So, I mean, you might go in for some kind of private psychogenic explanation. I mean, that contradicts, like, thousands of testimonies to a visible public manifestation of luminous female figure where ample testimonies report people around them seeing the same thing. I mean, again, like, go back to the John Jackson survey. It doesn't explain convergent testimonies to billowing clouds of massive incense or the doves. It doesn't explain the insane coincidences between independent testimonial reports about striking details concerning the apparition. I mean, come on, dude. The exact date, time, location, color, intentional movements, etc. among independent witnesses on lots of occasions. Snap out of it, my friend. Private psychogenic explanations don't explain the healings. You're just going to have to posit, like, I don't know, unprecedented coincidences for some of those. And then coincidence upon coincidence upon coincidence, one after another, concentrated here. The private psychogenic explanation fails to explain at least evidentially indicative pictures, and just all around, this is an embarrassing explanation. What about tectonic strain theory? Well, let's hear from Dr. Dumsday.
We're starting with tectonic strain theory.
Yeah. So very briefly, so tectonic strain theory is a theory developed by the late Canadian neuroscientist Michael Persinger. And Persinger originally developed this theory in the 1970s as an explanation for the UFO phenomenon. So there are two components to tectonic strain theory. There's a geological component and there's a neuroscientific component. So the geological component basically runs as follows. So in geology, there's this phenomenon known as earthquake lights. So basically during a severe earthquake, an earthquake can, for complex geological reasons, prompt brief sparks of light in the sky produced by the tectonic forces, right? So there are weird lights that can occur briefly during the acute stage of an earthquake. They're known as earthquake lights. Persinger took that and hypothesized that, what if much lower levels of tectonic activity, right? So levels of tectonic strain, like well below that of an earthquake, but still like higher than usual tectonic strain. He hypothesized that too could give rise to anomalous lights in the atmosphere, right? In other words, lower levels of tectonic strain could give rise to these anomalous blobs of light that are objectively real, right? That they actually exist as real light phenomena in the atmosphere, but they're being produced solely by these geological forces. So that's the geological component of the theory, right? And Persinger thought that, so he argued this accounts for a lot of UFO sightings. And in fact, he tried to argue for this by looking at supposed UFO flaps, right, where a given region is experiencing an unusually high level of UFO sightings. He tried to correlate UFO flaps with tectonic strain, right? So he would look at geological data tables and try to correlate them with these periods of higher than usual flying saucer sightings. That's the geological component of the theory. Now, the neuroscientific side of the theory, basically what Persinger suggests is that this same, so what happens, so the geological activity prompts changes in the ambient electromagnetic environment. That's what gives rise to these anomalous blobs of light that are objectively real. Okay. Going back to his original work on the UFO phenomenon, Persinger recognizes, okay, the geological component of the theory explains what's known as close encounters of the first kind, right, where people are just seeing weird lights in the sky. What about close encounters of the third kind, where people claim to see these weird lights in the sky that land and strange beings get out, right? Persinger suggests, well, it's unlikely that all those people are lying or crazy. So what's going on here? What he suggests is now the second component of his tectonic strain theory, which is there is a subset of the population whose brains are particularly susceptible to shifts in ambient electromagnetic activity, right? So shifts in the wavelengths of electromagnetic activity in the environment. So when you get dramatic shifts in that electromagnetic ambient activity due to these geological phenomena, there's going to be a subset of the population that is probably going to see these weird lights in the sky that are objectively real. But then as a result of their brains encountering the shifts in ambient electromagnetic activity, some of these people are going to start having much more dramatic hallucinations, where given their cultural background, what they will hallucinate is a flying saucer landing and weird beings come out, right? Because that's just the culture we live in right now, right? Maybe hundreds of years ago they would have seen a religious figure, and now they're going to hallucinate alien beings. But it's only a subset of the population, right? That has what Persinger referred to as temporal lobe lability, right? Where it's a particular susceptibility of people's brains to, again, these shifts in ambient electromagnetic activity that prompt these private hallucinations. Okay, so that's Persinger's overarching explanation for various components of the UFO phenomenon. Out of that, he developed a kind of generic all-purpose theory for paranormal and religious experiences, both private and group experiences. So in 1989, Persinger and a colleague named John Dare wrote a paper on Zeitoun that they published in a respected psychology journal called Perceptual and Motor Skills, where in that 1989 paper, they applied tectonic strain theory to the Zeitoun apparitions. And what they argued was, at the time, Egypt was going through unusually high levels of tectonic strain. And so what's going on is that there were real objective anomalous lights that people were actually seeing at Zeitoun that were being produced by these geological factors. And then the more detailed perceptual phenomena, like the glowing, floating, specifically female figure, that was being produced by these, portion of the population with this temporal lobe lability that were having these more complex hallucinations. So this is how Persinger accounts for group religious experiences, right? There is something real there that groups of people are actually seeing, but then a subset of those people are going to see something more detailed. And that's going to be produced by, again, private hallucinations influenced by cultural factors. So what Persinger suggested was, because Egypt was so heavily religious, when they're seeing these glowing lights, which were objectively real, but when they're seeing these anomalous orbs of light, and then a certain subset starts having more complex hallucinations, because it's Egypt rather than the United States, they're hallucinating the Virgin Mary rather than whatever, space aliens or what might be more appropriate in another cultural context. So that, roughly speaking, is tectonic strain theory and how Persinger applied it to Zeitoun, which, as you noted, then became a pretty popular explanation. So the skeptic Joe Nickell, in one of his books on religious experience, miraculous phenomena, that was the explanation he adopted for Zeitoun, and other authors in succeeding decades have done the same. So in the book, I've got a chapter on tectonic strain theory where I go through this in much more detail, looking at Persinger's theory and then trying to argue that, in fact, it is not a very good explanation for Zeitoun.
Yeah, do you just want to at least very briefly give a glimpse into some of those reasons? I mean, like, one thing that I found funny was, like, okay, so, like, Persinger was focused on tectonic activity that was, like 250 miles away, like 400 kilometers away, which, like, just so happened to produce highly localized lights just on this church, nowhere else, just on this church, which took a distinctive and discernible form of a woman performing intentional movements of walking around, kneeling before the cross, bird-like objects flying in formation, together with all the healings. It's like, I don't know, it seems like a pretty long stretch, but I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, well, no, those are good points. And so in the book, I give sort of a twofold assessment of tectonic. So first I say, assuming that tectonic strain theory is basically workable as like a general scientific theory, does it actually help explain Zeitoun? And I try to argue that really, no, it doesn't, but for some of the same reasons you just alluded to, right? Even if tectonic strain theory in general is a good scientific model for group religious experiences, it doesn't account for the very narrow localization of the Zeitoun events, right? If Persinger's theory worked, what you should have expected was, like, Egypt should have been undergoing like a major UFO flap across the whole country. You wouldn't expect these phenomena to be restricted to the roof of a single church in one little suburb. So it doesn't account for the narrow localization of the events. I don't think it accounts for if Persinger's theory worked, you likewise would have expected that most eyewitnesses would have reported amorphous blobs of light and just amorphous blobs of light, like the objectively real thing that Persinger's theory posits. And then maybe a small minority reporting something more detailed, right? The minority that has this temporal lobe lability that's going to have more detailed hallucinations. But that's not what you find. What you find is most eyewitnesses are reporting pretty detailed stuff, right? That just does not comport with what Persinger's theory would lead us to expect. So those are a couple of issues that come up with why I think Persinger's theory.
Yeah, and even his psychological claims, if I can just add, like, have failed to replicate, and like the amount of electromagnetic radiation in the atmosphere is like less than what you would get from like or comparable or less than what you'd get from like a blow dryer or like using your cell phone.
Well, this is the thing, right? So the other question I ask is, okay, so the first argument I give is, like, again, assuming this is a workable theory, does it really help with Zeitoun? I try to argue, no, it doesn't. But then I ask, well, is it actually a workable scientific theory? And I argue that no. Geologists have never confirmed Persinger's hypothesis that the phenomenon of earthquake lights can be prompted by something much lower than an actual earthquake, right? The geological side of his hypothesis has never been confirmed. Moreover, the neuroscience literature of the last 20 years has not been kind to Persinger's theory. A whole variety of neuroscience labs have tried to replicate Persinger's laboratory findings, because Persinger tried to support the neuroscientific component of his theory by setting up in his neuroscience lab these experiments in which he would get his students to put on this equipment. He would flood their craniums with what he hypothesized were like just the right wavelengths of electromagnetic activity. And then a certain proportion of his students would report sort of weird experiences while they were in this sensory deprivation chamber, wearing this helmet that was flooding their heads with these electromagnetic wavelengths. Other neuroscience labs just have been unable to replicate Persinger's findings. Moreover, they pointed out that the electromagnetic wavelengths are probably not even able to penetrate the human skull, right? So there's no way they can be affecting the brain at all. So the neuroscientific arguments against tectonic strain theory have just been accumulating over the last 20 years, to the point where I think one can confidently say that Persinger's theory is maybe not completely disproved, but it's on much shakier ground than it was, 25, 30 years ago when the theory was getting like a lot of popular media attention. Because for a while, tectonic strain theory, CNN was reporting on it, the BBC was reporting on it, Wired magazine did a long story on it in 1999, in which Persinger talked about Zeitoun as an example of how to apply his theory. So yeah, the succeeding decades have not been kind to his account, in my opinion.
You guys should definitely read and pick up Travis Dumsday's book. His criticisms of this tectonic strain theory explanation just seem to me to be utterly devastating. And just to add again, doesn't explain the healings, doesn't explain massive billowing clouds of incense, doesn't explain the insane independent convergences between testimonial accounts, since he relies on these private psychogenic factors which superimpose an interpretation over anomalous objective stimuli. So it's a disaster. Okay. What about ball lightning? Well, a philosopher once suggested to me that the apparitions might be electrical in nature and related to ball lightning. The flashing lights, sparks, luminous orbs, etc. all suggest chemical reactions generating light. Since the best explanation of ball lightning is vaporized silicon in the presence of carbon, I investigated whether there was silicon on the roof of the church. I don't know for sure, but silicon sealant for stone and concrete roofs became popular in the 60s. Also, both concrete and limestone, I assume the roof of St. Mary's was composed of one of those materials, have carbon in them. The fact that shortly before the first apparition, the interior of the church became illuminated with no lights turned on also suggests that something was amiss, electrically speaking, near the church's roof at the time. Further, such electrical activity would produce ozone, which would account for the incense smell. And since chemical reactions like this depend on a precise ratio of silicon to carbon, one would expect the phenomena to last a while, but eventually fade out and cease. The philosopher voiced a lack of confidence in medical reports given the real possibility of misdiagnosis. Okay, but this explanation just immediately collapses when faced with the facts. I mean, for starters, just a vibes check that Ethan Muse gave me. This basically amounts to saying that there is an unprecedented electrical phenomenon that kept recurring for years exclusively at a specific location with religious significance, and then was collectively misinterpreted by massive crowds in ways that are wildly implausible and for durations that are not comparable to any analog in history. And you also just indiscriminately dismiss all the medical testimony regardless of the particulars because medical errors do occur in some contexts at some rate. This is not credible. But it gets much worse. As my friend Noah McKay argues, first, ball lightning typically occurs only for a few seconds. Typical lifetimes are around 1 to 10 seconds. As far as I know, there are no reported cases of ball lightning lasting for more than even 5 minutes. Yet some of the Zeitoun apparitions lasted for hours on end. So already from the get-go, the naturalist is desperately positing an utterly unprecedented occurrence, not once, but repeatedly. Moreover, the duration of ball lightning is inversely related to its brightness. Average ball lightning is approximately as bright as an incandescent table lamp. The apparitions were much brighter than that by basically all accounts, so their duration should have been shorter than average, not longer. Third, when ball lightning forms in the open air, it ends in violent explosions. The sorts of comparable explosions that we would expect to be occurring repeatedly and over and over and over and over again at Zeitoun are not at all what we see. Fourth, on average, the diameter of ball lightning is only a few inches. The apparitions at Zeitoun exceeded the known limits of size for ball lightning. Fifth, ball lightning is extremely rare. If lightning never strikes the same place twice, then ball lightning certainly doesn't. Much less does it appear consistently every few days or weeks in one spot over the course of 2 years. Ball lightning, moreover, is almost always observed during or immediately after a thunderstorm, but most of the reports we have from Zeitoun were on nights with clear weather. If the apparitions were really just caused by electrical problems in the church, together with the presence of silicon sealant in the roof, then we should be seeing apparitions of Mary everywhere. Lots of roofs use silicon sealant and have electrical problems. Eighth, ozone does not smell like incense. It has a sharp chlorine or bleach-like smell, though it's usually more electrical, metallic, and biting than ordinary household bleach. That's not what incense smells like. Ninth, the apparitions appeared even when electrical power to the neighborhood was cut. So at least on those nights, the explanation was not electrical discharge from inside the church. 10th, ball lightning is the wrong shape to account for Zeitoun. All the reports we have describe it as globular or teardrop shaped. As far as Noah's research could tell, no one has observed ball lightning shaped like a dove or a person, let alone a person with distinguishable facial features and engaging in intentional movements. And of course, the striking independent convergences and whatnot. The philosopher's dismissal, moreover, of the healings depends on dismissing the diagnostic abilities of doctors with respect to conditions that are hard to misdiagnose and oftentimes visibly obvious. Doctors might misdiagnose conditions sometimes, but they're qualified to say whether a tumor was there and is no longer there, which was visible on scans or to the naked eye, or whether someone was paralyzed for years, or whether their bicep was basically completely detached from the bone, or whether they had a hernia. And one of the doctors, I think it was his own hernia that was healed. So it's he's mistaken about his own hernia. He's looking down there. And on and on and on and on and on. This is not a serious hypothesis. None of the naturalistic hypotheses are particularly serious hypotheses. And that brings us to the final boss, the technological hoax hypothesis. This is the naturalist's only remaining option. The naturalist has literally been reduced to a conspiracy theorist. Naturalism is a conspiracy theory. I mean, we already knew this from all the other miraculous evidence, but at this point, it's pretty obvious. Naturalism is a conspiracy theory. But in any event, the conspiracy also straightforwardly fails to explain the data. First, we have overwhelming testimony to a three-dimensional, lifelike, luminous female figure engaged in intentional movements, walking, kneeling, blessing the crowd, bearing morally, religiously significant symbols, and viewable from a wide variety of vantage points. This would require holographic technology that simply did not exist at the time. No holographic technology available in 1968 could have produced a freestanding, opaque, luminous, lifelike three-dimensional figure executing sustained, seemingly intentional movements and simultaneously visible from widely separated vantage points around the church without a visibly obvious screen or a holographic medium and highly specialized viewing apparatus and geometry. The sheer variability of the phenomena also makes the technological hoax hypothesis utterly incredible. The figure of the woman was reported to descend from the roof to the garden below the church, was reported to float up into the air, was reported to hover between trees. Dude. Second, a technological hoax very poorly explains the variable beginnings to the apparitions, including materialization out of the clouds and from a ball of light and from a thin slit of light. The technological hoax would have to be insanely complicated to spontaneously materialize a bright, luminous female figure out of a cloud. Third, the hoax gets even more insane when we consider the luminous dove-shaped figures seen to spontaneously appear in the sky, right? So they're seen to spontaneously form in the sky, fly without flapping their quote-unquote wings, sometimes in the formation of a cross, and then spontaneously disappear, fizzle out. Maybe a searchlight would be able to produce that sort of thing, free-floating in the atmosphere, like the bat signal. But first, the beam of light from the ground would have been evident to the witnesses. Secondly, these require cloud coverage, or at least mist, smoke, or other airborne particles to work. Yet, photos and testimonies indicate, at least many times, it was a clear, dark, cloudless sky, and none of the eyewitness testimonies indicates that the doves only appeared in clouds or smoke. At least the ones that I've come across. And third, the doves were described as themselves luminous or emitting light, which wouldn't be producible by a searchlight.
One of the bishops that Pope Kyrillos tasked with looking into Zeitoun was Bishop Gregorius, who was bishop of scientific research and Coptic culture. And I love how they have a bishop of scientific research. I think that's awesome. I found a clip of him describing the so-called birds, and here's what he had to say.
The late Bishop Gregorios, during a private interview, told of doves the size of angels that would appear and disappear over the church.
Before they disappeared, they dispersed like cotton.
Bishop Gregorios saw many doves at many different times over the church.
Sometimes there were 7, sometimes there were 12, and they were in a formation.
Meanwhile, summarizing multiple sources, Willette writes,
Many witnesses reported that there were luminous objects that traveled through the sky of Zeitoun, which were at first construed as birds, but were clearly not birds. Their actual nature remains unknown to this day. They were described as follows. Another phenomenon witnessed by the spectators is the appearance of bird-like creatures before, during, and after the apparitions, and sometimes on nights when there is no apparition at all. These creatures in some ways resemble doves. They are larger than doves. They are larger even than pigeons. Whence they come or whither they go, no one can determine. It is known, says the keeper of the Cairo Zoo, that pigeons do not fly at night. But these can hardly be any kind of natural bird. First of all, they fly much too rapidly. They fly without ever moving their wings. Only one spectator interviewed thought he saw one bird flap its wings. They seem to glide before, into, and around the apparitions. They never come to rest on the roof or trees, and on some occasions have been seen to disintegrate in the sky like wisps of cloud. Varying in number on different nights, they have appeared singly, in 2s, 3s, and even larger groups. Always in some kind of formation, the creatures fly in the form of a triangle, sometimes in the formation of a cross. Once, 12 of them flew 6 abreast in 2 rows. Not only are these birds spotless white, they themselves emit light. They are like electrically illuminated birds which can be seen both in the brilliant light of the apparition and in the darkness of the sky above the apparition. They disappear as mysteriously as they appear and without sound of any kind. Another description is from Bishop Gregorius on the apparitions that took place between 27 April and 15 May 1968. Before the apparitions took place, some birds that look like pigeons, I don't know what they are, appear in different formations. Sometimes 2 appear on the dome, just as if they had come out of it. However, the dome is closed. The windows do not open. They might be seen flying eastward, then wheeling about and flying to the west, and while one watches them, they suddenly disappear.
And the fact that the windows of the dome do not open, they are sealed shut, is important because it means that the birds of light could not be released from within the dome. That's also something you could tell by examining the inside of the church, because the dome is 50 feet above the floor, and there is no structure under it that you could stand on. You'd have to put up scaffolding or big ladders to get up there, and that would have been obvious if anybody had tried that, apart from the fact the windows don't open.
Fourth, the technological hoax hypothesis does not explain medically documented healings of cancers, thyroid disease, blindness and muteness, hypertension, paralysis, hernia, etc. Fifth, people checked the roof for the requisite technology needed, and it was never found. A reported perimeter search found no evidence of projectors. Cutting off power to the church's neighborhood did not stay the apparition. In fact, it lasted for hours when that happened. That removes the most obvious source of electricity for any technological hoax. Although, it doesn't address portable sources of electricity like car batteries. Right, so there's like a car battery, which is just like floating up into the air with Mary, and then also just like floating in between palm trees and everything. Evidence of which was never found. Sixth, the hoax would require an insane number of sensors or a gigantic incense cloud producing machine to produce large billowing clouds of fragrant incense. This conspiracy is just getting, absurdly baroque at this point. Like, this is the desperate lengths you're going to avoid abandoning your naturalism? Pearl-Zaki described that sometimes clouds like a thick fog would roll in towards the church as if they were being channeled down the streets in all directions to completely cover the church. They seemed to absorb the incense and its fragrance and carry it to the crowds of people and spread it over them like a canopy. Okay, dude, this is not credibly produced by a technological hoax. Seventh, there's a lack of realistic suspects for carrying out the technological hoax. No government, as Travis Dumsey points out, in modern history has ever attempted something like this, that is, using technology to fake a very public supernatural event for political purposes. So, okay, on top of everything else, you're positing yet another unprecedented coincidence? My friend, give it up. Just give it up. Dr. Dumze is worth quoting at length here. The only suspects here would seem to be members of the Egyptian government and or members of the Coptic Orthodox hierarchy. And the two would not be wholly unconnected, for even if the hoax was thought to be the brainchild of some section of the Egyptian government, the cooperation of at least some Coptic clerics, in particular those charged with the care of St. Mary's Church, would have been necessary. So if the culprit was the Egyptian government, by extension, there must have been some guilty parties within the Coptic clergy. The reverse would not hold, however. If some section of the Coptic hierarchy had decided to stage a hoax, there needn't have been any cooperation from within the Egyptian government. At any rate, let's first consider whether the Egyptian government might have been involved. What could the motive have been? Suppose it was altruistic. As we've seen in previous chapters, after the Six-Day War, the tensions between Copts and Muslims were significantly heightened on account of the fact that some were attempting to make the former out to be a scapegoat for Egypt's military defeat. Perhaps Nasser's administration realized that a public religious quote-unquote miracle atop a Coptic church involving a conveniently silent subject of veneration by both Copts and Muslims would bring the nation together and lessen the chance of large-scale violence breaking out against the Copts. And more selfish motives could have been, tossed in the mix. Such a miracle would attract foreign pilgrims and curiosity seekers whose presence would contribute positively to the, straitened post-war Egyptian economy. So maybe they just wanted tourist revenue. Granting, again, merely for the sake of argument, that the Egyptian government had the means and opportunity to stage such a fraud, with the complicity of at least the clerics at St. Mary's Church, do those suggested motives sound plausible, such that a government-perpetrated hoax might be seen as an adequate potential explanation for the Zeitoun phenomena? No, for the following reasons. First, no government in modern history has ever attempted something like this. Indeed, so far as we know, no government in modern history has even seriously contemplated something like this. This suggested explanation is essentially unprecedented. And by the way, unprecedented. Positing something that's utterly unprecedented and contrary to our uniform experience. I wonder who argued against doing that. It sounds slightly familiar. Anyway. Second, put yourself for a moment in the position of a high official in the Egyptian government in 1968. Let's say your job is to find a way to reduce tensions between minority Copts and majority Muslims, for the purpose of discouraging violence against the former. In the midst of brainstorming all the many, many policies you might pursue with that end in mind, how likely is it that it would cross your mind to fake a Marian apparition atop a Coptic Orthodox church? On the off chance that it did cross your mind, would you seriously entertain the idea? Would you share that idea with other high government officials? And what are the chances that any of them would take it seriously, particularly if, as would have been exceedingly likely, they were Muslim? And even if somehow one could find other officials willing to entertain your insane fancy, how likely is it that no one would stop the process upon realizing the following? If the hoax were discovered and Coptic clerics were found to be complicit, and surely some would have to be in order to run the con, the risk of violence against Copts would skyrocket over whatever it had been to begin with. In other words, the fake Marian apparition idea would have been seen as far too risky an option if the goal had been altruistic protection of the Copts. Third, let's look at it from the standpoint of the non-altruistic motivation and say your job is to find a way to boost tourist revenue in order to begin refilling badly depleted government coffers. Run the same scenario. In the midst of brainstorming all the many, many policies you might pursue with that end in mind, how likely is it that it would cross your mind to fake a Marian apparition atop a Coptic Orthodox church? The same problems would arise as above. Even on a non-altruistic line of thought, the risk of retaliatory violence against the Copts would have to be taken into account, insofar as Egypt's descent into mass civil violence against a minority group would surely curtail tourism. Moreover, even assuming a government official might entertain the notion of faking a supernatural event in order to draw tourists, in a 90% majority Muslim nation, surrounded mostly by other 90% plus majority Muslim nations, wouldn't it make sense to fake an apparition of the angel Gabriel hovering above a mosque? I mean, imagine the masses of pilgrims that could be drawn from across the entire surrounding Arab world. Certainly, they would have far, far exceeded the number of foreign Christian visitors who traveled to Egypt for Zeitoun. So I say, once again, naturalist friend, give it up. God is beckoning you. The Virgin Mary herself is beckoning you to give it up. Okay, so let's go on to vindicatory implications. So, firstly, obviously, Marian intercession and devotion. Healings were obtained through her intercession in a context suffused with Marian devotion, right? God's going out of his way to perform this miracle atop Coptic Orthodox Church and blessing the crowd and having Mary bless the crowd as they sing songs hymns of praise to Mary. Uber based, by the way. It also vindicates that Mary is a queen mother. Mary was literally wearing a crown. How much clearer can it get, my dude? Mary is queen of heaven and earth. If you don't believe that, conform your mind to the facts. Mary is queen of heaven and earth. Okay, so we have just covered Marian apparitions. And we're not close to being done. So let's go to Eucharistic miracles. Eucharistic miracles have been reported throughout the history of the Church. Well-evidenced ones include Lanciano from the medieval period, Tixtla from 2006, Sokolka from 2008, Legnica from 2013. Each contemporary case involves a consecrated host found to have reddish spots, with those spots sent off to scientists or laboratories, which determine that the samples contain one or more of human blood of type AB, white and red blood cells, cardiac muscle tissue, or at least tissue that most resembles muscle tissue, and in particular, cardiac muscle tissue. For the contemporary Eucharistic miracles, I'll be drawing from Dr. Serafini's book, A Cardiologist Examines Jesus, as well as from St. Beluga's article on Eucharistic miracles. For Lanciano, I'll just recommend Ethan Muse's 2 posts on this, the Eucharistic miracle of Lanciano, and his post Flesh and Blood. Ethan, and to be honest, Ethan has like the best summary in his own words of this in his opening statement in a debate with a Protestant fella. Oh, and you should definitely also watch this Eucharistic Miracle of Lanciano evidence debate between Stacy Trasenkos and Ethan Muse.
Okay. For centuries, the Lanciano relics have been venerated as the remains of a Eucharistic miracle that is reputed to have involved a doubting priest witnessing the consecrated elements perceptibly transformed during Mass. In this debate, I will argue that the best explanation for the origination and preservation of the Lanciano relics is divine vindication of the Catholic doctrine of transubstantiation. Since my opponent forewarned me that he intends to propose a variety of alternative explanations, I will try to present the case for authenticity as comprehensively as I can. However, given that I only have 20 minutes, I will neither be able to explain the data as thoroughly as I would like to, nor to address every objection that has been raised by skeptics. I would encourage anyone that wants to learn more about the Lanciano relics to check out my Substack, Motiva Credibilitatis. My case for authenticity of the relics will proceed in the following stages. First, I will argue that the scientific examinations done by Dr. Winoli have conclusively demonstrated that the relics are human cardiac tissue and human blood clots. Second, I will argue that it is historically certain that the Lanciano relics existed in their current form by no later than the High Middle Ages. Third, I will argue that the origination and preservation of the relics can't be explained naturalistically, since the data precludes both pre-modern and modern fraud. Fourth, I will briefly consider and then refute hypotheses the hypothesis that the best explanation for the origination and preservation of the relics involves demons. And finally, I will argue that on the supposition that the origination and preservation were miraculous, they were intended to vindicate transubstantiation. So now I'm going to begin with identification. In 1970, when the Archbishop of Lanciano authorized a scientific examination of the Lanciano relics, Italian scientist Odardo Linoli was permitted to extract samples from the relics. Dr. Ranoli was the head of the Laboratory of Clinical Analysis and Pathological Anatomy at the Hospital of Arezzo in Tuscany. He was also a full professor of anatomy, histology, chemistry, and clinical microscopy. After a thorough investigation, he concluded that the relics were human cardiac tissue and human blood clots. Furthermore, he solicited a second opinion from atheist Dr. Ruggero Bertelli, a professor of human anatomy at the University of Siena, one of Italy's top secular universities. Dr. Bertelli concurred with Dr. Ranoli's interpretation of his histological slides. In 1971, Dr. Ranoli published his results, including photomicrographs, in a scholarly journal. In 1981, Dr. Ranoli carried out a supplemental investigation on a leftover fragment. The results of the follow-up study were even more conclusive than the original results, since the newly examined fragment possessed evidentially significant features that had not been apparent in the fragment that Dr. Ranoli had previously examined during his investigation in 1970. Now, there are 6 converging lines of evidence that support Dr. Ranoli's identification of the relics. Gross anatomy. Macroscopically, the flesh is a circular disc. The combination of a rounded perimeter and concentric void indicates that it's from a hollow organ. Progressive thinning towards the center indicates that it's a laminar section that's oriented tangentially to the surface of an ellipsoid, so of an ellipsoidal hollow organ. The diameter of the flesh is approximately 55 millimeters, which is fully consistent with the dimensions of the left ventricle of the heart of an adult human male. A discrete localized protrusion extends into the central void and remains continuous with the surrounding mass. That's suggestive of the heart, which has that kind of relief. Histology. Microscopically, Dr. Ranoli determined the flesh possessed the characterizing features of myocardium. Dr. Bertelli confirmed, quote, examination of the slides has led me to conclude that the microscopic structures contained therein consist of striated muscle tissue. Although the nuclei and transverse striations of the histological elements are not visible in the preparations, the particular arrangement of these elements, which are juxtaposed and grouped together to form small columns, supports this diagnosis. The orientation of the muscle bundles, which intersect across different planes and in various directions, together with the presence of anisotomatic connections between individual fibers, orients the diagnosis towards myocardial muscle tissue. Immunology. Dr. Ranoli performed a species identification test on both the flesh and the blood. He used commercial, forensic-grade, anti-human serum from a reputable supplier and ran the reaction in parallel with controls, rabbit, bovine, and saline. The results were unambiguous. Both the flesh and the blood produced a clear precipitin band in about 5 minutes with human anti-serum, while no reaction appeared in the animal or saline controls. In the forensic literature, the combination of a rapid strong positive in the target antiserum and complete negativity in controls is considered to be definitive proof of a true homologous match. The cardiologist Dr. Franco Serafini declared the human origin of the Lanciano relics is, quote, qualitatively unquestionable, end quote. Blood grouping. Dr. Ranoli performed the absorption elution test on both the flesh and the blood. Both reacted with anti-A and anti-B antisera, indicating that both belonged to blood group AB. Ranoli included substrate controls made from blotting paper that had never come into contact with the samples, which produced no agglutination. Regarding the possibility of microbial contamination, he concluded, quote, the hypothesis that microorganisms are the origin of the A and B antigens is completely inconsistent. The miraculous heart had few colonies on its surface and not in the peripheral area from which the small fragment was taken. Numerous histological preparations have never demonstrated parasites which readily appear under basic staining, end quote. In 1991, Dr. Ranoli's AB result was independently reproduced by the University of Siena. Chromatography. Dr. Ranoli performed thin layer chromatography on an alkaline extract of the blood. In triplicate runs, the migration of the extract was perfectly aligned with hemotin standards, demonstrating the presence of heme-derived compounds in the sample. Teichmann and Takayama tests came back negative, indicating that the hemoglobin was too degraded to produce crystals. However, as Dr. Ranoli pointed out, degraded hemoglobin is decisive evidence of genuine blood. Dr. Ranoli wrote, quote, the chromatographic test on paper has full value for the recognition of blood, even in severely damaged materials, which no longer provide the reactions of hemoglobin. This study thus confirms the true hemetic nature of the ancient blood of Lanciano. Electrophoresis. Dr. Ranoli performed blood protein electrophoresis in the blood. The electrophoretic tracing showed a regular distribution of serum protein fractions matching the profile of human blood serum. Dr. Ranoli emphasized that the sequence of protein fractions was completely regular and comparable to that of fresh serum, confirming the blood retaining the characteristics of fresh serum despite its antiquity. The proportions were consistent with the serum of humans and other primates, but not with common domestic animals. Thus, the blood protein electrophoresis results independently corroborate the true hemetic nature and species identity of the ancient blood. Furthermore, Father Nicola Nazzuti pointed out that these results are astonishing since, quote, for this test, the sample cannot normally be kept for more than 2 to 4 days at 4 degrees centigrade. Now on to the provenance of the relics. For the purposes of this debate, I don't need to prove the traditional account of the miracle is reliable. All I need to prove is that the only plausible explanation for the origination and preservation of the relics is a vindicatory miracle. Nonetheless, there's compelling evidence that the relics date back to at least the High Middle Ages. Let's work backwards from 1970. In 1970, the 1886 episcopal seals that were affixed to the reliquaries were broken in front of a large crowd of witnesses, and Dr. Ranoli was given permission to extract small fragments. The morphology, texture, coloration, and weight of the relics were found to be entirely consistent with the 1886 inspection. The 1886 episcopal seals, impressed in wax with the bishop's unique matrix, could not have been removed without leaving behind unmistakable signs of tampering. It would have been infeasible to forge replicas of the seals, since the matrix that was used to produce them was destroyed in 1895. From the 17th century until the late 19th century, the chain of custody is secure. Episcopal visitation records confirm the church was continuously exhibiting relics that had the same macroscopic appearance as the ones on display today. There was no proportionate motive for substitution, since there were neither imminent plans to subject the relics to critical scrutiny, nor any available means by which species or organ identity could be verified. Fabricating substitutes would have required procuring fresh human heart tissue and clotted blood, aging them in a way that replicated the effects of centuries of natural degradation, and tampering with reliquaries without detection. Multiple sources confirm an episcopal inspection took place in 1574. This examination was later commemorated in a marble epigraph that is visible today in the Church of San Francesco. The inscription, carved in 1636 when the relics were transferred to a new chapel, explicitly records the canonical recognition of the relics in 1574. In a chronicle written in 1620, the historian Fellow reported that 2 friars told him, quote, in 1560, 2 Basilian monks came to the convent of St. Francis. They stole from us a parchment codex written in Greek and Latin, hidden between 2 tablets that contained a complete narration of the Eucharistic miracle. The bilingual format would have been entirely appropriate for an authentic document from the early Middle Ages, but completely unnecessary and impractical for a forger in the late Middle Ages. The earliest surviving reference to the relics dates to the 11th century. The Archbishop of Aversa recounts the story of a Eucharistic miracle in Italy in which the consecrated bread and wine perceptibly turned into flesh and blood, which were then sealed within the altar by the local bishop for perpetual veneration. Although Guitmund, the Archbishop, does not name Lanciano, the details precisely correspond to the Lanciano tradition. Now let's go to the naturalistic inexplicability of the relics. The foregoing raises the question of how the relics could have come into being at the time they did. From the standpoint of naturalism, the only plausible explanation is fraud. Let's begin by considering pre-modern fraud. A pre-modern fraud would have required procuring a heart and blood from a fresh human corpse, fashioning the heart and blood into relics, and then introducing them into Lanciano's devotional life in such a way that they were received as ancient and venerable. Pre-modern fraud is precluded by many lines of evidence. First, Dr. Ranoli pointed out that only a very skilled hand in anatomical dissection could have managed, though not without serious difficulty, to obtain from a hollow organ a uniform and continuous slice tangential to the surface.
In fact, the dissection required to produce the flesh would have been practically impossible for a pre-modern forger for many reasons, including the technique. Early modern anatomical dissection was expository. Meanwhile, there was basically no anatomical dissection at all throughout the entirety of the High Middle Ages. Even if controlled tangential planing of ventricular walls had been technically feasible, it's extremely unlikely that a pre-modern forger pioneered and mastered that technique centuries before anyone else without leaving a trace. Equipment. The fraudster would have had to have maintained a sub-degree level of angular precision and depth precision throughout the entire dissection. That's actually not physically possible with freehand dissection, especially with pre-modern instruments, which are crude. Without mechanical constraints, blade orientation is governed solely by the operator's joints, and small perturbations are geometrically amplified. Fixation. The chemical fixatives required for precision sectioning of soft tissue were not invented until the 19th century, and without them, excising a uniform continuous transverse section with a tangential cut would have been practically impossible. Ventricles deform under minimal pressure. They shift, collapse, twist, and recoil. Deformations occur within the tissue itself, not at the operator-blade interface, so neither skill nor ingenuity could have avoided them. Second, the species and organ identity of the relics makes no sense for a pre-modern fraud. Procuring and dissecting a fresh human cadaver would have been unnecessarily difficult and risky. Animal flesh was easily accessible, cheap, indistinguishable from human flesh until the early 20th century. Even if a fraudster insisted on using human flesh, superficial muscle would have sufficed. The Lanciano tradition doesn't identify the flesh as heart tissue, and pre-modern audience didn't interpret it that way. If a fraudster went out of their way to perform a complex dissection on a heart, doesn't it stand to reason that the fraudster would want the fact that their fake relic was a heart to be legible to their intended audience? Moreover, the AB blood would have to be yet another independent coincidence. Third, Dr. Ranoli determined that preservatives had never been applied to the relics. It was common knowledge among everyone that flesh and blood needed to be treated, or otherwise they would decompose. After going to all the work to procure the relics, a fraudster would not have tolerated the risk of immediate putrefaction, nor would it have cost them anything in terms of credibility to apply a standard preservation technique, since that easily could have been passed off as a custodial decision. Fourth, without preservatives, even in highly favorable storage conditions, culinary meat only lasts for a few days. The situation with myocardium is even worse because it's highly cellular, water-rich, and metabolically fragile. Meanwhile, coagulated blood clots are among the least stable biological materials on the planet. Blood clots are fragile. They're hydration-dependent fibrin networks rather than structurally stable tissues. So it's not clear how, even if you use preservatives, that short-term preservation of multiple freestanding coagulated masses would have been possible at all. Fifth, long-term preservation of soft tissue requires continuous suppression of water activity, microbial growth, and oxygen exposure. Egyptian mummies, for instance, tend to be well preserved because they were embalmed and then sealed away from air and humidity. By contrast, in addition to never having been treated with preservatives, the Lanciano relics were exposed for centuries in liturgical vessels that were neither airtight nor sterile. Dr. Ranoli noticed mold on the surface of cardiac tissue, direct evidence of ongoing environmental interaction. The blood clots were stored in a chalice that offered little to no protection against fluctuations in humidity and the open air. Sixth, the biomolecular preservation of the relics would be extraordinary under any storage conditions, up to and including refrigeration in a laboratory. Traces of albumin can be recovered using highly sensitive modern techniques at nanogram level quantities. Globulins, especially alpha and beta globulins, almost never register at all. Against that background, Dr. Ranoli's results are inexplicable. The electrophoresis protocol he employed would not have produced sharp, well-defined peaks unless microgram level quantities of each type of protein were available. That implies the Lanciano relics retain serum proteins in abundances orders of magnitude greater than any comparable remains. Proportions. Electrophoretic tracings follow a predictable trajectory as blood stains age. Albumin migrates, the alpha and beta bands vanish, the gamma band grows disproportionately large. This gamma inflation is so consistent that forensic scientists have suggested using it as a dating technique. Not only did the Lanciano relics preserve astonishingly high concentrations of serum proteins, they preserved them in the same relative proportions as fresh serum. Now let's consider modern fraud. The only plausible scenario that merits consideration involves falsification by Dr. Ranoli himself. Once again, that's precluded by multiple lines of evidence. First, even if Ranoli falsified his results in their entirety, that would only partially explain the origination and preservation of the relics. To fully explain the data, the skeptic has to posit that Ranoli's fraud was the cover-up for a similarly elaborate and nonsensical pre-modern fraud. Many of the features that exclude a pre-modern fraud can be inferred from the macroscopic appearance of the relics alone. Although the data that establishes species identity, absence of preservatives, and biomolecular preservation would be undercut, the historically implausible dissection, exceptional preservation, and highly unfavorable storage conditions would be left as remainder. Second, Dr. Ranoli didn't have a proportionate motive. Professionally, he had everything to lose and nothing to gain. If he associated himself with a miraculous claim, he risked being regarded with suspicion by all his colleagues. If his study was discredited, the reputational damage would have been catastrophic. As a properly catechized Catholic, he understood that bearing false witness, especially about a Eucharistic miracle, would endanger his soul rather than earn him any merit. Third, if Dr. Ranoli falsified his results, he did everything in his power to increase the likelihood that his fraud would be exposed. He voluntarily solicited the opinion of an independent expert, and he voluntarily submitted both photographs and raw data to a scholarly journal. Both of those measures were his idea. They weren't foisted upon him by anyone else.
That is the opposite of the behavior that you would expect from a fraudster. Instead of minimizing outside scrutiny and retaining plausible deniability, he was much more transparent than he needed to be. That would have massively and needlessly increased both the risk and complexity of any fraudulent scheme. Fourth, Dr. Ranoli never had unfettered control over the relics themselves. He was entrusted only with small fragments for testing. The relics remained in ecclesiastical custody. That meant he had to be cognizant of the possibility that the custodians would ask an independent researcher to attempt to replicate his findings if any doubts arose. In fact, that safeguard was not merely a theoretical possibility. Recall that an investigator from the University of Siena independently reproduced the results of the AB blood grouping test that he performed. Fifth, if he falsified his results, why did he report negative results in Teichmann and Takayama, but then go on to report an electrophoretic tracing that was superimposable on fresh serum? Hemoglobin is known to be more chemically resilient than globulins, so this was an anomalous result. While the hypothesis of authenticity can easily accommodate this discordance, I find it hard to believe that a fraudster would have gone out of his way to invent anomalies that were sure to invite scrutiny rather than enhance his credibility. Sixth, that would not have been practically feasible for Ranoli to fabricate the micrographs that he published in his scholarly journal article. In the 1970s, photomicrography was film-based and digital editing was decades away. Falsifying the micrographs would have required Ranoli to get his hands on untreated ancient cardiac tissue. Yet such material was for all intents and purposes unobtainable. Pathology collections preserve organs in formalin, archaeological remains rarely retain recognizable myocardium, and when they do, it's mineralized or mummified. It's unclear where he could have gotten his hands on centuries-old, naturally desiccated cardiac tissue that's depicted in his micrographs. So now that we've excluded those naturalistic explanations, let's turn to preternatural explanations. The hypothesis that the Eucharistic miracle of Lanciano is a demonic deception is wildly implausible. There are many points that could be made in this regard, but I will limit myself to two. One concerning the physical circumstances and another concerning the moral circumstances. As for the physical circumstances, the miraculous preservation of the relics exceeds the power of demons. This can be straightforwardly inferred from Scripture. For instance, in Romans 8, St. Paul refers to a pervasive, unavoidable, inexorable law of decay that God has imposed upon all of creation as a punishment. That means that you can't dispense from the law of decay without the active cooperation of God. And thus, to grant incorruption would be a uniquely divine prerogative following from that. That's also reaffirmed in Genesis 3 with how God actually phrases the curse of death that he imposes upon Adam. The language of "for you are dust and to dust you shall return" to express the death curse indicates that decomposition is regarded as a natural completion of death, and that God's exclusive sovereignty over life and death, which is affirmed repeatedly throughout the Bible, extends to corruption and incorruption. Thus, granting incorruption should be viewed as a unique divine prerogative in the same way that resurrecting from the people from the dead is a uniquely divine prerogative. And then third, in Acts 13, St. Paul appeals to incorruption as a unique fruit of Christ's resurrection. And in fact, it's central to St. Paul's redemptive theology that is something that is unique. It's not a fruit that demons could just confer willy-nilly for 2,000 years to random relics. As for the moral circumstances, the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist was uncontroversial among Christians at the time the relics came into existence. Furthermore, the relics didn't have any persuasive value for non-Catholics until more than 1,000 years later when they were scientifically examined. Since demons lack determinate foreknowledge, it makes no sense for them to try to execute plans on that timescale, especially plans with the foreseeable consequence of confirming people in their faith in Christ in the short term. Moreover, if sustained deceptions over centuries involving physical traces were within the scope of demonic power, it's extremely surprising that the only credible examples of them occur within Catholic contexts. The overall distribution of such miracles strongly disconfirms the expectations of my opponent's model. Now on to the vindicatory implications. Finally, now that we've established that the origination and preservation of the relics are best explained by a genuine miracle, let's think through the implications of the miracle. It is clear that the Eucharistic miracle of Lanciano was performed with a vindicatory intent that went far beyond the immediate context of the event. God produced tissue with evidentially significant features that would only become legible in modern times, and then miraculously conserved the relics so that they perdured until modern times. Moreover, he preserved them in such a way that suggests that he was more concerned with preserving their evidential value for modern scientists than with preserving their visual appearance for lay audiences. On the one hand, the heart tissue is mold spotted, the blood clots are brittle and fissured, and their surfaces are dull and irregular. On the other hand, they've inexplicably retained enough structural integrity and immunoreactivity to confirm the organ and species identity for Dr. Ranoli. So what's the message of this that's being vindicated? At a minimum, it's obvious that the author of the miracle intended to confirm the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist and thus presupposed mere Christianity. We also may ask about transubstantiation in particular. So 2 points on that. First, it's worth pointing out that the perceptible change of the accidents of bread to the accidents of flesh during a Eucharistic miracle does not constitute transubstantiation. Furthermore, the accidents of flesh that remain after the miracle do not inhere in our Lord. He's not the subject of those accidents. They exist in a similar way as the accidents of bread after the consecration when there's not a Eucharistic miracle. However, the perceptible change from accidents of bread to accidents of flesh signifies a change in substance. It's essential to distinguish between the sign and what it signifies. Padre Pio's stigmatist signified Christ's 5 holy wounds, even though they were certainly not numerically identical to them. In fact, the locations didn't even perfectly correspond to those of Christ's wounds. Reasonable people understand that the accidents of bread perceptibly changing into accidents of flesh points to a change in the substance of a sort that is affirmed by the Catholic doctrine of transubstantiation. Second, the overall distribution of scientifically verified Eucharistic miracles uniquely privileges Catholicism. In addition to Lanciano, 5 other Eucharistic miracles have been corroborated by laboratory analyses, and all of them occurred within Catholic contexts. If Catholicism is true, that makes perfect sense. According to Catholic doctrine, the Eucharist can only be licitly confected by a priest that's in communion with Rome. Meanwhile, if Catholicism is false, the overall distribution of Eucharistic miracles is baffling. One might attempt to dismiss all of this as a sampling bias, but that overlooks a key point. If God intends to use these miracles to send a message, then verification is providential. There would be no reason for him to allow his intended message to be distorted by a sampling bias that it is completely within his power to correct.
Again, check out these 2 posts if you want much more information. Here are some pictures from Serafini's book. This is a neosin stain at 200 magnification, bundles of mostly longitudinal fibers. This is one from the microslides. Bundles of mostly longitudinal fibers suggestive of superficial area of the cardiac muscle. Here is Mallory stain, 250 magnification. Amid myocardial fibers, an arterial blood vessel can be seen on the right and a nerve structure on the left. Mallory stain, 400 magnification. The rugged appearance of the endocardium can be seen on the inner surface of the cross-sectional. Here's the 1713 silver and crystal glass shrine containing the Lanciano relics themselves. My parents have actually gone to Italy and seen these with their own eyes. Very cool. This is the blood of Lanciano miracle made up of 5 clotted clumps. Here's the flesh. I mean, dude, like, you know, again, like, meta point. You're positing, in order to explain this away, like, multiple unprecedented coincidences to explain why they did it. Like, no fraud in history has features like this. No preservatives used on a human heart that has lasted for centuries, and whole globules of clotted human blood persisting for centuries in an Italian climate. To deny a miracle, you need to posit multiple unprecedented coincidences that happen to converge in highly striking ways. And for further considerations against naturalistic and fraud hypotheses, again, see those posts. Onwards we march to the second and contemporary Eucharistic miracle, Tixtla, 2006. So this is from a post by St. Beluga, Eucharistic Miracles Got Under the Microscope. So this happened in Tixtla, Mexico in 2006. Father Leopoldo Roque, pastor of the parish of St. Martin of Tours, invited Father Raimundo Reina Esteban, known affectionately as Father Raito, to lead a spiritual retreat for his parishioners. The 600 retreat attendants filed into the auditorium to celebrate the Sunday Mass on October 22nd, 2006. During the communion distribution, Sister Aurelie Marroquin noticed one of the hosts exuding a reddish substance that looked like fresh blood. The Eucharistic host was reserved for later study. And here's a bleeding host of Tixtla shortly, like I think this is minutes after the event on October 22nd, 2006. Also, at the Tixtla Town Hall Auditorium on October 22nd, 2006, Father Raito shows those who attended Mass the consecrated host that had just bled. The sister who found it in her ciborium or whatever brought it up to him, and he showed the congregation. We also have a video of this moment. And again, this is the Tixtla ciborium a few minutes after the event on October 22nd, 2006. In the weeks following the event, Monsignor Alejo Zavala Castro, the bishop of the local diocese of Chilpancingo, set up an inquiry committee that collected the sworn testimonies of witnesses. 3 years later, Dr. Ricardo Castañón Gomez, a clinical psychologist who was interested in studying Eucharistic phenomena, contacted Bishop Castro. Dr. Castañón had founded a company, Grupo Internacional para la Paz, that recorded the sampling of relics and forwarded them to a wide network of laboratories in a clear, unbroken, and documented chain of custody under blinded conditions. He was appointed to begin investigations of the Tixtla host in 2009 and collected samples that were sent to multiple forensic labs. Dr. Orlando Rodas Bernillo and Dr. Elisa Hernandez de Roda, specialists in surgical, oncological, gastrointestinal pathology and cytology at Patología Médica, reported the following. Patología Médica, that's PatMed. We have the PatMed reports. I'll put both of them in the resource document. The architectural fibers show bifurcations, which can be seen in cardiac muscle. The structure of the tissue was consistent with muscle tissue from the heart, but definitive microscopic identification was not possible because of the decomposition of the sample. Several kinds of cells were visualized: fat cells, red blood cells, and white blood cells. The microscope slides even showed a macrophage, a type of white blood cell, in the middle of ingesting fatty debris. Both of these laboratories were blinded, by the way, to the nature of the sample. The GeneX Genetics Laboratory in Bolivia found the following. An immunoassay for the detection of human hemoglobin was positive. The test was specific for the human version of hemoglobin, a protein in red blood cells, confirming that the blood was human. The blood was type AB negative. The AB negative blood type is the rarest blood type in the world, comprising less than 1% of the population. Here we have longitudinal fibers found in the tissue within the host. They have a tendency to bifurcate, and then seemingly anastomose appear at the top. And that's typically seen in cardiac muscle. It's characteristic of cardiac muscle. Dr. Eduardo Sanchez-Lazo, professor of legal and forensic medicine at the National Autonomous University of Mexico, also studied a sample and signed a statement with the following conclusions. The immunological study shows that the blood is of a human, and the immunohistochemical test allows us to say with all objectivity and certainty that it belongs to blood group AB. This confirmed the findings of the GeneX laboratory. He did immunohistochemical tests. He then determined that the tissue under study corresponds to the heart due to its macroscopic characteristics. He also showed that the sample presents an outflow of blood from its interior to its periphery. That is, the blood comes from the interior to the exterior. The possibility that the bleeding comes from the outside inwards is ruled out. To evaluate signs of fraud, Bishop Castro had requested that the doctor study whether the blood had been added to the host from the outside, and Dr. Lazo confirmed that there was no external source of the blood. This investigation engaged laboratories and scientists in multiple countries who worked independently. They were not told where the specimen came from or what the other laboratories had found. Laboratories used diverse complementary techniques, microscopic evaluation, and an array of immunological and biochemical tests to analyze the sample and ultimately arrived at the same conclusion. This was tissue most resembling heart muscle, and type AB human blood was present. The extensive investigations of the Tixtla host confirmed that this was truly biological tissue containing muscle, fat cells, red blood cells, and white blood cells. Furthermore, the human blood, as said, came from the interior of the host and spread outward instead of originating from the outside. Here's some other photographs, I think, from the PatMed report that Dr. Serafini includes in his book. And again, I've seen both the PatMed reports, and I've linked both of them in the resource document. Here we have fibers displaying degradation phenomena. So we have fragmentation. You can see fragmented fibers here, poorly visible nuclei, lack of striations. However, the tendency of the fibers to bifurcate and anastomose with one another, typical of myocardial cells, is still evident. Here, this picture Serafini adds, a large and nearly square macrophage whose cytoplasm is filled with lipid material that has just been phagocytized. Amorphous material in adipose cells can be seen at the top right. A branched, unstained structure in keeping with a bread trabecular element can be seen in the middle. Here, a cluster of adipose cells recognizable due to the large, white, fat-filled inner cavities taking up all the cytoplasm in each cell can be seen. Here's an acidophile cluster made of blood undergoing autolysis. Single erythrocytes are no longer distinguishable, although a neutrophil leukocyte on the lower right and an eosinophile leukocyte on the top left can still be recognized. So, to summarize, we have tests from 2 blinded laboratories, as well as photographs of the samples and tests, as well as Dr. Sanchez-Lazo's laboratory analyses, who, note well, Dr. Sanchez-Lazo knew that he was working with a communion host, unlike the blinded laboratories. There was also a conference in Spanish, viewable online, where the results of the various tests are summarized with photographs and I think even videos, etc. Here's a summary of all the results that were found from these various investigations. A capillary immunochromatography test specific for human hemoglobin was positive. Histological validation, there was histological validation of red blood cells via hematoxylin and eosin stain. Neutrophils, a cell suggestive of a macrophage immediately after phagocytizing cellular debris, which was confirmed to be such by Serafini. Cells resembling adipose tissue, which were confirmed to be such by Serafini. Plant cells in the periphery, almost certainly from the wheat flour making up the host material. And likely cardiac muscle fibers exhibiting fragmentation, poorly visible and decentralized nuclei, lack of striation, and a tendency to bifurcate and anastomose, which, as again, is characteristic of cardiac muscle. Immunohistochemistry tests probing the tissues with selected antibodies confirmed the presence of myeloperoxidase and glycophorin A, the former of which is an enzyme unique to certain leukocytes, the latter of which is unique to the cell membranes of red blood cells. We have independent tests confirming the presence of A and B antigens with color photographs as reported by Serafini, and also a determination of Rh- blood group. Desmond and myosin molecular probes did not react with the sample. That's a negative result, though the PatMed scientists themselves reported that this may be due to the advanced autolysis and degeneration of the fibers that was already demonstrated histologically, as well as the fact that the tissues were not properly fixed. To quote PatMed's report, the tissues remained for a long time without a fixation medium. A DNA profiling analysis was carried out by Dr. Eduardo Sanchez-Lazo. That did not amplify, so they didn't get an amplifiable genetic code from the sample. Multiple tests indicate the blood came from inside the hosts. As Serafini writes, Dr. Sanchez-Lazo analyzed the macroscopic, microscopic, and structural features of both the brownish stains and the host to understand their reciprocal spatial relationship. He elaborated on this 45-50 minutes into his conference talk available on the web. This is also in his signed report, by the way. His assessment ruled out the hypothesis that the blood could have wetted the surface of the host from the outside. If that were the case, it would have passed through and uniformly soaked the entire thickness of the underlying bread. Instead, what we'd actually see in an ideal cross-section of the Tixtla miracle would be the image of an inverted cone of blood, crossing the bread through, and through only in one single middle point, slightly enlarging before reaching the exterior and then expanding on the surface of the host itself, no longer wetting it. Hence, the blood seemed to behave as if it were coming from an actual small, wound, a blood vessel bleeding from a superficial point of injury, with the blood rising toward the exterior of the wound, and only on the skin surface would it spread out, forming a larger stain. So again, it almost came from inside to the outside almost looking like a cone. The same finding was validated by Dr. Castagnon using infrared light. In 2010, 4 years after the initial event, a high-power, ultra-bright white, and UV light-emitting digital microscope scan revealed that fresh blood was still present in the stained portion of the host beneath a superficial layer of clotted blood. This was a test performed by imaging expert and engineer Fernando Rodriguez Perez, not by the two blinded labs I mentioned. And we also have photographs. These are from the conference presentation. Heck, the PAPMed tests and photographs were done about 5 years after the event, and they remarkably found all these identifiable intact tissues inside the host. One of PAPMed's reports characterized the specimen it received as, quote, consisting of several whitish portions with reddish-brown areas. The entirety is submitted in one block, unquote. That was translated from Spanish into English by the latest version of ChatGPT. This indicates that PAPMed actually received a bit of the communion host with the reddish-brown areas attached. Notably, PAPMed also identified in the sample images, quote, a moderate amount of quantity of easily identifiable plant-like fibers which have rigid walls and do not show slight staining with hematoxylin and eosin in an irregular and non-homogeneous manner, unquote. That is exactly what we'd expect if they examined the host itself. As Serafini says, as expected, they were part of the wheat flour making up the host surrounding and supporting the analyzed tissues examined thus far. So we literally have like these independent corroborations that PAPMed actually is examining the host itself that was sent to them. And again, like they're finding white blood cells and red blood cells and like fibers that are like most resembling of cardiac muscle tissue. Now, the bacterial or fungal contamination hypothesis, you know, like a lot of skeptics will be like, ah, yes, but Joe, did you know, Joe, that actually Serratia mercescens or whatever can produce, that's a bacteria and it grows on bread and it can produce red spots. Did you know that? Well, I bet you didn't know that, Joe. Dude, the bacterial or fungal contamination hypothesis has refuted here. A bunch of different histological examinations and multiple immunohistochemical tests and a capillary immunochromatography test specific for human hemoglobin independently converged to refute this hypothesis. The other tests corroborate it too, like the red liquid came from inside the host, not a bacterial growth on top of the host. Fresh blood was present years later, etc. Okay, so what's your remaining option? Fraud. That's your remaining option. Well, there's no independent evidence of fraud. This is just like a desperate last-ditch effort by the naturalist or the Protestant or the Orthodox to posit a conspiracy theory to explain away recalcitrant data. And also, you know, like as a general rule of thumb, you know, we shouldn't accuse people of being fraudsters without like independent evidence that they are in fact like, you know, like liars and fraudsters. But in any case, the fraud hypothesis faces serious problems. Blood from inside the host, right? Fraud would involve placing blood on top of the host. It does not make blood sprout from within the host itself, as per Dr. Lopez's and Dr. Castagnon's findings. Fresh blood was reported years later underneath coagulated blood. Again, fraud would involve placing blood on top of the host. It does not explain fresh blood underneath clotted blood. The investigators were very forthcoming about negative results. This is not at all what we would expect from a fraudster. Right? They were forthcoming about failed DNA amplification. They were forthcoming about the failed Desmond and Meissen probes. This is not what we would expect from a fraudster. We'd expect a fraudster to be like, you know, suppressing those as much as possible. There's photographic and videographic evidence of the host from the mass immediately after the host visibly transformed. Moreover, the local paper Diario 21 published an account of the events that took place by giving the names of the eyewitnesses and reporting their interviews. One of them was the woman in front of whom the religious sister who discovered the bloody host had paused her distribution of Holy Communion. According to this woman, the sister walked to the altar with teary eyes and showed the ciborium with the bloody host to Father Raito. The bloody host had a moist, friable texture. A diocesan committee collected 17 statements given by different people who all agreed with the sworn testimonies to those who were directly involved. I mean, like, you could implicate the priest in a conspiracy together with the later investigators who had custody of the same host, but, you know, now you've got an increasingly baroque conspiracy theory on your hands. You'll also probably need to implicate Dr. Sanchez Lazo, who handled the host extensively in his investigation, and Dr. Castagnon. And also, of course, you know, you'll probably need to explain away the test results above as fabricated as they conflict with fraud, so, not looking good. A big objection that a bunch of skeptics like to tout is that DNA profiling analysis didn't amplify. Okay, so, in response. First, bacterial and fungal contamination have been ruled out. That leaves the naturalist with fraud. But the fraud hypothesis doesn't predict any better than the miracle hypothesis that the DNA would fail to amplify. If the failed DNA amplification is surprising under the miracle hypothesis because we should expect white blood cells, human blood, etc. to contain amplifiable DNA, well then the same is true for the fraud hypothesis, right? We should expect artificially placed blood, white blood cells, etc. to contain amplifiable DNA too, right? We know that those are present in the samples, so it's equally surprising under the fraud hypothesis that they didn't amplify. So this is not discriminatory evidence against the miracle hypothesis. Second, there are totally reasonable explanations for why the amplification failed that don't impugn the case for a miracle. For example, tissue degradation and autolysis that was itself noted by the laboratories themselves, right? So, I mean, like, those 2 points suffice, I think, you know, those 2 points just, like, completely suffice to put this objection to bed. But Here's a bonus point. Suppose we adopt a model of God's activity in the world that we could call the hiddeness model. I'll say more about this in section 5 on demonic phenomena, but according to the hiddeness model, God's aim with miracles is to provide, and his general aim, just like in his activity with creation, is to provide enough evidence to convince sincere, honest, open inquirers, but enough wiggle room and obscurity to preserve the psychological possibility of doubt. And this model makes it unsurprising that for any given miracle, there would be both one, a core of pretty significant evidence favoring it, but two, some relatively peripheral aspects of the miracle that are anomalous or less than ideal that the miracle skeptic can kind of latch onto and kind of like preserve the psychological possibility of doubt, even though those should not rationally carry the day. And I mean, personally, I've seen this pattern come up miracle after miracle after miracle. Like, for example, Zeitoun skeptics will latch onto the scarcity of photographic or video evidence, or some of the small divergences in eyewitness testimony, despite the very significant core evidence from overwhelmingly consistent testimonies and whatnot. Eucharistic miracle skeptics will point to the failed DNA amplification despite the very significant core evidence from extensive photographic, histological, and biochemical testing. Now, given this model, given this hiddeness model of divine activity, it wouldn't be too surprising if God intentionally caused or permitted something like failed DNA amplification or some other negative test result in order to maintain the psychological possibility of doubt. I mean, other possible reasons have been proposed as well, which seem implausible to me, but are not like hopelessly ridiculous concerning why God might have permitted this sort of thing or actualized that. For example, preventing people from using like degree of similitude with Jesus's DNA to justify discriminatory attitudes or behaviors, or like preventing the risk of future cloning of Jesus, or whatever. But again, that's just a bonus point. My first 2 points suffice to refute this objection, and this is just like maybe a bonus point about more generally. It wouldn't actually be too surprising under theism if there are like some minor peripheral embarrassments or anomalies with respect to some of the miracle phenomena that should not rationally carry the day, but which skeptics can and do in fact often cling to. But anyway, again, repeated histological identification and examination, immunochromatography tests, specific for human hemoglobin, blood comes from inside the host, like blood found years later underneath the fresh blood, underneath coagulated blood, AB blood type, AB negative blood type, happens to correspond with the blood type of the Lanciano relics, and the shroud and the sudarium, Immunohistochemistry tests probing the tissues, confirming the presence of myeloperoxidase glycophorin. We could go on and on and on and on. I think there are lots of strong cases too, so let's get into those. Once again, we're at St. Beluga's article, so here is a close-up picture of the communion host at Sokolka, where the red tissue is joined to a host fragment here on the top left, and the underlying surface here is a linen corporal with an embroidered red cross here. So we've got a linen corporal in the back, an embroidered red cross on the corporal, and they took part of the host and the tissue and put it on the corporal. So this occurred at St. Anthony of Padua Church in Sokolka, Poland. On October 12, 2008, a priest placed a host, a piece of consecrated bread, in a container of water after it had fallen to the ground. Consecrated hosts that become dirtied are usually dissolved in this way so that they can be poured into a sacrarium for disposal. Sister Julia Dubowska, the parish sacristan, placed the container in the sacristy's safe. 1 week later, she was astonished to find in the container a red substance connected to a partially dissolved host, and she quickly informed the other priests. After 18 days of submersion in water, the tissue and the associated host were moved to a linen corporal and left to dry. In January 2009, the Archbishop asked 2 anatomical pathologists from the Medical University of Białystok to examine the tissue. Professor Maria Elżbieta Sobaniak-Latowska and Professor Stanislaw Sokolski. Man, you guys have the most absurdly gratuitous language conceivable. Man. Okay, these doctors and professors were both highly respected pathologists in their university who had each published dozens of research articles in peer-reviewed journals. Sobaniak-Latowska took a small sample of the red portion along with its connection to the host and gave half of it to Sokolski for microscopic analysis. He was not told of its origins at first, so that he could independently analyze the tissue without prior biases. The professors each came to the same conclusion after inspecting the tissue with both light and electron microscopy. The samples were heart muscle. The Polish newspaper Nasz Dziennik interviewed Sobaniak-Latowski and Sokolski in December 2009. The following is an excerpt of that interview. If we put the communion wafer in water, in the normal course of events, it should dissolve in a short time. In this case, however, part of the communion, for some incomprehensible reason, did not dissolve. Moreover, what is even more incomprehensible, the tissue that appeared on the communion was tightly connected to it, infiltrating the substrate on which it was formed. Take my word for it that even if someone had intended to manipulate it, he would not have been able to connect the two structures so inseparably. Sokolski found 2 things astonishing about this sample. First, the communion wafer, which contains only flour and water, did not decompose after 18 days of submersion in water. Second, the bread and cardiac muscle tissues were intricately interwoven in a way that would be impossible to accomplish through human manipulation. So Sokolski gave that testimony earlier. He's Sobaniak-Latowski. Latowska, here's Sabaniak Latowska. This remarkable phenomenon of the intermingling of the communion and the fibers of the heart muscle observed in both light microscopes and transmission electron microscopy also demonstrates to me that there could be no human interference here. In addition, please note another unusual phenomenon. The communion stayed in the water for a long time, and then even longer on the corporal. Thus, the tissue that appeared in the communion should have undergone a process of autolysis, a type of necrosis or tissue death. Examining the collected material, we found no such changes. I think that at the current stage of development of knowledge, we are not able to explain the studied phenomenon solely based on natural science. Transmission electron microscopy can be used to visualize incredibly small details, including viral particles and atoms. After using this exquisitely sensitive tool, Sabaniak Latowska agreed with Sokolka's assessment of the interwoven fibers. This integration could not have been achieved by any human craft. She also affirmed that the cardiac tissue should have decomposed in water, yet it remained intact without any signs of degradation. Because of these astonishing findings, Sabaniak Latowska and Solkowski were formally reprimanded by their university and accused of carrying out, quote, illegal and, quote, disloyal investigations that incorporated, quote, the emotional aspects of their Catholic faith. A tabloid magazine article speculated that the red substance might have been bacterial contamination with Serratia marcescens. Even though these rod-shaped bacteria look nothing like heart tissue under the microscope, the president of the Polish Rationalist Association even initiated a frivolous lawsuit calling for a criminal investigation for murder, since the heart tissue must have come from someone. Solkowski defended what he did. We have the duty to investigate every scientific problem. Just as a doctor cannot refuse to care for a patient, likewise we have the duty to research every scientific problem according to the guidelines of the Polish Academy of Sciences. What about fraud? Only 2 people had keys to the safe with a transformed host. But let's imagine that someone got access and wished to publicize a miracle to garner attention. It's difficult to envision such a person going to the trouble, if they even had the ability, to fabricate a piece of heart tissue interwoven with bread in the anticipation that it would later be examined under an electron microscope. Reporting these scientifically inexplicable findings only harmed their professional reputations at the university, so Sabaniak Latowski and Sokolski lack any obvious motive for colluding or falsifying their strange results when they were already respected for publishing traditional journal articles. On the contrary, their rigorous approach convinced them to stand by their objective findings despite the surrounding controversy. The results highlight both the usefulness of science in confirming a tissue's identity and the limits of our current knowledge of science to explain everything. Serafini gives a summary of the results independently obtained by both researchers. The sample material is myocardial tissue. In their final report, both professors stated the following: the specimen is myocardial tissue, or at least out of all the tissues of a living organism, myocardial tissue is the one which is most similar to it. The fibers actually demonstrated centrally located nuclei. Moreover, the remnants of intercalated discs and bundles of delicate myofibrils could be recognized under the electron microscope. The analyzed material was made up of such myocardial tissue in its entirety throughout. Pathological signs such as segmentation and fragmentation were present in the muscle fibers. Non-medically speaking, these are signs of a truly suffering heart muscle tissue. Segmentation is the detachment of myofibrils from the intercalated discs to which they are normally bound. It is a phenomenon resulting from the rapid, repeated spasms of heart muscle cells in the context of imminent death. It should be pointed out that this is not a degenerative change taking place after death. Segmentation can only happen in a living heart muscle cell in agony. The appearance of some muscle fibers was in keeping with contraction band necrosis. This is typically characterized by thickened contraction bands spanning the short axis of heart muscle cells parallel to intercalated discs. As we shall see in a later chapter, CBN is specifically caused by a condition known as stress-induced cardiomyopathy, as well as by the late reperfusion stage of the common heart attack. Myocardial fibers and the substance of the bread host were making contact with one another, this is another one of their findings, in an inexplicable way. The high degree of intimate and microscopic interpenetration seen at their interface was extremely remarkable and unachievable by any kind of humanly conceived instrument or methodology available at present. Professor Sabaniak Latowska pointed out that this was an astonishing finding, ruling out the possibility of a man-made artifact. Lastly, as with other Eucharistic miracles, the persistence of myocardial tissue along with the unleavened host bread is inexplicable, both intact, without signs of decay or degradation, in the absence of any preservative, after all the times first spent in water and then in air for months, and currently uncorrupted for many years for those going on a pilgrimage to Sokolka. We got a photograph at the church. Here's the monstrance displaying the Eucharistic miracle at St. Anthony of Padua Church in Sokolka. So, we have light microscope and electron microscope examinations undertaken independently by 2 highly regarded anatomical pathologists at the University of Białystok who identified the sample as most likely myocardial fibers. Centralized nuclei were identified, as were myofibrils and remnants of intercalated discs, as was fiber segmentation and fragmentation. Microscopic interpenetration of the myocardial fibers in the host material was also identified. Bacterial or fungal contamination is extremely implausible and relies on 2 professional pathologists independently making a kindergarten-level misidentification. As Serafini writes, it should be clarified once and for all that any microscope, even one they gave me as my present for my first Holy Communion as a child, can deliver justice after all this nonsense. A colony of rod-shaped enterobacteria indeed looks completely different from striated heart muscle tissue. Even in the first year of medical school, in any histology course, students are taught about distinguishing the different tissues of the human body. Being unable to distinguish bacterial contamination from an organized tissue means a failing grade. In this case, it was as if an airline pilot with 30 years of experience were accused of being unable to tell apart a runway from a potato field when landing his plane. Turning to fraud, fraud can't explain the interpenetration of the muscle fibers with the host, since fraud would require just placing tissue on top of the host or putting it within the perforation in the host, or within a perforation in the host. The only remaining option is to accuse those two professional pathologists enjoying excellent public reputations with fraud. They're basically just what, liars? They're liars. Not plausible. Not plausible. So you dear naturalist, you dear Protestant or Orthodox can just divine from the armchair. Maybe once again, you've been doing a lot of divining from the armchair this time. These guys are just liars, right? And again, it's also not at all clear how fraud explains the ongoing preservation of the host in the tissue. And again, there's no independent evidence for a fraud. Let me repeat that. There's no independent evidence for a fraud. And as a general rule of thumb, we shouldn't accuse people of being fraudsters without independent evidence. Okay, onwards to Legnica. Here's Dr. Barbara Engel, a cardiologist on the Legnica Ecclesiastical Committee. She'll come up later. These are a bunch of reporters around her. 5 years after the Sokolka miracle and 400 miles away, another Eucharistic phenomenon occurred in Legnica, Poland. During the first Christmas morning Mass of 2013 at Sanctuary of St. Hyacinth, a consecrated host fell on the ground. The priest placed the host in a chalice filled with tap water and left it in the tabernacle to dissolve. On January 5th, 2014, Father Andres Joimbra went to check on the host. He reported his discovery. Immediately we noticed that the host had not dissolved, and that a red spot covering a fifth of its surface appeared. We decided to inform the bishop, who established a special theological scientific commission to analyze the event. Over the next 2 weeks, the rest of the host dissolved in the water, and only the red portion remained. See the pictures below documenting the changes over time. On February 10th, this red material was placed onto a corporal cloth and left to dry. 15 specimens were taken from this red tissue in the presence of witnesses, with each step of the sampling process photographed. Control samples were also prepared from both non-consecrated bread and consecrated hosts from the same production batch as the host that had developed the red tissue. The Institutes of Forensic Medicine at 2 Polish universities, Wrocław Medical University and Pomeranian Medical University, studied these samples. Wrocław Medical University ruled out the presence of bacteria and fungi and deemed the turning the bread into host tissue scientifically inexplicable. A lab report from Pomeranian Medical University identified the tissue as human heart muscle. And here's actually an excerpt from the Pomeranian Medical University in Szczecin, issued to the Diocese of Legnica. Again, this is just an excerpt of the conclusions from the Legnica report that the Pomeranian Medical University in Szczecin gave. So the Institute of Forensic Medicine at PUM in Szczecin has received a request to conduct research on histological material from the Church of St. Hyacinth in Legnica. The material was provided by Dr. Barbara Engel and Father Andres Joimbra. Conclusions. The material on the histopathological slides stained with hematoxylin and eosin, as well as the material that was cut from the block, we evaluated histopathologically. The results of the histopathological examinations indicate that the sample tissue fragment had undergone far-reaching autolytic changes. The preserved fragments of muscle fibers show features of fragmentation. These features of fragmentation are very common in cardiac muscle, but are also found in skeletal muscle. The connective tissue elements showed a high degree of autolysis, but also constitute a structural element of both the heart and skeletal muscles. The histological image of the material shows a transverse striated muscle. The overall image of the histopathological slides is most similar to cardiac muscle, in which the muscle fibers are fragmented. The fragmentation of muscle fibers that occurs in the overload of cardiac muscle is often accompanied by the effects of myocardial hypoxia or ventricular fibrillation in the case of myocardium. Changes of this type in the case of cardiac muscle are often accompanied by agony. In this figure, we have a fragment of striated muscle fiber with visible fragmentation. Here we have another piece of the material with visible fragmentation. Dr. Barbara Engel, head of the cardiology department at the Provincial Specialist Hospital in Legnica, was a member of the ecclesiastical committee overseeing the investigations. He discussed the finding in an interview with Oliver Bault from French newspaper Present in December 2016. Bault, I read that 2 research organizations have studied this host. Engel, in fact, not all the scientists and organizations that initially participated in the study agreed to give an opinion. Many withdrew, citing various reasons after learning the origin of the sample, so these places were blinded. In the end, 2 organizations issued a scientific opinion. These are the Institute of Forensic Medicine in Wrocław and the Institute of Forensic Medicine in Szczecin. Did those who withdrew question the nature of the matter? Engel, no, they agreed that it was myocardial heart muscle tissue, but when told where this fragment came from, they refused to write an opinion. Engel continues, the samples were taken by the Institute of Forensic Medicine in Wrocław. The whole procedure was recorded, documented, and described. The scientists, when taking the samples, filmed and photographed everything. The collection of samples for analysis was done in an absolutely professional manner. Then the procedures carried out in the laboratories of this institute were in turn documented. Each sample has been properly isolated, described, packaged, transported, etc. In scientific circles, the procedure followed did not raise any questions. Here we have some photographs from their documentation. This is the red color. This is the red color appearing on the host while it was dissolving in water. The red portion detached from the host a few days later. After 2 weeks, the host almost completely dissolved while the red tissue remained. The tissue was removed from the water and placed on a cloth for later analysis. Here you can see the tissue here. So Dr. Serafini was able to get access to even higher quality photos than the Pomeranian report earlier. These are the same photos, but he was able to get access to those same photos in much higher resolution. So here are the myocardial fibers from the December 2013 Legnica miracle with clear evidence of fragmentation. And here's the miraculous tissue exposed at St. Hyacinth's Church in Legnica. Here's some additional notes. Sampling procedures took place in the presence of witnesses and were photographically documented step by step. Control samples were set up with non-consecrated hosts, wine, and tap water. Histological images from the ports indicate striated, fragmented muscle fibers. Testing with immunohistochemical markers was negative, probably because of significant degradation in autolysis. The University of Wrocław determined that the tissue was not bacteria. They also determined it was not fungi. They used Grocott silver stain for fungi, yeast, algae, and spores. That was negative. DNA profiling analysis from the University of Wrocław did not amplify, though Serafini writes that, quote, different histopathological analytical methods were used at Szczecin, and another DNA detection attempt was made. In summary, the following was demonstrated. Fragments of nuclear mitochondrial DNA were found that were sufficient to prove the human origin of the tissue beyond doubt. So once again, bacterial or fungal contamination has been refuted, and it also, the bacterial or fungal contamination hypothesis would also at least have to explain the preservation in St. Hyacinth's Church. That would be another explanatory task or burden that they would have to take on. And that, of course, yet again, leaves the naturalist with fraud. So you guys are just gonna, like all these different frauds in different continents, and different people, different decades, Once again, there's no independent evidence for fraud. This is just a desperate ad hoc conspiracy theory to explain away the evidence, but the fraud hypothesis is also just implausible for a variety of reasons. The investigators, diocese, and Dr. Engel were forthcoming about negative results and the challenges they faced. The sampling procedure from the host was recorded and in front of witnesses. We have the implausibility of somehow obtaining suffering human myocardial tissue. What, are you gonna kill a human and steal their heart while they're in agony? It won't do to say that they just purchased a myocardial infarction slide to send to the laboratories, since the microscope slides were, quote, prepared in Wrocław, unquote, and a quote, paraffin-preserved fragment of original material was forwarded to Szczecin, unquote. And Szczecin's report notes the receipt of, quote, histological material, unquote, not the receipt of a pre-existing slide. Maybe you'll say that the lab reports are fabricated, but that would just be an extremely risky and bizarre choice on the part of the investigators, since the investigators and diocese literally publicly promulgated the laboratory reports in support of the miracle in front of a bunch of reporters. And again, just think, you want to go in for fraud for all of these cases, across centuries, decades, across continents, across different investigators, laboratories are involved, different priests are involved, different investigators are involved. You're just going to posit fraud upon fraud upon fraud upon fraud upon fraud? Come on. I don't think there's any good evidence for fraud. And even though, as I've actually gone through, there are reasons to think that fraud didn't happen. Okay, so let's get on to vindicatory implications of Eucharistic miracles. Now, my dude, don't you just sense that Eucharistic miracles are a divine communication of the truth of Catholicism? I don't know. Maybe this is just me, Maybe this is just a personal thing. But, I don't know. When I first came across these, when I read Serafini's book, when I watched the debates that Matthew Lavagna was in, when I started watching all of his videos, I was I kind of knew that if I accepted these, it seemed like game over. So, don't you... I at least had that sense. Now, maybe that's not evidentially compelling if you don't have that just direct sense. But maybe I can evoke it within you. And I can also just develop various arguments in favor of the conclusion. So dude, a Catholic priest prays over some bread and then it becomes stressed heart muscle tissue. Am I just supposed to continue on with my day and think that there isn't anything particularly special about the Catholic priesthood of the Catholic Eucharist? I sometimes imagine talking with some of the Protestant reformers who vociferously fought against the Catholic view of the Eucharist as a propitiatory representation of Christ's sacrifice. I imagine asking them, after we've internally debated scripture and church history, dude, at this point, what would convince you of the Catholic view of the Eucharist? To which the reformer might jokingly retort, maybe if a Catholic priest prays over some bread and it literally becomes stressed, agonizing heart muscle tissue. Oh, and throw in some human blood too. Oh, and make the tissue and blood the same rare blood type across multiple Eucharistic miracles. Oh, and make it the same blood type as the shroud and the sudarium. Oh, and make the Eucharistic miracles happen repeatedly, only in Catholic contexts, and validated by scientists and laboratory reports. Then I'll believe in the Catholic view of the Eucharist, including transubstantiation and the representation of Christ's sacrifice at Calvary. Then I will know that Catholics have something special here. I mean, the Protestant reformer would be joking in that case, because it seems like such an unrealistic demand, which, if satisfied, would be basically overwhelming evidence. But dude, it happened. It happened. And it's also highly striking, by the way, that public, well-evidenced Eucharistic miracles only seem to occur in Catholic contexts. I haven't found a single public, well-evidenced, non-Catholic Eucharistic miracle. And there's that one embarrassing one with the Anglicans where it's just a reflection of the light. But anyway, call me when you guys have multiple blinded laboratory analyses. And also, just clearly, Protestants and Orthodox would be capable of handing over miraculously transformed bread to scientists if such things happen in their parishes. They certainly have enough institutional structure for that sort of thing. And remember, God is involved here, not just humans. So to avoid giving a misleading impression that Catholicism was uniquely true, it would have been trivially easy for God to arrange for the scientific validation of a Eucharistic miracle in a rival sect. And moreover, the Orthodox love miracles, as do many Protestant denominations, especially the Pentecostals. Also, Catholics adore and worship the Eucharist, as it's Christ himself there, body, blood, soul, and divinity. Yet it is idolatrous and seriously inappropriate to direct worship and adoration toward bread, right? Even if that bread symbolically represents something worship-worthy, right? Compare. No one should worship a picture of Jesus. And God, so basically God is going out of his way to, facilitate idolatry? Are you kidding? Indeed, some Protestants with this view of the Eucharist often lampoon Catholics for idolatry precisely on this front. So, under the proposal at hand, God is performing miracles that affirm or license or sanction or approve or predictably lead people into something idolatrous and seriously inappropriate. And that is not plausible, my friend. It's not plausible. And finally, of course, to state the obvious, the bread literally became actual flesh, simulating exactly the ontological change of transubstantiation. Dude, just use commonsensical reasoning here. Miracles are meant to be signs to the faithful. You don't need to have a 300 IQ to respond to the, to properly interpret the phenomena. If you're going into the dimensive quantity of Aristotle is such that the prime matter and no, you're missing the point. Miracles are signs to the faithful. And you need to, the commonsensical reasoning here is, well, listen, Catholic Church says bread turns into flesh. Catholic priest prays over bread and it turns into flesh, so Catholic Church is right. That's the commonsensical reasoning. And other reasonings just seem like manifest cope by the 300 IQ person who's trying to be well, actually, technically, I don't know. If you ask me, it's patently obvious what God is communicating here. Okay, onwards we march to the 5th section. I hope I am just continually stirring the cognitive dissonance in your mind. Let me begin this section by inoculating you against prohibitively low priors in demonic phenomena. So first, we've already seen basically decisive evidence for supernatural phenomena. So, it shouldn't be too surprising if there's other phenomena that are naturalistically inexplicable. If miracles happen, it's not so surprising that maybe other naturalistic occurrences do too. Second of all, theism is very strongly motivated on independent philosophical grounds. And even if you disagree, theism does not have a prohibitively low or negligible prior. So we should have a decent prior in theism before examining the evidence for demonic phenomena. Yet, conditional on theism, it wouldn't be all that surprising that God might create demons. If God exists, it's hardly antecedently implausible that he would create a vast multitude of beings, some merely vegetative, some sentient but non-rational, some rational and embodied like us, and others that are purely spiritual and vastly more intelligent than us. Think of the gap between us and God, right? I got this really puny intellect here, and then there's just this vast gap with God. I don't know. It seems fitting that there might be even higher, even hierarchies of intelligence above us, conditional on theism. Why not? And it's good to create more good beings with whom God can share his life. It seems perfectly reasonable that God might create many kinds of rational beings with whom he can share his life and who can enter into relationships with him and with one another for all of eternity. At least restricting ourselves to the value of the created realm that can bring about arguably infinitely more good if there are more creatures. If they're more rational creatures with whom he can share his life for all of eternity. So I don't know, at least if you ask me, it's not too surprising, conditional on theism, that God might create these non-physical or immaterial angelic intellects. Nor is it very surprising, conditional on God creating such beings, that God might give them a genuine choice about whether to love and obey him rather than simply pre-programming them to love him. Just as he's done with us, right? So again, we've got that in our background information, that that's God's kind of modus operandi with respect to at least rational beings like us. And then those who abuse their freedom may very well abuse their freedom in other ways by negatively affecting us. After all, we already know that God gave us the ability to abuse our freedom and inflict suffering on others. So I just think that even conditional on theism, it shouldn't be all that surprising. It may still be improbable, but not prohibitively improbable, not negligibly improbable, that God might create angelic beings who then go on to be demons. Third, belief in the existence of demons and testimonial reports to their existence are pan-cultural and span millennia. If there's extremely widespread belief in and testimonial reports of interactions with a class of beings, you shouldn't have a negligible prior in the existence of said beings. Now, let me next say that the Church takes both science and patient privacy very seriously when it comes to demonic phenomena. Once again, I'll be drawing from St. Beluga's article, Speak of the Devil, Darkness Brought to Light. Demonic possession is not mental illness. Exorcisms are rare and selective. Exorcists conduct exorcisms for only a minority of cases in which they're consulted. Father Grob estimates that about 85% of people who come to him do not need an exorcist. And again, these are people who are seeking him out, who have some kind of pre-existing problem that they think they might need an exorcist for. He's saying that he turns away 85% of those people. For Father Thomas, only 10% of the people he saw had an issue with diabolical. In the paper Mastering the Devil, Sociological Analysis of the Practice of Catholic Exorcists, Giuseppe Jordan and Adam Pusami analyzed the 200-page notes of an Italian exorcist and discovered that only 55 cases out of 1,075 initial consultations evaluations lead to the ritual of exorcism. That's about 5%. And again, these are people who are like going to him for like consultation, thinking that they have some kind of problem. In the majority of cases, the person does not qualify for an exorcism because he or she does not display any definitive signs of possession, and psychiatric screening confirms psychological causes of erratic behavior. So they do physical and psychiatric screening beforehand. Although people who consult exorcists do so because they have already seen multiple doctors without relief, Catholic bishops often expect physical and psychiatric evaluations by qualified medical professionals before approving exorcisms, especially in the United States. I think it may even be required in the United States. I'd have to double check that though. Dr. Richard Gallagher explains. We'll be introduced to Dr. Gallagher later. He's a psychiatrist on the faculty of Columbia and NYU. The role of the psychiatrist is to make sure that these phenomena don't have a natural explanation before jumping to preternatural or supernatural one. There are many individuals, for one reason or another in life, that become psychotic briefly. They are delusional, they may well hallucinate, and they are prone to think that God, the devil, a spirit, aliens are communicating with them, and they really believe it. He's careful to look for organic causes of symptoms. For example, he describes performing lab testing, an MRI, and an EEG to rule out an underlying medical problem in a person reporting symptoms that could be interpreted as seizures or demonic attacks. All the medical testing was normal, and the patient's symptoms improved after spiritual help. The Church has strict privacy regulations on exorcisms akin to what is expected for medical patients in the healthcare industry. When I asked Father Gary whether I would be able to ever observe an exorcism, he replied, "Since you're not part of the deliverance or exorcism team, I cannot imagine a circumstance in which a priest exorcist or a team can allow you to witness these proceedings for several reasons. First, privacy of the person who is the subject of deliverance or exorcism. Second, liability that could expose the diocese, parish, or even the individual members of the team and priest deacon. Third, every person must be fingerprinted by the diocese in order to work with people who are vulnerable adults or minors. Even speaking with victims of possession who have been liberated is not always easy. I have had a number of media outlets who have contacted me over the years who are inquiring about interviewing some of the people whom I ministered. There again are privacy issues. It is a very embarrassing experience for someone to disclose both the ways that the demonic become attached and the process of becoming liberated, even though it is highly evangelizing because of the freedom that the person experiences, as well as for the family who often have suffered along with the person. The major emphasis on privacy also explains the lack of visible public video or photographic evidence for exorcisms. As Father Gary explains, the Forward to the Rite of Exorcism specifically prohibits any recordings, audio or visual, and any kinds of media from being used in the performance of solemn rites or deliverances by a priest, exorcist, or members of his team. So again, exorcisms are rare. Exorcists are explicit and emphatic that mental illness is much more common. Exorcists, at least in the United States, typically require medical and psychiatric tests before exorcisms. Exorcists also make no money in performing exorcisms. I repeat, they make no money in performing exorcisms. Finally, I initially had a very low prior in demonic phenomena, just like many of you listening. But I forced myself to read and listen to exorcists and those who assist the ministry to see if there's any evidential value in what they say. And I found it harder and harder to avoid the conclusion that either they're just completely making stuff up and lying in utterly outstanding proportions, or they've genuinely seen manifestly preternatural phenomena. Given the sheer number, content, recency, consistency, and diversity of the testimonies, I'm very confident that honest mistakes is not a serious hypothesis for explaining the testimonial reports. You'll get a sense of this as we go through. So the naturalist is eventually forced to posit yet another conspiracy to add to their massive list of conspiracies that are just like conspicuously pointing in the direction of Catholicism. Okay, so here's the broad picture before we get into the particular evidence. There is overwhelming, cross-cultural, independently converging, direct eyewitness testimony across millennia to experiences of malicious spiritual entities and their preternatural effects. Traugott K. Osterreich, a German professor and polymath, composed a voluminous and detailed history with testimonies of this sort. See T.K. Osterreich, Possession Demoniacal and Other Among Primitive Races in Antiquity, the Middle Ages, and Modern Times. On demonic phenomena, skeptics often bring to the table ridicule, jeering, personal incredulity, whereas the believers have thousands of independent, highly converging, contemporaneous, multimodal, direct eyewitness testimonies to naturalistically inexplicable phenomena. Direct eyewitness reports issue from all different quarters of the social hierarchy and from around the world. Doctors, civil authorities, hospital personnel, priests, lawyers, exorcists, and lay people of all sorts. The phenomena testified to are manifestly naturalistically inexplicable. People speaking extensively and fluently in languages they don't know. People having knowledge of events and information they couldn't possibly naturally know. Levitation, unnatural eye and facial morphological changes. For example, eyes instantly turning all black or all white, or instantly changing into snake eyes, that is, vertical slit pupils set in vivid green slanted irises. Unnatural strength. Unnatural voices coming out of mouths. For example, multiple voices or voices while the person's mouth is gaping, etc. Extreme aversion to sacred and holy things like relics, holy water, and priests, even when those things are clandestinely used. Wounds and scratches instantaneously appearing on skin and sometimes spelling out messages. Objects flying across the room or moving across the floor without being propelled by any physical force, and much more besides. So let's just go through an infinitesimally small sample of these reports. Okay, 5.1, Julia. This is from Dr. Gallagher's 2008 article in New Oxford Review. Dr. Richard E. Gallagher, MD, is a board-certified psychiatrist in private practice in Hawthorne, New York, and associate professor of clinical psychiatry at New York Medical College. He's also on the faculty of Columbia University. He is a Phi Beta Kappa graduate of Princeton University. Woo, go Tigers! And magna cum laude in classics and trained in psychiatry at the Yale University School of Medicine. Dr. Gallagher has seen tens of thousands of psychiatric patients in his practice, and none of them has he ever suspected of demonic possession or influence. However, Dr. Gallagher has served as a professional psychiatric consultant for exorcists in the Catholic Church, and in those contexts, he has encountered a number of genuine cases of demonic possession. Dr. Joseph T. English, past president of the American Psychiatric Association, and Sidney E. Frank, distinguished professor of psychiatry and behavioral sciences at New York Medical College, wrote the following about Dr. Gallagher in the foreword to Gallagher's book, Demonic Foes, which I would highly recommend. As his past academic chairman for many years, I can attest that Dr. Richard Gallagher is a multi-talented psychiatrist and a highly respected clinician who is also a valued teacher. He embarked on a serious scholarly study long ago concerning the fascinating, if controversial, subject of suspected demonic possession. Contrary to widespread belief, such phenomena not only continue to be reported in today's world, but they still defy easy explanation as simplistically conceived medical or psychiatric disorders. Dr. Gallagher brings his trained intellect and unimpeachable integrity to bear on the investigation of such states of possession, and has undoubtedly directly encountered more of these hard-to-explain and intriguing cases than any other physician. Hence, this book may well be unique in history, the serious treatment of a long-disputed topic by a superbly credentialed academic physician, a full professor of psychiatry, who can accurately offer personally informed accounts in painstaking detail of modern-day examples. Signed, Joseph T. English, M.D. In the aforementioned New Oxford Review piece, Dr. Gallagher documents a contemporary case of demonic possession, a substantial portion of which I have quoted below. This is a case that he personally worked with. Amid widespread confusion and skepticism about the subject, the chief goal of this article is to document a contemporary and clear-cut case of demonic possession. Even those who doubt such a phenomenon exists may find the following example rather persuasive. I present here a detailed summary of a present-day demonic possession. It is truly an obvious example of a genuine attack, at least to an objective observer. All the facts presented here are true and verifiable by the multiple and highly credible individuals involved in her care. For reasons of confidentiality, we will identify our subject with a pseudonym, and little incidental material is included. Julia is a middle-aged, self-supporting Caucasian woman who lives in the United States. She first approached her local clergy on her own, and was soon referred to an official priest exorcist, who collaborated on this article to explore getting help. She herself was quite convinced from the start that she was being attacked in some way by a demon or Satan. During the course of her lengthy and thorough evaluation, she was eventually seen by this writer, a board-certified academic psychiatrist, who was asked to provide a medical and psychiatric opinion. Julia revealed a long, disturbing history of involvement with explicitly satanic groups. She was in no way psychotic. In fact, she was consistently logical, highly intelligent, and even quite engaging at times, despite her obvious turmoil. Periodically, in our presence, Julia would go into a trance state of a recurring nature. Mentally troubled individuals often dissociate, but Julia's trances were accompanied by an unusual phenomenon. Out of her mouth would come various threats, taunts, and scatological language. Phrases like, "Leave her alone, you idiot. She's ours. Leave, you imbecile priest," or just leave. The tone of this voice differed markedly from Julia's own, and it varied, sometimes sounding guttural and vaguely masculine, at other points high-pitched. Most of her comments during these trances, or at the subsequent exorcisms, displayed a marked contempt for anything religious or sacred. When Julia came out of these trances, she strongly professed no recollection of these remarks or of having said anything at all. An experienced psychiatrist might well conclude that we were probably therefore dealing with a dissociated personality, or more precisely, even dissociative identity disorder, elaborated on later. What quickly made this understandable hypothesis implausible, however, were several other peculiar, though obviously related phenomena, but a sampling of which is covered here. Because of the complexity of this case, we assembled a team to assist. At varying points, this group comprised several qualified mental health personnel, at least 4 Catholic priests, a deacon and his wife, 2 nuns, both nurses, 1 psychiatric, and several lay volunteers. We made a number of phone calls to arrange gathering together to help Julia. Julia herself was not in on these phone discussions. She was far from the area at the time. Astonishingly, Julia's quote-unquote other voice, again, sometimes deep, sometimes high-pitched, would actually interrupt the telephone conversations and somehow come in over the phone line. The voices would espouse the same messages: "Leave her alone, leave, you idiots, get away from her, she's ours." Julia, again, said later that she was unaware of any such conversation, yet this speech was heard distinctly by several of the team on a number of occasions. As mentioned earlier, even outside her trances, Julia unmistakably displayed psychic abilities. Sometimes objects around her would fly off the shelves. Julia was also in possession of knowledge of facts and occurrences beyond any possibility of their natural acquisition. She commonly reported information about the relatives, household composition, family deaths and illnesses, etc. of members of our team without ever having observed or been informed about them. As an example, she knew the personality and precise manner of death, that is the exact type of cancer, of a relative of a team member that no one could conceivably have guessed. She once spoke about the strange behavior of some inexplicably frenzied animals beyond her direct observation. Though residing in another city, she commented, "So those cats really went berserk last night, didn't they?" The morning after 2 cats in a team member's house uncharacteristically had violently attacked each other at about 2 a.m. As another example, Julia once described not only the actual surroundings, including the decor of his room, but the exact state of mind, skeptical and dismissive, of a priest peripherally involved, whom she had never met. The facts were subsequently precisely confirmed. Julia could also consistently depict from afar and with amazing detail the activity of one of the principal priests involved. She would repeatedly report from her distant vantage whether and when he was in pain, he suffered from a recurring illness, often where he was, for example, walking on a beach, and remarkably, even what he was wearing at the time, for example, a windbreaker. Gallagher elaborates on this in his book. She calmly claimed that she could, quote-unquote, see Father A in a blue windbreaker and khakis khakis, walking along the seashore. She had never visited his home and knew nothing of where he lived. I immediately called Father A on his cell phone and asked where he was and what he was wearing. I'm usually in the rectory at this hour, but decided to take a walk tonight. I'm saying my breviary along the shore in my khaki pants and a windbreaker. And when Dr. Gallagher talks about this in various YouTube videos, he's like, what color is the windbreaker? And the dude was like, you're talking to Julia, aren't you? And he's just like, just humor me. And he says, it's blue. And Dr. Gallagher's like, bro. Rounding out the picture of this case, finally, were the happenings during the lengthy exorcism rituals that Julia herself requested. There were 2 series of such sessions separated by a period of time. The exorcism began on a warm day in June. Despite the weather, the room where the rite was being conducted grew distinctly cold. Later, however, as the entity and Julia began to spout vitriol and make strange noises, members of the team felt themselves profusely sweating due to a stifling emanation of heat. The participants all said they found the heat unbearable. Julia at first had gone into a quiet trance-like state. After the prayers and invocations of the Roman ritual had been going on for a while, however, multiple voices and sounds came out of her. One set consisted of loud growls and animal-like noises, which seemed to the group impossible for any human to mimic. At one point, the voices spoke in foreign languages, including recognizable Latin and Spanish. Julia herself only knows English, as she later verified to us. The voices were noticeably attacking in nature, and often insolent, blasphemous, and highly scatological. They cursed and insulted the participants in the crudest way. They were frequently threatening, trying, it appeared, to fight back, leave her alone, stop you, whores, to the nuns, you'll be sorry, and the like. Julia also exhibited enormous strength. Despite the religious sisters and 3 others holding her down with all their might, they struggled to restrain her. Remarkably, for about 30 minutes, she actually levitated about a half a foot in the air. The presumptive target of the exorcism, the entity or entities that was possessing Julia, could also distinguish between holy water and regular water. She would scream in pain when the blessed water was sprinkled on her, but have no reaction to clandestine use of unblessed water. During the ceremonies, she also, as previously, revealed hidden or past events in the lives of the various attendees, including information about deceased relatives completely unknown to her. While many other details could be added, the above sufficiently convey the general picture. And Dr. Gallagher in the piece goes on to articulate lots of different mental illnesses and various other psychiatric phenomena that are sometimes confused with possession. He's like, yeah, I'm trained. I know exactly how to distinguish these. That doesn't make, and it's like, that doesn't make objects suddenly fly off the shelves or make you fluent in foreign languages or levitate for 30 minutes. Like, okay, like that's not something that those things can do, right? Now add to the people who you can just divine from the armchair are lying straight through their teeth. You got to add to that Dr. Richard Gallagher. Next up is Latoya Ammons, and here we're going to play a clip from Joe Heschmeyer.
It's called the Ammons exorcism case. So here's an introduction to the case from one of the priests involved.
The first time I heard about the incident was when just after the boy walked up the wall backwards. There was a furor there, people running out, calling for the police, security, the chaplain. He called me.
I'm sorry, Father. You were called after the boy did what? Walked up the wall backwards? This is just the tip of the iceberg of the strange things in this case. So this case, credit where it's due, Marissa Kwiatkowski of the Indianapolis Star broke this case. She later became more famous for breaking the case of Gary Nassar and his abuse of the gymnast for Team USA Gymnastics. But at the time, back in 2014, when she broke this story, it was by far her biggest kind of breakthrough. And I'm actually going to talk about that a little bit later on because she had to work against some institutional forces to present this really astonishing, and I think it's fair to say, at times incredible sort of case. And I mean that in the literal sense of both amazing, but also hard to believe. And some people refuse to believe it. But it has 2 things going for it, as we're going to see. Really hard to explain facts and a number of apparently unrelated and reputable sort of witnesses. So I'm going to give you just some of the passages from this story, which was picked up from the Indianapolis Star to USA Today. She said, a woman and 3 children claimed to be possessed by demons. A 9-year-old boy walking backward up a wall in the presence of a family case manager and hospital nurse. So it's not just that he's walking backwards up the wall, it's that you don't just have to take mom or grandma's word for it. The people who are checking on him because of these claims of demonic possession are writing about this stuff in official reports. And then she quotes the police captain for Gary, Indiana, Charles Austin, saying it was the strangest story he'd ever heard. And he was initially skeptical. He's been a veteran of the police department for 36 years at this point, and he doesn't originally believe it. He thinks for some reason she must be trying to use this somehow to make money. But after several visits to the home, he comes away a believer. And we're going to see some reasons why he in particular seemed to have been targeted and has good cause to come away a believer. But she says, not everyone involved with the family was inclined to believe its incredible story. And many readers will find Ammon's supernatural claims impossible to accept. And I like that phrasing because I think it gets to that issue that if you're following this just on the evidence, if this was any other kind of news story, if someone said there's been a horrible massacre, it's unthinkable. And yet here are these police officers and medical professionals and eyewitnesses and everything else who all attest to the same thing, we would be heavily inclined to believe that it was real. But when it's instead, these children were possessed by demons, or this house is haunted, well, then we don't want to believe it. But that's just a out-of-hand dismissal, dogmatically, not an evaluation of the evidence. So I like that she calls it just impossible to accept, not hard to believe or anything like that, because the claims themselves, if you get rid of the bias, seem kind of compelling. Let's read on. I don't want to get ahead of myself. She says, whatever the cause of the creepy occurrences that befell the family, whether they were seized by a systematic delusion or demonic possession, it led to one of the most unusual cases ever handled by the Department of Child Services. So, for those of you not familiar, the Department of Child Services checks in on families if there's a reason to suspect a child may be in danger. Malnutrition, abuse, neglect, those kind of things. In this case, when you've got kids saying, I'm possessed by a demon, DCS is going to get involved because they're wondering, is this a cry for help because of something going on in the home? But notice here again, I really like the reporter's language, that the options really are demonic possession or systematic delusion. That you can't just say, oh, the mom's crazy or the grandma's crazy. You also have to say the doctors are crazy and the medical professionals and the police are crazy and Department of Child Services. Everybody's crazy. Like everybody in Gary is just crazy. Now you can do that if you want to, but it is less probable every person you have to add to the conspiracy to be able to pass it off as a counter explanation to, no, the people saw what they saw and are reliable eyewitnesses. But again, I don't want to get ahead of us. As Maria Kwiatkowski points out, there's nearly 800 pages of official records between DCS and the police and medical professionals. And there have been more than a dozen interviews with police, DCS personnel, psychologists, family members, and a Catholic priest. That's a lot of people to be involved in fabrication for no apparent reason, people that don't know each other. Furthermore, she says, the family story is made only more bizarre because it involves a DCS intervention, a string of psychological evaluations, a police investigation, and ultimately a series of exorcisms. We're going to talk about several of those things. Just know, I'm not even giving all the details from this pretty astonishing sort of story. You can find it online. But I wanted to start with one of the hardest to explain details. This is from the grandma, Campbell. She runs into the bedroom, and her 12-year-old granddaughter and a friend are staying in there. And the mom, Ammons, and Campbell, the grandma, say the 12-year-old was levitating above the bed unconscious. Now, from what I can tell, this family is Protestant. And so their response to this pretty obviously supernatural, demonic sort of thing, the daughter's floating while asleep, is to reach out to their local Protestant churches. And most of them refuse to listen. This is part of that modern bias against the supernatural that I think we see. Eventually, though, you get some questionable sort of help. So we're told that officials at one church told them the Carolina Street house had spirits in it. They recommend the family clean the home with bleach and ammonia, then use oil to draw crosses on every door and window. So I like that they're aware that holy oil is important or that blessed objects are important, but bleach and ammonia and all of this is what you get when you get rid of the traditional spiritual tools of Christianity and then just make new ones up. Now, that's a much bigger conversation. But needless to say, these kind of DIY Protestant solutions didn't work. At the church's suggestion, nevertheless, Ammons said she poured olive oil on her 3 children's hands and feet and smeared oil in the shape of crosses on their foreheads. And so she describes getting some short-term relief, but not really. It comes back worse than before. And then she gets worse advice. She then reaches out to 2 clairvoyants who claim that the family's home was being besieged by more than 200 demons. And we're told this explanation made sense to Campbell and Ammons because it meshed with their Christian faith. And I just want to say here, don't do that. Don't mess around with mediums and psychics and ghost hunters and people who are playing around with the occult that don't have the spiritual authority to do so or are doing it in kind of a flip, dangerous, and even occultish black magic sort of way. Now, some of you are going to hear that and just think like, wow, you are a crazy person. But no, if this stuff is real at all, opening those doors to it is incredibly dangerous. So needless to say, this also doesn't work. So then they take the kids to the doctor to see what's going on. And while they're there, the sons, remember it's 2 boys and a girl, the sons curse the doctor in demonic voices raging at him. So fair enough. You can imagine, well, maybe the kids are just doing like a scary voice. But then medical staff said the youngest boy was lifted and thrown into the wall with nobody touching him. And this is, again, in the official DCS report. And again, we're not just taking the mom and grandma's word for it. We have the people at the doctor's office, the medical staff, who witnessed this. So at this point, somebody calls DCS, the Department of Child Services, and they want to find out if there's any neglect or abuse going on in the home, which, look, I applaud this. This is a smart move. Maybe all of this demonic seeming stuff is somehow related to neglect or abuse. Now, I don't know how neglect or abuse gets to levitation or kids going and flying into walls, but you want to do things the right way. You want to check to make sure. And so the caller who calls into DCS is afraid that the mom has mental illness because the kids are claiming they have demons. So they're convinced, oh, she must be encouraging them. So in any case, DCS assigns a family case manager by the name of Valerie Washington to investigate the case. She writes up in her official report that there's no signs of abuse. The kids appear to be healthy. There's no marks or bruises. And the mom seems to be of sound mind. Then you get the weirder stuff in Washington's report. She talks about how the 9-year-old had a weird grin. And this story is corroborated by the nurse. The 9-year-old had a weird grin and walked backwards up a wall to the ceiling. He then flipped over Campbell, the grandma, landing on his feet. He never let go of his grandmother's hand. So that's one of those really striking sort of claims that there's a reason the priest leads with that. There's a reason the Indianapolis Star story leads with that. Like, that is a shocking sort of thing. Watching a kid walk up the wall backwards. And so they interviewed Miss Walker about this. And she said he walked up the wall, flipped over her, and stood there. There's no way he could have done that. Now, later, police asked Washington whether he had run up the wall. You know, like, is this some sort of like parkour, the acrobatic trick? And she said, no. He glided backwards on the floor, wall, and ceiling. This is all in the official report. Again, you've got hundreds of pages of this stuff. There's more. I want to give just a couple other kind of details. So at one point, the officers are investigating the house. And on the main floor, they see from the Venetian blinds an oil-like substance. And they couldn't figure out why it was dripping. Like, where is this oil-like substance coming from that's dripping through the blinds? And so, maybe the mom and the grandma put it there, right? Like, earlier, they were advised to put oil and weird stuff all over the house. So reasonable to think maybe they're the source of it. So just to make sure, the police clean it up and then guard the room for 25 minutes. So the room's sealed for 25 minutes and stood nearby so nobody's getting in and out of the room. So nobody's sneaking in there and just pouring oil for whatever reason on the Venetian blinds. When they go back in, the oil has reappeared. So from somewhere, oil is materializing on these Venetian blinds. This is one of those things that seem to be pretty influential in getting the police to take this extremely seriously.
Okay, so for the Latoya Ammons case, like, okay, you're gonna add to who are you gonna add to this conspiracy? Latoya's whole family, the named physician, the hospital personnel, the police officers, the exorcist. We have interviews with him where he testifies to seeing the preternatural manifestations right in front of his eyes in totally perceptually conducive circumstances. Your conspiracy is getting more and more baroque, but it gets worse. Monsignor Dr. Stephen Rossetti, Washington, D.C., USA. He served as the exorcist for the Archdiocese of Washington and D.C. for the past 15 years. He has also been the chaplain of the Washington Nationals for the past 10 years. He's a licensed psychologist with a PhD in counseling psychology from Boston College and a research associate professor at the Catholic University of America. Graduated from the U.S. Air Force Academy in 1973 and served as a second lieutenant in the U.S. Air Force, where he worked for 6 years. He extensively recounts his direct experiences running an exorcism team in his book Diary of an American Exorcist, Demons, Possession, and the Modern Day Battle Against Ancient Evil. I think he has another book that's more recent where he talks about this, and he also in there includes some first-hand testimonies anonymous from energumens, so possessed individuals, about their experiences. It's very interesting. But anyway, these are just two quotes that the St. Beluga article provides. One day I had in hand a small 1.5-inch diameter theca, or container with a relic of St. Peter in it. I laid the theca on the temple to afflict a person. The person visibly jerked. I commanded him to tell us which saint it was, keeping the theca's identity hidden, and he said Peter. In one session, a man began to manifest, and the entire eyeballs of his blue eyes turned completely black. Father Gabriel Amorth was a prominent exorcist for the Diocese of Rome. He founded the International Association of Exorcists. He received the War Cross for the Military Valor for his involvement in the Italian resistance during World War II, serving as a commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 2nd Italian Brigade. He also served as a deputy for Giulio Andreotti, who later became Italian Prime Minister, helping him draft the country's new constitution. Father Amorth was a highly prolific author of works on demonology and exorcisms. 5 of them are referenced in this article. And his long history as an exorcist includes many noteworthy events. A young mechanic, even before the exorcism was initiated, began to levitate just as I placed my hand on his shoulder. 5 people could not hold him still. Another case, just as I entered the front door, all the chairs around the table fell to the floor, and from the ceiling, pieces of paper with strange names written on them began to fall. During the benediction, the person began to vomit some pins, which surely did not come from the stomach. Rather, they materialized in a dense saliva as it came out of her mouth. Another case, the demon resumed his shrieks, making the possessed turn his head back and his eyes roll, and he remained like this with his back arched for a quarter of an hour. All of a sudden, the room became extremely cold and ice crystals formed on the windows and the walls. The young man's body stiffened so much that he became hard and at a certain point began to levitate, and for several minutes he remained hovering 3 feet in the air. We'll go through some testimonies from Father Vince Lampert later. Father Jose Antonio Fortea, a priest and novelist, served as an exorcist for the Diocese of Alcalá de Henares in Spain and narrated his life experiences, including exorcisms from his 2008 Spanish memoir. During the prayers for the poor and unfortunate boy, what surprised us all the most was his impoverished version of the Christmas carol, apart from the physical strength he developed, which was astonishing. 5 men had to put in a lot of effort to hold him down, and that was while the boy was lying on his back on a mat. And those who held him tried to restrain him by putting all their weight on him, but the strength he displayed for 3 hours was incredible. He revealed many hidden sins of all those present. It seemed to scorch him, and he only screamed in agony. But a few details betrayed the presence of the demon. A certain order I gave in complicated Latin had been understood and obeyed immediately. That, along with the aversion to the crucifix, holy water, relics, betrayed the demon. There are also lots of video testimonials, so let's get into those. First up is Adam Blai, who we saw in the stigmatist section. He's assisted at between 1,500 and 2,000 exorcisms, degree in canon law. I think he has a master's in clinical psychology, if I recall correctly. He's all but dissertation, I think, for his PhD. Was it in psychology? I forget exactly, but you can go to the earlier part of the video where I introduce him.
And then this part of my life that this book is coming from is kind of the world of exorcism and deliverance ministry that I got pulled into about 15 years ago. And it's just been like a snowball rolling from there and getting more involved and intense over the years. It started in brainwave research and studying clinical psychology. And then when I realized there was something genuine going on, I kind of shifted gears and devoted my life to that.
How did you come to realize that something genuine was going on in your own words?
Well, I had been trained in diagnosing mental illness, and I had treated a good bit of reasonable range of mental illness in terms of in the community. And then I was also working in the Pennsylvania state prison system, where a lot of the severe mental illness ends up getting housed because the state hospital system collapsed in the 80s and 90s. So sadly, we put a lot of our mentally ill in prisons in the United States. So anyway, I had seen quite a bit, and possession doesn't look like any of that. And the thing that everybody, the armchair critic, would immediately say, "Oh, that's just epilepsy. You're dumb. You're misunderstanding it," or it's schizophrenia or something. Yeah, schizophrenia doesn't mean multiple personalities. People just have that misapprehension about the word. So technically it would be dissociative identity disorder. But here's what I found is that schizophrenia doesn't make you suddenly fluent in ancient languages, right? Multiple personalities doesn't make you able to speak Greek. We had one case with Icelandic, but the grammar was from 600 years ago. Very obscure stuff. We had a woman here in Pennsylvania raised basically on a farm with a high school education, spoke only English, and she was interrogated in English, French, Latin, Lithuanian, German during the exorcisms and responded to all the languages properly. So that's the first of the signs of possession is facility in all languages.
Were you there for that one where she spoke all these different languages?
I wasn't there when all of them were interrogated, but I saw her interrogated in different languages at different times. And then I had friends that were there. Yeah, they were kind of spread out. There was,
and I assume that she was never familiar with any of those languages, because there are some cases where someone may have studied Mandarin when they were younger, and then they went into a coma, and then they came out of the coma speaking fluent Mandarin. But that wasn't the case here, right? It's not as if she had like studied any of these languages and done any sort of.
And even if you had studied one or two, it'd be very rare. You'd be quite a polyglot to be able to speak 5 or 6 languages. And then the more obscure ones, like the ancient languages, like it's pretty rare these days to speak Latin properly. The first thing is languages, and there's been myriad cases where they've been either asked questions in other languages or they've spoken them. And then knowledge of secret things, so like knowing your secret sins. You see a lot of that in the movies, but you see some of it in exorcisms also, where the demon will, like, basically think of the most horrible thing you've done. Maybe you were completely alone and nobody knows about it, or the most embarrassing thing that you did that was bad, and then having that said in detail to the room. Like, mental illness doesn't explain that. That's one example of knowing hidden things. The third thing is being able to detect the holy. So if I hold up a crucifix, obviously you're supposed to react if it's psychological and you're faking. I'm supposed to be scared of that. But you can line up 6 bottles of water, one of which was blessed in the other room out of the person's sight. They're all identical. They can always pick out the blessed one every time. They can tell you whether there's a relic in that box or not. I've had cases where they've been able to describe the saint whose relic it is without even seeing it. They can't see it, just getting close to it or touching it. And it goes on. The supernatural strength is the weakest of the signs, so that's the 4th classic sign. So the 4 is languages, knowing hidden things, detecting the holy, and then supernatural strength, or strength beyond your condition in life. That's the weakest of the signs, because in prison with psychotic, really violent guys, we've seen some crazy strength. The difference with possession is they never get tired. So 2 or 3 hours later, everybody's exhausted and wrung out, and your muscles are shaking, and the person comes back to the human state, and they don't feel any fatigue. They don't understand why everybody's wrecked. Anyway, those are the 4 signs. And once you see enough of this, and you get past the point of saying, like, well, maybe it's the hyper rare thing with the coma, and maybe they heard it on TV and they got one sentence when they were 6 years old. Once you get past and realize, like, no, they actually know the full language. And then the really obscure stuff, like the Icelandic, but Icelandic from the grammar structure from 600 years ago. I had a friend on the internet in Iceland, because Icelandic is, if you know anything about it, it's fairly obscure, really complicated. Like, the words are like 40 characters long, crazy language to try to learn. So I had a friend who was able to translate it for me. So anyway, you see that stuff enough, and you come to the point where and realize that you can't think your way out of it anymore. The first time I encountered a possessed person, I was more just not confused, but unsure about what I had just experienced. So I wouldn't say I was like, oh, that's definitely real. All I knew for sure was that didn't look like any of the mental illness I had seen. It didn't fit any diagnostic criteria that I encountered before. And the normal mechanisms you would do to, like, pull somebody out of that kind of distressed, altered state, like, had zero effect. And the things talking out of the person, pretty clearly knew what was going on, mocked me for not knowing what was going on, and then proceeded to just do whatever they wanted. The first time I knew it was real probably was the first real solemn exorcism I was at. And it had been going on for a number of years, and it was the same woman that I mentioned with the English, French, Latin, Lithuanian, and German. It was a brutal case that had been going on for years before I got involved. I helped for maybe a year and a half or 2 years. And in that case, it was, I guess, the first moment I really knew something preternatural was happening. There's kind of 2 versions when a demon talks out of a person. One is like moving the breath, like we're talking right now, like exactly the same. You're making noises with your mouth. All that's normal. And you can do it in a deep voice, and you can do it in a high voice, like no big deal. And when demons animate a body and talk out of it, they basically sound like the person, though with different inflections and a different style of speaking, but basically it's the same vocal cords, so it's going to sound the same. There's another version of it that I've only seen once, and I saw it briefly in that case, and that was the person was on the floor during the exorcism, because that was the safest place for everybody. And at one point they had their mouth open and their head kind of back, and there was no movement of the lungs. There was no breath being pushed out. The mouth wasn't moving. It just hung open and stayed still. And this voice echoed from all parts of the room simultaneously, this really deep, loud, as if you had like surround sound speakers in all the corners of the room and a subwoofer. And it was just like, boom. And it made this kind of growl. It sounded like something like with the chest the size of a gorilla would make. Incredibly deep noise, not human. And every fiber in you, when you heard it, when I heard it, and then everybody else, I don't know if you've ever like maybe been at a zoo and heard an animal that made a sound that just activated that fear thing in you biologically, kind of like that's a predator, like I'm in danger, like not human, that's dangerous. It was like that, but it was more alien. It was more like not of this earth. It's hard to describe. But I saw the person's mouth wasn't moving. They weren't blowing air out. It wasn't them making a deep sound, and it was coming from all sides of the room. It wasn't just coming from them. And that was
heard it.
Yeah. It wasn't me imagining something. Like it was like the needle on the record got dragged across and everything stopped, because it was like, whoa, like that was not. Yeah, it was very strange. That was probably the moment where I knew something weird was going on. I knew it didn't match what I had seen in psychology. I saw that it responded to prayer. I saw some of the language stuff. But when that happened, I was like, well, that's alien. That's not at all. That's not something acting through a body. Like there's something else here that's the size of this room spiritually that just pulled the curtain aside just for a split second. And that was probably the moment that I realized truly, that was the first time I realized like, okay, this is, like it's on.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think of like a part of my goal in tonight. And when I interviewed Father Vince Lampert as well, was like, I want to try as best I can to play the role of like the skeptic or the devil's advocate here. And I mean, I'm having trouble like coming up with some alternate explanation other than just like, you just made that story up. Like that's one of the only things that I can even come up with is like, that story is not real. You just made it up. But when I read your accounts in the book, and when I've talked to people like yourself and Father Vince Lampert, it doesn't strike me as like people making things up. It sounds like they're just reporting things that they experience firsthand.
And I think being skeptical is a normal, rational, healthy first place to start. Like these are very extraordinary things that most people don't get to experience. So I think it's reasonable to wonder about it. I've seen a person like gesture towards a screw that was in the wall across the room, kind of like something out of Star Wars, and it rips out of the wall, flies across the room into their hand, and they ram it into their arm and start gouging themselves. Like I've seen crazy stuff, like stuff fly around or different voices. The stuff with Satan was probably the most violent. That last case in the book was probably the craziest 11 days I've been through, because that was, 3 to 5 hours a day for 11 days straight. Boy, I was banged up. It was, that was something else.
So, like, he's spending hours on end for days straight witnessing preternatural manifestations, and he's testifying to things that you can't easily be honestly mistaken about. Like, if you're a naturalist, the only remotely plausible option is that he's just lying. And, so are everyone else that we're about to listen to and everyone else we've heard from. Even though he does other things that are totally unlike people lying for fame or money or whatever, he admits to never having seen levitation or various other manifestations. He's extremely humble and unostentatious. My good friend has hung out with him and says he's very reserved in real life. He explicitly and repeatedly says he shares these things to warn people and help them. He says skepticism is a reasonable starting point. He obviously thinks lying is a sin, etc. And I should emphasize again that, I put the demonic phenomena lower down on the list. exist, because I think while they're still highly evidential, I think there's like overwhelming cross-cultural, independently converging testimony here. It's not as evidential as all the other cases where we have like doctors' reports and thousands of witnesses and like blinded laboratory analyses and medical documentation and all that stuff. So like again, the point of all this is to get like a mutually reinforcing cumulative case, right? For a long time, again, I was aware of like all these demonic phenomena, attestations, and testimonies, and it alone was not sufficient to convince me. It was just like a thorn in my side for a while. It was like a pebble in my shoe. And, not just a pebble, but it continually grew and grew and grew until it was like a gigantic stone. And then it became like a massive boulder. But the point is just that, like, again, this is just a plank in the broader cumulative case. And even if this particular plank alone about demonic phenomena is not enough to convince you, it should at the very least cause some cognitive dissonance, I think, just like it caused to me. Like, if you actually just listen to what they're saying, like, take this seriously and not just instead just like laugh it off and deride it, it becomes harder and harder and harder to explain away if you go into it with an open mind and heart.
So I mean things like doors being kicked open when nobody's there, or something flying off the wall and across the room, or a person being dragged across the room when there's, nothing there touching them, things like this. And the one case had a number of years back now. In this case, one of the things that I saw that they see a lot in Europe is the production and spitting of either nails. People have seen it with razor blades, even things as large as small hinges, pieces of metal being kind of materializing in the mouth, just suddenly being there and then being spat at people. So in this case, he was spitting nails, small nails, at the priest and at the icon of St. Michael throughout the exorcisms and the sessions. And these sessions with him would go on for 3 or 4 hours, sometimes more. So it was quite grueling and extended, and periodically through it, the person's body that he was possessing would spit these nails. And you would say, oh, they came in with a few of those tucked in their cheek or something, some excuse like that. But the problem was they spoke normally. There was no indication of that. And by the end of the day, there was so many nails on the floor that I had to spend 10 minutes on my knees going around picking up nails to gather them all up. And, I would have a small handful of nails once I gathered everything up by the end of the day. So, yeah, there wasn't a way to explain it away. And they weren't excusing themselves to go in the other room and tuck nails in their cheek or something like that. Yeah, so I would throw the nails away at the end of the day, because this happened multiple days, different sessions.
So you collected these nails. Oftentimes they were thrown out.
Yeah, and I just kept, 10 or 15 of them in a little box, because one of my coworkers mentioned to me one day, you should keep some of those, because 20 years from now, people are, it's going to help to be able to show them, here's some nails that Satan spit at us during an exorcism, and actually have the physical things instead of the story.
And didn't you say in Europe this happens quite often?
Very common there. So I'm a member of the International Association of Exorcists, so I've had the privilege of going over to the international meetings there in Rome. And the old guys in Rome, they have 40 years under their belt. Here in the States, we might at the max have 20. They're very experienced there. And they have whole large wooden boxes filled with all the hunks of metal that have come out of people's mouths during exorcisms that they've collected over the years. And that includes large nails, again, razor blades, small hinges, smaller nails. But nails seem to be the primary thing. But yeah, different types of metal. It's all very strange. And I'm sure this sounds very strange to a lot of people listening to it.
Especially on a Friday.
On a Friday. This really happens. It's a parlor trick. It's nothing more than that. It's just designed to be a distraction and to maybe freak the people out that are there so that they don't focus on the prayers. That's all that is.
And just to make sure we, have everything covered in this area. So have you researched it and made sure that they didn't stuff their mouths with little mini nails to do that? You have.
Yeah. And so, again, number one, the amount of nails would have made it difficult for them to talk if they were holding that many in their mouth that I would collect by the end of the day. Number two, after I saw this for one day before the session started, I asked them to open their mouth and lift their tongue up and looked in their mouth.
Okay. So you checked
and
before
made sure there was nothing, and they still spit nails all afternoon.
How is the possessed individual not getting hurt? I mean, you got razor blades, you got nails, pieces of metal going through their body. How are they getting all cut up?
Well, that's an interesting question, and I guess a reasonable one. So I did have one person who experienced this, who was conscious while it was happening, where the demon hadn't completely taken them over, yet they were spitting nails and other bits of metal out of their mouth. And it actually happened in front of a priest, which is part of what led the priest to referring the case to me, because it was originally deliverance prayer. And as the priest was praying the deliverance prayer, the person coughed and a bunch of nails landed on the table between them.
Oh my goodness.
And then as he kept praying, they kept, kind of coughing up nails. And Father wisely said, "This is pretty strange. I'm going to call Adam." And so we took the case over. Now, no, they're never hurt by it. And the person described the sensation of it because they were in the human state when this was happening, when the priest was praying for them. And they said they would suddenly taste in their mouth kind of that, if you've ever put a nail in your mouth, there's kind of a very bitter, bright taste or sensation that comes from metal being directly on your tongue. And they said they would suddenly taste metal in their mouth, and then a moment later, they would realize there's something obstructing their mouth and they'd want to get it out. Or they would taste metal in their mouth and suddenly have an urge to cough and a few nails would fly out. So that
never
was
swallowed them?
No.
Okay.
No. And again, as we talked about before the break, this was happening later during exorcisms quite a bit. And I would check the person's mouth before we started. And still by the end of the day, there was a handful of nails all over the floor that I would pick up and throw out. I'm a man who's a little over 6'2" and north of 220 pounds, reasonably strong. Mm-hmm. And I've seen cases where it takes 5 men just to keep the person in place. We've seen it. We saw a woman throw a man who makes me feel small with one arm, threw him across the room hard enough that he was airborne.
Oh,
so,
gosh.
it's not always. But when it happens, it's pretty impressive. And it's beyond the adrenaline rush where you would say like, for a moment you have that strength, like the woman who lifts the car off of her child kind of thing. But this goes on for hours. 3 or 4 hours later, they're not slowing down at all. And my muscles are quivering, wanting to give out. And they don't slow down at all. And then when the person comes back to their senses at the end, they're just sitting there like, why is everybody so tired? And they feel fine. They don't feel fatigue in their body.
So they haven't realized what was occurring?
No, usually they're blacked out. To them, they remember the prayer's beginning, and then the next thing they know, they're sitting there, and it's 3 hours later.
I'm sure some people will ask, oh gosh, they have a mental illness, might explain more of this. This is not demons. They have a vivid imagination. They're having psychotic episodes. They may be taking bad drugs.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's what I thought too at the beginning. And I was trained as a mental health professional. I was, trained in diagnosis, and I was studying the brain. But here's the thing, John. The signs of possession the church has figured out over the centuries and requires at least some of them be present, knowing all languages. So started to mention earlier, early case, we had a woman raised on a farm with a high school education here in Pennsylvania. Didn't know any other languages than English. And there's nothing wrong with being raised on a farm and having a high school education. I'm just saying for context, there was a number of priests there at one of the sessions, and she was interrogated in English, French, Latin, Lithuanian, and German, and properly responded to all the languages. I had a case about 1.5 years ago, another woman here in Pennsylvania. She was being seen in an emergency room, and one of the police officers was Korean, American Korean, but spoke Korean at home, and so knew the language well. She was speaking to him, and he thought she was fluent in Korean, but it was actually the demon had taken over and was speaking. She doesn't know anything about Korean at all. So my point is that Tourette's, epilepsy, schizophrenia, they don't make you suddenly fluent in all languages.
Yeah.
That's not part of mental illness. Including ancient languages. So anyway, languages, knowing secrets and hidden things. So schizophrenia doesn't make you suddenly know Adam's secret sins that happened 5 years ago that nobody else was there. or other secrets about the people in the room, detecting the holy. So if you line up 10 bottles of water and one of them's been blessed by the priest in the other room out of sight, they can tell you 100% of the time which one of them's blessed and which ones are not. They can tell you the name of the saint whose relic is in your pocket that you haven't mentioned to anybody.
Wow.
So yeah, these are some of the signs, and mental illness doesn't account for that. Sure, mental illness can account for rolling around on the floor and growling.
Yeah.
But the church has figured out a long time ago that most cases are mental illness. And so the bar is pretty high on what's possession.
Let's turn next to Father Vince Lampert, an exorcist.
Yes, in the 19 years that I've done this ministry, I certainly have countless encounters with the demonic. One that stands out very clearly was a woman who had been away from the church for more than 38 years, and her neighbor had convinced her to reconnect with her faith. And she told her neighbors she didn't know if she could do that because she was possessed. But then she agreed to come and talk to me with her friend, and we were sitting having a conversation, and she was telling me how the demonic entered into her life. And then she began to cry, and she looked at me and said, "Well, can you help me?" And I looked her right in the eyes and I said, "Jesus is the one who's going to help you." And as soon as I said that, her eyeballs turned green, her pupils became slanted like a serpent, and a voice comes out of her mouth and says, "Well, who's he? He has no power over us." And then when I got up immediately and went over and laid my hands on the head of this person, the demon is now manifesting, and these green eyes are looking at me and cussing me out. And I simply began to pray, and then the demon began to shriek and whimper and then caused the body to collapse to the floor. But again, that notion of the demonic taking over that body, treating it as if it were its own by causing the physical appearance to change. So there's the green eyes again and the slanted pupils.
Slanted pupils is in like a kind of like a snake or like a cat. Is that what you're talking about?
So think of something reptilian. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And were you the only person in the room that saw this, or were there other people that witnessed this as well?
The friend of the person witnessed it too. She literally jumped over the table to get away from her friend when the demon manifested. There was another priest in the room with me, and when he witnessed it, he immediately fell to the floor on his knees and began to pray.
I'll say a little bit more about this in a second, but interestingly, I actually interviewed Father Lampert in person with Caleb Jackson. We pressed him extensively about his experiences in the exorcism ministry. The reason why I interviewed him in person is because he lives very close to my home. He gives the impression of utmost sincerity and candor, and I've listened to many of his videos that he's done throughout the years. And he shared a number of the same testimonial accounts in our interview as those videos. I didn't notice any signs of embellishment, and he was also quick to reveal details that were embarrassing for his account. Among the things he testified to witnessing firsthand and in the presence of other witnesses were, firstly, yes, he gave this account of the changes in eye color, and we were pressing. We're like, okay, so like, did the person like touch their eyes and like put in some kind of contact lenses? He's like, no, they changed like boom. He saw them for an extended duration. This particular manifestation happened multiple times with the same person, and multiple other people were present, saw it too. This is what he testified. And again, like something that's very hard to be mistaken about. Like you're just basically going to have to add him into the conspiracy. He's a liar too. He also testified to instantaneous changes in room temperature, even to the point that he could see his breath. I asked him, so you could visibly see your breath? And he was like, yes. He testified to objects flying across the room and without anyone touching them. He saw an elongated jaw that goes all the way down to the chest on one occasion. He testified to the energumens speaking foreign languages. He testified to like extremely foul odors filling the room, unnatural strength, etc.
So when I was appointed in 2005, I did training in Rome in the early part of 2006. There was a Franciscan priest who allowed me to basically shadow him for 3 months. One of the exorcisms that I sat in on was where the lady, when she manifested, the demon levitated. Anytime somebody's possessed, all the actions of that body are now wholly defined by the demon. So I would not say this lady levitated. I would say the demon did it. Because when somebody's possessed, the demon is treating the body as if it were its own, using the person's eyes to see, the mouth to speak, the ears to hear, and so on. So I'm sitting there, and the priest that's doing the exorcism, he's praying, and I'm looking, and the demon all of a sudden gets this hideous grin on its face. And then just all of a sudden I look over, and the body is starting to rise out of the chair. And the demon is basically saying, look at what I can do. And I'm kind of looking at this in disbelief, like, what in the world? And the priest that's doing the exorcism, he has the rite of exorcism in his hand, and he's like, pray, pray, pray. And he looks over corner of his eye and he sees the levitation too. He goes back to the book, pray, 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 and he looks over again, and then he just takes his hand and puts it on the body of this lady and pushes her back down into the chair, the body into the chair. He didn't even phase 1 minute. He did. I'm over there like in disbelief, and he's just like, business as usual.
So she was sitting and levitating. How far did she levitate? Like a foot?
About a foot out of the chair before the priest then pushed the body back into the chair.
Up next is Father Danry Hill, also an exorcist.
Well, I mean, for me personally, I went to see a guy that was at a halfway house up near Kentucky and really had no expectation that there would be a big problem at all. I just got a call from the person that was kind of running the halfway house. Said, this guy's acting real strange and he's creeping out a lot of the other guys here. Can you come talk to him? So I went up and I met with him in a room privately. And I just really just in the opening prayer, it wasn't even a prayer of deliverance. It was just, come Holy Spirit and, guide my thoughts and my actions and my ways according to your will. And with that, he just levitated right up off the couch. And I said, okay, we're not going to do this here.
In what way was he? So he was sitting on the couch and then he started to levitate. Was he still like in a sort of seating position and then started, or what was going on?
Imagine you had a rope tied to your belly button and was pulling you up off the ground and your limbs are just flung backwards. It was like he was being pulled up through his core and everything else was just flailing backwards.
But he was on the couch?
Well, he started on the couch.
He started on the couch and then he kind of like got pulled forward?
No, up. He was up in the air with his limbs hanging.
Okay. So he was sitting down and then he just started to levitate. How high up off of the couch did
a couple of feet?
Levitate? Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to get a little bit more detail on what the scene kind of looked like. But continue. Feel free to continue.
Well, I knew enough that we're not going to do an actual exorcism on his turf. So I just said, we're done here. And in the name of Jesus, I command you to stop. He fell back down on the couch. He came back. He was present to me, the person, the young man. And I said, we're going to have to do this at my church because, this isn't the right place to do this sort of thing.
Again, intimate setting, like Father Danry Hill is interacting with him beforehand. It would be pretty visibly obvious whether or not he was being like pulled up by a rope somehow on the roof or something like that. So again, it seems like the naturalist is again going to have to define that. Okay, Father Danry Hill is just lying. I guess Monsignor Stephen Rossetti is lying. Same with Father Vincent Lampert. Same with, all those police officers, same with all those police officers and, the government reports, like the nurses and the exorcist and Latoya Ammons, like the hospital staff for the Latoya Ammons case. And then also like Dr. Richard Gallagher, he's a liar too. So you just go through and it's like, again, a lot of these are just like extensive, complex, multimodal interactions in intimate settings in totally perceptually conducive circumstances with the possessed individuals. Next up, we are going to Dave Van Winkle, who is a lay assistant in exorcisms. He serves as a holder, and he's been doing that since he was 16. He is now in his 40s.
Have you seen in the room stuff that would convince you this is absolutely real?
Oh, yeah. In fact, I would say, it's an angst that I feel too, that other people feel, right? Like I wish more people could see what I've seen because I feel like it's a grace. There are things that I've seen, that exorcists have seen, that there's not any other way to describe it than something preternatural. And I would say, like, to those people who demand the videos and the proof and things like that, like, exorcism is an intimate ministry, right? These people are suffering deeply. And so if you were to see one, you would not be thinking, I should take a video here and show everyone what's going on. You just feel terrible for these people. But yeah, certainly, honestly, Ryan, in the first case I was ever a part of, I saw all the things you would think of, like from the movies, at least the things that actually happen. And so I was just like in awe, not so much of the devil, but in the power of the church, really,
Okay, well, I'm going to obviously have to follow up there. Senator, could you please outline the descriptions of the said events that have happened that you have witnessed?
Sure. Well, I'm sure you've talked about this extensively, like the 4 signs of possession, be like clairvoyance, preternatural physical abilities, knowledge of unlearned languages, and aversion to the sacred. And in that first case, I saw all of those things. In fact, the reason I knew something was actually going on is it was just during a priest was praying for a woman for healing. She was probably like 70 years old. Couldn't have been more than 110 pounds. And she ran up onto the altar and pulled this brass candlestick and just bent it into a horseshoe like it was nothing, And it was like, oh, okay, well, that's not normal, right? Like that this isn't happening. And I would even say, like, I'm a big guy. I've worked in security my whole life. I worked as a bouncer. Like, I've seen people on PCP and stuff like that. This was nothing like that, like this lady, it was like it was paper, it was nothing. And it was just a shocking. I'll tell you what happens as far as clairvoyance all the time. It's terrible. It's a horribly embarrassing story. So when I was 5 years old, I went to the Natural History Museum and I stole a rubber pterodactyl. And it's pretty common for me to walk into these cases and for the demon or the person who's possessed to look right at me and be like, do you remember when we stole that rubber pterodactyl? And it's like, it's just to mess with me, like to say, like, I know all about you, basically, right?
And this is not a public story that now you.
No.
Wow.
No.
Have you ever seen levitation or anything like that?
Yeah, sure. Anybody who's been doing it
Now, when you mean levitate, do you mean just contorting at an angle like Michael Jackson in Smooth Criminal, where it's just a really cool dance move, or do you mean violation of natural law?
No, I mean, like, imagine 8 guys holding someone over a holy water font trying to get them down for baptism, and they cannot get them down to the font. Like, I mean that's what I mean. I mean, full on levitation. Like, you could take your arm and put it under them. Like, it's not, yeah. Or like where they crawl up a wall and Ryan, I mean, you cut out what you want to cut out, but like when I talk about this stuff, like I get nervous because I just want to make sure like everyone realizes, like, I've never walked away being like, well, the devil's like power is amazing. I've always walked away thinking the power of the priest is incredible. The power of God is incredible. So God loves to use secondary causes. Okay. That's one thing that's big in Catholicism. Okay. God loves to use secondary causes. And so it's really common that angels and saints intervene in these cases. And there's two instances in particular that really stood out to me. And the first is this. I was doing an intake for this poor kid. He was 18 years old, had everything going for him, but all of a sudden started to have all these problems. And when he came to see me, his uncles were these 2 huge firemen, and he was like being held between them. And I mean, he was just screaming the F word. He was so mad that they were bringing him in, just super angry. And usually what I do if I'm in person with an intake is I'll ask them a lot of mundane questions to get them to calm down. And then I'll kind of sneak in a zinger. So I was like getting him to calm down. I was like, do you play sports? And he was finally calming down and able to answer. How do you do in school? Blah, blah. And I asked him like 8 or 9 questions like that no one would be offended by. And then I just really quickly said, Jonathan, like, do you know how much God loves you? And I mean, before his uncles could move, before I could even blink, he had gotten away from them and he had gotten this vase and broke it. And I mean, it had to have been less than a second. He had it up to my throat. And I thought, this guy's going to kill me. This kid's going to kill me. I could see his eyes, and you could only see the whites of his eyes. I knew exactly what was going on. And all of a sudden he just looked in terror above me. And he looked back down at me and he said, if that little expletive from Italy or from Lucca weren't behind you, I'd have killed you 3 seconds ago. And I thought, what the heck? That's so weird. I had no idea. So we admitted him for exorcism. And every time I'd walk in the room, all of a sudden he'd start talking about this little expletive from Lucca, Italy. I'm thinking, what is going on, And finally, the exorcist got annoyed and was like, in the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to tell me who this person is that keeps walking in when Dave walks in. And finally, after like 15 minutes of commanding this demon, the demon says, Gemma Galgani. Gemma Galgani. At the time, I had no idea who Gemma Galgani was, but she's a major saint that shows up during exorcisms, who was from Lucca, Italy. She was this young girl she's what we call a victim soul. She offered up all her sufferings for others to go to heaven. And I would say, like, those kind of situations, she's probably intervened to save my life on several occasions where I'm just like, I would never believe this if someone was telling me this story. Like, if a friend was telling me this, I wouldn't believe. I'm the skeptic. I'm the most skeptic person. But this happened to me. And it was just unbelievable to think, like, wow, the people who've gone before us want to help, and God loves using secondary causes. The second case was, I always cry when I talk about this case because it's just really, there's this girl who, this priest who was exorcising was a Dominican theologian, and he had this really deep devotion to St. Joseph. And this girl had been abused by her father in every way possible. And actually her biological father, had trafficked her amongst his friends. I mean, it was just a horrific thing. And she ended up in the porn industry. She ended up on coke and some major drug addiction. Well, when she went to like a center to get rid of her drug addiction, okay, which in any other day my brain would remember what that's called, but for some reason my brain's not working. She met another person who was from the porn industry, this other girl. And the other girl said, I'm so glad you're here. I want to tell you about Jesus Christ. Well, she had this massive conversion as she was cleaning up, getting sober. Okay. And at that time, unbeknownst to her, her dad was in prison, dying of cancer. And the prison chaplain was talking to him every day about Jesus. And he had a conversion. And he wrote her a letter saying, I'm so sorry for everything I've ever done, but it never got to her. So she moved in with her aunt, who she found, and they were Catholics. They brought her to church one day and she just went ballistic, absolutely ballistic. They put her in like a psych ward. The psych ward says, we don't think this is mental. Like, we're seeing things that we don't want to deal with. Eventually she was admitted for exorcism. And this case was going on years. I was part of it for years. It was terrible. Weekly exorcisms for years. And one day, almost like in a frustrated way, Father Paul was like, there's got to be something we're not thinking of. There's got to be something. Is there anything you're not telling us? And he said, have you forgiven your father? And she said, I'll never forgive my father. And I don't know if it was her or the demon, but she said, I'll never forgive him for what he's done. And knowing her well, I knew her well. In my mind, I was like, yeah, I don't know if I would either. It was the most horrific story. And he knelt down and he said, St. Joseph, please intercede for us. You're Jesus' foster father. Please intercede with us and give us the grace of being able to forgive our fathers and all those who have wronged us. And the door of this room opened up. It was bizarre. And she looked at the door and I could tell she was seeing something, but I couldn't see anything. And all of a sudden, there was a chair right next to her. She started having a conversation with somebody in this chair. And after about 3 minutes, I could tell just from context of her part of the conversation that she was talking to her dad. She was talking to her dad. Her dad had died of cancer in prison. And basically at the end of this conversation, she said, I'm sorry too. And I wish I had seen you before you died. And she just started sobbing and sobbing. And she said, I totally and completely forgive you. And all of a sudden, like, she was fine. Like, there was just peace in the room. And she was totally with it. And she was like, still crying, but we were like, kind of coaxing her out of that. And the exorcist said, what happened? What did you see? And she said, an old man with a walking stick brought my father into the room, and my father got down on his knees and begged me for forgiveness and apologized for everything he had done. And I was able to forgive him. And she said, at one point, the demons tried to get into our conversation, and the old man with the stick just held up his hand, and they were completely silent and ran away. And it was like the most amazing moment of just total and complete, I don't know, it was just beautiful, you know? It was just beautiful. And I don't know, it's always stood out to me as like one of the more beautiful things that's ever happened in exorcism. And he said, like, look, Dave, like this kid is actively trying to get back to the cult. Like, we got to do this. So I went, and we were at this little retreat center in the middle of town, and there were like 2 nuns there, 3 priests there, me, and then the parents in the room. And as soon as the exorcism started, this kid, he showed all the signs of possession. I mean, it was just like the movie stuff, you know, that people want to hear about. And it went all day, and probably like 7:30 at night. So we'd gone from mass time in the morning at 8 until like 7:30 at night. We were all just exhausted. I was just sweating, you know, it was terrible. He started like screaming, this kid, and it was like a low pitched scream. That's the only way I could describe it. But it was so awful. Like everyone in the room was suffering from this. And the mom actually left, and I could hear, it was just a small little retreat center, so I could hear her pull away in her car. And I thought, well, this is weird. Like, this mom just left this kid in the middle of this, you know. She drove away, and the screaming continued. And finally, I was like, we gotta stop and start again in the morning. So I said to the priest, like, let's end and let's be done. Like, this is too much. Like, you know, we're all tired. So he was kind of trying to get him out of this trance. He was like saying his name, Michael. Well, about 20 minutes later, still screaming, right? All of a sudden, we hear a car pull up, and his mom comes back. This is so weird. And she had this icon of a guardian angel. And so she walked in and she goes, Michael, I brought your angel. And I saw him look at it. I could see his eyes roll forward and look at this guardian angel. And I thought, that's weird. Like all of a sudden he came to a little bit. And then his eyes rolled back again. And the priest prayed for the intercession of the guardian angels. Well, all of a sudden, like the low pitched scream stopped. And I mean, no one's going to believe this story, but basically this guy opened his mouth, and you could hear like a choir singing out of his mouth, like a beautiful choir singing in like some other language. I have no idea if it was human or what, but it was so beautiful. We were just crying, you know, just crying. And at one point, one voice kind of singles itself out and starts singing in English, and was singing like basically like the Psalms, you know, the beautiful deeds of the Lord, and got into a point where he was saying like, no longer shall his servant be oppressed, no longer shall his servant be enslaved, but today he shall go free. And it just ended. And I mean, it was so beautiful. Literally, we were all just crying. And he was just sitting there, and he was silent. And I kind of like tapped the priest on the shoulder, and I said, to command it to tell you who it is. And he said, in the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to tell me your name. And he said, I am the angel of God that stands before his throne for this little one. Tonight is the night of his chains breaking. And when he did that, Michael made the sign of the cross. His eyes rolled forward, and he was freed completely. This is one session. It turns out that this, like when he went through like his rebellious phase, he always, for some reason, kept this angel in his bathroom. Like he loved it. It was a gift from his godparents at baptism. And for whatever reason, he always loved this icon of this angel. And it was like that little scrap of grace that God used, you know, to deliver him. It was amazing. Yeah, it was an incredible story.
Okay, so let's get on to objections and vindicatory implications. Okay, so, you know, of course, the biggest objection is like, why isn't this captured on video or camera, huh? Debunked. Well, I have 5 responses to that. First, by hypothesis, demons are personal entities with their own plans. It wouldn't be too surprising if one of their plans was to try to remain as secretive and hidden as possible at a time when most of us are deadened to the supernatural. After all, at least under the Christian story, Satan wants you not to believe in supernatural phenomena. It's when God compels them to manifest for the sake of eventual deliverance that they do so. And heck, they're literal human beings who avoid photos and videos like the plague, and even who oftentimes avoid other human beings like the plague. And, nevertheless, concerning whom we have abundant testimonial evidence but no photographic or videographic evidence. This is not a bizarre psychological posit, and there are non-silly reasons we can glimpse for why demons would be like this. Like, I'm sorry to tell you, but by hypothesis, they want you to remain dead in your sins, right? They want you to disbelieve in God and the supernatural. They love it when people repudiate God and the supernatural. So, why would we expect them to put on a show for cameras? Second, the hiddenness model of God's activity in the world helps explain the relative paucity of photos and videos. The hiddenness model says that in disclosing himself to humans through natural and supernatural revelation, God's general modus operandi is epistemically fine-tuned to provide enough objective evidence to make belief rationally obliged, and enough counter-evidence and kind of evidential ambiguity to preserve the psychological possibility of doubt. Now, note that this is a general MO posited. It allows for exceptions. And also, it's talking about the level of objective evidence out there. So that's evidence that's out there and available, even if it's not like subjectively appropriated or appreciated by someone, or even known about by someone. Now, I think the hiddenness model is independently plausible under theism, because the posited MO enables many profound goods. The level of obscurity that it posits facilitates sincere seeking after God and his church. It preserves the freedom of the ascent of faith. It enables dialogue and love across deep ideological barriers. It provides opportunities for us to help each other spiritually and intellectually to come to know about God and the true religion, which can in turn reap eternal benefits, because arguably that can improve our relationships with one another for all of eternity. And moreover, the hiddenness model falls naturally out of many biblical passages, which I won't get into here. If you want to look into that, you can see my Veritatis Splendor post with Noah on Fatima. But given the hiddenness model, I don't think it should be too surprising that there isn't clear or demonstrative photographic or videographic evidence for demons, because that would arguably at least start to compromise the goods appealed to in the hiddenness model that are enabled by a level of obscurity to the supernatural and preternatural realm. Third, exorcism is a ministry of healing, and the church has wisely adopted a policy of no photographs or videos during exorcism sessions to preserve the privacy of victims. It's actually extremely humiliating for the victims, and it often involves extreme suffering in highly intimate environments. So there's a strong discouragement of photographs and videos in the ministry to begin with. Whether or not you agree with the policy, it is a policy, right? So maybe you might disagree. You might be like, oh, but you come on, church, you could have photographs and you could just blot out the faces or something like that, right? But even if you disagree with it, it is a fact that it is a policy. And the fact that the policy is in place, regardless of whether you agree with it, does make a relative paucity of photographic and videographic evidence at least less surprising. And it's not just the church who has this policy, or MO. Lots of other people see this as a ministry of healing where, you're not just going to want to take out a camera or something like that. And this in turn will temper the evidential force of the objection. And finally, let's just compare the evidential force here. On the one hand, probably millions of people across cultures, time periods, and socioeconomic classes have been repeatedly and systematically wrong about basic and perceptually obvious features of their environments, including multimodal experiences in large group settings across a diverse array of environments. Or there's the biggest lying conspiracy that you can imagine among groups of people and government reports and police and etc. Which that doesn't seem plausible. Or maybe there's some reason, either one we can glimpse or one we're currently unaware of, why either one, God doesn't generally permit decisive photographic or videographic evidence of preternatural phenomena, or two, maybe there's some reason one we can glimpse or one we're currently unaware of why demons don't generally want to perform for the camera. Sure, maybe that disjunction is implausible, but it doesn't seem to me to be as implausible as the ludicrous string of gargantuan coincidences and or conspiracies that you need to posit in order to explain away all the data. And again, I've just combed through, and again, I've only given you, I've scratched the surface. I've given you an infinitesimal sampling of the total range of evidence. I mean, I don't know, go check out some of the books that are in the resource document, actually open yourself, instead of deriding these things, instead of just reflexively exercising your skepticism and deriding them without good grounds to actually dismiss them, force yourself to actually read the testimonies, actually listen to what the people are saying. Maybe, just maybe, you have a narrow scope of reality. Maybe, just maybe, you are systematically missing a certain domain of phenomena in your theory. And again, the point of me bringing up this part on demonic phenomena, I put it later down because, I don't think it's as evidentially probative as, for instance, Padre Pio, Myrna Nazzour, Fatima, Lourdes, Zeitoun, go through the list. I don't think it's as evidentially probative as those, but I do think, again, it's just another plank. And, even when I was a skeptic, by itself, it wasn't enough to convince me. It was enough to be a pebble in the shoe. And as I studied it more, it started to become a stone in my shoe. And then eventually it became a boulder. And I was ugh. So I'm not actually positively claiming that all this testimonial evidence alone should be enough to convince someone who starts out a hardened skeptic or naturalist. I think like in order for them not to be convinced, they just have to have an implausibly low prior in these phenomena. But like, qua argumentative plank in my video, this alone is not meant to like convince the skeptic. Alone, again, this alone is not meant to convince the skeptic. It's just to pile on a further gargantuan string of coincidences, as I said, and conspiracies and whatnot to add to their already like disgusting theory. Like again, at this point, like you guys just give it up. Turning now to vindicatory implications, of course, this is powerful evidence for one of Catholicism's dogmas, namely the existence of demons, but lots of other religions and sects and Christian sects believe in demons, so that's not discriminatory. Still, there are some other evidentially salient testimonial reports. Exorcists and deliverance ministers repeatedly testify to the efficacy of holy water and relics in exorcisms. Exorcists and deliverance ministers repeatedly testify to the involvement of saints and Mary in exorcisms. I gave like 1 or 2 saint stories already, involving saintly intercession being efficacious in the removal of demons. Adam Blai, I don't actually play it later on, but later on I link to, in this document right here on screen that patrons have access to. No, but like later on, I linked to a video where Adam Blai just talks about like the manifold ways in which like the Blessed Mother appears in exorcisms, typically near the end, where just the energumen sees the Blessed Mother, and she basically either like casts out the demon or points, and then the demon like leaves or something, and she says like it's over or something like that. 6th, turning to the resurrection. I think the case for the resurrection is strong, but it requires extensive buildup because I think you probably need to go maximalist or maximalist adjacent to get an argument convincing to a skeptic. To those of you who don't know, like minimalism versus maximalism, the minimal facts approach just tries to like restrict itself to facts that like the vast majority of even critical scholars are going to accept. Like, for instance, that there were at least certain group experiences that the apostles interpreted as experiences as of the risen Christ. At least a lot of critical scholars are willing to grant that the tomb was empty, that Jesus died by crucifixion, and that like at least a lot of the apostles were willing to die for their beliefs. And then so the minimalist tries to like use these kind of this just like minimal core of facts to mount a case for the resurrection. I mean, I think if you've got like Christian friendly priors, then that should work. But if you're like talking with a skeptic or a naturalist, they're going to find it more plausible that it was just maybe someone stole the body or reburied the body, or the group experiences maybe were initially kind of amorphous, and then over the course of decades we're kind of, as a result of like social contagion and memory distortion, we're kind of just like, exaggerated and embellished. So, I mean, I think that's probably what they're going to say. I mean, of course, I disagree with that, but like in terms of mounting a case against them, I wouldn't want to go minimalist. If I were to mount a case against them, I would want to go maximalist, which basically argues for like pretty significant reliability of the gospel reports as like being, at least for the most part, pretty robust, like historical reportage, either given by eyewitnesses themselves or people who like basically rely directly on eyewitnesses and who are like very careful, like historians. And so like to rule out, at least by the naturalist lights, those skeptical explanations, I think you're going to want to go, either maximalist or at least maximalism adjacent. And that just requires extensive buildup. And others have done extensive buildup precisely to this effect. See, for example, the work of Timothy and Lydia McGrew, Jonathan McClatchy, Testifies YouTube videos, Stan Christopoulos' videos over at Inspiring Philosophy, David Paulman's videos over at Faith Because of Reason, etc. Etc. Right. Now, I myself don't have the space or the knowledge to do that build-up, so sorry. But, I'll just say a few things in support of the resurrection, drawing from McClatchy's post on Acts and Luke Acts, and Jordan Hampton's video on the resurrection. So these are just like a few kind of just like general comments. People sometimes have a misconception that it's like illicit to appeal to the Gospels and Acts as evidence for the resurrection, but that's just, I think, confused. Like, we're not assuming Christianity is true by appealing to the Gospels. Like, we're just simply treating them at the outset as, just different historical reports or biographies of some kind about the life of Jesus of Nazareth. We know on historical grounds that Jesus died by crucifixion. This is not only unanimously reported by all Christian sources, but also by Josephus and Tacitus. Shortly afterward, his disciples had experiences that convinced them that Jesus had risen from the dead. Paul's undisputed letters, especially Galatians and 1 Corinthians, indicate that he met Peter, James, and John relatively soon after Jesus' death, probably at most a few years and arguably earlier, and confirmed that they shared the same basic gospel. 1 Corinthians 15 dates very shortly after the crucifixion and describes appearances to Peter, the 12, more than 500 people, James, the apostles, and Paul himself. So group experiences that convinced people that a man rose from the dead were already reported very shortly after the resurrection. But the precise character of these experiential reports only come down to us sometime later, though still within living memory. These testimonies report extensive, complex, multimodal interactions with a physical, risen Christ over the span of 40 days, something that would be pretty hard to be honestly mistaken about. Granted, the skeptic might appeal to social contagion, memory distortion, conscious or unconscious exaggeration to explain away the testimonies. That won't explain Paul's conversion, that's just like another coincidence that you'll add to your theory. But to respond fully, I do think we'd probably want to show that the Gospels and Acts, the latter of which records oodles of miracles wrought in Christ's name, by the way, so it would be highly evidentially significant if that can be demonstrated to be like super reliable on historical grounds. But anyway, to respond fully to this kind of skeptical response, I think we would want to show that the Gospels and Acts are actually like pretty highly reliable historical reports of what the original eyewitnesses said, and that's where like undesigned coincidences and very striking historical accuracies come in. McClatchy surveys no fewer than 40 undesigned coincidences between Acts and only 4 Pauline epistles. And by the way, like undesigned coincidences are basically just like incidental points at which independent accounts surprisingly illuminate one another, or like make sense of one another, or kind of like interlock or harmonize or corroborate one another. Since there's strong evidence that Acts was not simply copying Paul's letters, argues McClatchy, Acts author was very likely well informed and close to the events he narrates. Also, Acts nails striking historical details to a T. Some of the examples that McClatchy gives, I think, are Paul's switch from tent making to full-time preaching in Corinth is just like casually explained by the letters. Timothy's, and I'm not going to go to these in significant depth. Again, I don't have like the requisite background of knowledge and expertise to be able to very confidently pronounce on these matters. But based on, a reconstruction of McClatchy's examples, we got, Paul's switch from tent making to full-time preaching in Corinth is casually explained by the letters. Timothy's oddly uncertain arrival at Corinth fits Acts perfectly. Acts repeatedly gets obscure local titles and administrative details right. Acts 27 displays remarkably accurate knowledge of ancient Mediterranean sailing, sea routes, geography, winds, shipwreck conditions. Josephus independently illuminates otherwise puzzling details in Acts. Luke also gets like difficult first century Judean details right, which we've like come to discover later match like first century inscriptions, etc. And this matters first because, there are lots of miracle reports in Acts whose occurrence would provide very strong evidence for the resurrection. But it also matters because, Acts' we passages indicate that its author traveled with Paul. Acts also places him with Paul in Jerusalem when James and the Jerusalem elders were present and in proximity to Jerusalem during Paul's 2-year Caesarean imprisonment. So, Luke, the author of Acts, was very well positioned to know what Paul and the original Jerusalem leadership were claiming about the resurrection. So again, like the point is to situate Luke in like a very good position to know what like the original eyewitnesses were basically saying. On claims eyewitness status, displays intimate knowledge of pre-70 Jerusalem, Jewish customs, geography, names, times, places, and numbers, and interlocks incidentally with the synoptics in various ways. The other Gospels enjoy undesigned coincidences too, but you get the point. Like we do have reason to think the Gospels and Acts are like reliable historical reports from diligent authors who either were or relied upon direct eyewitnesses, which makes honest distortions and exaggerations much less plausible, especially given the character of the experiences reported. Again, like 40 days on end, like interacting with this dude all the time, complex multimodal experiences in groups. At the very least, I think the naturalist is going to have to yet again posit some some pretty implausible coincidences. The coincidences here would not make me as anywhere near as uncomfortable as the disastrous conspiracy theory or bizarre string of coincidences that I'd have to posit for Padre Pio, Myrna Nazzour, Fatima, Zeitoun, Lourdes, Eucharistic miracles, etc. I'd be much more uncomfortable in those cases, but I'd still be shifting in my seat a little bit if I were a naturalist and I'm just looking at this evidence. Also, as noted, within a few years, Paul converted after an experience as of the risen Christ, despite previously being a massive persecutor of Christians. Just another coincidence you sprinkle in. And and by the way, there's no way the disciples were lying. I mean, they faced intense persecution. They were evidently willing to die. We know that some of them did in fact die painful deaths as martyrs. They also didn't derive wealth or fame or power from their preaching. The conspiracy required to maintain the lie would also be pretty large. And the tomb was empty. Jesus' burial is reported in very early independent sources, for example 1 Corinthians 15 and Mark. And you'll probably posit another coincidence here, like someone stole or reburied the body. Again, this segment of the video alone is not meant to convince a skeptic. Let me just say that. It's meant to show that there is reasonable evidence for the resurrection, and to avoid it, we do need a strange coincidence of individual coincidences that all suspiciously point in the direction of a resurrection, right? The resurrection offers a unified explanation of all the data. If no resurrection occurred, we have multiple strange group experiences that somehow convinced a bunch of people that a man rose from the dead, bizarre subconscious mechanisms that convinced people very close to the facts that they, or those they know, had repeatedly multimodally interacted with a physical man for 40 days, happening to coincide with an empty tomb, in turn happening to coincide with a hallucination in Paul that made him completely reorient his life. Again, you can say all of that, but it's another string of coincidences to add to the shamefully voluminous library that naturalism requires. And not just coincidences, again, conspiracies. Naturalism is a grand conspiracy theory. Vindicatory implications of the resurrection. I mean, Christianity is true. Christ is Lord, of course. But let's move on to number 7, the final section, miraculous artifacts. I sort of reserved, I think, maybe still pretty evidential, but I guess the least evidential of the miraculous case that I want to make. I've sort of reserved those for these later sections. And so for this miraculous artifacts section, all I'm going to say is that, listen, I have some higher order evidence from people whose intellects I highly respect that the Shroud and Guadalupe Tilma are plausibly miraculous, but I'm not actually going to claim that here. I just haven't done enough research. I do have some evidence for their authenticity, and I also have similar higher order evidence that there's good first order evidence for saintly and corruption miracles, from someone I trust who has looked into this to some extent. I myself just haven't really looked into the first order evidence here, at least to defend them, enough to be to put them as distinct portions of the video that I'll dedicate, argumentation toward. Still, I think they deserve an honorable mention, and I'll put some links in the resource document for you to dive into these further. Now, of course, you'll have the obvious objection to the shroud from carbon dating, but, they oftentimes have various responses to the carbon dating point. First, the raw data for the radiocarbon dating was only recently released for public scrutiny within the last decade, and it turns out that, apparently there's heterogeneity in the samples sent off for laboratories. The radiocarbon age is not consistent between the samples, and apparently there's, a consistent skew, and that at least indicates that, something funky is going on. Second, there's apparently independent evidence that the samples taken for radiocarbon dating are not representative of the rest of the cloth, other testing, for example, UV testing, I think, I've been told, at least, shows important differences between the sampled region and the rest of the cloth, suggestive of some kind of at least anomalous influence. And third, apparently there's independent evidence that the shroud dates back much farther than the Middle Ages. Apparently, I want to look into this stuff. Apparently, the following is true, apparently. Its pollen profile indicates long stays in Jerusalem in the Byzantine Empire, which independently corroborates early changes in Byzantine iconography, which suspiciously started matching the man on the shroud. Its bloodstains exhibit many points of congruence with the bloodstains on the Sudarium of Oviedo, which we know dates back well before the medieval period. Apparently, I've heard that its weave pattern is not medieval. Various features of the bilirubin-filled bloodstains and anatomical proportions make a medieval fraud extremely unlikely, etc. Apparently, Rucker's neutron radiation hypothesis also, predicts a medieval date for the shroud, but again, I haven't looked into this. And also, there's tons of debate about this stuff, and I don't intend to take a first-order position on the dispute here. Although, it is interesting that the same rare AB blood type is found on the shroud, the Sudarium of Oviedo, the blood of the Lanciano Eucharistic miracle, the flesh of the Lanciano Eucharistic miracle, and the Tixtla Eucharistic miracle. That seems pretty wild. Oh, and I think also on the tunic of Argenteuil, I think that's also AB. So, okay, this is another thing that's just these are interesting things. I have some higher order evidence in their favor, even though on the first order level, you could probably describe me as agnostic right now. But even agnosticism, even a non-trivial credence here will just help to bolster the case. And I also have some higher order evidence that there's good evidence for saintly and corruption miracles. But again, I just haven't looked into that enough to comment. I'm going to remain officially agnostic. Okay, so let's summarize the miraculous case. Learning about all of this caused me massive cognitive dissonance. When I take all the evidence cumulatively, when I lay it bare before my eyes, am I seriously going to embrace the craziest set of frauds and conspiracies and coincidences that all just happen to point consistently in one direction? In one direction? Come on. We've got the saintly miracles, right? So we got Padre Pio, the overwhelming evidence of his stigmata. Doctors came and looked at him. He has the odor of sanctity that thousands of people attest to, including tons of people who weren't primed at all concerning the odor of sanctity. He had his hyperthermia, where all you have to do is literally look and see whether or not the thermometer says 125, not something that you're easily mistaken about. Oh, and this happens with probably dozens of different instruments, sometimes in succession. And then he's got healing miracles, so someone's eye is literally regenerating, and a kind of utterly unprecedented multi-organ system failure was rapidly resolving. Oh, and then he can basically read people's hearts and tell them their secret mortal sins and so on. And then we go on to Myrna Nazzour, and basically copious amounts of anomalously behaving oil or spontaneously exuding from her hands, chest, neck, face, and tons of paper icons and paper holy cards right in front of people's eyes, a lot of which is captured on photo and video, etc. She's also having the stigmata, which are forming little rosy bumps, not wounds, rosy bumps before to kind of pre-announce them. And then they are opening in front of groups of witnesses, where they're very emphatic that yeah, I saw them spontaneously open with no one inflicting them. And then she's also got the odor of sanctity. It's just that her room or her house are being filled with this beautiful fragrant scent when she's receiving communion. And then she's having all these ecstasies where she no longer responds to external stimuli on a repeated predictable schedule on religiously significant dates, where from within them she has super coherent multimodal experiences of the Blessed Virgin Mary and Christ, and then comes out of it and is totally normal immediately afterwards. And then the wounds are healing anomalously and super rapidly. And then you go to Blai stigmatist, who has the stigmata and the mystical experiences again every Thursday and Friday. And you go to Cupertino, who's got hundreds of folios and sworn depositions and whatnot within just a few months of his death, and then 4 years later, and then 15 years later by his own confessor. He's being seen indoors, outdoors, to people at the upper echelons of society to non-Catholics. Non-Catholics are literally converting after seeing it. And then you add all of that healing miracles. We got Protestant healings of Barbara Schneider, like the instantaneous and permanent decades-long healing of multiple sclerosis, uncollapsed lung, her blindness is gone, her deformed hands and feet are corrected, her calf muscle is instantaneously restored. In the context of hundreds of prayers and a literal religious experience saying, "Get up, my child, and walk." And then Greg Spencer is literally like investigated for fraud. They're like, "Dude, like, what's going on? You had juvenile macular degeneration." And then he's like instantly healed in the context of prayer. And then the investigation for fraud is like, "Oh man, like, dang it, you've got the medical documentation. So what am I supposed to do?" And there are lots of other healings happening in Pentecostal services and whatnot. And then you go to saintly intercession, and like Matthew Pelliceri's got like bilateral congenital clubfoot, like visibly obvious. Like all the testimonies are testifying to this. We've got pictures of him in his youth, and then after the novenas, all of his legs are straight. So like instantaneously cured clubfoot, where like all the muscles and tendons and bones and whatnot are just like rewiring themselves. In the context of like a religiously significant dream, we've got the spontaneous regeneration of ossicles. And like, again, I just went through like only like 2 cases. There are lots of saints, lots of canonization healing miracles. Like we could go on and on and on and on and on and on. I'm just barely scratching the surface, you guys. And then you go to Calanda, we got like sworn affidavits, sworn depositions. We got like the people who amputated him. They're like, "Yeah, this was my patient. I know the dude. He was always rubbing stuff on his stump." We got like his neighbors and whatnot, like immediately beforehand, they're like, "Yeah, I literally rubbed his cut stump." And then he had a leg right afterwards. And then you go to the personal accounts, like the people that I know and who, you know, if you just like go to Christians and ask them, like maybe you'll hear accounts of visibly obvious eczematic wounds covering someone's arms and legs, instantaneously disappearing in the context of prayer. Broken nose healing in 5 seconds and spontaneously moving. You know, like these guys are also in on the conspiracy too. Like the person that my best friend Noah knows, like they're in on the conspiracy, right? You know, because that was like the broken clavicle that instantaneously regenerated. It's like, and okay, you know, we're just like 2 broad categories of miracles in. We're just on the healing miracles, and then we go to Marian apparitions, and you're just like slapped repeatedly by Fatima and Zeitoun and Lourdes, etc. And so with Fatima, we got like the apparition phenomena themselves. The children definitely weren't lying. They're not having these group hallucinations. They're not having this unprecedented string of delusive trances. We got distant witnesses seeing exactly what we'd expect them to see from their positions in relation to the cova, and like they're all positioned and like converging on the cova with respect to their descriptions. Like, you know, got the people in Albertel describing the threefold descent of the sun, exactly what the people at the cova are saying. We've got hostile witnesses, skeptics, people at Osecolo there who were there to like try to refute it and debunk it, and they come out later and like, okay, yeah, like it happened. 15 people who mention clouds say that they could stare at this object, you know, painlessly at sometimes against a clear, blue, cloudless sky. We have at least 1 witness and maybe even multiple witnesses who distinguish the object from the sun. We have the thermodynamically impossibly fast drying, which is corroborated by multiple photographs and by like bunches of testimonies. We got an expert in photogrammetric analysis saying like, yeah, I've got like dozens of photogrammetric cues which all converge to this vanishing point, which would lead to a non-solar elevation of the thing. And if what he says is correct, then it's just like utterly decisive. And then to add sprinkling on top of that, like we've got healings of like blindness and paralysis and like, you know, that shortened leg that I mentioned. And that's just Fatima. And then we go to Lourdes, and we've got like regenerated nervous tissue. We've got paralysis. We've got like instantly stopping morphine without any after effects. We've got Joaquin Dehan's facial ulcers carving into the cartilage of her nose, and these massive, visibly obvious facial ulcers being suddenly formed over instantaneously with new pink. We got Marie Borel's fistula, which were literally like so deep as to spew fecal matter immediately beforehand. And then afterhand, just a few hours later, we have photos to them being closed over. We have Marie Le Marchand's massive leg ulcer, something that's very hard to be wrong about. We've got medical documentation, all this stuff, eyewitness testimony, etc. We got like the apparition phenomena at Lourdes as well, which I shouldn't neglect. And then we go to Zeitoun. Thousands of convergent testimonies to a 3-dimensional, lifelike, luminous female figure engaged in intentional movements. We have medically attested healings of cancers, thyroid disease, blindness, muteness, hypertension, paralysis, hernia, etc. We have similarly convergent testimonies to luminous dove-like objects that appear, fly, disappear in anomalous ways, similarly with billowing clouds of incense. And then just to add to your cognitive dissonance, we sprinkle in different Eucharistic miracles on different continents, in different decades, different investigators. We have Lanciano with the utterly unprecedented preservation for hundreds of years despite no preservatives, AB blood type for the flesh and blood. We got Tixtla, we're like inside the host. We're seeing, what's going on here? We have human AB blood, which just, happens to match Lanciano in the Shroud and the Sudarium of Oviedo. We got like 2 blinded laboratory analyses. Oh yeah, that's not a bacteria, that's not a flagellum. And then they're finding that the blood is coming from like within the host, and then you go to Sokolka, and then we got like these 2 scientists who look at it, and it's like, yeah, this is like literally interwoven. The myofibrils were interwoven with the bread on a microscopic level. And again, we go to Legnica, and we got those 2 different universities who examine it. We have the report from the university at Szczecin. It's like we got photographic and videographic documentation for the taking of the samples. And like Catholic priests are like repeatedly praying over bread, and then we got like suffering myocardial tissue in there. It's like the fragmentation and the degradation and all that stuff. Myocardial tissue in bread after priest prays over it. Like, what am I supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? You're supposed to change your life. That's the point. And then after all that, we go to the demonic phenomena. We got like all these different people. We got like doctors and like police officers, and we got like government reports, and we got like hospital personnel, and we got exorcists, and we got like lay people who assist in the deliverance ministry, like to testifying to like levitation and hidden knowledge of unknown languages and relics and other sins. We got supernatural changes in facial structure, instantaneous changes in the environment, such that it becomes super cold and you can like see your breath, and like ice crystals are forming on the wall. Supernatural strength. Like you could go on and on and on and on and on. And then to add on top of all of that, already got to kind of shift in your seat with some of the evidence for the resurrection. We have like an empty tomb. We got group experiences. We got Paul's conversion. The apostles are willing to die for their beliefs. There are pretty evidentially compelling undesigned coincidences among well-situated reporters. And there's some like higher order evidence for like the authenticity of the shroud and the tilma and incorrupt saints. And so, I just look at all this. I lay it bare. And I'm just like, bro, I think I've lost. I was trying to fight back, but I think it's a losing battle. And the battle's only going to get worse from here. There are lots of more canonization healing miracles. There's lots of more research coming out soon on Fatima. There's lots more research coming out soon on Myrna Nazzour. There's lots more research coming out soon on Lourdes. We're at just the beginning. We have just started. Things are going to get even more interesting soon. And again, with a lot of this stuff, I'm just scratching the surface. At the very least, suppose you're still not convinced. Why on earth would you deride this data? Do you not at least see how someone could find it compelling? Do you not at least see how someone can look at this and be like, oh man, there really is a lot of evidence here that I'm going to have to pretty implausibly explain away? Do you not just feel that deep in your bones? Are you not scared in the slightest that maybe you're wrong? That you're betting your life, your eternity, on oftentimes frauds and coincidences and lying hypotheses, and hypotheses that people are lying for which you have no independent evidence? I would have a lot of cognitive dissonance in that situation. And again, so like when I look at all this, when I lay it bare before my eyes, I think you know where I'm going. There's an obvious unifying explanation here of the data. A particular brand of Christianity seems to be manifestly vindicated. God seems to be very excited about a particular sect of Christianity, such that he's repeatedly gone out of his way to put his miraculous stamp of approval of specific divine legates or specific divine messages, right? We're not just talking about, it happened in a Muslim context or a Protestant context, right? So like in the context of a Protestant service, or even like, Pentecostals, where they go to like Indonesia, for instance, and they do healing miracles, yes, but they're not calling forth those miracles in witness to and in confirmation of Pentecostal distinctives. They're not, for instance, saying like, oh, yeah, well, I don't know, what's a Pentecostal distinctive? I'm sorry, that's not coming to mind. But, it's not like we're finding a case where it's like, I'm a purported divine legate. I've received private revelations. I'm claiming to speak on behalf of God, that the papacy is false. And in witness to this private revelation, I hereby call forth a sign, a divine sign. Get up, my child, get up and walk. And then, the paralytic walks, and it's demonstrably, naturalistically inexplicable. That's not the sort of thing that we have, where, although, yes, miracles definitely happen in Pentecostal contexts, in Muslim contexts, in all different sorts of contexts. God compassionates people. He likes healing people, etc. And if you pray to God, the Creator, and even if you're promulgating the gospel, God will go out of his way to perform healings in Jesus' name or in the name of the gospel. But preaching the gospel, preaching Christ, even if that happens in a Pentecostal context, does not mean that Pentecostal distinctives are being vindicated. That's very different from Mary showing up and saying, I am the Immaculate Conception. And then God going out of his way to manifestly, supernaturally vindicate that. Or like Jesus, appearing to Myrna and saying things like, your suffering is like redeeming the debts of sinners, and like saying, I want to renew my passion in you, and I want you to participate in my suffering. And then gracing her with manifest miraculous signs in witness to and in confirmation of and in furtherance of these private revelations. That would involve God putting his stamp of approval on a falsehood. if you're not Catholic. That's very different from miracles happening in a context. I mean, we're going to get into this later, but I want to emphasize that there is a distinction here. Like, again, we could have had Protestant vindicatory miracles, like Martin Luther is publicly appearing to hundreds of thousands of people and enjoining them not to pray rosaries. He's saying, like, don't pray the rosary, don't pray the rosary. And then, like, he's insisting, protest the Catholic Church. And then, he performs this, like, gigantic, colossal miracle that, like, 100,000 people see, and they're distant witnesses, and there's rapid drawing, there's, like, photogrammetric analysis, and they're, like, staring at the object, and it's, like, painless to stare at. We could have had that. We could have. We don't. We don't. And yes, there are claims of miracles across traditions. Maybe there are even claims of vindicatory miracles across traditions. But a claim, as Ethan Muse points out, is very different from what I just went through. Like, I've got, we got x-rays, we got blinded laboratory analyses, we've got, like, doctor reports, like, we have videos of Padre Pio, we have, like, photographs of him, like, videos of Myrna, and, like, photographs, and, like, you've got, like, extensive laboratory and scientific testing, and like, thousands of witnesses to lots of these things. So it's like, that's very different from claims. I reckon, there are claims to things across traditions, but that's very different from what I've just gone through. Like, go find another sect and try to mount a case as compelling as this that I just gave for Catholicism. I don't think you'll be able to do it. And, like, again, the miracles themselves, again, if you want to say that these are divine vindications, they need to be performed in the name of God the Creator, right? Like, I grant that, like, Moses and magicians, they can do, like, all these cool, fancy signs and whatnot. And they can even replicate, to, like, some extent, some of the divine signs that God was giving Moses. What matters is whether you're calling forth God the Creator on behalf of your putative revelation or your putative status as a divine legate. And among cases of that, where the relevant message concerning which signs are being called forth on behalf of is a doctrine that is inconsistent with Catholicism, that's not the sort of thing that we have for, like, these Pentecostal healing miracles. It's not like, some famous Pentecostal who died a long time ago is, like, appearing to Pentecostals and saying, like, in 3 months I will perform this sign in witness to the revelations that I'm giving you. And, like, don't pray the rosary. The Pope is not the Holy Father. Like, the papacy is false. This is a putative divine revelation. I'm saying this on behalf of God the Creator, and I hereby predict this sign in 3 months, and then it comes to pass. Find me one of those cases. Not just healing miracles that occur in the context of Pentecostalism, or that even lead people to conversion to Pentecostalism. Like, that's just their mistaken inference. From the fact that a Pentecostal minister performs a healing miracle, it doesn't follow that all their theology is true. Like, what are you talking about? Peter performed miracles after Pentecost. Does that, like, authenticate his denial of Christ? Like, no. In fact, like, we know that people will go to Christ and say, like, Lord, did we not work miracles in your name? And he's like, depart from me, I never knew you. So, like, those guys certainly had some mistaken beliefs. I mean, firstly, like, one, that they were among the elect. And just because they were performing miracles doesn't mean that those theological beliefs that they had are true. What matters is whether the sign is being called forth in witness to and in confirmation of the specific messages that are purportedly divine revelations. And even if, for instance, like, a Catholic witnesses a Pentecostal healing miracle and then converts to Pentecostalism, that's just a mistaken inference on their end. Like, what's the inference? Like, walk me through it. Put the steps down on paper. Like, what? Number one, Pentecostal minister performed healing, therefore all of their theological beliefs are true. Like, what? And that's very different from, like, Padre Pio, for instance, where he's claiming that these are divine revelations that he's receiving. And then God's going out of his way to manifestly vindicate the content of those through, for instance, infusing into him knowledge about the mortal sins of people. Or, like, saying, I unite you to my passion. So, like, the context of, like, redemptive participatory suffering that you can unite with and offer up to God. And in that context, then giving him the manifest miraculous signs. Again, I'll talk about all this stuff later, but, like, again, the fact that miracles occur in different traditions is no threat to my case. The fact that there are miracle claims in Hinduism and, Jainism or, whatever is also no threat to my case. Again, mount a systematic, rigorous, cumulative case with, like, photographs, videos, medical documentation, etc., analogous to what I just did for those sects, and then we can talk. And also, this is the last thing that I want to end on. The Catholic vindicatory miracles are just manifestly better evidenced than the resurrection. Don't get me wrong. I think the evidence for the resurrection is good. But we have, 4 or 5 sources written by people who are often copying each other verbatim, whose authorship and dating are debated. So, 4 or 5 2,000-year-old sources with debatable authorship and debatable dating, and, many of them are, copying each other verbatim. Okay, there's that. And then on the other hand, we have extensive contemporaneous photographs, videos, blinded laboratory analyses, atheist doctor reports, medical documentation, x-rays, sworn depositions, tens or hundreds of thousands of witnesses, distant witnesses, and on and on and on. You cannot accept the resurrection and reject Catholic vindicatory miracles. But I'll say more about that next.